Zuo Cheng'an had been enjoying a comfortable life in his mansion, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself trapped in a deadly survival game. What made it even more chilling was the presence of countless strange eyeballs, silently watching their every move. He woke from unconsciousness to find himself lying in a bare room that contained only a shield and an axe. In his pocket, he discovered two unfamiliar keys. Noises and heated arguments echoed from outside the door. When he stepped out, he saw a 3-meter-wide corridor sealed off at both ends by solid walls. 7 strangers, all looking anxious and confused, were gathered together, deep in discussion. It quickly became clear that they'd all been transported here without warning, just like him. Thinking of the recent string of mysterious disappearances, the students who never returned from their dorm bathrooms, the driverless cars involved in a series of accidents, and the pedestrians who vanished into alleyways, Cheng'an realized they were now the latest victims. For the survivors, these cases were both a source of hope and dread. Suddenly, a personal information panel appeared before each of them. Zuo Cheng'an checked his stats: mental strength 97, constitution 6, strength 5, speed 7, and a newcomer support pack. When he opened the pack, the system glitched and threw up numerous error messages, ultimately granting him only one skill: Eye of Truth. At that moment, he saw something horrifying. Each person was accompanied by a floating, grotesque eyeball, trailing bloody veins. Even more disturbing, lines of text scrolled through the air like a live comment feed. These eyeballs were actually cameras for a tech company's live stream, and they were the unwilling performers for an unseen audience. The system suddenly issued a mission: survive for 7 days in the Screaming Night scenario. After dark, hunters would appear in the corridor, and only intact doors could offer limited protection. Then, bricks on one side of the corridor vanished, revealing a massive window carved with 3 ugly monkeys. Beyond it, there was nothing but a blinding white light. With only 5 minutes left before nightfall, a man in a suit stepped forward. Since we're all teammates now, let's introduce ourselves and share what our items do. That's the only way we'll make it out of here alive. He looked honest and dependable, inspiring trust in the group. But the crowd wasn't buying it. A cold snort came from somewhere, and people who had been praising him just moments ago now changed their tune. You, an insurance salesman, acting all high and mighty? A burly man stepped out of the group, his face full of contempt as he mocked. You won't even tell us your name, and you expect us to work with you? Show some sincerity first. Tell us what your item does, or how do we know you're not up to something? Although everyone here was new to this bizarre game, deep down, they all understood one thing: the items from their newcomer kits were their only hope for survival. There was no way anyone would casually reveal that to a stranger. The man in the suit had been called out hesitated, an awkward and uncertain look on his face. After a long pause, he finally muttered, "My name is Lu Shuang." His voice was dry, but he still didn't reveal what his item did. Lu Shuang's talk about working together to clear the game had actually sounded reasonable, and a few people had even considered sharing information about their own items. But when he suddenly clammed up, those same people immediately came to their senses and fell silent. Of course, who would reveal their trump card so easily? You shouldn't bare your soul to strangers in real life, let alone in a life-or-death game like this. Lu Shuang snorted coldly, dropping any pretense. Fine then, everyone back to your own rooms. Good luck in 5 minutes. With that, he didn't bother staying outside any longer. He pulled out his key and headed straight for room 207, the room had woken up in. Meanwhile, a girl in a school uniform, her eyes clear and innocent like a startled fawn, mumbled incoherently, as if she still didn't understand what was happening. She snuck a glance at the darkening sky outside, then slipped quietly into room 203. Zuo Cheng'an closed the door to room 204. Unlike the others, he didn't hide deep inside the room. Instead, he simply sat down right by the door. His axe and wooden shield were already laid out within easy reach. His posture was steady as a rock, but his gaze was intensely focused on the ordinary-looking axe in front of him. Ever since Head gained the Eye of Truth ability, Head realized that if he concentrated on an object, he could see hidden information about it. At this moment, a faint annotation appeared next to the axe. Hand axe, a thoughtful gift from the owner of Happiness Apartments to new players. Don't be shy, use it as you like. Although the axe and shield didn't count as items, Zuo Cheng'an had already tested this during the day and confirmed that only he could see these, no one else could. This made him realize he had some kind of insider advantage. He had also figured out something deeper. They were on a certain floor of Happiness Apartments, but there was no way to leave the second floor. The elevator was frozen, the stairs were broken, everyone was confined to the corridor. This was probably by design. The entire scenario could be played out on a single hallway. Higher or lower floors were likely different worlds or game levels. That's why he didn't bother hiding in a corner. The room was so small it couldn't even fit a bed, so it didn't matter where he hid. Sitting by the door let him hear any movement in the hallway right away and quickly judge whether it was friend or foe. His eyes never stopped moving, watching the system messages floating in the air. How much longer until it's dark? I can't wait. Almost there, just 30 seconds left. Let the slaughter begin. Ha ha ha. Hope the hunter puts on a good show. The bloodier the better, I want to record it as a keepsake. One by one, people retreated to their rooms, and the hallway fell into an eerie silence. The 5-minute countdown reached 0, and the last bit of daylight outside faded away. The entire corridor was plunged into pitch-black darkness. Creak. In the silence, every little sound was amplified, and the enclosed corridor only made the slightest noises seem even louder. Suddenly, the live chat exploded. He's coming. The hunter is here. The drop point is near room 208. It's finally about to get bloody. If things drag on any longer, I'm switching to the meat can factory stream next door. I just came from there. The meat can factory is bloody enough, but I'm bored of it. Time for a change of pace here. Creak creak. A harsh scraping sound echoed from the end of the hallway. An unknown creature emerged from the wall near room 208, pausing in front of each door 207, 206, and so on as if patrolling its territory. It seemed to be deliberately stirring up fear, circling in front of every door, yet never making a move. Cheng'an glanced at the peephole on his door, worried that peeking out might attract danger, and quickly covered it up. Instead, he focused on reading the chat, hoping to get an idea of what was happening outside. Before long, the distant sound of a door being broken down was followed by shrill screams and the chaos of a struggle, though it was too far away to tell exactly where it was happening. Whoever's in 201 is really unlucky. I've been watching the girl in 203. These lower worlds might be behind the times, but they sure have a lot of pretty girls. That student is already so pretty at her age. What a shame, no telling if she'll survive this round. 201's that fat guy. He died horribly. Which camera is it? I want to check it out. Inside room 207, Lu Shuang was anxiously standing behind the door. His expensive suit was wrinkled beyond repair from his nervous fidgeting. Although having his alliance plans exposed had made him furious, he knew deep down that his item was useless. A pack of white-grade dried mutton, which would boost his strength by 1 for a minute when eaten, with no stacking effect. For someone starting with a strength of 4, this bonus felt like a joke. 1 minute? It barely lasted longer than a sip of water. If there weren't 5 pieces in the pack, he would have cursed it out loud. Human nature is selfish, couldn't stand the thought of others getting better items, and it drove him crazy with curiosity about what everyone else had drawn. When the hunter passed by outside his door, Lu Shuang's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. Thankfully, the creature didn't stop. As for whoever had died so miserably, he didn't have the time or energy to care. Apparently sated, the hunter didn't continue hunting. It retraced its steps and disappeared back into the wall. It's morning. The hunter is gone. People rushed to open their doors and quickly followed the trail of blood to room 201. The door was badly deformed, with a hole about 30 centimeters wide near the bottom. The area was splattered with blood and bits of flesh. The scene made it clear. After smashing through the door, the hunter killed the occupant and then dragged the body out through that small opening. As the group took in the scene before them, the heavy scent of blood hit them all at once. Almost everyone felt their stomachs churn, and the sound of retching echoed throughout the room. It took some time for everyone to adjust to the gruesome atmosphere, and finally, the man with glasses spoke up cautiously. If I remember correctly, the person living in room 201 as well. A pretty big guy, right? He deliberately swapped out the word fat for strong, though there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Everyone's attention shifted to him, and they recalled the scene in the hallway earlier. There had indeed been a man of imposing size, someone who looked to weigh around 300 pounds, with a notoriously bad temper. The moment Head stepped out of his room, Head started cursing at the heavens and the game itself, even getting into a heated argument with Lu Shuang, the man in the suit. Now, silence fell over the group. A man of that size, in ancient times, could have easily been considered a formidable general. There were even weapons like axes and shields in his room, along with other mysterious tools. Yet, even someone as strong as him hadn't stood a chance against the hunter. If he couldn't survive, what hope did the rest of them have? Sensing the tension in the air, the schoolgirl tried to lighten the mood. Well, maybe the guy in room 201 just looked big, but didn't actually have much muscle. Before she could finish, Lu Shuang jumped in. That's why I think we should work together. I admit, I wasn't completely honest yesterday, so let me start by introducing myself. I'm Lu Shuang. I work in sales, and the item I drew is a piece of dried lamb. Eating it gives you a strength boost of 1 point, but it only lasts 10 seconds. There's just one piece, so I have to save it for a critical moment. He paused and glanced around before adding. That's human nature normally. We're suspicious and guarded, but when faced with a real threat, we naturally band together. The danger of the hunter is clear to all of us now. No one agreed right away, but I could tell people were much less resistant to the idea. Lu Shuang's experience told him that just a bit more encouragement, or a single person agreeing, would be enough for him to take the lead in forming a small team. Just as he was about to push further, Cheng'an interrupted. Instead of focusing on how strong the enemy is, shouldn't we be asking why? Out of all these rooms, the hunter chose room 201? If the person in 201 did something to attract the hunter, then maybe we can just avoid whatever that was tonight. His words caught everyone's attention, and there was a sharp glint in his eyes, as if he was on the verge of piecing something together. The schoolgirl was quick to respond. Could it be because he looked through the peephole? She hesitated, then added, I spent all night huddled in the corner of my room. I didn't dare go near the door. At that moment, a woman in an apron cut in. That's not it. I live in 208. I spent the whole night watching through the peephole. I saw the hunter walk right past my door, but it didn't stop. Her tone was firm. She clearly didn't believe the peephole was the issue. The man with glasses raised his hand slightly, speaking with some hesitation. I'm in 205. I looked through the peephole last night too, but I don't think that's what attracted the hunter. Someone else speculated that maybe the hunter was drawn by the scent from under the door, suggesting that someone had gotten too close and the creature had picked up on it. This new theory only made the atmosphere heavier, and everyone's thoughts grew increasingly tangled and anxious. Zuo Cheng'an leaned quietly against the crack in the door, listening to the group's discussion. To piece together the truth about last night's events, everyone agreed to describe their own experiences in detail and look for any common ground. Just as they were about to speak in order of room numbers, the man in the suit suddenly shot Zuo Cheng'an a glare, then impatiently questioned the man with glasses and the woman in the apron. Wait, you both said you saw the hunter. What exactly did it look like? The two closed their eyes, trying to recall. The corridor had been pitch black, with only faint slivers of light coming from the cracks beneath the doors. In such dimness, normal vision was severely limited. The woman in the apron tried hard to remember. All I saw was a blurry outline. But I'm sure it wasn't tall, humanoid, about waist-high on an adult. Oh, it looked a lot like the monkey pattern on the glass. But the design on the glass was too abstract to be much help. The man with glasses, however, had more useful information. My tool is pretty simple, he said, tapping the glasses on his nose. These are night vision glasses. Coincidentally, they're just my prescription. Cut the crap. Lu Shuang interrupted harshly, his voice rough and impatient. Get to the point. It's almost dark. Whether he was truly impatient or just jealous of the other man's tool was anyone's guess. At that moment, everyone noticed the light outside was fading, a sign that the hunter was about to appear again. The man with glasses shivered, not daring to argue, and quickly said, it looked like a hunched dwarf, covered in fur, with claws so long they dragged on the ground. That's what made the screeching sound last night. Most importantly, it had no eyes. It seemed to hunt using other senses. As soon as he finished speaking, the game notifications sounded right on cue. The hunter has appeared. Number released, 1. Knowing the hunter hunted by sound, everyone instinctively held their breath. Someone quietly wondered if the overweight man in room 201 who seemed to have a temper had been killed because he accidentally dropped his axe and made too much noise. But with him gone, the truth would likely never be known. A familiar screeching sound, the hunter's claws dragging on the floor, came from the direction of room 208. The creature crept along, hunched and slow, stopping at each door as if toying with its prey. Zuo Cheng'an pressed his eye to the peephole, using the faint light to observe. Since watching through the peephole didn't attract the hunter's attention, it was the safest way to gather information. The live chat feed, however, was filled with nothing but obscene or inflammatory remarks, which he found thoroughly disgusting. The screeching grew closer. Suddenly, Zuo Cheng'an's eyes widened in shock, saw a health bar above the creature. Was this another power of the true sight? The hunter's body remained shrouded in darkness, but a glaring health bar floated above its head. It was as obvious as the ones above monsters in video games, except this one had already dropped to 48, showing it had taken considerable damage. As Zuo Cheng'an focused his attention, the Eye of Truth suddenly activated, flashing a line of explanatory text before his eyes. Hunter E, the red-hatted witch's proudest creation in her series of alchemical life forms. Say the right compliment in front of her, and you might get a surprise. Comments scrolled past like a waterfall. Who's going to be tonight's lucky winner? Can't wait to find out. I'm hoping it's the girl from 203. Even dismembered, pretty girls are cute. Your wish might just come true. This is only a level 1 dungeon. Experienced players have already figured out the rules. You either fight back and kill the hunter to win, or use its fixed killing pattern to dodge it. It either kills from front to back or back to front. Tonight it's 202, tomorrow 203, so you'll get to see what you want soon enough. That's a relief. I'll order some takeout and enjoy the show while I eat. The comments kept buzzing, endlessly discussing the stupidity of the players in this low-level world, complaining about all the dumb things they'd done in other dungeons. Zuo Cheng'an gripped his axe tightly, calculating. Tonight 202, tomorrow 203, and the day after, it would be his turn in 204. The hunter had just passed his door about a minute ago. Judging by its pace, it should now be heading back from 201 and could break into any room at any moment. Zuo Cheng'an held his breath, listening intently for any sound outside. Suddenly, there was a loud banging from room 202, followed by a piercing scream. Ah, damn it. Damn, you're so ugly. It was the voice of the guy had joked earlier about where are you taking me. Usually quick with a joke to lighten the mood, he had fallen silent after witnessing the hunter's brutality firsthand. even skipping the daytime strategy discussions. Now, he was locked in a desperate fight with the hunter. Because the hunter was wounded, it wasn't able to finish him off as swiftly as it had the previous night. The man's desperate cries for help echoed in the darkness. "Somebody, help me!" Hurried footsteps echoed from some of the rooms. Cries for help rang out in the corridor, but no one dared to open their doors. Some people instinctively wanted to lend a hand, but the fear of death dragged them back inside. In front of 6 tightly closed doors, Lesage was plunged into despair. He recalled the gruesome scene had witnessed in room 201 earlier that day. The condition of the corpse led him to a terrifying conclusion. The owner of 201 hadn't died instantly, but had truly perished only when the hunter dragged them out through the peephole. Determined not to meet the same fate, Lesage flung open his own door when the hunter came knocking, hoping to move the battle into the corridor. He suspected that the fat man from 201 had died because he was trapped in such a small space. The unique acoustics of the hallway carried every cry for help to every corner. Even those in room 208 could hear everything clearly. Suddenly, Zuo Cheng'an burst out of his room, wielding an axe. Right behind him came the student girl from 203, her hands shaking as she joined the fight with her own axe. Lesage had nearly given up hope, the pain almost overwhelming his will to survive. But the arrival of reinforcements reignited his determination to live. The hunter was terrifyingly strong, its claws as sharp as a headsman's blade. As Zuo Cheng'an raised his axe in the dim light, Lesage, still grappling with the creature, shouted in panic, "Wait. Bro. Let me lure it into the light." Dragging his injured body forward, he left a trail of blood behind him, terrified that Zuo Cheng'an might accidentally hit him in the darkness. "Don't worry, I can pinpoint your location," Zuo Cheng'an replied calmly, could clearly see the health bar displayed. At that moment, the hunter's claws were already deeply embedded in Lesage's abdomen, its enormous maw hungrily tearing at its prey. Zuo Cheng'an seized the opportunity, bringing his axe down hard, embedding it halfway into the hunter's skull. 5 points in strength really wasn't enough. With a piercing screech, the hunter released Lesage and lunged at Zuo Cheng'an. Although Zuo Cheng'an had the advantage, the hunter's bizarre body allowed it to turn effortlessly, its sharp nails instantly piercing the wooden shield. Zuo Cheng'an abandoned his stuck axe and was about to retreat when the student girl suddenly rushed forward and shouted, "Take my double kick." 2 fierce kicks drove the axe deeper, splitting the hunter's head completely in two. Its health bar plummeted to 10 and kept dropping. 9.2, 8.5. Death was inevitable. Zuo Cheng'an did some quick mental calculation. She had only intended to shave off a dozen bars of the hunter's health, hoping to save some advantage for himself for tomorrow night's fight. Who would have thought that this seemingly fragile student girl could deal 20 of the hunter's health in a single move? Was this the power of game skills? At that moment, the battle in the corridor had reached a brutal climax. The schoolgirl, having just used her skill, was so exhausted that her legs gave out beneath her. She could only collapse on the floor, gasping for breath. Lesage was in even worse shape. His body lay on the ground, covered in blood, his chest barely rising and falling, his fate uncertain. The hunter, though seriously wounded, was still writhing and growling on the ground. Neither of them had the strength to keep fighting. Standing at the end of the corridor, Zuo Cheng'an calmly surveyed the carnage, his mind racing. With Lesage half dead, the strategy he had planned slowly chipping away at the hunter's health was clearly no longer viable. Even if they managed to wear the hunter down to a sliver of health tonight, the schoolgirl could easily finish it off with her powerful skill tomorrow night. When his own turn came, he'd still have to face a fresh, fully restored hunter. Hiding wasn't an option. The door to room 201 already had a gaping hole. If the hunter passed by, it could easily snatch his life in an instant. On the other hand, if they killed this hunter tonight, when the next attack targeted the schoolgirl's room 203, they could join forces. Even if they couldn't defeat the next hunter, they could at least wear it down and buy time, easing the pressure when his own turn came. Besides, the schoolgirl would likely be grateful for his help and might willingly return the favor. In a split second, Zuo Cheng'an grasped the situation and swiftly adjusted his plan. The hunter was still twisting in pain on the floor, letting out guttural roars. To prevent this nearly dead monster from escaping and killing his teammates the night after next, Zuo Cheng'an strode forward, picked up the axe the schoolgirl had dropped, gripped it with both hands, and swung it with all his strength at the hunter's head. Crack! The blow landed. The hunter, with just 3 of its health remaining, lost its last shred of life to this fatal strike. Its body twitched a few times, then went still for good. A system notification chimed. Ding! You have killed Hunter Type E and obtained Tetanus Serum 1. Congratulations! You've earned the First Blood achievement. Condition: score the first kill in the beginner dungeon. Reward: free attribute points 3. Tetanus Serum. Category: item green, consumable. Effect: apply to a weapon to inflict poison, slow, and confusion debuffs. Warning: misuse could backfire on you. Description: hurricane, tornado. Try my tetanus for a real twist. A finger-sized vial containing a green liquid appeared in Zuo Cheng'an's inventory. Ignoring his battle spoils for now, he kicked the hunter's corpse aside and turned to check on Lesage's injuries. Although the schoolgirl's face was twisted in pain from muscle cramps, she still waved him off, signaling, "It's just cramps in my calves and thighs, nothing serious. Go check on him first." Her clear eyes shone with genuine concern. Lesage's condition was grave. 3 wounds in his abdomen were spurting blood like tiny fountains, and his shoulder had been bitten so deeply that muscle and bone were visible. Now that the danger had passed and the adrenaline had faded, he could no longer drag himself across the floor as before and was left motionless, his face as white as a sheet. With injuries like these, he wouldn't survive until the end of the dungeon without immediate treatment, might not even make it to the next night. Zuo Cheng'an felt no regret. In his plans for the game's future, Lesage had never been a factor. Lesage feebly reached out his bloodstained hand towards Zuo Cheng'an. I. His voice was barely a whisper. Zuo Cheng'an sighed silently, crouching down beside him. Is there anything you can't let go of? Say your last words now. Lesage closed his eyes in pain, trembling with emotion. His lips quivered, as if he had 1,000 things he wanted to say. Zuo Cheng'an assumed he was in pain. He remembered how those who were badly injured would eventually beg for a quick death, desperate to end their suffering. This man was probably no different, just wanting it all to be over. Want to get it over with? No problem. He'll make it quick and painless. Zuo Cheng'an picked up the axe, his eyes calm as he measured where to strike. The blade gleamed coldly in the dim light. Although it was his first time killing someone, he comforted himself by thinking he was just helping someone out of their misery. That way, he felt less guilty about it. Hearing this, Li Zige's eyes flew open in terror, and the fear instantly wiped away the numbness caused by pain. Summoning strength from Wakno Shear, he coughed up the blood stuck in his throat and rasped out, his voice hoarse but firm. Wait. Don't kill me. I can still make it. My pocket. There's a healing item in my pocket. As soon as he finished, his excitement made the 3 gaping wounds in his abdomen gush blood even more, spraying a short arc of red through the air. Well, that's quite a sight, Zuo Cheng'an remarked, unfazed. Realizing his mistake, Zuo Cheng'an calmly put down the axe and crouched to search for the healing item Li Zige mentioned. His blood-stained fingers reached into the other man's pocket and quickly touched something soft. The moment he made contact, information about the item flashed in his mind. Wobbly Woobly gummy candy. Type: item. White, consumable. Effect: significantly restores health. Restriction: children and elderly should consume under supervision. Description: remember, the odds of being killed by this gummy aren't 0. It turned out that when Li Zige heard the hunter scratching at the door, he knew he wouldn't make it out alive. Without hesitation, he tore off a piece of the gummy and shoved it in his mouth. If not for that bit of candy, anyone else with his injuries would have died long ago. Li Zige shakily took the rest of the gummy from Zuo Cheng'an, his fingers trembling as he broke it in half again. As he put one piece in his mouth, a sweet orange scent filled the air, and the effects were immediate. The wounds on his stomach finally stopped bleeding, and a thin layer of flesh quickly covered the exposed bone in his shoulder. While he still looked badly hurt, at least his condition wasn't getting worse. With the remaining bit of gummy, Li Zige held it out to Zuo Cheng'an as if offering a treasure. Hey, want a bite of the orange gummy? ITLL, make you feel like new. It was clear that the gummy had once been shaped like a bear, but now only a leg was left. Zuo Cheng'an shook his head. No thanks. Free want it. The girl student, her face twisted in pain, suddenly shouted, desperation and longing thick in her voice. My cramps are killing me. I don't care how gross it is. As long as it stops the pain, I'll eat anything. Just give it to me. In the end, the last bit of gummy went into the girl's mouth. As the sweetness spread, her expression shifted from agony to relief, until she looked as relaxed as someone finally finding a bathroom after 10 hours of holding it in. My leg finally stopped hurting. She let out a long breath, her tense body relaxing at last. After catching his breath, Li Zige looked gratefully at the 2 who had saved him. His voice was weak, but full of sincerity. Thank you, both of you. My name's Zheng Ren. I know offering myself in gratitude is a bit much, but as long as I'm alive, if you ever need me, I'll be there. The girl suddenly turned shy, lowering her head and speaking softly. No, it's not that serious. Honestly, I just didn't want to be alone if the hunter came for me, too. If we all work together and take down the hunter, maybe we can finish this game early. Oh, by the way, my name's Li Yuechio. Hearing this, Zuo Cheng'an thought to himself, too bad that's not possible. There's more than one hunter. The night wasn't over, but the hunter who should have been prowling the halls was now lying on the ground, so staying in the corridor was safe. Zheng Ren, still aching all over, lay on the floor groaning softly. Unbeknownst to him, an eyeball nearby was transmitting the scene to some unknown audience. Lucky guy, he actually managed to get a healing item and save himself. Lucky my foot. It's not a skill, just a consumable. Now that it's gone, let's see what he does next. I was hoping to see everyone turn a blind eye and watch him die alone. What a letdown. If you want betrayal and drama, check out the Rose Hotel, room 31147. Huh, never heard of it. Is it a niche one? I'm heading there now. Ignoring the pointless comments flashing at the edge of his vision, Zuo Cheng'an checked the 3 free attribute points that had just appeared on his panel. The cramped space in the instance did increase their speed, but with nowhere to hide, it was ultimately useless. The Constitution stat was mainly to help withstand more damage, which didn't offer much help, and there was no improvement to Spirit either. In the end, Zuo Cheng'an put all 3 free attribute points into Strength. After assigning the points, Zuo Cheng'an's status panel looked like this. Player, Zuo Cheng'an. Level, not yet ascended. Spirit, 97,100. Constitution, 6. Strength, 8. Speed, 7. Item, Tetanus Antidote X1. Skill, Eye of Truth. He wasn't sure how much difference 3 points in strength would make, but he quickly noticed that the axe and small wooden shield, which had felt heavy before, now seemed almost weightless, more like props made of cardboard than actual weapons. It seemed clear he'd need to find a better weapon when he got the chance. He coated the axe with the tetanus antidote. Before long, the game notification sounded. Daybreak. The hunter has left. The hunter was already dead, so naturally, it couldn't stick around. As soon as the prompt sounded, the hunter's corpse in the hallway with its head split open by the axe, and its body battered beyond recognition began to rapidly disintegrate, leaving behind nothing but blood stains on the floor. Li Yuechio, seeing that the game was still ongoing, whispered anxiously, "Why isn't the game over yet? Do we really have to last all 7 days?" Suddenly, the sound of several doors opening echoed through the hallway, and the 4 people who had been hiding in their rooms stepped out. Seeing the 3 survivors still standing, they weren't surprised. The rooms weren't soundproof, so when the fighting stopped during the night, they knew the hunter had been killed. Still, they hadn't shown themselves during the battle and only rushed out after the enemy was dead, something that only the thickest-skinned people could do without shame. So, they had decided to stay put and wait for daylight. The quiet night brought everyone a sense of relief. The hunter wasn't invincible after all, as long as everyone worked together, but there was no need to talk about that too much. Lu Shuang looked at the battered, blood-stained door of room 201 and the claw-marked room 202, his expression complicated. Without hiding his doubts, he spoke up. The first night it was room 201, last night it was 202. Does that mean the hunter will attack 203, 204, and 205 next, in order? Everyone except Zuo Cheng'an looked uneasy. Li Yuechio, whose room was 203, turned pale with fear and thought, "Is it my turn tonight? If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone out to help last night. I should have saved my skill for myself." The players with higher room numbers, especially those in 207 and 208, felt a little more at ease, thinking they were out of immediate danger, and stood a bit more confidently. So it really attacks in order. The rules are that simple. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and even managed to smile, their worries seeming to lift. With 7 days in the instance and 1 person dying each night, by the end, the players in rooms 7 and 8 could just sit back and win without lifting a finger. Most people, upon learning the rules, would at least try to keep a worried expression for the sake of the residents in the lower-numbered rooms, even if they were secretly relieved. But Lu Shuang from room 207 seemed incapable of hiding his feelings, or maybe he just couldn't be bothered to pretend. The relaxed look on his face stood out, almost offensively so. The plainly dressed man from room 206 finally snapped. Pointing at Lu Shuang, his voice trembled with anger. "What's your problem? What are you trying to do? I'm just 1 number away from death. If I were in room 207, I wouldn't be so scared right now." Realizing he was in the wrong, Lu Shuang tried to placate him in a low, apologetic voice. "Just think of it as me paying my respects to the Soon-Tobe departed in advance." But the indifference on his face only infuriated the man from room 206 even more. The thought that if he died in this game, his mother, who was waiting in a hospital for life-saving surgery, might miss her best chance at treatment, pushed him over the edge. He rushed back into his room, screaming hysterically. The bespectacled man from room 205, who had figured out the killer's attack pattern, looked grim as well. After all, he was also on the killer's hit list. Lu Shuang, however, acted as if he was just an onlooker, tossing out suggestions. "The killer can be defeated, you know. If we work together, we can all survive and clear the game just like the 3 of us did last night." Li Yuechio was thoroughly disgusted by this. "Seriously? You're talking about teamwork now? Funny, I don't remember seeing you step foot in the hallway last night." Seeing that no one was interested in cooperating, Lu Shuang shrugged it off. "You guys from rooms 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 can stick together. What does it have to do with me?" He was completely at ease now, no longer clinging to the group as he had on the previous 2 nights. Li Yuechio quickly assessed their current fighting strength. Besides herself, there was the badly injured Zheng Run, Zuo Cheng'an, and the man who had just lost it. She didn't even count the guy from room 205. He always seemed meek and easy to push around, but she could tell he was the type to hold a grudge and stab someone in the back at the crucial moment. Out of the 4, 1 was seriously hurt, and another had already lost his mind basically. They didn't count. As for herself, she had a double-kick skill, but her physical stats weren't high enough to use it safely. Using it once would strain her legs, twice could cause serious injury, and she might even be left permanently disabled. Zuo Cheng'an stared at the row of doors, thinking for a moment before saying hesitantly, "Actually, maybe we don't have to fight the killer after all." Lu Shuang assumed Zuo Cheng'an was so scared about his turn that he was talking nonsense. "You don't want to fight the killer? Planning to off yourself early?" Zuo Cheng'an ignored him and instead told Li Yueqiu to help move the injured Zheng Rin back to room 202. Once they finished, Li Yueqiu was about to leave when Zuo Cheng'an stopped her. "Wait, stay with me tonight." Li Yueqiu looked at him in shock. "What?" She quickly stepped back, arms crossed protectively over her chest. "What are you trying to do? Even if I get killed tonight or smash my head against the wall, I'm not going to do what you want." Zuo Cheng'an didn't respond, just stared thoughtfully at the floating messages in the air. Wow, he actually figured out how to get everyone through unscathed on his own? Is he a genius? What's so hard about that? I could have done it. People from higher tier worlds really are smarter. Exactly, it's so simple. That's why Scream Knight is just a level 1 dungeon, and why so many players farm it for points with guides. It's all about the simple rules easy to avoid, right? Yeah, I've watched dozens of Scream Knight dungeon streams. The experienced players always pick rooms 2 through 6, then wait to see if the killer attacks from the front or back on the first night. Once they know, they just avoid the special numbered rooms. As long as you understand the rules, everyone gets through safely every time. That easy? That's so dumb it's impossible for anyone to die. Well, there are quite a few rules, like no more than 2 people per room, no making noise, always locking your door at night, stuff like that. But this dungeon's been around forever, and all the strategies are bundled with guides for other dungeons now. The main rules are just too easy to work around. Scream Knight used to be a big deal, you know. It may just be a point farming dungeon now, but back when it first came out, plenty of teams died trying to figure out the rules. By the way, I've got some old footage if you want to see. After Zuo Cheng'an shared his theory with Li Yueqiu, her eyes immediately lit up. "Then let's hurry to your room." Despite her eagerness, Zuo Cheng'an still had some concerns. "Are you sure this will work? What if the game eliminates us?" Li Yueqiu waved off his worries. "You're overthinking it. We spent most of last night in the hallway, didn't we? And nothing happened to you." "Oh." Li Yueqiu suddenly understood and gave him a small smile. "You seem so cold, but you're actually pretty nice." "No, I'm a textbook example of a self-interested person," Zuo Cheng'an replied calmly. When they got back to room 204, Zuo Cheng'an suddenly remembered something. He quickly returned to room 203 to close the door. With a click, the door locked automatically. Not long after they settled in 204, a game notification popped up. "The hunter has appeared. Number released, 1. Creek." Zuo Cheng'an peered through the peephole and saw a fully healthy E-class hunter in the hallway. Even though the chat had suggested this should be safe, his whole body was tense, ready for anything. Without needing a reminder, Li Yueqiu curled up in the corner, covering her mouth and staying perfectly still. Sure enough, the hunter stopped in front of room 203, scratching at the door with a series of sharp clicks. But the room was empty no matter how much it tried. There was nothing inside to find. Another day passed. When the surviving players emerged from their rooms, they were overjoyed to see Li Yueqiu walk out of 204 unharmed. So it really is possible to avoid the hunter without fighting. This dungeon is easier than I thought. You just have to hide in a different room. Caught up in everyone's excitement, Li Yueqiu turned to Zuo Cheng'an with enthusiasm. "You saved me. Come hide in my room tonight." Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the shattered remains of room 203's door and refused without a second thought. "No need." "Huh." Li Yueqiu looked confused for a moment, but then she noticed the pile of wood fragments and understood. By then, Zheng Rin, who was now able to walk with the help of his medication, made a suggestion. "How about you both come to my room 202? The door's still intact." "Great idea." Li Yueqiu agreed readily, a stark contrast to her wariness the day before. "That won't work either." Zuo Cheng'an shook the key in his hand and explained, "This was in my pocket when the game started, and it has the room number on it. I think the reason there are 2 keys is because the game allows one other person, besides yourself, to enter and leave your room freely." "Oh," Zheng Rin suddenly realized. "So that's why? I thought they just gave us a spare in case we lost one." He looked at Zuo Cheng'an with admiration. "Man, you're sharp. You even noticed a detail like that." The others seemed skeptical. Lu Shuang instinctively touched her own key. "Really? Only 2 people per room?" "It's just a theory," Zuo Cheng'an said evenly. "Believe it or not, that's up to you. Either way, these rules were discovered by players before use at the cost of their lives." Zuo Cheng'an knew perfectly well that he was just reasoning backwards. It was like a student cheating on a test, copying the answer first, then making up the solution steps. He glanced around the room and continued his analysis. Each room can hold a maximum of 2 people, and the keys in our pockets are the most crucial clues. The other players, upon hearing this, instantly abandoned their plan to all hide in a single room. After a brief pause, Zuo Cheng'an added, "Hiding forever isn't a real solution. Sooner or later, most of the room doors will be broken down by the hunter. When that happens, there's no way everyone can squeeze into just 1 or 2 rooms. Eventually, we'll have to face the hunter heat-in." This harsh reality brought a range of complicated emotions to the faces of the survivors. As the 5-minute window before nightfall was about to end, everyone hurried off to find a place to hide. Zuo Cheng'an and Zhengren chose room 202, while Li Qiuyue was taken in by the woman from room 208. "You're so kind," Li Qiuyue said, her eyes brimming with tears. "Thank you for letting me stay. You're such a good person." The woman gave her a gentle smile. "It's nothing. With you here, I won't feel so scared." The last rays of sunlight disappeared outside the window. By all rights, the hunter's target tonight should be room 204's Zuo Cheng'an's room. But he couldn't shake the feeling that things weren't that simple. With such basic rules, there shouldn't have been the mass eliminations mentioned in the chat. Was there some hidden mechanism at play? Suddenly, the chat exploded with comments. "It's the 4th night. Anyone who's watched the old recordings knows this is where things get interesting. Just going down the list would be too boring, haha." Then, the system made an announcement. "Number of hunters tonight, 2. The news stunned everyone. Zuo Cheng'an frowned. As he suspected, things were far from simple. In room 205, the man with glasses was paralyzed with fear, staring at his door as it was pounded on, his legs shaking so badly, he couldn't move. The other residents were pale with terror, especially Lu Shuang in room 207. He had assumed there would only be one hunter each night, so he'd be safe for now. But everything had changed tonight. It was rooms 204 and 205. That meant tomorrow, it would be 206 and 207's turn. "No." Lu Shuang's desperate cry echoed in the darkness. Suddenly, Lu Shuang thought of Zuo Cheng'an. He was the first to suggest that the hunter might be killing according to some pattern, or that there was a specific trigger for the murders. He also deduced that no more than 2 people could stay in a room at once. These deductions were too accurate to be mere guesses. He must know something. Lu Shuang's eyes turned cold. "And he's keeping it to himself just to get me killed." A terrifying thought took shape in his mind. Zuo Cheng'an was plotting something behind the scenes. Lu Shuang let out a cold, twisted smile. "Since you're targeting me first, as long as I survive, don't blame me for what happens next." Bang, 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 bang. In the pitch-black corridor, the sound of doors being battered echoed one after another. The wooden door of room 205 was the first to give way, a vicious hole appearing near the bottom. Nothing makes people grow up faster than the threat of death. In this desperate moment, the man with glasses, eyes wild, grabbed an axe and started hacking furiously at the claw reaching into the room. The axe blade struck the hunter's arm, but failed to inflict a fatal wound. The man's strength was clearly lacking. His blows were weak, and after all that effort, he hadn't even managed to break the hunter's bones. Hearing the commotion in room 205, the hunter that had been attacking room 204's door immediately abandoned its target and joined the assault on 205. Working together, the two hunters quickly tore open a hole big enough for them to squeeze through. "No, no, stay away." The man with glasses was cornered, snot and tears streaming down his face. It was as if the fear had triggered some desperate rage, and he swung the axe wildly at the intruders. Meanwhile, Lu Shuang quietly kept track of the time from inside room 207. When there were only 30 seconds left until dawn, he gently opened his door. In the corridor, only the sounds of hunters feasting and the faintest whimpers could be heard. Soon, even those whimpers faded away. Sensing that dawn was approaching, the two hunters abandoned the half-eaten corpse and retreated the way they came. At that exact moment, Lu Shuang summoned his courage, dashed out of his room, snatched the glasses from the corpse's face, and stuffed them into his game backpack in a flash. The hunters, anxious to leave, didn't even bother to attack him. After it was all over, Lu Shuang tried to calm his pounding heart and let out a long, shaky breath. It was dawn. The hunters were gone. Click. The survivors slowly stepped out of their rooms. Though they'd braced themselves for the worst, the sight in room 205 still made everyone gasp. The man with glasses was torn apart, his skin and clothes shredded, half of him left inside the room, the other half strewn outside. The remains were so mutilated it was impossible to tell what parts were missing. Zuo Cheng'an managed to find what might have been part of the skull among the scraps of flesh, but the glasses were nowhere to be seen. He glanced briefly at Lu Shuang, who had appeared at the scene first, but said nothing. Soon, others noticed something missing from the body. "Where are his night vision glasses?" someone asked. "They're not in the room either. Did the hunter swallow them? Maybe the game reclaimed them automatically when the owner died," another person guessed. "That must be it. His head's half gone, looks like a half-eaten apple. The glasses probably went with it." Misled by Lu Shuang's words, the group accepted the explanation that the hunters had eaten the item. The man from room 206 suddenly turned to Lu Shuang. "If there are still 2 hunters tonight, it'll be just us left. Want to form an alliance for the night?" Lu Shuang was more than willing. "Of course, no problem. I've already mentioned my item, dried lamb. What about yours? If you don't want the others to hear, we can talk back in the room. No need to make it so complicated." Zhao Qingyuan waved his hand, the long-handled mirror in his grasp glinting faintly green in the dim light. "My prop is this green-quality long-handled mirror. It can reveal things that are usually invisible to the naked eye." A collective gasp echoed through the group, eyes wide with surprise. "A tool that lets you see spirits and of green quality. No less was definitely a rare find in the game. Under the envious stares, Zhao Qingyuan forced a bitter smile. This dungeon isn't even supernatural. What good is a tool like this supposed to do here? After hearing Zhao Qingyuan's explanation, Lu Shuang frowned deeply, clearly dissatisfied with a mirror that had no combat ability. He suddenly turned to face the others, his voice edged with frustration. What are you all waiting for? Don't think you can just sit this out. If there are 2 hunters tonight, there could be 3 tomorrow. Once they break down all the doors, none of us will be able to escape. After several days and nights of life and death trials, a certain level of trust had formed among the 6 surviving players. Zheng Ren considered Lu Shuang's words seriously and found them convincing if the hunters kept increasing every 3 days. There really could be 3 by the 7th night. But Zuo Cheng'an immediately shook his head in disagreement. That would be true if we hadn't killed one of the hunters. But now that we've taken one down, there should only be the 2 from last night left. Zheng Ren's eyes lit up in realization. Is it because of the carved patterns on the window? Exactly, Zuo Cheng'an nodded. The 3 monster designs correspond to the 3 hunters. This is a level 1 dungeon, so the game is basically handing us the clue. Hearing that only 2 hunters remained, everyone breathed a little easier. Still, with only 5 minutes left before dawn, they hadn't come up with a viable plan to deal with the hunters. Lu Shuang was growing frantic was the hunter's target tonight. Of the 8 rooms, only 202 and 208 had intact doors and weren't being targeted, but both were already occupied. So what now? Lu Shuang fixed his gaze on He Jinmei, his tone urgent. What good does it do you if I die? Are you really just going to watch me get killed by a monster? Cooperation is the only way any of us survive. He Jinmei grew uneasy under his intense stare, her fingers nervously twisting the edge of her apron. Finally, imitating Zhao Qingyuan, she gave a brief introduction. My name is He Jinmei. My starter pack only had a basic archery skill book, which I've already used. As she spoke, she pulled a key from her pocket and threw it with perfect accuracy at the center of the monster design on the window. After using it, I have much better control over my muscles. If something's within my throwing range, I pretty much never miss. He Jinmai's dart throwing skills were so smooth and flawless that Zheng Ren was left completely stunned. Wow, with skills like that, you could win every ring toss at any tourist spotty out, even snag the owner's underwear. Although He Jinmei was a married woman, she was quite conservative. Hearing Zheng Ren's joke, her face flushed bright red. Li Yueqiu quickly stepped in to help her out, saying, In Li Yueqiu, the skill I unlocked is a double kick, but to use it properly, you need a constitution of at least 7. Mine's only 5, so I can barely manage it once. With the ice broken, the others joined in. Zheng Ren rubbed his hands together, a little embarrassed. My item is a wobbly gummy, which heals injuries. But I'm almost out of it. Even though the name was a little embarrassing, he was thick-skinned enough not to care. Everyone then turned to the last person's Zuo Cheng'an. He casually swung his axe and said, I got basic blade skills. With a few simple moves, he showed impressive technique. Awesome. Zheng Ren gave him a thumbs up. If it were me, I'd probably need stitches. He suddenly remembered something and turned to another person. Oh right. The insurance guy, what was your name again? Never mind. That strength-boosting jerky of yours should go to left bro, or Aunt He. Let's just stick with the strong ones and take it easy. Lu Shuang laughed awkwardly, neither agreeing nor refusing. He couldn't say yes, or his earlier lies about the jerky's effects would be exposed. In the end, the 5 survivors agreed to fight the 2 hunters together that night, and each went back to their rooms to wait. Daytime in the game passed quickly, and night soon fell. Even at the last moment, Lu Shuang was nervously checking in his room. You're really coming out tonight, right? Only after everyone confirmed did he feel a bit more at ease. A system prompt appeared. The hunters have arrived. Number released, 2. To avoid being trapped in their small rooms, Lu Shuang in room 207 and Zhao Qingyuan in room 206 waited separately, agreeing to rush out together when the hunters appeared. Since they'd have to fight eventually, there was no point hiding their locations. The creak of footsteps sounded right on time. As the 2 hunters reached the area between rooms 207 and 206, Lu Shuang and Zhao Qingyuan shouted in unison, 1, 2, 3. Zhao Qingyuan gripped his axe and charged out only to find himself alone in the hallway. The 2 hunters, spotting a lone target, immediately gave up on breaking down the doors and fixed their attention on him. In that instant, Zhao Qingyuan was overwhelmed by a mix of betrayal and terror. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Help! Somebody help! The other residents rushed out at the sound. Even He Jinmei, whose legs were shaking with fear, forced herself to come out and show support. Though she had perfect aim, the moment she saw the hunters, her whole body went limp. There was no way she could throw her axe at their heads. Zuo Cheng'an burst out, quickly assessing the condition of the 2 hunters. One had 87.7 of its health left, the other 72.6. They were still in relatively good shape. Clearly, even though the man with glasses had fought desperately last night, his limited physical strength only managed to inflict this much damage. By now, the effects of the healing gummies had fully kicked in, and Zheng Ren was left with nothing more than a few superficial scratches. He charged out, looking around with a fierce expression, then suddenly narrowed his eyes. 1, 2, 3, for hey, insurance guy, you're really something. You were the one who suggested teaming up, but now you're hiding in your shell when things get tough? Grumbling as he spoke, he quickly joined the fight. During the battle, Zuo Cheng'an noticed something odd about the hunters' behavior. They seemed to be bound by some kind of game rule, always targeting Zhao Qingyuan first. Even if he hid behind others, the hunters would ignore closer targets and relentlessly go after him. Throw me a key, Zuo Cheng'an suddenly shouted. He reasoned that since this instance had hosted countless players, it was impossible for the hunters to recognize targets by face. If they had that level of intelligence, they wouldn't be classified as a rank, but rather A or even rank. The only logical explanation was that the hunters identified residents by the keys they carried. Zhao Qingyuan immediately acted, pulling 2 keys from his pocket and tossing one to Zuo Cheng'an. Sure enough, as soon as Zuo Cheng'an caught the key, the hunters' attack patterns changed. They no longer focused solely on Zhao Qingyuan, but instead split their attention between the 2 key holders. With the hunters finally separated, the group naturally split into 2 teams. Now that Li Yueqiu had regained her strength, she followed Zuo Cheng'an's signal and launched a double kick at the weaker hunter, knocking off another 20 of its health. However, the exertion left her legs trembling, forcing her to fall back and support He Jinmei from the second line. The situation quickly became clear. Zhao Qingyuan and Zheng Ren faced the hunter with over 80 health, with He Jinmei providing support, while Zuo Cheng'an and the exhausted Li Yueqiu handled the other, now down to 51.32. Zuo Cheng'an's earlier claims about his swordsmanship were no exaggeration. Although had only practiced with soft props before, wielding a hatchet now, he began to find his rhythm. He dodged the hunter's claws with agile footwork, then swung the axe sharply at its wrist. Crack! The axe bit into bone. This time, Zuo Cheng'an was ready. He used his wooden shield as a hammer, slamming it against the axe handle. The blade sank deeper, severing the hunter's claw along with its wrist, dropping its health by another 10. Yet, as the witch's prized creation, the monster seemed unfazed by pain, immediately attacking again with its remaining claw. Zuo Cheng'an raised his shield to block, and the wound treatment had applied earlier began to take effect. The hunter's movements noticeably slowed, and its health started to decrease steadily. Soon, when the hunter's health dropped below 40, its last claw got stuck in the wooden shield. It then lunged, jaws wide, trying to bite Zuo Cheng'an. Seizing the moment, Li Yueqiu drove her axe hard into the hunter's mouth. The fight reached a stalemate. On the other side, Zheng Ren handled the situation with 3 opponents effortlessly. Holding Zhao Qingyuan's mirror prop like a sharp toothbrush, every swing of his hand seemed to knock out the hunter's teeth. The clinking sound of teeth hitting the floor mixed with Zheng Ren's hearty laughter, echoing through the room. Just as the fighting spirit was at its peak, the sky suddenly changed. Morning light began to seep in through the window, and with it, the hunter's ferocity faded before they quietly retreated. Thanks to Zuo Cheng'an's deliberate stalling, the 2 hunters, though their health had dropped to just 20%, still retained a good deal of strength. With a grim expression, Zuo Cheng'an grabbed his axe and strode purposefully toward room 207. Without hesitation, he brought the axe down on the door lock. Zhao Qingyuan immediately understood what he was doing and joined in. Blow after blow landed on the door, while Lu Shuang's panicked shouts came from inside. Hey, what are you doing? Zhao Qingyuan remained silent, his axe strikes growing fiercer. Soon, the already flimsy door splintered into pieces. Lu Shuang cowered in the corner, clutching a piece of dried lamb as if ready to fight for his life. What's going on? Let's talk about this. Self-preservation is basic human instinct. Zhao Qingyuan raised his axe, pointing it straight at Lu Shuang's face, his eyes cold and murderous. Terrified, Lu Shuang stammered, I know I was wrong. Don't worry, tonight I'll definitely. Before he could finish, Zhao Qingyuan's axe came down. Ah! Lu Shuang shrieked, covering his face, only to realize he was unharmed. A surge of relief washed over him, and he thought he could get away with just a show of weakness. These country folks would be easy to fool. But Zhao Qingyuan had no intention of letting him off. Changing his angle, he brought the axe down on Lu Shuang's legs. 2 sharp cracks echoed, followed by Lu Shuang's agonized screams. My legs! My legs! Grabbing Lu Shuang by the collar, Zhao Qingyuan dragged him like a dead dog toward room 208, the room sure to be visited by the hunters tonight. He Jinmei stood frozen in fear, while Li Yueqiu calmly tossed over the key to 208. Zhao Qingyuan unlocked the door and hurled Lu Shuang inside. He followed up with a powerful punch, his anger lending extra force to the blow. Lu Shuang, clutching his injured legs, crashed into the wall and bounced back. Seeing that Zhao Qingyuan was about to strike again, he broke down completely, wailing, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm just a coward. Please let me go. Don't hit me anymore, I swear. You'll die if you keep this up. He finally burst into tears. His pleas were met with a relentless barrage of punches. Even though those outside couldn't see what was happening, the thud of fists landing was unmistakable. At last, Zhao Qingyuan issued a chilling warning. Step outside, and he'll break your other leg. At that moment, everyone saw just how terrifying this usually cheerful and easygoing man could be when truly angered. As long as you didn't cross his line, he could take a joke with a smile. But once you really provoked him, it was a matter of life or death. After finishing everything, Zhao Qingyuan tossed the key to room 208 at him. In that instant, it was as if he suddenly snapped out of his rage. His hostility vanished, and he returned to his harmless, honest self. He handed the key to his own room to Li Yueqiu, and he Jinmei, murmured an apology, and then slipped into a room whose door was still mostly intact. After all, tonight he would have to face the hunters no matter what, so it didn't matter where he was. The hallway was unusually quiet. During the day, everyone hid in their rooms, conserving their energy for the final, life-or-death struggle that awaited them at night. Some people just wanted to survive, hoping to make it until the scenario's timer ran out. Others, like Zuo Cheng'an, planned to take the opportunity to kill a few more monsters and get better gear. Lu Shuang was curled up in a corner, his lower leg visibly twisted, shaking from the pain. He didn't dare make a sound, venting his frustration by silently mouthing curses at the others. Once he calmed down, he began to strategize for the night ahead. According to the pattern, room 208 was the target tonight, and since he wasn't staying there, he should be safe. As long as he hid in another room, even if the door was already damaged, might still survive. After making sure the hallway was empty, Lu Shuang dragged his injured leg and painfully crawled back to his own room, 207. The door had already been hacked to pieces by Zuo Cheng'an and Zhao Qingyuan and barely offered any cover. He would have preferred to hide farther away, but his injury left him no choice. This was the closest hiding place to 208. As night fell, the two hunters appeared on schedule. They were clearly running out of steam and didn't bother to patrol or intimidate anyone in the hallway. They went straight to room 208, scratching at the door half-heartedly. In reality, they already sensed their target was in the neighboring room, but the game's rules forced them to break down the designated door first, or wait for their prey to reveal itself. Inside 207, Lu Shuang listened to the sounds next door, feeling smug. He fiddled with the key to room 208, convinced that the hunters were nothing more than rigid NPCs who could only follow the rules. If he had been involved in last night's chaos, he would never have been so naive. The intelligence these monsters showed in combat was far beyond ordinary NPCs. In a flash, both hunters smashed open the door to 208. They didn't even glance inside, heading straight for their real target. Lu Shuang was still congratulating himself on his timely escape when he suddenly caught a whiff of something foul above him. Looking up, he saw both hunters squeezing through the cracks in his door, their long claws reaching for his throat, ready to strike. Aya! It was the first time Lu Shuang had seen the hunters up close. Last time, had only glimpsed their backs at dawn, but seeing them this clearly now made him break down completely. He stumbled backward into the room, wildly swinging his axe. Instead of protecting himself, he only made the hole in the door bigger. Now it was wide enough for half a hunter to squeeze through. Even in his terror, Lu Shuang clung to a shred of reason. He knew the others were watching from their rooms, so he threw his pride aside and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Somebody, please. Anyone. Brother, sister, mom, dad, help me. I'm begging you, save me." At this moment, Lu Shuang finally understood the sense of helpless despair that Zheng Ren must have felt when he faced danger alone, and he also realized why Zhao Qingyuan had been so furious when he was left hanging. But this time, the hopelessness was even greater. He was up against two hunters by himself, with no chance of backup. With a wet, tearing sound, one of the hunters slashed open his left leg. Its claws, sharp as blades, shredded his expensive tailored suit into rags and tore through the muscle beneath. Blood gushed out, and the exposed flesh twitched violently in the open air. As Lu Shuang let out a scream of pure agony, the hunter bit off a chunk of his flesh, chewing and swallowing as if savoring a feast. Despite the pain, Lu Shuang's mind had never been clearer. He bit down hard on a piece of dried lamb, forcing himself to keep moving with the tiny burst of energy it gave him. He swung his weapon desperately, trying to fend off the hunter's snapping jaws. Hoarsely, he shouted down the corridor, "Zhao, isn't your mother about to have surgery? I have money. If you help me, once we get out of here, they'll give you $500,000. Noon and $500,000. And I've got a house. Two together, it's all yours." His voice was frantic, bargaining for his life with every ounce of desperation and the lure of cash, hammering at Zhao Qingyuan's resolve. Zhao's brow furrowed. The money he'd withdrawn from the bank wasn't nearly enough for the surgery. If Lu Shuang was telling the truth, temptation flickered in his eyes as his hand hovered over the doorknob, ready to rush out. But then, Zuo Cheng'an's lazy, almost mocking voice echoed in his ear. "People who get pulled into this survival game are considered missing in the real world, right? Has anyone ever made it back? I've never heard of it." He drawled the words, deliberate and pointed. "This game is so magical. Who's to say we won't get our hands on some miracle cure one day? Maybe even something that brings people back from the dead. Take those candies, for example, injuries that should land you in the ICU heal right up." His tone was calm, But to Zhao Qingyuan it felt like a bucket of cold water, snapping him back to reality. This game didn't play by the same rules as the real world. Going back? Not likely, at least not anytime soon. And even if he did return, money alone might not save his mother. Compared to the bizarre items in this game, real-world medicine seemed almost useless. What if he really could find something here to cure cancer? Even if the odds were 1 in 10,000, all he had to do was survive and wait for a chance to bring his mother back to reality. Zhao Qingyuan's breathing slowly steadied. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the hesitation and weakness were gone, replaced by determination and cold clarity. Meanwhile, hearing Zuo Cheng'an's words, Lu Shuang's face twisted in rage, veins bulging on his forehead. A stream of curses burst from his lips, his screams raspy and shrill. But soon, the corridor fell silent again. Only the sounds of chewing and tearing flesh echoed through the empty space, cold and merciless. Just as Lu Shuang had stood by and watched Zheng Ren struggle the night before, tonight, no one came to his aid. The hunters gnawed on the last scraps of flesh, the pool of blood slowly spreading across the floor. When Lu Shuang's screams finally fell silent, Zuo Cheng'an stepped out of his room at last, axe in hand, his expression cold as he approached the two hunters. Their health bars were stuck at 28.7 and 30.22, barely changed. That's it. And he even used a strength-boosting item, Zuo Cheng'an scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the mangled corpse on the floor. He gave Lu Shuang's body a contemptuous kick. He didn't even do as much damage as the guy with glasses. He tightened his grip on the axe, cold determination glinting in his eyes as he prepared for the next round of battle. The two hunters watched Zuo Cheng'an warily, clearly remembering the beating they'd taken from him the night before. They even ignored the corpse in front of them for the moment. As Zuo Cheng'an stepped out of the room, Zheng Ren asked, puzzled, Zuo, isn't tonight the last night? Once they finish with the bodies, it'll be morning. Why take the risk? Zuo Cheng'an didn't respond. Instead, he quickly dodged as one of the hunters lunged at him. He dashed to Lu Shuang's corpse and picked up the items that had suddenly appeared on the ground, a blood-stained bag of dried mutton and a pair of half-rimmed black glasses. Without hesitation, he put on the glasses and tore off a piece of the dried meat. As strength surged through his body, Zuo Cheng'an's vision sharpened. The hunters, which he could previously only track by their health bars, now appeared as clearly as if it were broad daylight. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his axe at the nearest hunter's neck. Although the blade wasn't long enough to decapitate it in one blow, he managed to slice through the soft tissue at the front of its throat, shaving off 5% of its health. Seeing the health bar drop, Zuo Cheng'an's morale soared. He launched a flurry of attacks with his axe. Earlier, he had re-enchanted the axe with the last third of his potion just enough for this final battle. The others quickly joined the fight, but since they couldn't see the hunter's health bars and the monsters seemed unfazed by pain even when gravely wounded, they felt their chances of winning were slim and focused only on buying time. It wasn't until the potion took effect and the hunter's movements slowed noticeably that hope returned. At last, Zuo Cheng'an split one hunter's chest open with his axe, killing it. A system prompt announced, Hunter EX1 defeated, but this time, no items dropped. Zuo Cheng'an wasn't surprised, guessing the previous drops were related to first kills. Meanwhile, Zheng Ren and the others were about to finish off the second hunter. When Zheng Ren delivered the final blow, he paused briefly, apparently also receiving no item drop. With all three hunters down, they should be able to clear the level early, just as the chat had said. Sure enough, Zuo Cheng'an's vision went black, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a bustling street. People in strange outfits walked past, all talking, but he couldn't hear a sound. There were no eyeball-shaped cameras or chat messages anywhere apparently. The audience couldn't access this space. Suddenly, the system prompt chimed. Congratulations, player. You have cleared the novice trial instance. Calculating rewards, overall rating, S. Free attribute points earned. 10 level 1 instance max. 5. S rank bonus doubled. Points earned. 200 level 1 instance max. 100. S rank bonus doubled. Player injury detected. Spend 25 points to recover. Click for details. Zuo Cheng'an carefully examined the detailed information displayed by the game and realized that his injuries were far more severe than he had imagined. In addition to the scrapes he received during his fight with the hunter, there were also scars from old surgeries, slight bone misalignments from past fractures, and lingering internal injuries that had accumulated over time. The discovery of these hidden issues made his heart sink. The game's repair list included some problems he was already aware of, but there were even more hidden injuries he had never noticed before. Without access to the game system, he would never have guessed that his seemingly healthy body was harboring so many potential risks. Without hesitation, he clicked the confirm button, instantly reducing his points to 175. A warm sensation swept through his body, as if invisible hands were clearing away all the hidden injuries and impurities that had built up over the years. The feeling of relief was so strong that he couldn't help but take a deep breath, and even his constitution stat on the game panel increased by 1. Clearly, The harmful substances accumulated from years of intense work had been cleansed as well. Looking at the 10 free attribute points he received after settlement, Zuo Cheng'an immediately allocated them to strength. Once strength reached the cap of 10, he distributed the remaining points evenly between constitution and speed. His attribute panel now read: Player, Zuo Cheng'an. Level, not yet on the ladder. Spirit, 74,100. Constitution, 10. Strength, 10. Speed, 10. Items, tetanus antidote X131, night vision goggles, 2 pieces of dried lamb. Skill, true sight. Originally, his strength was just 5. He had earned 3 points through achievements in the dungeon, bringing it up to 8. This time, he used 2 points to max out strength, then split the remaining 8 points between constitution and speed. To his surprise, there were still 2 points left unused. The system prompted him that he needed to level up in the ladder tower to break through his bonus current limits and allocate further points. Zuo Cheng'an nodded to himself at this. Setupit was a classic game progression mechanic. He felt increasingly grateful for having spent the 25 points earlier. If he hadn't cleared his hidden injuries and boosted his constitution, he wouldn't have the 2 extra attribute points now. However, the drop in his spirit from 97 to 74 cents before entering the dungeon did catch his attention. As he pondered the meaning of this value, the sounds around him suddenly became much clearer. He overheard a vendor at a nearby stall haggling with a customer over a horn-shaped item. With the price being negotiated down from 200 points to 161, the buyer still arguing fiercely over the last single point. Strangely, his sudden appearance in the street didn't seem to attract much attention. The passers-by merely commented, "Another newcomer," before continuing with their own business. A few curious glances came from the corners, but none of them were hostile. Therefore, Zuo Cheng'an paid no attention to the curious stares around him and focused on observing his surroundings. The scene before him resembled an ordinary human city, but the flawless white sky and the strange phenomenon of every corner being clearly visible despite the absence of any apparent light source made it clear that this was not the real world, but a virtual space within a game. Occasionally, he saw other newcomers appear suddenly out of thin air, just like he had, obviously teleported here. Zuo Cheng'an stood at the entrance of a bustling marketplace, surrounded by a square filled with stalls. The shouts of vendors selling their goods blended into a noisy chorus. The stalls displayed a wide variety of items: food, accessories, and some tools he couldn't quite identify. Some stall owners seemed to want to avoid attention, wrapping themselves tightly in black cloth as if that could shield them from prying eyes. He took a brief walk around the market, checking out the prices, and realized that the 175 points in his pocket, though not a large sum, would be enough to cover his basic needs. If he only bought regular food, these points could last him 2 months living comfortably. But if he wanted to buy tools, even the most basic white-grade item could bankrupt him overnight. At that moment, one of the hidden onlookers finally approached. A sharp-eyed woman came up to him, enthusiastically grabbing his wrist and immediately launching into her sales pitch. "I've been watching you for a while. You suddenly appeared on the street, so you must be new here, right? Need a guide? Only 5 points. It's a real bargain." Zuo Cheng'an glanced down at the woman, unimpressed. From what had just observed, 5 points could buy 10 pounds of rice, clearly an excessive tip for a simple service. He didn't mind finding a guide to learn more about the game, but this was obviously an unfair price, and there was no guarantee he wouldn't get scammed. His instincts told him that people like this rarely provided useful information. More likely, they'd hide key details and leave newcomers at a disadvantage. The woman seemed to sense his hesitation and, still refusing to let go, hinted at some special services that would be available after the tour, which made Zuo Cheng'an even more uncomfortable. He didn't react immediately, but instead tightened his grip on her wrist. As his hold grew stronger, the woman suddenly cried out in pain and quickly let go. For a moment, fear flickered in her eyes, but there was also a trace of reluctant admiration, as if she realized she had encountered someone tough. She had no choice but to back off. "All right, I get it. If you don't need a guide, I'll leave you alone. Just let me go." Zuo Cheng'an released her and watched as she quickly disappeared into the crowd. The other would-be service providers who had been eyeing him cautiously backed away as well. Finally, he had some peace and could properly observe his new environment. He soon noticed that guides like the woman were a common sight in the market. Almost every time a newcomer appeared, a few sets of eyes would lock onto them, and then different guides would be sent out depending on the situation. For young men, they'd send someone like the sharp woman from before. For women, they'd send people who pretended to have special difficulties or disabilities to elicit sympathy. Even though points could heal physical injuries, just 2 days' worth was enough to restore someone to full health. These people continued to put on an act, creating a whole industry out of it. The profit was obvious. Zuo Cheng'an had no intention of helping the newcomers who were being scammed. As he watched the confused faces of those being tricked by the guides, he didn't feel a shred of sympathy. Just then, a child who looked no older than 8 or 9 suddenly approached him. Keeping a safe distance, the child tugged at Zuo Cheng'an's sleeve and spoke cautiously. "Sir, would you like a guide?" I can show you around Zone 7's main areas for just 1 point. Cheng'an was surprised. Though the price was extremely low, he could hear genuine sincerity in the child's voice, unlike the obvious scripts of the other hawkers. He realized that this area was called Zone 7, which meant there was likely a numbered system. If there was a Zone 7, then there must also be Zones 1 through 6, or even more. Compared to the earlier guides who demanded payment but offered little useful information, this child seemed much more honest and straightforward. While the information might be basic, at least Cheng'an wouldn't be left completely in the dark or cheated out of all his points. And at just 1 point, the price was a fraction of what the others were charging. In the end, Cheng'an decided to let the little boy show him around. The boy, who introduced himself as Yulu, had a surprisingly high-pitched voice that didn't match his appearance, but Cheng'an tactfully chose not to ask about it. What truly shocked him was Yule's background. This child had actually been born and raised inside the game, with both parents being players. Even more surprising, children like Yulu weren't unusual in safe zone number 7. Cheng'an quickly did the math. The mass disappearances in the real world had only happened 2 weeks ago, so there hadn't been enough time for a child to be born and grow up this much. This meant that either the game had existed for more than a decade, or time moved much faster here than in the real world. Big brother, you're from the real world, aren't you? Yulu asked curiously. Everything we need is here, so why do some adults still want to leave? Cheng'an thought for a moment, then answered from the perspective that would matter most to a resident of this world. The real world is pretty similar, but people don't have to risk their lives. They just work safely to earn money for food. I see, Yulu said, suddenly understanding. He explained that the only currency in the game was points, which could only be earned by players transferring them or by completing dungeons. Even with the best strategies, anyone who wasn't strong enough could die in a dungeon at any time. This explanation made Cheng'an wary. Yulu shouldn't be ignorant of such basic facts if he was a guide. Was he pretending, or did he really not know? I just turned 10 yesterday and got kicked out of the temple dungeon. You're the first guest I've ever shown around, Yulu explained. In the game, pregnant women and children under 10 live in a place called the temple, which is Dungeon 0. Life there is restricted, but everyone has enough to eat and wear. They arrived at the center of the safe zone and stopped in front of a massive, egg-shaped building. This is the dungeon hall, Yulu said. Every player has to enter a dungeon once a week unless they pay a fee of 100 points to skip it. Also, watch out for the glowing circles on the floor. If you step on one, you'll be teleported into a dungeon immediately. Inside, the dungeon hall looked a lot like a train station waiting room, but the walls were lined with huge screens. Each screen represented a dungeon, clearly displaying its name, level, and required number of players. Promotional videos for each dungeon played on a loop, helping players choose where to go. Cheng'an noticed the nearest screen was showing footage of a luxurious cruise ship, clear blue seas, a glowing sunset, and crowds of cheerful passengers. The promo video was filled with alluring scenes, elegant ballroom dances, ocean view suites, private theaters, bars, and even a golf course. The number 3 means it's a level 3 instance, and 1588 is its unique ID. As for the name and image, the game provides these as clues for players to guess what kind of instance it is, whether it's about survival or completing tasks. In survival instances, you just need to stay alive, while in task-based ones, you have to finish specific objectives set by the game. Yulu noticed that Cheng'an's gaze lingered on the information for the nowhere to escape instance. He quickly leaned in, his eyes wary. Hey, don't let that promo video fool you, Yulu said anxiously, tapping the light screen a few times. This level 3 instance just launched recently, and no one's beaten it yet. There's not even a full guide available. He lowered his voice. Everyone's waiting for the big guilds to clear it first, then they'll buy the guides. There's no rush. Wait until the strategies are out. Yuli's expression grew even more serious. Honestly, it's not a good idea for newbies to try higher level instances before reaching the sky ladder. If your stats aren't high enough, you might not even be able to scratch the monsters in there. Cheng'an nodded, his eyes calm. The game's beautiful image said deep blue ocean, a luxurious cruise ship paired with the name Nowhere to Escape, made it clear to him that this instance was far more complicated than it seemed. As Yulu continued explaining the details of the instance hall, a sudden commotion erupted near the entrance. Damn, why is the Zhulang Guild here? Just my luck, one player shouted. Someone nearby shot back, if you don't like them, don't buy their guides next time. Awesome, finally a major guild is taking the plunge. Another excited voice chimed in. I heard the team leader this time is from the Xiaoyu Guild. They've already reached the 4th tier of the sky ladder, right? You can tell they're on another level. Why are people from both guilds together? Are they teaming up for this instance? 2 impressive teams entered from the doorway, each member kitted out with top-tier gear and a commanding presence. All of them were either at the peak of the 2nd tier or already 3rd-tier players. There were at least 100 of them, and they strode straight to the portal for the level 3 Nowhere to Escape instance. As more people entered the portal, the number displayed above it changed from 0100 to 37100. And when the last of the 2 guilds stepped in, it finally reached 100100. The moment the quota was filled, All 100 players vanished, teleported into the instance world. This one actually needs fewer people, just 20 to start, Yulu explained, pointing at the next glowing portal that had appeared. Nearby, players who had been watching the excitement realized the new portal was for an old, low-level instance that had been open for a while, and it even dropped items. Eyes lit up all around as people got interested. Soon, players started selling guides openly. Rank clear. All collectibles. Strategy for unlocking the secret reward from the Blue Hat Granny. Guaranteed by Xiao Yue Trustworthy. A tall, skinny player with glasses shouted. Unlock all side quests. Steal the Blue Hat item without taking any damage. Come take a look. Another player called, holding up a light screen showing a guide preview. No risks. No crazy gambles. Follow my guide, and you'll get out safe and sound. A chubby player assured, patting his chest. The guides varied in content and price. Soon, 20 players picked their favorite guides and stepped into the portal. After they disappeared, everyone noticed that the next instance to appear was still level 2, but the ID was much higher. Even though a big guild had already cleared it, guides hadn't leaked yet, so hardly anyone went in. Meanwhile, Yulu kept busy, taking the opportunity to teach Zui Cheng'an more about the game, his fingers flying across the light screen as he pulled up profiles for the major guilds. Xiaoyu, Zhulang, and Qianlai, these three are the most famous guilds in District 7, Yulu said, his eyes shining with admiration. They each have at least 1,000 instance guides. If you join one of those guilds, not only will experienced players keep you safe, but you'll also get access to all kinds of benefits and walkthroughs. He stretched his arms wide for emphasis. Over 1,000 guides. If you only run one instance a week, you'd never have to risk your life in a new one for the next 20 years. The big guilds in this game really remind me of major corporations in the real world, don't they? Cheng'an suddenly understood. The benefits are great, but getting in is tough, right? Yulu nodded slightly, her expression turning more serious. Exactly. It's very difficult. Big guilds like Xiaoya and Qianlai have strict entry requirements. At minimum, you have to reach the first tier just to get a shot at joining. Whether you can stay, though, depends almost entirely on your later performance. She paused, her eyes growing heavier. Most newcomers have almost no chance. These guilds rarely recruit, unless you're a monster who can score in a rank right from the start. If you have that kind of potential, they'll welcome you with open arms. She shook her head. But if we're comparing, the Zhuliang Guild is relatively easier to get into. At least they regularly recruit new members. However, Yulu tugged at Zui Cheng'an's sleeve, signaling for him to lean in. I've heard that sometimes Zhuliang uses new members to test out the kill rules in dungeons. Zui Cheng'an looked at her in confusion. What do you mean? Yulu lowered her voice. Sometimes, when new players don't perform well in a mission, all the veterans make it out fine, but every newcomer dies. It happens all the time. Zui Cheng'an made a mental note of this. He wasn't planning to join a guild just yet, but it was always good to be prepared. He changed the topic. What about smaller guilds? There can't just be a few big ones in Zone 7, right? Yulu raised her eyebrows. Smaller guilds are much simpler. The ones recruiting at the market entrance are good examples. You just check their requirements, and if you meet them, you can join. She paused. Some have almost no entry standards basically. If you're a player, you're welcome. Others want you to meet minimum strength, speed, or attribute levels. The standards vary a lot. Zui Cheng'an nodded and quickly took mental notes. Got it. But I definitely won't show my stats panel to anyone. Of course, Yulu smiled. Don't worry. Guilds have confidentiality rules. Now, let me show you the entertainment center in the safe zone. There's an arena, a tower for ranked challenges, and finally, the real estate center. Before she finished speaking, the two of them were already on their way to the next stop. Real estate center. Zui Cheng'an was surprised, his eyes wide. There's property development in the game? Yulu nodded with a smile. Of course, the game is the biggest developer here. Every player needs a place to stay. Once you have a home, you can choose to go straight there after finishing a dungeon, or head out to the streets. If you're injured, you can rest at home in private. You won't have to change clothes or shower out in public anymore. Zui Cheng'an walked over to the price list at the real estate center and glanced at it. A standard single hotel-style apartment cost 20,000 points to buy, or 30 points per week to rent. He frowned slightly at the price. What if you can't afford the rent? Yulu chuckled and pointed toward the park and underpasses nearby. Then you can stay in the park or under a bridge. The conditions aren't great, but at least you're sheltered from the weather. Look over there under the bridge. A lot of players have claimed spots, like one big communal bunk. There's no privacy at all. Zui Cheng'an turned and looked at the makeshift beds in the distance, feeling a little sorry for those who had to stay there. These places might solve the problem of shelter, but for anyone who values privacy, they're far from ideal. When he parted ways with Yulu, Zui Cheng'an gave her an extra 4 points as a thank you, especially since she had explained everything about the ranked tower so clearly. Then, without hesitation, he spent 30 points to rent a small, cheap room. The moment his stats panel was linked to the room, he felt a sudden sense of weightlessness, and everything went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing in a room of just over 40 square meters. The layout was simple but comfortable, with none of the artificial feel of a virtual world. It felt more like he was in some kind of independent space. Opened the door, and the plaza of the dungeon lobby was right outside. Through the window, he could see a sweeping view of the entire Zone 7 safe area, convenient transportation, beautiful scenery. Zhuo couldn't help but think that this environment was simply perfect. As soon as he stepped out of the main room, Zhuo figure appeared at the entrance of the instance hall. This was the very center of safe zone number 7, making it a convenient starting point for anywhere he needed to go. He quickly got his bearings, locked his gaze on the distant, towering structure, and headed straight for the Sky Ladder Tower. Climbing the Sky Ladder, that was what players called it. Officially, the game referred to it as the Sky Ladder Tower, since players had to ascend floor by floor to level up, as if climbing an endless ladder. Over time, this nickname became common among the community. Zhuo glanced down at his personal panel. His level was marked as unclimbed. This meant that once his attribute points hit 10, he couldn't improve any further. To break through this bottleneck, he needed to reach the first floor of the Sky Ladder Tower. The process was simple, clear, and unopened instance appropriate for his level. Since these instances hadn't yet appeared in the instance hall, there were no guides or walkthroughs to rely on. It was a true test of a player's actual ability. Of course, things would be different if you had a high-level friend willing to carry you through. But players with those kinds of connections were rare. Out of the 100,000 people in safe zone number 7, more than 20,000 were still at the unclimbed stage. That's why, if you never attempted the climb, you could still scrape by using guides. But once you set foot on the path, a single misstep could mean your end. Guides might seem to improve survival and clearance rates, but in reality, they stifled players' independence, and long-term reliance only fostered psychological dependence. That was the best-case scenario. Some players were so terrified by the instances that they'd rather sleep on the streets and eat cold food, working themselves to the bone just to scrape together 100 points to meet the weekly instance requirement, taking life one day at a time. Most of the guide groups lurking near newcomer spawn points were made up of people like this. There were also players who made a living with their skills, buying raw materials to craft and sell clothes, food, furniture, and more. Over time, the safe zone became almost indistinguishable from the real world. Here, you could buy a delicious jianbing from a street corner, just as you could outside, only the ingredients were healthier. Zhuo couldn't see the barrage of vulgar comments now, but he hadn't forgotten what had witnessed in the instance: humans treated like animals in a zoo, watched for entertainment by some unknown presence. No matter how he looked at those floating eyeballs in the instance, he couldn't see any labels for them. Maybe those eyes weren't even part of the game at all. If he wanted to uncover the truth behind those eyes, he needed power. The Sky Ladder Tower loomed ahead, a stark, white column of metal, rising straight up like a gigantic steel pipe. It was the tallest structure in safe zone number 7, so high it disappeared into the clouds. It truly lived up to its name. To most players, it was just a massive metal tower. But in Zhuo vision, an annotation appeared. Sky Ladder Tower, the path to godhood. Can you seize the opportunity? Leah. This note was completely different from anything he'd seen before. The end was garbled, and the font was a unique gold. What kind of existence couldn't even display its own name? And who had a special font? The thought barely formed before a chill ran down Zhuo's spine. Cold sweat soaked his innermost shirt, and a wave of terror swept over him. Stingy bastard, Zhuo cursed in his heart. Of course, he wasn't reckless enough to tempt fate, and deliberately avoided thinking about the garbled in his mind. Sure enough, as long as he didn't dwell on it, the sense of danger faded. He pushed the unsettling experience aside, and continued toward the Sky Ladder Tower. It had been impressive from a distance, but up close, its sheer scale was even more overwhelming. All the players who hadn't climbed the ranks yet were gathered outside the first floor of the Sky Ladder Tower. Inside the spacious hall, rows of enormous screens were lined up neatly, each with a softly glowing circular portal beneath it. The setup was almost identical to the instance hall. Live footage of various instances played on the screens, each labeled with the instance name and required number of participants. Compared to the bustling instance hall, the crowd here was much thinner, with only a handful of people standing within some of the glowing circles. Route 412 bus. Need one more. Ready to go as soon as you join. Desert Tour Group. 20-person instance. For spots left. Unlimited drinking water items included. Island Resort Presidential Suite. All-inclusive food and lodging. Only 6 spots remaining. Shouts and calls echoed throughout the hall. Some players were actively recruiting for teams, while others hung back, wary of joining groups with strangers and possibly getting the short end of the stick. According to the system rules, if a group didn't fill up within an hour, the waiting players would be forcibly ejected. To avoid wasting time, most people preferred to form teams in advance before entering together. Zhuo stood among the crowd, his gaze drifting between the hundreds of screens. He had a clear set of criteria. No horror-themed instances, short duration preferred, and ideally something that could be completed within the safe zone's time limit. If an instance offered quality accommodation and meals, he was willing to be a bit more flexible with the time requirement. Just then, a farm-themed instance caught his eye. The screen showed an idyllic rural scene. bright red tomatoes hanging from vines, chicks following a mother hen, sheep dotting green hillsides, and cows grazing lazily. In front of this instance, a pair of twin sisters were having a discussion. Big sis, this one looks like a task-based instance. We'll come back as soon as we finish. At most, we'll have to deal with some wolves or leopards, no ghosts or anything like that. We don't have enough people, though. It needs 5 to start. Let's wait a bit. It's in such a prime spot. We'll fill up soon. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, 4 more male players showed up. Unfortunately, Zuo Cheng'an and the twins had already taken 3 spots, leaving only 2 spaces, not enough for all 4 newcomers to join together. Soon after, a sweet-looking couple arrived and conveniently filled the last 2 slots. The moment the couple stepped into the portal, Zuo Cheng'an felt a gentle pull. In the blink of an eye, the fresh scent of grass and earth washed over him, and he found himself standing beside a bus stop sign. The bus stop sign clearly read Uncle Redeye's farm in bold letters. Instantly, information about the instance popped into Zuo Cheng'an's mind. This was a Onade mission set on a farm famous for its popular tomato sauce. The owner, Uncle Redeye, was troubled by a shortage of workers until a group of players arrived to fill the gap. The system specifically warned, although Uncle Redeye is mild-mannered, he has 0 tolerance for laziness. Zuo Cheng'an glanced around. The other 4 players had already gathered. A pair of identical twin sisters stood together. A couple stood close and inseparable, while he was on his own. But he barely had time to process this, because something unsettling was happening. Unlike the previous Night of Screams instance, each player was now surrounded by 3 to 5 bizarre floating eyeballs, trailing blood-red veins, far more than usual. These eyes hovered like invisible watchers, broadcasting every move the players made to an unknown audience. Comments from viewers immediately appeared in the air. This is why latter instances are the best. Everything's brand new. No spoilers to worry about. Exactly, those spoiler comments about monster locations ruin all the suspense. This is Redeye's farm. That money-grubbing, player-trapping giant rabbit. Haha, this is going to be good. These comments made Zuo Cheng'an aware so this so-called Uncle Redeye was actually a mischievous rabbit who loved to trick players. He hadn't even met him yet, but he was already on guard. The other players seemed experienced and took advantage of the lull before the NPC arrived to introduce themselves. The twin sisters spoke first. I'm Fuyu, and this is my sister Fuyu. We've cleared 4 level 1 instances, and except for our constitution, all our stats are maxed out. Our sanity is above 70, so we're pretty safe. Next was the couple. I'm Wang Guangfei, and this is my girlfriend, Yu. Our specialty is maxed speed, and our sanity is both in the 80s. Zuo Cheng'an noticed that everyone emphasized their sanity stat, which made him wonder, what kind of danger would low sanity bring in this instance? Zuo Cheng'an was the last player to introduce himself. He deliberately withheld some information. My strength is maxed out, but my mental state is a bit lower, over 60. He was quietly calculating. Since the other 4 all had at least 1 maxed out stat, if he set this verbal trap and let them think his mental value was only in the 60s, he might be able to learn something important about the significance of mental stats. Before the other players could react, the live chat exploded. Whoa, his mental stat is only in the 60s. He's on the edge of danger. He might start mutating in this instance, maybe, hell, even grow rabbit ears like Red Eyes, since this is its territory. Not necessarily. Mutation is mostly impacted by fear. He might turn into the monster that traumatized him most. Bad luck for the others in his group. If his self-control is weak, he could end up becoming an insider threat. These cryptic comments caught Zuo Cheng'an's attention. He silently made a note of the word mutation and kept a close eye on the other players' reactions. Fuyu frowned and glanced at her younger sister, Fuyu, who shook her head in response. Only then did Fuyu speak up. Did you just do several high-intensity runs in a row? You should really take a couple of days to rest after this, or your body won't hold up. The young couple quietly took 2 steps back, as if afraid of catching something from him. These responses made Zuo Cheng'an even more curious about the concept of mutation. At that moment, an unusual figure appeared by the bus stop signal. White rabbit, taller than an adult and walking upright. It wore a black tuxedo and matching top hat, and spoke in a sharp, childish voice that clashed with its elegant attire. Dear players, I've been waiting for you for so long. The big white rabbit, with its blood-red eyes, stared directly at the group. Only then did everyone realize where the name Redeeye Farm came from. Still, the rabbit's aristocratic outfit felt totally out of place on a farm, and its childlike voice didn't fit the title Uncle Redeye's farm either. Instead, it seemed more like a young master who had sneaked out of a noble's banquet. Zuo Cheng'an's attention, however, was drawn to the health bar above the rabbit's head, reading 94.88. Hostile creature. Killable. Redeye Uncle seemed oblivious to the players' confusion and continued cheerfully. You've arrived just in time. There's so much work to do on the farm, picking tomatoes, herding the naughty little lambs home, collecting eggs. I can't handle it all by myself. Thank you so much. Despite the words of gratitude, his face was full of impatience, as if he might lose his temper and attack the players at any moment. Since jobs on the farm are so rare, you actually have to pay for this valuable opportunity. But since you don't have any ladder coins, they'll let you owe me for now. Just make sure to pay me back 100 coins when you get them." Redeye spoke with a greedy glint in its eye, nodding and swaying as if charging for work was the most natural thing in the world. It showed genuine interest only when money was involved. Paid jobs had finally found their way into the world of instances. Zuo Cheng'an focused on Redeye, especially its bloodstained evening gown. A system prompt popped up. Redeye, a mad rabbit comment. Actually kind of cute. Bloodstained evening gown. From the dressing room of level 3 instance, nowhere to escape. It's so soaked in blood that ITLL soon turned stiff. The golden font appeared again. After the code was also in gold. But Zuo Cheng'an was more interested in something else. Redeye could appear in both the farm instance and nowhere to escape. So NPCs in the game can move freely between instances? Are they really that short-handed? Zuo Cheng'an wondered. And, seriously, how thick is your filter? As soon as he finished complaining in his head, Zuo Cheng'an braced himself, expecting that familiar sense of pressure to hit at any moment. But after waiting a while, nothing happened. Didn't overwhelm him like had before. He even cursed it in his mind, just to test it. Still nothing? After a brief introduction, Redeye led the players toward the farm on the nearby hillside, chattering non-stop about its history. The farm's most famous product is our tomato sauce. Our loyal customers are too many to count. Happy Apartments, Ladder Department Store, Rose Hotel. Every tomato season, they place huge orders for our sauce. Talking about the farm's achievements finally brought some life to Redeye's monotone, and it even pulled a jar labeled Red Eye Farm tomato sauce out of thin air to show everyone. The players listened closely, eyes wide, afraid to miss any quest details. But along the way, Redeye was either bragging about the farm's glory or reminding them to pay for the job opportunity, revealing nothing about the actual task. The players couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Look, dear players, we're passing the tomato fields now. Impressive, aren't they? At Redeye's words, everyone looked over at the tomato fields by the road. Each tomato had a vivid face, strikingly similar to a panda meme, and they actually rotated themselves to watch the players with their eyes. Maybe it was just their imagination, but if you stared long enough, the tomatoes seemed to smile back at you. Panda meme tomatoes smiling at me? That's just disturbing. All the players were rookies, new to instances, and had never seen anything like this before. Their eyes stung just from looking, and they quickly looked away, not daring to meet the tomatoes' gaze again. But in Zuo Cheng'an's eyes, a note appeared next to the tomatoes with those bizarre panda meme faces. Howling tomato, an extremely sensitive and timid variety, but also delicious. Handle with the utmost care during harvest. If frightened, they'll quickly spoil while wailing. After reading the note, Zuo Cheng'an tested the waters. These tomatoes look amazing. They must have been really well cared for. Redeye's ears twitched, clearly pleased. Of course, you've got a good eye, player. Zuo Cheng'an was speechless. That's it. Aren't you supposed to give me something? Damn, what a stingy rabbit. At that moment, Yu tried to get on Redeye's good side too, chiming in. Yeah, these little tomatoes are really beautiful. To humans, tomato and little tomato are just different names for the same thing. The shorter version is even more common in everyday speech, and coming from a girl, the compliment sounded extra sweet. But Redeye's expression froze. It slowly turned to Yu and asked, word by word, what did you just call beautiful? Yu didn't realize she'd said anything wrong, completely missing the sudden tension in the air. She just kept praising the little tomatoes. They're so freaking cute. Seriously, so freaking lovable. The twin sisters, Fu Yu and Fu Yu, exchanged a glance, wanting to join in the flattery, but faced with a row of tomatoes sporting panda meme faces, they just couldn't bring themselves to say a word. In the end, Wang Guangfei keenly sensed the heavy tension in the air. He quickly tugged at his girlfriend's sleeve and whispered, stop talking for now. Your charm item doesn't seem to work on this dungeon boss. Well, what a bunch of adorable players, the reedied rabbit remarked, standing there with a rigid expression barely concealing its anger. Its paws gripped the cane tightly, as if that was the only thing stopping it from smashing the players right then and there. An overwhelming sense of dread radiated from its body, even affecting the tomatoes by the roadside. Their faces instantly scrunched up, as if they might burst into tears at any moment. Seeing its beloved tomatoes so distressed, the reedied rabbit finally suppressed its aura. The couple picked up on the change in its tone and sensibly fell silent. The rest of the tour took a bizarre turn. A reeking cattle pen, a chicken coop filled with hens as tall as a person, each sporting hooked beaks and sharp talons, and a sheepfold stocked with both hay and raw meat. Most striking of all was a crazed black sheep inside the pen, relentlessly trying to bite the reedied rabbit. You beast, can't you ever stop? Every time I see you, I have to bite you. Can't you give it a rest for just one day? The sight of a rabbit calling a sheep a beast was absurd, but the players' attention was fixed on the mysterious chunks of flesh in the feeding trough. Noticing their horrified expressions, the reedied rabbit's face broke into a broad grin. That smile didn't last long. You damn rats again. Stay away from my tomatoes. It yelled, as two rats each bigger than a cat sauntered out from somewhere on the farm and began rummaging through the warehouse for breakfast. Right in front of everyone, they gobbled down 2 palm-sized eggs and some fresh tomatoes. Zuo Cheng'an noticed these rats were different from the other farm animals. They had health bars above their heads, marking them as hostile dungeon creatures. These were steel fang rats, a common nuisance in Ladder City, notorious for raiding homes and stealing food. Watching the rats ruin its precious tomatoes, the red-eyed rabbit was hopping mad. Zuo Cheng'an could tell that, judging by its strength, the rabbit could have easily dealt with the rats, but it seemed to be restricted by some kind of dungeon rule that prevented it from acting, much like how players were protected from harm unless they broke the rules. No matter how furious it was, the rabbit could only swallow its anger. After all, in this farm, it was just an ordinary farm owner. When faced with a rat infestation, all it could do was ask the players for help. The rabbit pointed at Zuo Cheng'an with its paw. Your task is to kill the rats on this farm. By tonight, I want to see 100 rat corpses. The quest log has been updated. The mission duration is now 1 day. Congratulations, you've unlocked a hidden quest. Kill steel-toothed rats 0-100. The time limit is also 1 day. Friendly reminder, Uncle Red Eyes is kind, but he can't stand slackers. Make sure you finish the task he assigned before the instance ends. Watching the changes on his personal panel, Zuo Cheng'an suddenly understood. His earlier words had caught the attention of red-eyed rabbit, and the grumbling rats gave it the perfect excuse to assign him the pest control quest. Thinking back, he realized that red-eyed rabbit had actually intended to give him a much harder task, killing 1,000 rats. Unfortunately for it, the system rejected that, so the quest was adjusted to 100 rats. Apparently, the instance system would never assign players tasks that were truly impossible to complete. But a rat-clearing quest as a hidden mission? Zuo Cheng'an couldn't help but wonder what the original assignment was supposed to be. Was it shearing sheep, cleaning the house, or milking cows? Those mundane chores hardly matched his combat abilities or warranted such careful planning from red-eyed rabbit. Zuo Cheng'an's task panel was visible only to him. The other players had no idea what had been assigned. Instead, they assumed had tried to suck up to red-eyed rabbit and failed, secretly laughing at him. But their laughter didn't last long. Red-eyed rabbit wasn't in the mood for a leisurely farm tour. It immediately began handing out jobs. With a mischievous grin, it pointed at a young couple and said, "There are 21 sheep on my farm. Before nightfall, you need to herd every last one back into the pen." Then, gesturing to Fu Yu and Fu Yu nearby, it continued, "You go collect eggs from the chicken coop, and don't miss a single one. And you clean out the cow sheet. I don't want to see a single speck of dirt." After assigning the tasks, red-eyed rabbit tapped its cane and flashed an exaggerated smile. "Dear players, Uncle Red Eyes hates nothing more than laziness. Remember, you must finish all your work before sundown." Hearing the assignments, the other 4 players breathed a collective sigh of relief, glancing at Zuo Cheng'an with a mix of pity and sympathy. Their tasks were tiring, but with their physical strength, they weren't all that hard. Zuo Cheng'an's mission was a different story. Killing rats was an unknown challenge, probably risky, and who knew if he could finish before nightfall. However, Zuo Cheng'an didn't think he'd gotten a tough deal. After all, he could see the steel-toothed rat's health bars. These were the only creatures in the instance with visible health. Once he locked onto a rat's location, he wouldn't have to waste time searching. Plus, he had night vision goggles from the beginner's instance, letting him see perfectly in the dark. For him, this task would be a breeze. Even better, defeating monsters might drop useful items. In comparison, those tomatoes could rot if picked wrong, protective hens and aggressive sheep might be hard to handle, and the chores were full of hidden pitfalls. He quickly realized that while his assignment looked tough on the surface, it might actually be the safest option. Meanwhile, the chat was buzzing with speculation about what kind of trouble red-eyed rabbit would throw at the players next. They didn't have the Eye of Truth skill, so they couldn't see item descriptions or details. All they could do was rely on experience from other instances to make guesses. The rules for picking tomatoes became a puzzle for them. They speculated that only fully ripe, completely red tomatoes could be picked. After all, during the red-eyed overseer's inspection, any tomato with green spots would surely be rejected. As for the damaged ones hidden under the leaves, they'd definitely be tossed out during the inspection, picked apart one by one, and might even lead to someone's death. I bet these tomatoes are a weird variety. If you're not careful while picking, your hands will get dirty with the juice from rotten tomatoes. If that gets on your skin, it'll swell up and fester, one player joked, a hint of dark humor in his voice. You guys are ruthless, I can't help but laugh. Their theories quickly spiraled into stranger territory, filled with bizarre details. One player even imagined the farm's chickens becoming fiercely protective, attacking anyone who dared touch their eggs. If a player tried to fight back and the red-eyed overseer returned to find an injured chicken, they'd definitely be punished harshly. The chat filled with laughter and comments as everyone joined in. Unlike these prank-filled speculations, Zuo Cheng'an was much more cautious. Every message made him more anxious, sharpening his focus on the upcoming tasks. Unlike him, the other players didn't seem to take the instance seriously. Some were even relaxed. Wang Guangfei, one half of a couple, acted like he wanted to show off in front of his girlfriend. He said casually, "So this is all there is to it? I don't get why my buddy's so scared to try. Once I'm the top-ranked player, he'll go back and tease him. Yeah, it's just picking tomatoes. There's nothing to be afraid of, it's only a little gross, but otherwise pretty easy," another player said dismissively, laughing at himself. At that moment, Yu remembered the preparations she and her boyfriend had just made. Since their points were limited, they couldn't afford any high-rated walkthroughs, only some basic guides that could barely guarantee a pass. After each round, their scores were usually low, mostly D or Dan. With luck, they might get one free attribute point. If they ended up in an instance with a lot of survivors, they wouldn't even get that. As a result, their progress was painfully slow, and even basic needs like food and shelter were a struggle. Faced with this situation, the discounts and perks for ladder players in the game finally convinced Yu to take a risk and aim for a higher ranking in the ladder tower. That way, they could get at least 1 point per week, enough to cover food expenses. She looked at the twin sisters nearby, who had maximized both of their attributes and only attempted the ladder after hitting a bottleneck. They played fewer instances than the couples, and although they didn't get top scores, they were much more efficient than those who relied on luck and endless grinding. Just then, the reedied overseer appeared, looking busy. It assigned tasks to each player, muttering about having to get to the boat and feeling seasick before disappearing from sight. The players exchanged glances, then hurried off to their designated spots. Soon, only Zuo Cheng'an was left standing there. Watching Redeye's walk away, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer needing to restrain himself. That health bar that wasn't at 100 had been dangling in front of him, making his hands itch. Wanted nothing more than to go up and land a hit. Wait, I don't have a weapon, Zuo Cheng'an thought to himself. Aside from the starter dungeon that provided players with a free weapon and armor, none of the other instances offered such perks. Realizing this, Zuo Cheng'an glanced around, deciding to search the area for a suitable weapon. With the eye of truth on his side, he didn't have to worry about picking up something that might get him killed. The main part of the farm was a vast field of tomatoes sprawled across the hillside. Apart from the farmland, the chicken coop, sheep pen, cowshed, and granary were all relatively small buildings. What struck Zuo Cheng'an as odd, though, was that such a large farm didn't keep any cats or dogs. Other than the animal shelters, there was only a 2-story house with a red roof that seemed to be where the farm owner lived. Zuo Cheng'an tried the door, and as expected, it was locked. Viewers in the chat who had been betting on a door trap let out a collective sigh. A locked door doesn't mean I can't get in through the chimney, Zuo Cheng'an thought. With his maxed out physical stats, climbing up to the roof was as easy as breathing. But time was tight, and he couldn't afford to waste it exploring. Hidden quests were nice, but killing 100 wild monsters was no small feat. He didn't want to find out what would happen if he failed the target Redeye's had set. If the rules disappeared after the instance ended, Redeye's would be free to do whatever it wanted to the players. With a title like Mad Rabbit, its methods of tormenting humans were bound to be extraordinary. Luckily, Zuo Cheng'an found what he needed in a dusty storage shed, a long-handled weapon, a pitchfork. Pitchfork origin. Farm. An unassuming but deadly tool. One end was a wooden handle, the other a U-shaped piece of metal with 2 extremely sharp prongs. Judging by the blood and bits of meat stuck to it, this pitchfork had been used for more than just hay, probably to fish meat scraps out of the sheep pen's trough. Don't underestimate a pitchfork. Zuo Cheng'an gripped the weapon, feeling its weight. It's long, it's sharp. With my night vision goggles, they'll be able to hunt in even the tiniest cracks. One jab, and those rats won't know what hit them. While grabbing the pitchfork, Zuo Cheng'an ran into Yu, who had just returned with a basket of freshly picked tomatoes. Her boyfriend seemed to have gone off to look for the sheep. Even from a distance, Zuo Cheng'an could hear the tomatoes in the basket wailing loudly, their cries chilling. Will you all shut up already? Yu yelled at the tomatoes in frustration. You've already been picked, what's with all the noise? Keep it up, and I'll smash you. Yu was clearly at her wit's end, the sheer workload leaving her breathless. It reminded her of life before she entered this world, when her congenital heart disease made even a brisk walk exhausting and her palms cold with sweat. The storage shed wasn't that big, but the shelves inside could hold a surprising amount. She'd probably have to pick nearly all the tomatoes on the hillside to fill it. At that moment, Yu was especially glad she'd maxed out her speed stats before joining the ladder dungeon. Otherwise, she might have failed the task and gotten stuck here. All she could do was hope her boyfriend, Wang Guangfei, would finish herding the sheep quickly so he could come back and help her pick tomatoes. The constant wailing from the tomatoes was getting on her nerves, and when she ran into Zuo Cheng'an, she snapped. Move it. You're in the way. With the game tasks now assigned, there was no need for players to cooperate. Everyone just needed to mind their own business. There was no point wasting energy on building relationships. With that, she hoisted the tomato basket and headed into the shed. Wang Guangfei's situation wasn't looking good. Red Eyes had said there were 21 sheep, but when Wang Guangfei found the flock grazing outside the farm, he counted again and again. No matter how many times he checked, there were only 20 sheep in the group. 19 white sheep and 1 black sheep. I can't be wrong. Although he was anxious about the missing sheep, he had no choice but to herd the remaining 20 back to the farm first. Under the sunlight, Zuo Cheng'an guided the flock, all the while planning to search for the lost sheep with Yu once she finished picking tomatoes. At that moment, Yu was busy at the other end of the farm. Losing her boyfriend's affection had made her irritable and impatient, her face clearly showing her annoyance. Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the slightly discolored tomatoes in her basket and wisely chose to keep quiet. As night fell, Zuo Cheng'an put on his night vision goggles and patrolled around the warehouse. This area saw the most rat activity. He had intended to get along with the female workers stationed there, but seeing their lack of interest, he let it go. Suddenly, through the night vision goggles, he noticed movement in a crack in the wall. Two large gray rats were poking their heads out, greedily eyeing the tomatoes Yu had just moved inside. They hid in the shadows cast by the wall, but they couldn't escape Zuo Cheng'an's notice. He silently circled upwind and, with a sudden leap, lunged forward. His hayfork shot out like lightning. Squeak. When he pulled the fork back, both rats were dead. To his surprise, the first rat actually dropped an item's Swift Rat Dagger. Swift Rat Dagger. Type: common. Effect: attack 1. Description: getting stabbed with this feels just like being bitten by a rat. It stings. Although the dagger's attack power was minimal and its range was shorter than the hayfork, it was still worth keeping since it could be brought out of the instance. With the hayfork's usage time running out, Zuo Cheng'an searched even harder for other steel-toothed rats. The task panel changed from 0100 to 2100, confirming that these 2 rats had been counted by the system. This meant he wouldn't have to carry a pile of rat corpses to complete the quest, which was a relief. He started paying attention to other players' progress through the chat. Just then, a heated discussion thread caught his eye was about the herding task. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 19, 20. I've counted several times too. There are only 20 sheep. Is the rabbit messing with us on purpose? No way. The red eyes only gives doable tasks. So where's the last sheep? This reminded Zuo Cheng'an of a player named Wang Guangfei. What seemed like a simple herding quest now had an extra layer of difficulty. Not only did they have to watch out for carnivorous sheep, but there was also a mysterious missing sheep to find. Unexpectedly, the real challenge of the task wasn't its danger, but the fact that it was almost impossible to find what they were looking for. If Wang Guangfei couldn't locate the missing sheep before nightfall, his time on this fast track of life might be over in the blink of an eye. Zuo Cheng'an kept an eye on the lively discussions in the chat, while deftly dispatching another steel-toothed rat that had slipped out of the grain store with his pitchfork. These rats were so well-fed their bellies bulged, making them noticeably sluggish. Once had scared off the remaining rats in the area, he slung the pitchfork over his shoulder and headed toward the cowshed. While patrolling with Hong Yen earlier, had noticed traces of blood and flesh around both the cows and sheep's feeding troughs outside the barn. Wherever there was food, steel-toothed rats were sure to follow a pattern Head come to recognize. The situation in the cowshed was even worse than Head expected. The ground outside was already covered in manure, but inside was a disaster zone, as if a bathroom explosion had taken place. Years of neglect were obvious, and cleaning it up in a single day would be a challenge worthy of the Sky Tower Dungeon's reputation. Fuyu was currently in charge of cleaning the cowshed, wrapped tightly in a modified cloak and wearing special gloves as he hauled cart after cart of waste outside the farm. Through the eye of truth, Zuo Cheng'an noticed that very few camera drones were following Fuyu. Most had drifted off to watch Yu gracefully picking tomatoes, or were tagging along with Wang Guangfei in his real-life game of Spot the Difference, while a few others were watching Fuyu collect eggs. Seeing Fuyu's sour mood, Zuo Cheng'an wisely chose not to disturb him. He simply hunted a few steel-toothed rats around the cowshed before preparing to leave. However, amidst a pile of clutter, he spotted a large, eye-catching doghouse. Judging by its size, it must have been built for a sheepdog. Though now thick with dust, it was clear the owner had once carefully painted it and even attached a wooden nameplate. This solved a long-standing mystery: why were there no guard dogs on the farm? Presumably, something had happened to the previous dog, and the farmer had never wanted to keep another. Time flew by, and the sun was now high in the sky. The players were all focused on their tasks, working faster and faster, even without speaking. Just then, a heated argument suddenly broke out at the entrance to the tomato warehouse. Having already taken down over 80 steel-toothed rats, and with his task nearly complete, Zuo Cheng'an paused to listen. Wang Guangfei, why haven't you found the sheep yet? Yu snapped impatiently. Is it really so hard to help me fill the warehouse? I've told you 100 times. Wang Guangfei protested anxiously. The warehouse is huge. There's no way I can finish in a short time. Let's find the sheep together before it gets too far. Then I'll come help you right away. Both of them had valid points, and the chat quickly split into 2 camps. The camera drones, drawn by the commotion, gathered in ever-increasing numbers, almost completely encircling the bickering couple. Zuo Cheng'an couldn't see the whole situation clearly, so he focused on the task of eliminating the rats in front of him. His morning had been quite productive. He had already killed 84 steel-toothed rats. However, his only reward so far was a swift rat dagger. This made him realize just how low the drop rate for items was when simply killing monsters. It was almost discouraging. It seemed that the only reliable way to get items was through the guaranteed drop for the first dungeon clear. Still, he'd need to run the dungeon a few more times to confirm this theory. Not far away, a quarrel between a young couple came to an abrupt end. Yu stomped her foot in anger, threw out, "Wang Guangfei, you've really changed," and turned to leave. Wang Guangfei watched her walk away, feeling a mix of emotions. The missing sheep hung over him like a sword, and he had already prepared himself for the worst. If he couldn't find it, he would abandon the quest to protect Yu, making sure at least one of them survived. But Yu's cold selfishness cut deep. "I just didn't want the sheep to get even farther away," Wang Guangfei said heavily. "If you think I've changed because I don't blindly go along with everything you say anymore, then I guess I have changed." He let out a long sigh. "I always hoped you'd start thinking about us instead of just me, but you never even tried. I feel completely failed." With that, he turned and walked away without hesitation. Panic welled up in Yu's heart, but the pressure of the quest quickly pulled her back to reality. She grabbed her basket and headed toward the tomato field, deciding she'd try to make things right with Wang Guangfei after she finished her task. After all, he had always given in to her before. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Zuo Cheng'an finally cornered the last steel-toothed rat near the chicken coop. Just as it was about to dart into its hole, he struck with his hay fork, pinning it precisely. A notification flashed across his game interface. Hidden quest: kill 100 steel-toothed rats completed. It seemed he was lucky. The hidden quest he received was the easiest one. In comparison, Wang Guangfei was still searching for the missing sheep. Yu had to deal with tomatoes that would rot quickly after crying, and Fuyu was stuck with such a miserable quest environment that no one else wanted it. As for Fuyu, Zuo Cheng'an saw her predicament when he passed by the chicken coop. A flock of hens chased her around the yard while she tried to protect the eggs in her arms, too afraid to fight back or run too far in case she missed any eggs. As Zuo Cheng'an passed by, Fuyu took the initiative to ask if he had any healing or control-type items for sale. She was willing to pay a high price or trade for them. Zuo Cheng'an was quite interested in the item Fuyu offered in exchange: a shadow mist spray that would allow the user to blend into the darkness. Paired with his night vision goggles, it would be very effective. Zuo Cheng'an still had about a third of a tetanus antidote left in his backpack, but it had to be applied directly to the wound to work. Who knew what might happen if he injured one of the reedy chickens? There was always the risk of retaliation at night. Because of this, Fuyu hesitated for a long time and ultimately decided to tough it out, choosing not to buy the antidote. Zuo Cheng'an felt a bit disappointed and could only hope that he might find similar items at the market in the future. This time, just as he returned to the chicken coop, planning to check if Fuyu had changed her mind, he was surprised to find that the person who had been negotiating with a hen taller than herself was now Fuyu. "Where's your sister?" Zuo Cheng'an asked casually. In this instance, players' tasks weren't connected and there was no competition between them, so there was no need to be overly cautious or wary of sabotage. As some of the viewers in the live chat had pointed out, when their own interests weren't threatened, people generally got along quite well. Fuyu didn't hide anything and answered simply, "She's in the cow sheet." She didn't intend to share any more details with Zuo Cheng'an, as there was no benefit to her in doing so. What she said was just basic courtesy. In fact, Zuo Cheng'an had learned from the chat that Fuyu had been pecked while trying to steal eggs. Afterwards, her younger sister Fuyu had volunteered to swap tasks, taking on the risk-free job of cleaning while Fuyu stayed behind to handle the eggs. Most of this information came from the viewers themselves, who enjoyed making jokes and speculating, often interacting in a one-sided way regardless of whether the players could understand them. As long as they found it entertaining, that was all that mattered. At first, Zuo Cheng'an thought being able to see the chat was some kind of secret advantage. But after watching for a while, he realized the viewers were just amusing themselves. With no intense fights or dramatic developments, they kept themselves busy by discussing other players' tasks. For example, someone might ask, "Why is this player wandering around all the time? Hasn't he finished his quest? Wasn't he supposed to kill 100 steel-toothed rats? How did he finish so quickly?" Then another message would pop up. "You're right, he finished ages ago. Ugh, this is so boring." With Red Eyes in this instance, I thought things would be more exciting, but it's just dull. I'm out. It seemed that Red Eyes wasn't actually participating in any battles here, but was more like a quest giver, unlikely to confront the players directly. Some messages even mentioned that Red Eyes was only involved in planning the farm and didn't interfere with the players' actions. As for rumors about Red Eyes waiting for a fight in a level 3 instance, Zuo Cheng'an couldn't help but ponder if Red Eyes was truly a powerful melee fighter who could take on 100 level 3 players. Its strength would be formidable indeed. Judging by the setup, Red Eye's role in this instance was relatively minor, and unless players reached level 3, there was almost no chance of encountering it directly. Meanwhile, a piece of news in the chat caught Zuo Cheng'an's attention. Rumor alert. Red Eyes has returned to the level 3 instance and can't escape. The survival pod battle is about to begin. Go watch the live stream. The message drew a crowd of viewers away from the farm stream, shifting their attention elsewhere. Now that Red Eyes had moved to another instance, Zuo Cheng'an felt a wave of relief. He had been very cautious before, worried about provoking red eyes and causing trouble. Now, knowing that red eyes couldn't monitor different instances at once, he decided to take this opportunity to thoroughly explore the farm. On the farm, the only real hiding place was the two-story building with the red roof at the center. The idea flashed through Zuo Chen's mind, and he immediately set off toward the building. For some reason, just as he left the chicken coop, the chat started up again, this time discussing the dullness of the current instance tasks. Some viewers seemed restless, as if all the tension had temporarily faded in the quiet of the farm. The small building on the farm looked like something straight out of a fairy tale. Its slanted tiled roof was dotted with moss in the crevices, and the walls were a patchwork of wooden planks and stones. A tiny chimney perched on top completed the picture. Through the window, the fireplace inside was clearly visible, now cold and filled with ash, since the owner was away. Zuo Cheng'an carefully mapped out a climbing route on the ground, then leapt lightly, his fingers gripping the protrusions on the wall. Like a professional climber, his entire body hung steady and secure. With his strength stat maxed out at 10, had reached the theoretical human limit. Any more power, and a normal Botus bones and muscles simply couldn't take it. But the game seemed to break those boundaries, granting humans abilities that far exceeded natural limits. With enough stat points, a person could withstand gunfire, tear through steel with their bare hands, become immune to ordinary viruses, and dramatically extend their lifespan. In a way, this game wasn't a disaster, it was an opportunity for human evolution. Zuo Cheng'an quickly reached the edge of the roof, moving smoothly and silently. He slipped down the chimney without a hitch, landing inside the house. The first thing he saw was a large white rug spread across the floor. As he stepped onto it, a faint scent of mutton caught his nose. It's a sheepskin rug, he thought, moving forward. Suddenly, he froze and stepped back. Wait, a sheepskin? His mind raced as he realized he might have just found the 21st sheep. Wang Guangfei had been desperately searching foreignly. It had already been turned into a rug. Plenty of watchers were following Zuo Cheng'an through the game's spectator feature, and this discovery sent the audience into a frenzy. The chat exploded. No way. No freaking way. Red Eyes is as devious as ever. Who would have thought the 21st sheep had already become a rug? Huh. You could turn the whole place upside down and never find it unless you broke into this locked cabin. Everyone who comes to the Sky Ladder Tower is a veteran. No one's reckless enough to wander into unknown territory. Do you think this player will do a good deed and tell the guy who's been searching for the sheep? Probably. People from the lower worlds love that helping others stuff. If it were me, I wouldn't give away a hard-earned clue for free. Zuo Cheng'an noticed something. The spectator eyeballs that followed players could pass through walls and floors, but they had a limitation: they couldn't stray too far from the player. Since no one had hung around the cabin for long before, the eyeballs had never been able to explore it, so no one had seen what was inside. Otherwise, the discovery of the sheepskin rug wouldn't have caused such an uproar in the chat. As the barrage of comments started to obscure his view, Zuo Cheng'an had to lower the chat's transparency just to keep observing the inside of the cabin. The first floor of the cabin was empty and almost devoid of any sign of life. Using his emergence from the fireplace as a reference point, he noticed a large, white sheepskin rug spread out in front of the hearth. On the rug sat two uniquely designed wooden chairs, painted in red and black, their backs carved with skulls and tomatoes in relief. These were the only pieces of furniture on the entire first floor. According to the annotation from the Eye of Truth, both chairs were crafted by Pippi, the most famous carpenter in Ladder City. Although viewers couldn't see the annotation, the distinctive markings made it easy for them to immediately recognize Pippi's handiwork. No one expected to find Pippi's work here, as craftsmanship truly lived up to its reputation. The quality of the wood was exceptional, likely soaked in specially prepared blood for at least 2 years. Some had tried to imitate Pippi's technique by soaking wood in blood for 6 months, but the results never matched the beauty of these chairs. Perhaps Pippi used pure human blood, while the imitators used pig's blood instead. Still, why was Pippi's furniture here? Based on my 8,000 hours of livestream watching experience, Pippi and Hongyan have always gotten along well. They're often seen hosting dungeons together and playing tricks on the players. Nonsense. It's obvious Pippi just wanted to mooch off Hongyan for some tomato sauce, so he went out of his way to curry favor. The chat erupted into another heated debate. Zuo Cheng'an had already finished exploring the first floor and made his way up a narrow spiral staircase to the second. The space upstairs was much smaller, furnished only with a bed and a nightstand, both thickly coated in dust, as if they hadn't been used in ages. In stark contrast to the sparse furniture, the walls were almost completely covered with rows of picture frames. The photos featured farm animals and bountiful crops, not just tomatoes, but also wheat, cucumbers, and green beans. The old hen and tomatoes in the pictures looked perfectly normal, with no hooked beaks or odd expressions, just like any ordinary animals and vegetables. However, among these photos were several group shots of sheep. Spurred by the constant stream of comments, Zuo Cheng'an counted the sheep in the frames. There were 20 pure white sheep in total. each one fluffy like a cluster of marshmallows, huddled tightly around a figure whose face had been scratched out. It was unmistakably a human figure, not a rabbit. This person appeared frequently in other photos too, hugging a giant pumpkin big enough for two, carrying a basket of tomatoes, herding sheep with a large, imposing black shepherd dog, milking cows, but in every single photo, the face and sometimes even parts of the body had been crudely scratched out, as if someone was deliberately hiding a secret. As Zuo Cheng'an continued to study the photos, a string of words suddenly floated through his mind. Cuckoo in the nest, usurping power, the farmer, and the snake. But why was there never a black sheep in any of these pictures? Zuo Cheng'an had visited the sheep pen before and seen the 20 sheep that Wang Guangfei had rounded up, 19 white sheep, and only one black sheep. If, as Hong Yan claimed, there were supposed to be 21 sheep in total, the ones in these photos, then was the black sheep a later addition to the flock? Or had one of the sheep given birth? Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered a special quest. The farm task for? Your objective is to correctly identify what stands for a special quest? Zuo Cheng'an's gaze locked onto the panel, where lines of golden text flickered, making him feel as though he had stumbled upon an unusual secret. He had only seen the game's golden font twice before, and both times it was through the true I skill, once in the notes about the Tower of Ascension, and once in the notes about red eyes. Zuo Cheng'an instinctively wanted to complain about how stingy that mysterious presence was, but then he suddenly remembered the terrifying sensation of being watched by an unknown force. He quickly suppressed the thought. That suffocating feeling, as if all his secrets were laid bare, was not something he ever wanted to experience again. As this crossed his mind, a sudden idea flashed through his head. Both instances involved golden text. Could there be a special connection between the Tower of Ascension and red eyes? Or was it simply a universal way for the game to highlight unique entities? It was similar to how system messages in the public chat always looked different from regular players' messages, and how high-level items always used special fonts to emphasize their value. Unable to figure it out for now, Zuo Cheng'an turned his attention back to the task at hand. The quest name, S Farm, was clearly a fill-in-the-blank, with the empty space waiting for players to input the correct answer. The quest hint was straightforward. A wrong answer would make the text disappear and cost him an attempt. Analyzing it was obvious that each question mark didn't stand for a single character. Instead, it likely represented a short phrase of varying length. Thinking about the instance's name, Uncle Red Eye's Farm, it struck him as odd that the childish rabbit was called Red Eyes, yet the title ended with Uncle. That pairing didn't seem to fit at all. Could it be that Uncle was part of the farm's original name? An idea sparked in his mind, and he tried writing Uncle toward the end of the blank space. When the word stayed in place, he felt a surge of satisfaction, had found a loophole. The game only erased wrong answers, but if you got part of it right, it just stayed there. He began searching the room carefully, checking behind picture frames, looking for hidden compartments, and pulling open the nightstand drawers. His efforts paid off. In the most obvious spot on the nightstand, he found a scratched-up photo. The picture showed a tall figure holding a pitchfork, with a majestic long-haired sheepdog sitting at his side. Oddly, the dog wore an adorable bell around its neck, which didn't match its imposing presence at all. Turning the photo over, two characters caught his eye. Mo Do. Could the answer be Uncle Mo Do, or just Mo Uncle? Zuo Cheng'an decided not to write it down right away. Instead, he left the house the way he came, climbed onto the roof to get his bearings, and then hurried off toward the sheep pen. As the unexpected 21st member of the flock, the black sheep immediately caught Zuo Cheng'an's attention. He narrowed his eyes, wondering if there was more to the black sheep than met the eye, and whether it might be linked to the nickname Uncle Black Sheep. He considered both the black sheep and the ink marker as possible answers, but chose not to act hastily. With only 3 chances to make a mistake, it was wiser to wait until he was more certain. To his surprise, Zuo Cheng'an spotted Wang Guangfei near the sheep pen. Instead of searching for sheep as had expected, Wang Guangfei was sitting alone on a patch of open ground, deep in thought, his brows furrowed. Having survived over a dozen level 1 dungeons, Wang Guangfei was a seasoned player. He had finally realized that this task was far more complicated than it appeared. His past experience told him that ordinary level 1 dungeons never set word traps. The rules were always straightforward. Black meant black, white meant white, and the objectives were clear. As long as you followed the instructions and had enough strength, passing the level was just a matter of course. But this time was different. The game required them to find 21 sheep, yet there were only 20 in the entire scenario. Based on his experience, the farm should have had a basement where the missing sheep would be hidden, its pitiful bleeding guiding players to a showdown with a monster and a rescue mission. However, the design of the ladder tower completely broke that pattern. With more than half the allotted time gone, there wasn't a single true enemy to be found aside from the overly protective hens in the chicken coop, which barely counted as opponents. This was completely at odds with everything Wang Guangfei knew. As for the locked re-roofed house, Wang Guangfei hadn't even considered it. In his experience, level 1 dungeons never featured roundabout scenarios. It was always a closed corridor, a single-level supermarket, or a bus. This deep-seated way of thinking had led him straight into the game's trap. Clearly, the ladder tower's progression system was designed to weed out those who could break free from rigid thought patterns, rather than players who simply relied on teaming up and coasting through. Just then, as Zuo Cheng'an approached the sheep pen, Wang Guangfei, who had been watching the flock, closely blocked his way. Wang Guangfei, what are you doing here? Zuo Cheng'an didn't answer directly. Instead, he pointed at the black sheep in the pen and asked, "Can I take a closer look at it?" Wang Guangfei shrugged, looking completely unconcerned. "If you can catch it, go ahead. Look at it however you want." The corners of his mouth lifted in a faint smirk. "No tricks, these sheep won't listen to anyone." Having personally herded these sheep back from outside, Wang Guangfei knew better than anyone just how strong they were. He absent-mindedly rubbed his ribs, which still ached dully, and thought to himself, "Honestly, these sheep are almost as powerful as a bear. If his constitution hadn't been decent, even a light nudge from one of them could have shattered his organs and killed him on the spot." Two of his ribs were still broken, and every breath brought a throb of pain. Fortunately, these sheep seemed to be neutral creatures and wouldn't attack players without provocation. Otherwise, when he first stumbled across the flock in the wild, he'd have been a goner. Luckily, he had some experience herding cattle as a kid, so he managed to handle these sheep fairly well. Zuo Cheng'an climbed into the pen and carefully approached the black sheep. The presence of a stranger immediately startled the flock. They began trotting nervously around the enclosure, with a few even trying to leap out. The whole pen turned into a restless, bouncing mass. Seeing this, Wang Guangfei frowned, a hint of regret flickering across his face. He didn't want his morning's efforts to go to waste, so he quickly got up to intervene and snapped at Zuo Cheng'an. "What exactly are you trying to do here? As far as I know, your quest has nothing to do with catching sheep." His expression all but spelled out, "You're not welcome here." Just then, Zuo Cheng'an lunged forward, grabbed a fistful of wool on the black sheep's back, and pinned it firmly to the ground with both arms. The black sheep struggled helplessly, flailing its legs and letting out a pitiful, a woma sound. "That's a weird noise," Zuo Cheng'an remarked, keeping a tight hold on the sheep. "And it's surprisingly strong if I had to guess. Its strength stat is around 7 or 8 points. Any newcomer without enough strength wouldn't be able to hold it down." However, after pinning down the black sheep, there was no response from the game system. Zuo Cheng'an frowned. Could it be that the key to the quest isn't the black sheep? "What are you looking for?" Wang Guangfei asked, noticing Zuo Cheng'an's actions. He seemed to remember something, and his expression grew increasingly odd. The viewers watching the live stream couldn't see the quest details, only the player's action, so they started speculating in the chat about what Zuo Cheng'an was searching for. "Hey, didn't the black sheep have a bell around its neck when the flock was outside?" One comment read, sparking a wave of agreement. "Yeah, I remember thinking that little bell looked really cute. I even wanted to take a screenshot and get one for my dog at home. You guys must have looked away at some point. I've been watching this guy stream the whole time, and I saw him pick up the bell. It's an item, and he already put it in his backpack. Another special item with unique abilities? Must be nice. I wish I had one. People from the lower worlds don't deserve to use those at all." Reading these comments, Zuo Cheng'an suddenly understood hadn't found anything because all the key information was probably on that bell. He was about to ask Wang Guangfei if he could borrow the bell for a moment when, suddenly, the sound of massive hoofbeats thundered in his ears. Looking over, he saw clouds of dust rising from the direction of the cowshed. A herd of crazed cattle, each the size of a minivan, was charging toward the sheep pen, snorting heavily. At the front of the herd, a thin, injured figure was desperately running for his life. It was Fuyu. She was still holding a mop in her hands, and when she saw the two people blocking her escape route, she frantically waved her arms and shouted, "The cows have gone crazy. Get out of the way." Zuo Cheng'an reacted instantly, darting onto the roof of the goat pen's shade structure like an arrow. Wang Guangfei, thanks to his impressive speed, quickly followed, grabbing Fuyu, who had just arrived, and helping her up onto the roof as well. The three of them gasped for breath as they watched the herd of cows stampede below, feeling a wave of relief mixed with lingering fear. Zuo Cheng'an glanced down at his palm, recalling the leathery sensation he had felt on the black goat's neck earlier. But now was hardly the time to dwell on that. He carefully watched the movement of the cattle and suddenly realized that their rampage seemed strangely deliberate. He had swept across the entire farm in the shortest possible time, yet avoided every building. It felt less like an accident and more like a carefully orchestrated game, as if someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. The chaos caused by the cows startled the sheep in the pen, sending them scattering in all directions. As soon as the crazed cows passed, Wang Guangfei jumped down from the roof to chase after the fleeing sheep. Fuyu followed, worried that her younger sister, who was helping in the chicken coop, might be in danger. With the sun already setting, they knew time was running out. Left alone on the roof, Zuo Cheng'an shook his head helplessly. Things always seemed to go wrong at the worst possible moments. Since his own task was done, he decided to help Wang Guangfei gather the sheep. When they finished counting, a disheartening fact became clear: the distinctive black goat was missing from the flock of white sheep in the pen. This was the second sheep to go missing. Along with the one they hadn't managed to recover earlier, they were now down by 2 in total. The live stream chat exploded. Who was watching the sheep pen just now? I was watching the cows trample the tomatoes. That girl was crying. I saw it. The black goat ran west. Yeah, it was over by the tomato warehouse. Zuo Cheng'an had been carefully examining the spot where the black goat disappeared, but found nothing. Just then, he noticed the chat messages mentioning the warehouse, which gave him pause. Still, there was something important he needed to deal with before heading to the warehouse. Zuo Cheng'an walked straight up to the dejected Wang Guangfei and got right to the point. Can you lend me the item you got from the black sheep? Although Wang Guangfei was on the verge of a breakdown, he still hadn't given up hope of clearing the level. He kept replaying in his mind all the places the black sheep might have gone. Hearing Zuo's request, he looked at him warily. I don't know what item you're talking about. Zuo Cheng'an gave a small, dismissive smile, unfazed by Wang Guangfei's reaction. All right, maybe I wasn't specific enough. He paused, his gaze sharp. Can you let me see the bell you got from the black sheep? In exchange, I can tell you where the 21st sheep is hiding. Wang Guangfei's eyes widened in shock, his emotions surging as if struck by lightning. What? How do you know I got a bell? Wait, what did you say? The 21st sheep? Where is it? Zuo Cheng'an let out a cold laugh, showing no mercy. I don't know anything about a sheep, he shot back, turning Wang's own words against him with a calm indifference. Wang Guangfei was momentarily stunned, a mix of emotions welling up inside him. He muttered under his breath. If I'd known it would come to this, I wouldn't have bothered in the first place. A bit embarrassed, but without hesitation, Wang Guangfei retrieved the bell from his backpack and handed it to Zuo Cheng'an. The moment Zuo Cheng'an touched the bell, a game notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Key quest item discovered. Sheepdog bell. Type. Item. Effect. A silent decorative accessory that makes sheepdogs look cuter. Limitation. If you wear it to sleep, you'll dream of little lambs. Description. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 4 zzz. In short, the bell was just an ordinary dog accessory. Unless a special quest was triggered, it was essentially useless, even unsellable. But if a quest was active and the right conditions were met, it could provide crucial information. After reading the item description, Zuo Cheng'an quickly pieced together the clues. Without delay, he told Wang Guangfei, I've already confirmed what's going on with the wool rug in the red house. Wang Guangfei didn't hesitate and immediately ran to the window of the red house. Peering inside, he saw a sheepskin spread out on the floor. Excited, he rushed back to the sheep pen, eager to thank Zuo Cheng'an, only to find he had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Zuo Cheng'an had quietly made his way to the tomato storage shed, bell in hand. This seemingly ordinary farm grew only 1 crop tomatoes, which was strange enough. Stranger still, each tomato had a cartoon panda face. Because of the wailing tomato variety and the rough way they were picked, the warehouse was filled with baby-like cries that grated on everyone's nerves. Yu, already short-tempered, was pushed to her limit by the noise. Her anger spilled over as she slammed things around, venting her frustration with every move. Even a passing sheep wasn't spared from her outbursts. The black sheep stood there, unfazed and indifferent, completely ignoring her rage. You beast, what are you doing here? Get out. Yu, exasperated, grabbed the black sheep by the horns, trying to drag it away. She pulled with all her might, but the sheep didn't budge, not even a hoof. Instead, the black sheep gave a slight shake of its head and effortlessly tossed her 2 or 3 meters away. Yu's expression shifted as she stood up, clutching her shoulder, her face a mix of anger and helplessness. As a girl, she was no match for a boy's strength, and since she hadn't fully immersed herself in the game world, most of her stat points were invested in speed rather than strength. She had finally met the requirements to enter the tower ladder and jumped at the chance, never expecting to run into such a troublesome black sheep. Everything was unpredictable, and Yu's real challenge was just beginning. Right now, things couldn't be worse. Even a sheep in the Sky Ladder Tower dungeon is stronger than she is. Yo-Yo stared helplessly at the black sheep, feeling completely at a loss. She really didn't know what to do with it. If she hadn't just had a big fight with her boyfriend, Wang Guangfei, she wouldn't be in this mess. In the past, all it took was 1 word from her, and Wang Guangfei would drop whatever he was doing to help her. But after their recent argument, neither of them had cooled off, and she was too stubborn to apologize first. So, instead, she picked out a few intact tomatoes from the 3 baskets that had been trampled to a pulp by a herd of mad cows and tossed them onto the ground in front of the black sheep with a loud smack. Here, eat up. Isn't this what you love, you dumb animal? If those 3 baskets of tomatoes hadn't been ruined, she would have finished her task by now. She only needed 1 more basket to fill the warehouse. But now, thanks to this disaster, she needed to pick 4 more baskets. Fuming, she cursed at the black sheep, but there was no time to complain further. She forced herself to calm down and got ready to head back to the fields to pick more tomatoes. If she hurried, maybe she could make it back before the dungeon ended. But as soon as she stepped out of the warehouse, the black sheep shot inside like an arrow off its string. Yo-Yo's face changed instantly, and she almost screamed, No, you can't go in there. Get out, you stupid thing. The tomatoes in the warehouse weren't just piled up in a heap, they were neatly packed into bamboo baskets, stacked on shelves layer by layer. If they weren't arranged this way, the tomatoes at the bottom wouldn't be able to support the weight above and would quickly get crushed. Filling the warehouse just meant filling all the empty baskets on the shelves. The black sheep darted nimbly between the rows of shelves, and Yo-Yo tried to chase after it, but it was a struggle. In the cramped space, the sheep was fast and agile, turning corners with ease she couldn't keep up at all. Before she could cut it off, it had already disappeared into the farthest corner of the warehouse. That section of shelves had already been filled earlier that morning. Before she got sucked into this game, Yo-Yo had always been a frail girl with a congenital heart condition. She had never had to do any hard work. Her family spoiled her, her school took special care of her, and people were even afraid to make her upset. But the game world didn't care about her delicate health. Even though her illness wouldn't flare up here, she still had to do all the heavy lifting, picking, and chores she had never dreamed of doing before. She couldn't help but complain to herself. If only she had chosen a boyfriend from a big guild. With someone like that to protect her, she wouldn't have to lift a finger in a level 1 dungeon. She could just breeze right through. Instead, she had to do everything herself, thinking and working until she was exhausted. The warehouse was pitch black, without even a decent light source. The black sheep's dark wool blended in so perfectly with the shadows that it seemed to disappear completely. Yo-Yo couldn't spot it at all. As she chased after it, she tripped over a shelf and had to slow down, inching forward carefully in the darkness. As soon as she slowed down, she noticed a nauseating smell of rot hanging in the air. At first, she thought maybe some mold had started growing on a pillar again. The warehouse was so run down that there was mold in nearly every corner, so a bit of a bad smell was normal. But the next second, she realized that this smell was all too familiar. It was exactly like the pile of tomatoes outside that had been trampled by the mad cows. No, it wasn't just similar, it was the exact same stench. The only difference was that, with no ventilation in here, the sour, rotten smell was trapped in the darkness, making it even more pungent and overwhelming. A sense of dread suddenly washed over Yo-Yo. Swallowing hard, she reached out with trembling hands, pulling out the nearest bamboo basket and gingerly feeling around inside. Instead of the firm, smooth surface of fresh tomatoes, her palm instantly sank into a cold, sticky mess. The tomatoes had rotted through, their skins burst, and pulp liquefied. One touch was enough to break them, like poking at a week-old bowl of leftovers in the middle of summer. The stench hit her full force. Ugh! Her stomach churned violently, and she gagged on the spot. No matter how tough life got in the game, Yu had never encountered a smell like this before. With her boyfriend Wang Guangfei handling all the housework, her only job had been to dress up nicely every day, sit down on time for meals, and then critique the flavor and saltiness of each dish. She had never washed a single dish or taken out the kitchen trash, so the stench in the warehouse was unbearable for her. With every breath, she felt dizzy and her vision darkened. She didn't care about finding the black sheep anymore. She simply held her breath, lowered her head, and rushed straight for the exit. Just then, Zuo Cheng'an stepped into the warehouse, and without warning, Yu crashed right into him. To her, it felt like slamming into a brick wall. Pain shot through her nose, and she suspected her implant might have shifted. But she had no time to argue with Zuo Cheng'an. She was almost out of breath and only wanted to find fresh air as soon as possible. Wearing night vision goggles, Zuo Cheng'an looked past Yu and immediately spotted the black sheep in the corner. It was crouched down, digging furiously at the dirt, its short tail wagging with excitement. This was unusual behavior, something Head never seen before. Perhaps, he thought, it was because Head triggered a special mission and, as a crucial NPC, the black sheep was giving him a hint through its actions. Zuo Cheng'an approached cautiously and saw that the corner of a wooden box was already exposed in the dirt. The black sheep was so absorbed in its digging that it didn't notice him at all. Taking advantage of the moment, Zuo Cheng'an carefully felt around the sheep's neck, searching for the spot he remembered. Sure enough, hidden beneath its thick curls, he found a collar. The bell that should have been attached was missing. Wang Guangfei must have removed it, leaving only a bare leather collar. He quickly found the clasp and took the collar off. On the inside, 2 characters were clearly engraved. Mo Do. Mo Do? Zuo Cheng'an read the name aloud. Instantly, the black sheep froze, then let out a pained bleat. Its legs began to convulse, and it collapsed to the ground, struggling helplessly. Before his eyes, its horns shrank, its hooves morphed into paws, its curly wool straightened out, and its tail grew longer. Within moments, the black sheep had transformed into a powerful black dog. Zuo Cheng'an recognized the dog immediately. It was the one from the photo on the 2nd floor of the cottage. Now back in its true form, Mo Do wagged its long tail enthusiastically, thumping it against the nearby shelves. It let out a few excited barks but quickly calmed itself, remembering its mission. Mo Do grabbed the hem of Zuo Cheng'an's shirt, refusing to let him leave, and resumed digging at the wooden box. With paws instead of hooves, Mo Do dug much faster. With Zuo Cheng'an's help, they soon unearthed the entire box. Just as Zuo Cheng'an was about to open it, He noticed the light outside the warehouse was growing dim. The sun was about to set, and he was running out of time. With the livestream audience watching, Zuo Cheng'an decisively broke the lock and opened the box. Inside, there were no tools or treasures, just a single can of canned tomato sauce. The tin can, having been buried underground for so long, was covered in rust despite the protection of its wooden box. Still, the words on its surface remained clear. Zuo Cheng'an examined the can closely and noticed the label read, Muzhou Farm Tomato Paste. This was noticeably different from the Hongyan Farm tomato sauce that Hongyan had shown earlier. Not only was the farm name different, but even the product name used the word tomato, a term Hongyan despised. Just as Zuo Cheng'an was about to write the characters Muzhou on the task interface, an angry shout echoed from the warehouse entrance. What are you holding in your hand? Hand it over now? Woof, woof. Mo Do barked furiously as Hongyan strode into the warehouse, bathed in the last rays of sunset. Gone was the gentlemanly elegance from that morning. His custom-tailored tailcoat was now in tatters, his cane snapped in half, his hat nowhere to be seen, and even one of his ears had been broken off. He looked completely disheveled. Zuo Cheng'an squinted at the display above Hongyan's head HP, 42.77. Unfortunately, it still wasn't low enough to be critical. Hongyan fixed his gaze on the tin can in Zuo Cheng'an's hand, barely containing his agitation. Dear player, hand it over to me. He tried to sound calm, but the urgency and anxiety in his voice were unmistakable. I have dozens of rare items here. If you give me the can, they're all yours. The surrounding players started whispering among themselves. So that's why Hongyan left the Escape No Way dungeon, was moonlighting here. This boss is really something, multitasking like a pro. What's that guy holding that's valuable enough for Hongyan to offer up loot? He snatched from the third-tier players. After all, they had seen Hongyan fight off 100 third-tier players, killing half, and escaping unscathed, a truly impressive feat. While Hongyan tried to coax the player with a smile, deep down he wanted nothing more than to crush Zuo Cheng'an. He was certain had destroyed every old can of tomato paste. How could there still be one left? Woof, woof. Mo Do stood his ground, refusing to let Hongyan pass. Seeing him, Hongyan gritted his teeth. You again, you stubborn mutt. Couldn't you just keep your head down? Why do you always have to mess up my plans? Of course, Zuo Cheng'an had no intention of handing over the can. With a swift motion, he wrote Muzhou in the blank space, completing the Uncle Muzh's farm task. A notification popped up immediately. You have correctly identified the missing text. Reward 1. The tomato paste recipe that took Ladder City by storm. Reward 2. You have earned Hongyan's enmity. The moment Zuo Cheng'an finished writing, the world of the dungeon began to shake violently. Chaos erupted across the farm. Chickens and dogs scattered, cattle stampeded, and the tomato fields outside descended into turmoil. The tomatoes themselves began wailing, their cries filling the air. The tomato sauce jar in Zuo Cheng'an's hand suddenly turned into a flash of light and shot into his mind. Instantly, the recipe for Muzhou brand tomato sauce appeared in his memory. Fragrant tomato X1, white sugar X1, numbing honey X1. This was the most popular sauce in Ladder City, loved by almost everyone. Some even gave it as gifts to friends and family. But this time, the recipe called for fragrant tomato, not the old howling tomato. Did Redeye secretly change the recipe after taking over the farm? As Zuo Cheng'an realized this, Redeye also understood that things were out of control. The sauce recipe that once brought in huge profits was now lost. Still, Redeye felt a bit relieved after all. Even if the player got the recipe, with his limited resources and skills, he was no match for Redeye's massive production line. As long as the recipe didn't spread, there was nothing to worry about. But in this dungeon, Redeye couldn't act against him. Once the task was complete, players could leave at any time. In the warehouse, Zuo Cheng'an looked perfectly calm. He knew he had completed his mission, and if Redeye had really wanted to attack him, it would have done so the moment he found the tin can, not tried to coax him into trading with higher and higher offers. Zuo Cheng'an guessed there were probably restrictions in place to prevent players from being harmed or to keep the dungeon running smoothly, maybe rules against taking items from players or interrupting the flow of the instance. All Redeye could do was watch as the tin can vanished in a flash of light. With the tomato sauce recipe now out, the farm's product would soon be a top seller in Ladder City, bringing in a fortune. To expand production, Redeye had torn up all crops except tomatoes and switched to growing the high-yield howling tomato. Although customers often complained about the taste not being as good as before, Redeye always claimed it was a necessary sacrifice for higher output. The customers could only accept it. You brat. I'm in charge of more dungeons than you can imagine. Next time, you'd better watch yourself and not fall into my hands again. Redeye cursed as it stormed off to other areas of the farm, ready to vent its anger on players who hadn't finished their tasks. In truth, Redeye hoped Zuo Cheng'an would end up in its domain again so it could properly welcome this troublesome player. Zuo Cheng'an had already expected this kind of revenge. Just as Redeye had previously given the hardest tasks to a couple, he knew that if he encountered a Redeye-run dungeon again, he'd probably be assigned the toughest jobs. But he wasn't worried. The rewards for completing these special missions were worth far more than making an enemy of a minor boss. Besides, Cheng'an knew that, in front of players on the third rung, Redeye wasn't all that powerful. With its health bar down to just over 40%, anyone could see its strength had dropped sharply. In other words, even a god could end up as just another boss. And a rabbit that's been beaten to half health by third-rung players was nothing to fear. Cheng'an wasn't intimidated by Redeye's threats at all. Instead, he found new motivation to become stronger. Now that both his tasks were complete, he could leave the instance at any time. As he glanced at Madhu, who was looking at him with its tongue out, a sudden question crossed his mind. Since the 21st sheep in the instance had turned back into a dog, Redeye's claim that the farm had 21 sheep was no longer true. Would the game invalidate the task, update it based on the new data, or simply ignore the change and continue using Redeye's version? As he pondered this serious question, Madhu suddenly perked up its ears, as if sensing something, and sprinted toward the sheep pen. Cheng'an immediately followed, his steps light but determined. In this game, human players were naturally allies with shared interests. The real enemies were the game bosses and the audience lurking behind the eyeballs, who took pleasure in watching humans die. As players on the same side, it only made sense to help each other when it didn't hurt one's own interests. Besides, that guy had just broken up with his girlfriend today. If he died now, there would be no one to mourn him. Dying alone as a single man was just too tragic. After the earthquake inside the instance, the surviving players were shocked to find that the instance's name had changed. It was no longer Uncle Redeye's farm, but had become Uncle Muzz's farm. The name of the instance could actually change? This was something that had never happened before. Madhu ran wildly along the farm road, its strong limbs pounding the earth as it sniffed the air with its keen nose. Before the instance was renamed, it had lived in a daze, lacking any sense of self, even believing for a time that it really was a sheep. All it vaguely remembered was not wanting to become a game boss, preferring instead to be a mindless NPC, spending each day grazing and wandering aimlessly. But today, its mind suddenly became as clear as a polished mirror, and it began to act in ways it never had before. It jumped out of the pen and ran to the warehouse, instinctively knowing there was something important buried there. Once the instance's name had officially changed, Madhu finally let go of its old attachments and was able to move on. Now, all that remained in its heart was hatred for Redeye's. It wanted nothing more than to see him gone. But Madhu was a clever sheepdog. It knew that as an NPC, it stood no chance against a game boss. If Redeye's was to be defeated, the player's help would be essential. The twin sisters stood in place, exchanging a quick glance before silently agreeing to stay put. Compared to the couple's dramatic quest, their own tasks were relatively straightforward and fit the difficulty level of a Tier 1 instance. They were both strong and had finished all their tasks before the final deadline. But now the sun had completely set, and Redeye's was nowhere to be seen. Had something delayed him? Was it because of the players who had failed their tasks? After a moment's hesitation, the sisters decided to wait at their assigned location. In an instance where everyone's tasks were unrelated, cooperation was out of the question. Everyone relied on their own abilities, and no one could blame anyone else. The warehouse, used to store tomatoes, was located closest to the fields for easy access during harvest. If Redeye's was coming to check on the tasks, he would logically start at the warehouse by the farm entrance. At the warehouse door, Yu was trembling all over, staring in terror at the rabbit in front of her. She had never imagined that a creature she had always thought of as soft and harmless, something you'd see in a pet shop or a stew pot, could be so terrifying. What she didn't know was that, because she had failed her task, the game no longer offered her any protection, so she was experiencing Redeye's true power for the first time. Even his appearance had changed in her eyes. The once harmless, even slightly cute, rabbit face was gone, replaced by a gaping mouth full of sharp teeth that could open a full 180 degrees, as if the entire skull had been lifted away. Just looking into those blood-red eyes made her dizzy, her ears ringing with fear. And this was exactly what the fully evolved Redeye's looked like in the No Escape instance, the kind of terror that even 3rd and 4th tier players had to face. I've already filled the warehouse with tomatoes like you asked him. Sorry, dear player. Redeye's let out a cold laugh, his tone calm, but laced with undeniable menace. I think you've forgotten what I asked for. The task I gave you was to fill the warehouse with perfect tomatoes. But what did you bring me? You tried to argue, but the requirements were clearly written on her personal panel. There was no denying it. The task was to gather a warehouse full of flawless tomatoes. Rage churned inside Redeye's, looking for an outlet. Then he spotted Cheng'an swaggering out of the warehouse with a black dog at his side, and the fury in his eyes nearly pushed him over the edge. But he knew he couldn't touch a player who had already completed the task, so his attention shifted to Yu, who was standing right there, an ideal target for his wrath. He dropped the half-broken cane in his hand. With a movement so fast it was almost invisible, he stomped down, shattering Yu's kneecap. Ah! Yu cried out, her body convulsing from the pain, tears streaming down her face, her pleas for mercy blurred by agony. Redeye seemed to bask in her screams, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Normally, he would have finished her quickly and moved on to check the remaining tasks, making sure no other player beat him to it. But today, Red Eyes was anything but Kama was furious. Had been tormented by a group of advanced players that morning. Hadn't even had time to change his clothes before rushing to the lower-level instance to assign tasks. He had to listen to these clueless players call his beloved tomatoes by the wrong name. After handing out the tasks, he had to hurry back, only to get into another fight with those advanced players. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been taken down right there on the boat. Head said over and over that he didn't want to be assigned to water-themed instances, but that's exactly where he ended up. And just when he returned, hoping to take out his frustration on some lower-level players, he found that his favorite cash cow had been stolen. He was seething, and there was no way he was going to let an easy target like this go. Yu Yu sobbed uncontrollably, trying desperately to buy herself a little more time, her makeup smeared by tears. Red Eyes reminded her coldly, "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention I hate it when people call tomatoes by the wrong name." Before he even finished speaking, another wave of excruciating pain shot through Yu Yu's legs. Red Eyes stomped on her thigh again, the sound of breaking bones making everyone's skin crawl. "Aya!" Yu Yu screamed in agony. "I'm sorry. Tomatoes. They're called tomatoes." A satisfied smile flickered at the corner of Red Eye's blood-red mouth. "Your tomatoes are absolutely perfect." Yo-Yo somehow summoned an incredible willpower from who knows where. Despite the intense pain, she didn't lose consciousness. Realizing she had angered the dungeon boss, she immediately tried to make amends, her voice trembling as she pleaded for Red Eyes to show mercy. But Red Eyes had long grown tired of her begging. He turned away and walked off, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Despair filled Yo-Yo as she stared after Red Eyes, watching him vanish. Blood kept pouring from her wounds, and her mind began to blur. Teetering on the edge of life and death, a fleeting thought of her boyfriend crossed her mind. If he saw her like this, he would probably be heartbroken and cry his eyes out. The smell of blood hung thick in the air, drawing out countless steel-toothed rats from the shadows. They poked their heads out cautiously at first, then slowly crept toward the still warm human body. If Zuo Cheng'an were there, he would have seen a mass of eyes gathering around Yo-Yo, almost completely encircling her. "Dinner time, everyone. It's not every day you get to watch a player get eaten bit by bit. Yeah, most of the time they're squashed, hanged, or crushed. Sure, it's satisfying, but it's over in a flash, not nearly as fun." Totally agree. For me, this is almost as good as watching someone get tossed into the meat grinder at the cannery. And this is live feeding, so much rarer. Thanks for sharing, guys. Saving this for the collection. It's a work of art. The only downside is this player screamed for so long earlier that now she doesn't have the energy to make a sound. Without the soundtrack, it feels like something's missing. Outside the farm's sheep pen, Wang Guangfei casually tossed the wool blanket head found in the cabin into the pen. With this new addition, there were now 20 sheep inside, but the missing black sheep was still nowhere to be seen. He stared hopelessly at the sun as it sank completely below the horizon, quietly waiting for death to come. If fate wants someone dead, no matter how hard they struggle, there's no escaping it, is there? Wang Guangfei muttered to himself. If my death was already sealed, maybe I should have just helped Yo-Yo with her work this afternoon. At least it would have made things easier for her. Woof, woof, bah. Just then, a black figure shot toward them from the distance, moving incredibly fast. What was even more shocking was how, mid-run, the figure underwent a dramatic transformation. First, a pair of sharp horns sprouted from its forehead, then its paws shifted into hooves. In the blink of an eye, it had changed from a black dog to a black sheep. Using its momentum, the black sheep made a nimble leap over the fence and quickly blended in with the other sheep in the pen. Baba, now there were finally 21 sheep, all present and accounted for. Muda's speed was even more remarkable than its strength. If it were a player, its stats would easily be 13 or 14 points. So, although Zuo Cheng'an and Mudu had left the warehouse at almost the same time, there was a notable difference in their arrival times. Not long after Mudu returned, Zuo Cheng'an arrived, panting heavily. When he saw Mudu back in sheep form in the pen, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Who knew a creature could switch between two species like that? Owning one meant enjoying the best of both worlds, a dog and a sheep. Then again, in this game, such odd mechanics were par for the course. Knowing Zuo Cheng'an had come from the warehouse, Wang Guangfei couldn't suppress his curiosity and anxiously asked about his girlfriend. "Where's Yo-Yo? Did she not come because she's still mad at me?" "Well, maybe it's good she left first." Wang Guangfei assumed Yo-Yo had already finished her task and exited the dungeon, since hers was by far the easiest among all the players. Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the large pool of blood on the ground in front of the warehouse, his expression growing complicated. Wang Guangfei followed his gaze, and his heart instantly dropped. His face went ghostly pale. Regardless of how anxious he felt for Yu Yu's safety, a large rabbit with only one ear on its head began to approach through the darkness. Its eyes glowed blood red, and its feet were caked with dried human blood, matting its once soft white fur into clumps of dark brown stains. "Dear player, did you manage to find 21 sheep as I asked?" The red-eyed rabbit sneered, its voice dripping with mockery. It sounded as if it was certain Wang Guangfei had failed. Looks like he'll have to put in some effort to send you down to join your girlfriend. The rabbit eyed Wang Guangfei up and down, its gaze full of cruelty. Your little girlfriend lost her legs first, so I suppose you'll lose your arms. As it spoke, it unleashed a wave of oppressive force, an invisible power pressing down on Wang Guangfei. Yet, aside from his face turning ashen upon hearing news of his girlfriend's tragic death, Wang Guangfei showed no other reaction. Huh, how is this possible? The red-eyed rabbit was stunned. Then, in disbelief, it rushed to the sheep pen and began counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It quickly stopped, having spotted the sheepskin rug on the ground. Finding the rug meant the trap in the task had been uncovered. Coupled with the player's lack of reaction to its intimidation, it was clear he had completed the mission and was still under the game's protection. Well then fine. The rabbit's tone was full of reluctance. This meant that 4 out of 5 players in this scenario had completed the task, breaking its own record for survival rate. It was known as the Butcher of Newbies, after all. Letting so many players escape would surely make it the laughingstock among its peers. And it wasn't just the other game masters. Viewers were just as shocked. The live chat scrolled rapidly. 4 people actually survived. I thought only 1 or 2 would make it. Same here. I even expected a total wipeout, but then I remembered this is just a first-level scenario, even if it's a ranked one. The game wouldn't let Redeye go completely wild. Still, I didn't expect this many survivors. Probably the game running 2 scenarios at once put too much pressure on it. The no-escape scenario next door was great. Haha. The ship's ceiling was splattered with bits of flesh. Game balance is part of it, but these players are also really skilled. Those twin sisters maxed out both of their attributes before taking on the challenge. Unless it's an impossible task, nothing can stop them. Honestly, kinda boring. Aside from the footage of someone being eaten alive, there wasn't much else. At least the Chang'an Technologies site has posted the countdown for the Great Purge. We'll get to feast then. What? The Great Purge is coming already? People call those from the lower world's livestock for a reason. They reproduce faster than pigs, churning out waves of new players. Apparently, the player count is about to explode. Shouldn't they start cutting down the numbers soon? In Epilogue, isn't there still half a month on the official countdown? Listen to yourselves, you'd think it was happening tomorrow. The Great Purge? Zuo Cheng'an had only managed to catch a bit of information about it. He hadn't been paying attention at the right time, so by the time he noticed, those particular comments had already disappeared from his feed. What replaced them were discussions about the ways players had died. He made a mental note of the term, planning to look for more information in future chats, or ask around once he left the scenario. Although he hadn't found much about the Great Purge, he did see plenty of talk about how most players only max out 1 attribute before challenging the tower. Lu Xiao had already explained this to him. In the game system, the rewards from dungeon runs diminish with each attempt. For every dungeon level, the more times you clear it, the less you gain. The most typical example is this. The first time a player clears a level 1 dungeon, they not only receive a hefty 40-point reward, but also earn 2 precious free attribute points. However, by the 7th or 8th run, even with the same performance, the point reward drops to a measly 5, and free attribute points have long since disappeared. This design forces players to constantly push themselves to challenge higher-level dungeons. But reality is harsh. Most players, even after 10 dungeon clears, only have enough attribute points to max out a single stat. Those who manage to max out 2 stats are already considered top tier. Ideally, everyone would want to max out all 3 stats before taking on the tower, but the system simply doesn't allow for that. 7 or 8 dungeon runs are all the chances a player gets. The attribute points gained from these runs determine a player's future. If, after 8 dungeons, a player hasn't maxed out even 1 attribute, they face 2 choices. Either hope for extra bonuses from achievements, or give up on making progress entirely, becoming what's known as a 7-day deadline player. This type of player doesn't care about rewards. They just rush through a dungeon before the 7-day limit, barely scraping by. In Safe Zone 7, this attitude has become the norm among its 100,000 residents. Statistics show there are 20,000 players who've never attempted the tower, but the real majority 50,000 are first-tier players. Their average attribute scores fall between 13 and 16, which is no coincidence. By repeatedly running level 1 and 2 dungeons, you can get, at most, 16 free attribute points before the rewards dry up. At that point, players must either risk joining a group for level 3 dungeons or settle for what they have. Because of this, every dungeon run is incredibly valuable. Some ambitious players would rather spend hundreds of points staying in the safe zone, waiting until they're in peak condition before entering a dungeon. But being overly cautious carries its own risks. Those old, repeatedly cleared dungeons might have only a few hundred free attribute points left to distribute. If that, most have already been claimed by earlier players. Latecomers, even with guides in hand, are left struggling in safe but unrewarding dungeons. By the time they realize just how vital attribute points are, it's too late for regrets. Back at the farm, Redeye recalled the ridicule head face once the dungeon closed and suddenly regretted his rash decision to kill the female player earlier. But there was no turning back. All he could do was force out a grudging, Congratulations to the player for clearing the dungeon. By rights, Wang Guangfei could now choose to exit the dungeon, and Zuo Cheng'an was ready to leave his barely used, newly rented room. But after a long silence, Wang Guangfei suddenly erupted in a roar of frustration, his bloodshot eyes wilder than any game boss. He pulled a scissor-shaped tool from his backpack and, with reckless determination, charged at Redeye. Redeye's single ear twitched in delight, not surprise. Oh, you're desperate now? Finally lost your cool? This was just the outlet had been looking for. You're not even a real player, and now you humans think you can throw your lives away? Pathetic low-level pigs. Let me show you just how outmatched you are. In his fury, Wang Guangfei was instantly locked onto by a terrifying aura, and only then did he snap back to his senses, but it was already too late. A chilling presence enveloped him, as if threatening to freeze his blood. At the same time, a blood-red message box flashed before his eyes. Warning. You are attempting to attack the dungeon boss. Do you wish to initiate a boss battle? Crack a sound like a protective barrier shattering, or perhaps a rule being broken. Wang Guangfei's gaze was drawn to Redeye's. Those eyes, once gentle, now looked completely different, deeper than ever, glowing faintly like rubies in the dark. When Redeye's mouth split open, the cracks stretched all the way to the ears, as if cut by a blade. The teeth inside were no longer cute bunny incisors, but a row of blood-stained, razor-sharp fangs. At the same time, the once unremarkable claws suddenly extended to nearly 20 centimeters, each tipped with a hooked talon that looked capable of gutting someone with a single swipe. The mutated appearance and overwhelming sense of menace left Wang Guangfei frozen in place, his whole body numb as if encased in ice. He stared, wide-eyed, unable to look away, as if confronted by a creature that didn't belong in this world. Yet, in Zuo Cheng'an's eyes, Redeye's was still the same beloved white rabbit, just missing one ear, slightly larger than before, and wearing a tattered evening dress. Was it possible that the game had put a filter on the boss to keep players from getting scared? Maybe the disguise would only drop if the mission failed, or if someone attacked the boss. The thought left Zuo Cheng'an puzzled. Facing an opponent clearly on a different level, Wang Guangfei gave up all hope of resistance. Watching as a system message box popped up, he panicked and shouted, "Cancel! Cancel the boss fight!" Before his words had even faded, Redeye's terrifying form vanished, replaced once more by a harmless, fragile-looking rabbit. The old evening dress was a little messy, but Redeye seemed utterly non-threatening now. Still, Wang Guangfei couldn't force a smile. He was grateful that Head hesitated, that he hadn't swung the scissors in his hand. If Head acted rashly just a moment ago, canceling the boss fight might no longer have been an option. Zuo Cheng'an narrowed his eyes, focusing on Redeye's health bar HP, 51.75. He distinctly remembered that just a moment ago, after losing an ear and sustaining multiple wounds, Redeye's health had been at 42.77. How had it not only failed to decrease, but actually increased over time? Did Redeye's have some sort of rapid regeneration? The thought occurred to him that the damage from Wang Guangfei's scissors might not even outpace Redeye's natural healing. Fortunately, Wang Guangfei had managed to stop himself at the last second, avoiding a fatal mistake. Sigh, another one blinded by love, Zuo Cheng'an thought wryly. Didn't he break up with her? Why go to such lengths for revenge on his ex-girlfriend's behalf? He was just one step away from witnessing the infamous brutal kill 2.0, a bit of a shame, really. Shaking his head, he thought about all the messy, love-driven entanglements he'd seen, unable to understand Wang Guangfei's actions. People from lower worlds are like this, fighting and shouting one moment, yet still unable to let go of each other the next. So contradictory. He recalled a pair of siblings had met. The brother always claimed to hate his sister, wishing she'd leave, but in the end, he gave up his spot in the final round for her. After the sister completed her task, she committed suicide in the game not long after. Had also seen a bickering couple, no longer on speaking terms, but when one was hurt, the other secretly took revenge. People like this are just strange, he sighed. Their emotions are so tangled, it seems they can never truly let go. But the audience behind those watching eyes were clearly a different breed. Cold and self-serving. They had little understanding of the player's actions or emotional struggles. Did evolving into a higher being mean losing empathy and feeling altogether? Zuo Cheng'an honestly had no idea. The audience often referred to the lower world with a tone of disdain, constantly belittling humanity's technology and behavior. They believed that humans, so easily swayed by emotion, were proof of an incomplete evolution, and only those who possessed absolute rationality like themselves were truly advanced beings. Yet, Zuo Cheng'an couldn't understand this perspective. To him, both reason and emotion were essential parts of being whole. One couldn't exist without the other. One thing was certain. Someday, he would crush those arrogant, all-seeing eyes one by one, and drag the spectators hiding behind their secure screens into the game itself, forcing them to experience firsthand the dungeons that even so-called kindergarten-level players could easily clear. Then, he'd see if they could still laugh so smugly. After completing the set tasks on the farm, the Redeye boss glared fiercely at Zuo Cheng'an, as if determined to remember his face. In the next instant, its figure vanished. With the boss gone, a crisp notification sound echoed within the game. Wang Guangfei, who had already suffered multiple emotional blows throughout the day, looked utterly exhausted, as if had aged several years in a matter of hours. Life and death were common occurrences in the game. Even top-tier players who had reached the 5th rung of the ladder couldn't escape the game's harshness. Lower-ranked players had long since grown used to it. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Wang Guangfei said, "Man, we wouldn't have cleared it today without you. Let's add each other as friends. I'll send you some points later." Zuo Cheng'an readily accepted both the friend request and the points offered. By then, Wang Guangfei had already left the dungeon to claim his rewards. After all, ladder dungeons offered far better rewards than regular ones. There were countless players who had remained unknown until their first ladder dungeon clear, only to quickly make a name for themselves. Seeing that the remaining players had all left, Zuo Cheng'an didn't hurry to exit. Instead, he wandered around the farm a bit longer. He had noticed earlier that ever since the dungeon's name had changed, the animals on the farm had begun to gradually resemble their normal forms, just like in the photos upstairs in the cottage. Had these animals truly reverted to their original state? If so, how would the next wave of players complete their tasks? Collecting eggs was no longer a challenge. The cowshed was spotless, and nearly all the tomatoes had been picked. It almost seemed like it was time for a new dungeon host. Typically, once a ladder dungeon was cleared, it would be moved to the regular dungeon hall for ordinary players to use. The first players to clear it would have the advantage of exclusive strategies, which they could sell to guilds or share publicly. However, if a ladder dungeon was disrupted by overly destructive players during its first run, the system would temporarily shut it down for adjustments. Once repairs were complete, it might be significantly overhauled into a brand new dungeon or simply tweaked, with the clearing method potentially changing as a result. Thanks to Zuo Cheng'an's actions, even the farm dungeons behind Thessine's boss had been replaced. Luckily, the core of the dungeon remained intact, only the host had changed. The environment was largely preserved, requiring only minor adjustments before it could be reopened for players. As expected, just 10 minutes later, Zuo Cheng'an, who was still lingering in the instance, noticed a dramatic change. Although the instance's number and name remained the same, its content had shifted significantly. The original task complete the host's assigned mission had transformed into survive on the farm for 10 days, turning a simple objective into a survival challenge. The entire mission had become a grueling endurance test. Players now had to fend off relentless waves of attacks from outside the farm, care for the animals, and prevent the aggressive wailing tomatoes from invading. If the tomatoes breached the farmhouse or if any animals were harmed, the mission would end in failure. Looking out from the farm, Zuo Cheng'an saw that the once quiet tomatoes, firmly rooted in the soil, had started to writhe uneasily, pulling themselves out and gathering around the farm's perimeter. The next wave of attacks loomed like a zombie apocalypse, bloody, tense, and full of menace. Zuo Cheng'an's heart tightened with anxiety and guilt. Not daring to hesitate, he made a snap decision and quickly turned to retreat. Just as he was about to be teleported out of the instance, a loud, energetic woof rang out beside him. It turned out that Madu, the sheepdog, had somehow jumped out of the sheep pen and tracked him down by scent. Although Madu had mostly forgotten its days as an NPC in the instance, its hatred for the reed monsters remained undiminished. Since ordinary NPCs couldn't stand up to the game's bosses, Madu had decided to leave the instance entirely and stick with a strong player for protection. Sensing Zuo Cheng'an's strength, Madu knew it had found the right person to rely on. With a burst of speed, it leapt towards Zuo Cheng'an, and in an instant, they were both teleported out of the instance together. Congratulations. You have gained the companion Madu. Companion, Madu sheepdog. Abilities: herding, guarding, laundry, cooking 4 dishes, and a soup. Description: whether it's herding cattle and horses on the grasslands or managing office workers in a high-rise, Madu can handle it all with ease. Needs only a handful of fodder every 100 kilometers. A familiar sensation of weightlessness washed over Zuo Cheng'an, and 2 options appeared before him. Teleport directly to his recently rented apartment, or return to the area next to the Sky Ladder Tower. Having spent the whole day busy in the instance, with only 2 tomatoes forcing down his nausea, he was nearly starving. To solve both his and Moda's food issues, he decisively chose to return to the area by the Sky Ladder Tower. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at the tower's entrance. Players continued to bustle around, but just like when he first left the beginner instance, he couldn't see any interactions or hear their conversations. At that moment, a results panel popped up, displaying his performance. Congratulations. You have passed the first Sky Ladder instance assessment. Stats unlocked. Reward calculation in progress. Overall rating: S. Free attribute points earned: 16. Level 1 Sky Ladder instance cap: 8. Level rating bonus: doubled. Points earned: 200. Level 1 Sky Ladder instance cap: 100. Congratulations on clearing an unopened instance and earning the Trailblazer achievement. Free attribute points: 316 from the instance reward. 3 from the achievement, and with 2 remaining on his panel, Zhuo now had a total of 21 free attribute points. With resources scarce, Zhuo understood that while balanced growth was safe, it could also lead to mediocrity. Reflecting on his 2 games, he realized just how crucial strength was. Without enough power, he couldn't even break through a monster's defenses. Next in importance was constitution, which gave him a better chance of surviving when wounded. Speed came last, a hidden trump card to be used in the heat of battle. Because the environments in lower-level instances are usually quite small, having high speed doesn't really help if there's no room to run. Maybe speed only becomes an advantage in specific instances set in large cities or open plazas. As long as he avoids choosing large-scale instances before boosting his speed attribute, he should be fine. As Zhuo pondered this, his fingers flew across the attribute panel as he decisively distributed his free points: 10 to strength, 8 to constitution, and only 3 to speed. Once he finished, his stats updated immediately. Players Cheng'an. Level 1st ladder. Mental 58,100. Constitution 18. Strength 20. Speed 13. Items: tetanus serum 131. Scoundrel glasses, 2 strips of dried lamb. Swift rat dagger, shepherd dog bell. Skills: Eye of truth. Zhuo noticed that the plus sign next to his strength attribute now at 20 points was still active, which meant he could keep adding points as long as he had free attribute points left. Would he only hit a bottleneck at 30 or even 40 points in the first ladder? That would be quite a task. Even if he got an S rating every time, it wouldn't be easy to save up enough points quickly. He hoped higher-level instances would reward more free points. Aside from the numbers, his level had risen from unranked to first ladder, but his mental value had dropped into the danger zone at 58 points. According to the warnings from the twin sisters and the chat, entering instances back-to-back would lower mental value, and if it fell below 60, aberrations might occur during the instance. Though these changes were reversible, the resulting confusion, irritability, and loss of physical control were real threats. Scanning his inventory, Zhuo spotted 2 new items: the swift rat dagger and the shepherd dog bell. The bell originally belonged to Mo Do, so he planned to return it. As for the dagger, he decided to keep it for now, wasn't short on points, and once had collected enough in used items, he could set up a stall and sell them. What Zhuo didn't know was that, as the last player to leave, a slightly updated version of Uncle Muz's farm had just been added to the instance hall's public listing. The first player to clear any instance would be announced to all, once for every level cleared. Most players in the hall who heard that 4 new players had reached the first ladder only muttered a quick impressive before going back to their business. The first ladder was powerful for ordinary people, but in the entire number 7 safe zone, there were about 50,000 players at this level. Nearly half the players in the instance hall were first ladder. Announcements about ladder instance clears happened a dozen times a day, so it was nothing special. Only those in the big guilds, responsible for gathering instance intel, really paid attention to these updates. Instances transferred from the ladder tower were their favorites. They didn't have to risk their own people, just purchase walkthroughs from the players who cleared it. Efficient and hassle-free. As for Wang Guangfei and the others discovering that the instance tasks had changed and their experience was now useless, that was another sad story altogether. Zhuo put the bell back on Mo Do, and as the shield around them faded, their figures became visible to everyone. Many players, hesitant to enter an instance themselves, looked at him with envy. Appearing outside the ladder tower meant head just cleared the first ladder. A real expert would have been teleported home or stayed inside. Even the lowest first ladder players received a weekly stipend of 1 point, enough to live decently in the number 7 safe zone. With a bit of luck or a useful skill, you could even join a good guild. Guild members had been waiting nearby, quickly surrounded Zhuo, all eager to recruit him. Zhuo wanted to ask about the great cleanup, but was quickly overwhelmed by the crowd's enthusiasm. These people were even more eager than the self-appointed guides from before. At least the guides had the sense to approach one at a time, but now it was a whole group, crowding in tighter than garlic cloves. At that moment, Zhuo felt a twinge of regret. Maybe he should have allocated a few more points to speed, just to make escaping these situations a little easier. At full speed, Shisandian could sprint 100 meters in just 6 seconds. Mo Do, having taken on the form of a black ram, charged ahead like a bolt of black lightning, clearing the way, while Zhuo followed closely behind, hurrying to escape. The game system didn't issue any warnings about Mo Do's ramming. It either considered it self-defense or simply treated this kind of shoving as a special movement style. Most of the pursuers behind them were guild members just trying to meet their performance quotas, rookies who hadn't even climbed the first tier of the ranking ladder and hadn't maxed out any of their stats. Naturally, they were left far behind, soon losing sight of both Zhuo and Mo Do. Following the signs, the two of them arrived at the largest department store in the safe zone. The building was massive, covering thousands of acres and rising 9 stories high, stocked with enough goods to supply 100,000 residents with everything they might need. From daily essentials to luxury items, and even specialty snacks that, in the real world, could only be found overseas here. They were just a shelf away. Aside from contraband, just about anything could be found here. As soon as they stepped inside, the game system teleported Cheng'an directly to the food section. The layout resembled a typical supermarket, with clear divisions for snacks, ready meals, fruits and vegetables, all gathered on one floor. Woof! Just as Cheng'an finished picking out his supplies, he turned around to see Mo had already dashed off to the produce section, drooling over the fresh pasture grass displayed under a protective cover. Resigned, Cheng'an put down the cans of dog food and biscuits he had picked for his companion and instead grabbed several large bundles of fresh pasture grass. Clearly, his black ram companion was taking his role a bit too seriously, forgetting all about his canine instincts. Along with the grass, Cheng'an added some bok choy and small carrots. Many players in the safe zone kept pets. Some were powerful companions like Mo. Others were just regular animals. The department store had a dedicated pet section, offering even protected species from the real world in exchange for points. After all, in a world where players had to run dungeons every week or pay 100 points if they skipped, everyone needed a way to relieve stress. While shopping, Cheng'an also took the opportunity to ask other players he met about any news related to the upcoming Great Cleanup. No one could understand why these three words caused such panic. The players who had been happily shopping in the store instantly turned pale at the mention of Great Purge, fleeing as if they'd seen a ghost. The looks they gave Cheng'an were filled with fear, as if silently asking, "Are you out of your mind? How could you possibly wish for something like that?" This left Cheng'an deeply unsettled. He regretted not keeping in touch with Yula now. He didn't even have anyone to ask for information. Remembering Redeye's earlier threat, "Just wait until the Great Purge, you'll get what's coming to you," Cheng'an felt even more confused. Was this some kind of special large-scale dungeon? Messages kept flooding the chat, but he simply couldn't multitask. The barrage of comments was as illogical as math formulas scribbled randomly, jumping from topic to topic, impossible to follow once you lost track. Pushing aside his questions, Cheng'an glanced at his receipt and was pleasantly surprised. In the safe zone, as long as you didn't buy items or property, points really went a long way. A whole cart of daily necessities plus 2 carts of hay cost him just 13 points. He had Wang Guangfei to thank for that when they'd added each other as friends. Wang had promptly transferred the promised 20 points. Instead of losing out, Cheng'an actually ended up 7 points richer after all his shopping. It was through casual conversation with Wang Guangfei that Cheng'an learned most players only earned between 2 and 20 points per dungeon, and it was rare to make more than 50. Even the easiest dungeons guaranteed at least 2 points as a consolation prize. Combined with the low cost of living in the safe zone, it meant that as long as you dared to take on dungeons, you'd never starve. Taking advantage of the friendly chat, Cheng'an cautiously asked about the Great Purge. This time, he finally got an answer. It was a brutal system the game used to control the player population. Because living expenses were so low and there were special protections for groups like pregnant women, the population in the safe zones kept skyrocketing. Although Safe Zone 7 was still new and maintained an ideal size of about 100,000 people, the older Zones 1 and 2 had swelled to over 1 million residents. Even park benches and bridges were crowded with people, forcing everyone to squeeze into any available building. Once the game system detected overpopulation, it would forcibly throw players and dungeon monsters together into a massive dungeon, triggering a merciless massacre. Worse still, when an old zone was purged, the new zones would get swept up in the reset as well. This also explained the strange distribution of player levels in Safe Zone 7. Only 20,000 people were in the unranked tier, while a full 50,000 made up the first tier, a complete reversal of the usual pattern, where higher levels should mean fewer people. The existence of the Great Purge serves 2 purposes. It weeds out those who are just coasting through the game, and it pushes others to unlock their full potential, driving them to climb higher. Cheng'an pondered the brilliance of this game mechanic. Even players who had been slacking off the day before would immediately change their attitude and push themselves to train and dive into dungeons once they heard news of the purge. He recalled his recent conversation with Wang Guangfei, a player who knew the inside scoop. Judging from Wang's reactions, it seemed that new players rarely learned about the purge right away. By the time they found out, their golden window for rapid progress might have already closed. With his doubts resolved, Cheng'an was about to thank Wang Guangfei and exit the interface when a system notification popped up had a new friend request. When he checked, he saw the request was from Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu, whom he'd met in the newbie dungeon Screaming Night. As for He Jinmei and Zhao Qingyuan, the 2 older players who'd been in their party, they hadn't sent friend requests, which made sense. They were from a different generation, with little in common. Cheng'an accepted the friend requests, and almost immediately, Li Yueqiu started flooding him with messages, all basically boiling down to one thing: carry me. On the other hand, there was no response from Zheng Ren. The system showed he was currently in a dungeon, so he seemed pretty diligent. Cheng'an noticed that his friends list displayed each person's current level. Under Li Yueqiu's profile picture, it said, "Not on the ladder," while his own showed "First ladder." She must have seen the difference and proactively asked for help. Thinking of Li Yuechio, Zhuo Cheng'an recalled how she had used her double kick skill in the dungeon. After clearing a newbie dungeon, she had probably boosted her physical stats to the minimum requirement of 7 for that skill. The move was powerful, and, although the girl was a bit naive, she was kind-hearted and easy to direct. His experience of being left on his own in the 5-person farm dungeon had taught Zhuo Cheng'an a lesson. Fortunately, that mission didn't involve faction-based competition, so it hadn't been a problem. He remembered the viewers in the chat reminding him that some dungeons loved splitting players into rival teams just to watch them turn on each other. Solo players who ended up in these scenarios were often the first to be targeted and eliminated. In dungeons with fewer than 10 people, Zhuo Cheng'an wasn't worried about being singled out. But what about bigger runs 50 or even 100 players? If 99 of them belonged to the same guild and worked together, how was the lone outsider supposed to survive? No matter how skilled he was, if teamwork was required and the others refused to cooperate, he'd be out of luck. So, while he didn't need to join a guild, he realized he definitely needed some allies on his side during dungeon runs even if they were just for numbers. All things considered, Li Yuechio was a good pick. He knew her, she could fight, and most importantly, she was kind and obedient. As for whether she might have any tricks up her sleeves, what Cheng'an thought of her innocent, clear eyes. She might have small, selfish motives, everyone does, but she'd never do anything truly malicious. With that in mind, Zhuo Cheng'an replied, agreeing to bring her along next time he ran a dungeon. When Li Yuechio saw his message, she assumed taking her along meant a slightly higher level 1 dungeon. She was over the moon, showering him with compliments and flattery. She had no idea that Zhuo Cheng'an was actually talking about a level 2 dungeon, the highest reward, rarely open type. Li Yuechio, watch out. By the time the private chat ended, Zhuo Cheng'an had just returned to his rented apartment. From inside came a rustling sound. Mao Dou could hardly wait to tear open the packaging on the hay and vegetables. He munched on a crisp radish, took a bite of hay, then gulped down a big mouthful of fresh water. The crunching was so loud you'd think he was eating chips, and he looked so energized that even his tail was wagging like a windmill. Zhuo Cheng'an picked up an empty bowl, sat down, and immediately pulled up his personal interface, ready to try synthesizing Muzhou brand tomato sauce. According to the panel's description, this was a long-standing, popular tomato sauce from Ladder City top gift choice. In plain terms, it could be traded with NPCs. Whether it was actually edible, though, he'd have to make it and see for himself. He had once found an old can of tomato sauce in the farm warehouse, but it had spoiled long ago and was useless, so it couldn't be used as a reference. Following the recipe on the interface, Zhuo Cheng'an added fragrant tomato X1, white sugar X1, electric numbing honey X1, and a few other ingredients. As expected, the system immediately prompted, "Start crafting?" He hit confirm without hesitation. In a flash of golden light, the ingredients blended into a pool of orangered sauce. Maybe it was the honey, but Muzhou brand tomato sauce was lighter in color than regular tomato sauce, with a gentle gloss. It looked a bit like sweet and sour sauce, only a deeper, richer red. Muzhou brand tomato sauce. Category: Food. Effect: Restores injuries when used. Can be added to dishes to create healing meals. Restriction: Not suitable for the weak. Use in small amounts multiple times. Description: As long as there's tomato beef brisket, nothing else even comes close. Zhuo Cheng'an scooped up a spoonful. As soon as it touched his tongue, the rich aroma of tomatoes exploded on his taste buds. The texture was soft and silky, with an initial burst of tartness that quickly melted into a gentle sweetness. The sweet and sour notes intertwined and balanced out perfectly. Even though he didn't usually have a sweet tooth, this flavor was irresistible. No exaggeration, this sauce could make even a shoe's sole taste good. Spread it on bread or add a spoonful to a stir-fry, and the flavor would instantly go up a notch. His mind raced with this recipe. Even if he gave up on everything else, he could make a fortune selling street crepes. That was unlikely, of course, but what really interested him was the sauce's healing effect. If it was strong enough to replace traditional healing items, he could portion it out into small servings as portable emergency rations, or even sell it at the market weight. Wasn't he back to thinking about street vending again? He shook his head with a laugh, grabbed the swift mouse dagger, and slashed it across his arm. The blade was so sharp he barely felt it at first, but when the blood started pouring out and the metallic scent hit his nose, the burning pain finally set in. By real-world standards, this wound would need at least 4 or 5 stitches, but in the game. Without hesitation, he scooped up a big spoonful of tomato sauce and swallowed it in one gulp. Before the rich tomato flavor had even faded, the bleeding cut on his arm visibly scabbed over, and the burning pain vanished. As the taste lingered on his tongue, the scab turned a deep brown. With a gentle scratch, it flaked off to reveal brand new, tender skin underneath, even though the drops of blood on the table hadn't yet dried. This stuff was amazing. An absolute treasure. He stared at the remaining sauce in the bowl, as if it were a pile of gold bars. The spoonful he'd just eaten was about the size of a ketchup packet for a burger, and there was enough left in the bowl for 7, 8 ninino. at least 10 more packets. The only downside was the limited ingredients. Even though the real-world department stores sold items sourced from the game, they were expensive and had purchase limits. Had already bought out all the electric numbing honey on the shelves, and it was only enough to make one bowl of sauce. Fortunately, he still had 2 fragrant tomatoes left and some meat in reserve. Tonight, he'd make a special tomato beef brisket with this unique sauce just to see how magical the results could be. The yield was indeed limited. As Zuo Cheng'an cleaned up the mess on the table, he did some quick mental calculations. While it was barely enough for his own use, and he could sell a bit, it was nowhere near enough for large-scale operations. More importantly, he hadn't tested whether the required amount would spike in cases of severe injuries, or if the healing effect would hit a bottleneck. For instance, maybe small wounds healed quickly, but the effect might drop off significantly with large-scale trauma. These were all things he'd have to figure out over time. Thinking about healing, Zuo Cheng'an couldn't help but recall Zheng Ren's medical supplies. Back then, he had been at death's door, but a single gummy bear had pulled him back from the brink. 10 minutes later, he could walk with the help of a wall, and after 15 minutes, he was as lively as ever. Now, with the ketchup recipe in hand, he wouldn't have to spend a fortune on healing items anymore. Even if he couldn't enter a dungeon for a while, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of points. Speaking of points, Zuo Cheng'an immediately checked his account balance. Had received rank ratings in both dungeons. Although a level 1 dungeon capped at 100 points per run, the rank doubled the reward, so had earned a total of 400 points. Had spent 25 points treating hidden injuries, 5 to have you show him the way, 30 on rent, and 13 on various purchases. However, Wang Guangfei had transferred 20 points back to him, so he still had 340 points left, enough to cover 2 months' rent. With money in hand, he naturally thought about how to spend it. Saving was out of the question. He let Imodo munch on some grass in the room while he made himself a bowl of tomato beef stew over rice. He planned to try his luck at the trading market tomorrow, take 3 or 4 days to recover his mental energy, and then tackle a level 2 dungeon. Before that, he needed to get his hands on a reliable offensive item. If he had enough points, had loved to buy a skill, especially one that let him multitask. But skills weren't easy to come by. The powerful ones without usage limits were not just expensive, they were rarely for sale at all. If he put himself in someone else's shoes, he'd definitely keep a good skill for himself first. The next day, Zuo Cheng'an woke up fully rested, though it was impossible to tell whether it was morning or night. There was no distinction between day and night in the safe zone. The outside was always bright as noon, with no visible light source. Even without streetlights, the roads were as bright as day, which was why bridge underpasses were more sought after than open parks. They at least blocked some of the light, making it less glaring when trying to sleep. Players could fall asleep as soon as they lay down, but it was never truly comfortable in such brightness. In contrast, indoors, closing the curtains and turning off the lights meant you could enjoy complete darkness. Woof. As Zuo Cheng'an prepared to head out, Imodo wagged his tail and stuck close, refusing to let him out of sight since had woken up, giving Zuo no chance to leave him at home. No, Imodo, you can't come with me. Even whining and acting cute couldn't change Zuo Cheng'an's mind. Don't forget you ate half a pot of my tomato beef stew last night. Zuo Cheng'an pointed at the frying pan on the stove, which had been licked completely clean, his face full of accusation. It was undeniable evidence from the scene of the crime, left right in plain sight. Imodo guiltily averted his gaze, eyes darting away. Seizing the moment, Zuo Cheng'an dashed out of the room and in no time appeared at the entrance to the instance hall. Inside, the place was packed with people. Players of all sorts bustled about. Vendors hawked strategy guides in loud voices. Shouts for team recruitment echoed from every direction, and many new players paced back and forth in front of the various instances, looking indecisive. The lively atmosphere was even more intense than a shopping mall during its anniversary sale. Just as Zuo Cheng'an was about to head to the nearby marketplace, a sudden commotion broke out in the hall. He paused to listen, and realized that the 100 players who'd entered the No Way Out Level 3 instance yesterday had returned. Time passed at different rates in different instances. Only a day had gone by in the safe zone, but those in the No Way Out instance had spent a grueling 3 days inside. The contrast was stark compared to when the 100-strong team had set out. Now, fewer than 20 survivors had made it back. Although the game's healing functions had repaired their limbs, the bloodstains on their clothes, some splattered, some soaked in large patches, and even torn sleeves and pant legs told the story of the brutal battles they had endured. Zuo Cheng'an's curiosity was piqued, and he gave up on his plan to visit the marketplace, squeezing into the crowd to get a better look. Even if he could just learn one of Redeye's attack patterns, it would be worth it. Among the survivors, those still conscious quickly used points for instant treatment. The unconscious, however, weren't so lucky. They could only rely on items to barely cling to life while waiting for help from their guilds. Fellow guild members stayed close by their injured teammates, unwilling to leave their side. Before long, the crowd had gathered so thickly around the survivors that they were completely surrounded. To prevent the onlookers from crowding too close and making it hard for the wounded to breathe, guild members kept order at intervals, stopping people from pressing in. Thanks to his heightened senses from his constitution stat, Cheng'an easily picked up on the conversations around him. What? A tall, thin young man exclaimed. Even the leader from the Xiaoya guild couldn't clear that level 3 instance? Are you kidding? That guy's a tier 4 player. Yeah, someone else chimed in. Don't high-level players just breeze through lower-level instances? Who told you that? A more experienced player retorted. That only works for level 1 and 2 instances. For level 3 and above, the game randomly spawns bosses. You'll get schooled real quick. But a tier 4 plus over 70 tier 3s, and 2 big guilds teaming up, and they still couldn't clear a level 3 instance? That's what you don't know? Someone who claimed to be in the know lowered his voice. Word is, this time the No Way Out instance got really unlucky. They got the Redeye boss from the ladder tower. Unless one of the 3 major guild leaders steps in personally, clearing it perfectly is just a pipe dream. That's some terrible luck, someone sighed. The boss didn't show up the last few times, but as soon as the tier 4 pro leads the team, they run right into it. Wait a minute, someone else questioned. I thought you either cleared the instance or died. How did so many people make it out alive? At that moment, a Xiaoya guild member who was helping maintain order stepped in to answer. Although he hadn't participated in the run himself, had heard the brutal details from his teammates inside the instance. Originally, players who entered the no escape instance only needed to enjoy good food and drink on the ship, survive for half a month, and they would be fine. At most, they might have to deal with a few passengers who turned into zombies. The hidden quest was to investigate the origin of the zombie virus, but whether or not they completed it didn't really matter unless they were aiming for a high score. In general, the difficulty was minimal. However, not long after the game began, a red figure suddenly appeared on the deck. The ladder boss, Red Eyes. Its arrival instantly drained the color from every player's face. Everyone knew that when a ladder boss appeared, the difficulty of the instance would increase by at least 1 level, presenting a challenge that ordinary players could not handle. Red Eye's appearance was like dropping a bomb on the ship. What was supposed to be a relaxing cruise instantly turned into a nightmare. The zombies were significantly strengthened. Once slow and sluggish, they were now faster, stronger, and more aggressive. Many players who were still at the second ladder had no way of coping with such threats, and casualties quickly mounted among the players on board. Gon Ran, the leader of Xiaoya's team, stood by the cabin window, watching the chaos outside with a furrowed brow. He had to make a tough decision to give up on a perfect clear and instead look for alternative ways to complete the instance. Instances at level 3 and above all have this feature, Gon Ran explained to his teammates. Besides the possibility of triggering a ladder boss, there's always more than one way to clear the game. The game designers clearly didn't want large numbers of high-level players dying while exploring the instance, so they left behind a few escape routes. Only by bringing information out of the instance would the deaths of previous players be meaningful, increasing the next group's chances of success. Multiple exits were set up so that when players realized they couldn't hold on any longer, they could still find a way out. This is the difference between a perfect clear and a side clear. First-level instances don't have this distinction at all, and only a few second-level instances do. All third-level and above instances, however, are divided into the 2 routes, perfect clear and side clear. A perfect clear means players need to complete the initial tasks listed in the game panel, follow the normal process to finish the instance, and receive the corresponding rewards. Side clears, on the other hand, are much more varied. It could mean fulfilling a request from an NPC, finding a hidden passage in the instance, or defeating a mini-boss. After a side clear, players will only be routinely asked if they want to spend points to heal injuries, but no rewards will be given. In these cases, simply making it out alive is the biggest reward. After several waves of players explored the instance, no team had yet managed a perfect clear, but the timing for a few early side clears had been discovered. The first opportunity appears on the evening of the first day. A private helicopter will land on the cruise ship. If players manage to board and fly it away, an option to exit the instance will appear in their minds. However, the small helicopter can only carry up to 4 people, which is hardly ideal in a large instance with over 100 players. The second escape point has no limit on the number of people, and the timing doesn't have to be precise. According to known information, within the first 10 days of the instance, players can use this second escape point at any time. As for what happens after 10 days, no player has survived long enough to find out. In the normal game flow, a small zombie outbreak would occur on the 3rd day after the cruise set sail. This was supposed to be relatively easy, with only a dozen zombies that ordinary players could handle. But with the arrival of the ladder boss, Red Eyes, the situation changed dramatically. The number of zombies soared to several hundred. To make matters worse, all the key crew members and technical staff responsible for maintaining the ship became zombies as well, instantly plunging the entire vessel into chaos. The upgraded zombie virus had become even more terrifying. Its incubation period was longer, its infectiousness had increased, and those infected had grown much stronger. It wasn't just humans at risk. Plants, and even fish in the surrounding waters were now turning into zombie-like monsters. The dungeon's difficulty had completely surpassed the level 3 category, reaching the intensity of a level 4 or even level 5 dungeon. Faced with this situation, Gan Ran, the leader of the Xiaoya Guild, made a decisive call. He abandoned their original plan to clear the dungeon and instead chose to take the game's long-standing alternative route, escaping via the lifeboats aboard the cruise ship. However, even though this was a side path, the dungeon system wasn't about to let players off easy. After all, if players could come and go as they pleased, what challenge would remain? To leave via the lifeboats, players had to complete a series of complex tasks. First, they needed to learn the exact location of the lifeboats, then find the key to the storage room where the boats were kept. Next, they had to fight their way through waves of enemies to reach the lifeboat room, break through the zombie blockade, inflate the lifeboat, and launch it onto the sea. Finally, they had to row the lifeboat through swarms of mutated sea creatures, making it at least a kilometer from the ship to reach a safe zone. Fortunately, the first two objectives, finding out where the lifeboats were and locating the key, had already been figured out by earlier teams. The new players could simply use this information and head straight there, saving valuable time. So, Gonran's team only needed to focus on the remaining tasks. At this critical moment, the expected villain made his entrance. Redeye, that notorious troublemaker, showed up with a horde of zombie minions, personally blocking the only route to the lifeboat storage room, looking ready to hold the line forever. To make matters worse, many members of the player team had already been infected by the new zombie virus. The items they carried were useless against this boss-enhanced strain, and they had to get back to the safe zone for treatment as soon as possible. Every second counted. With no other choice, the players launched a desperate attack on Redeye, kicking off a heart-pounding boss battle. The end result was as everyone saw. Though the boss managed to escape, the players paid a heavy price. From an original team of 100, only about 20 survived, with a few more lying on the ground, unconscious and their fate uncertain. Still, this outcome was far better than a total wipeout. After all, this was a dungeon with a ladder boss. Achieving such a survival rate was a testament to Gonran's leadership. As a Xiaoya Guild member responsible for maintaining order recounted the events, pride was evident in every word, as if simply being part of the guild was a badge of honor. And it was well deserved. Even Redeye had been beaten into retreat, forced to vent his frustration on lower-level players. If the team hadn't been in such a rush to evacuate and treat the wounded, Redeye might not even have had the chance to escape with half his health. Zuo Cheng'an had seen firsthand the sorry state Redeye was in when he fled from the No Way Out dungeon, barely made it out alive, and nearly got himself killed inside. After blending in with the crowd for a while, but failing to pick up any new information, Zuo Cheng'an stuck to his original plan and headed for the market. From a distance, he could see guides enthusiastically pitching their services to new players at the entrance. Those who had just finished their novice quest settlements were still dazed, only to be immediately surrounded by attractive guides offering special services. When the bewildered newcomers asked what these special services were, the guides would simply smile and explain that they were just offering to show them around. Scanning the entrance, Zuo Cheng'an quickly spotted Yulu standing among a group of children. Yulu noticed him too and waved enthusiastically from afar. As his very first client since starting out on his own, Yulu remembered Zuo Cheng'an well. Zuo Cheng'an raised his hand in response. Yesterday, with only Yulu present, it wasn't so obvious. But today, everything became clear. More than a dozen children stood side by side. Although they all wore boys' clothing, a closer look revealed that several of them, including Yulu, had delicate features, clearly girls disguised as boys. There was a reason for this disguise. In this game world, the safe zone did have rules to protect players, but once someone entered an instance, that protection vanished. For children who had lost their parents, if someone with bad intentions followed them into an instance, the consequences could be disastrous. Zuo Cheng'an often saw families of 4 or 5 in the safe zone, just like in the real world. Life here differed from reality only in that points replaced currency and parents occasionally had to team up to enter instances. But an instance was never a vacation spot. No matter how thoroughly an instance had been explored, tragedies still happened, players losing their lives to carelessness or overconfidence. When parents died, children over 10 inherited their parents' belongings and began living independently. Those under 10 were placed by the game system in a welfare center, allowed to move into the safe zone and live on their own only after turning 10. Clearly, children with parents were luckier. Under their parents' protection, they could grow up safely until 13 or 14, and only then would their parents gradually introduce them to instances. This greatly improved their survival rate and adaptability compared to orphans. As long as someone reached the first tier, even grinding low-level instances just for the basic welfare could support a living. Monsters in level 1 instances had attributes between 1 and 15. As long as a player's stats exceeded 15, they could handle it with ease. With stats at 20, they could confidently choose any level 1 instance. For players who had no desire to become stronger, life resembled a typical 9 to 5 routine. They set up stalls in the safe zone selling barbecue, pancakes, or ring toss games to earn points from other players. Every week, They would check in at a well-maintained level 1 instance, enjoy free room and board, and receive a basic welfare payout of 2 points after clearing it. Life was comfortable. If life in the safe zone could continue like this forever, it would indeed be a good place to settle down. But the threat of the major purge always hung over everyone's head, making it impossible to truly feel at ease. The marketplace was bustling, with crowded stalls arranged in a chaotic mess. A weapons stall might be right next to a food vendor, followed by a clothing stall, and then another food stall. Even more troublesome was the issue of trustworthiness. Some temporary stall owners, looking to make a quick profit, often sold subpar goods at inflated prices. In such an environment, having a knowledgeable local guide was essential. When Cheng'an saw Yulu, he naturally thought of asking her to show him around. But when she heard he wanted to visit the marketplace, she hesitated for a moment, then picked out an older-looking child from the group by the wall to serve as his guide. Yulu introduced herself a little awkwardly. You know, I've only been in the safe zone for a few days. I've got a handle on the main areas, but I'm still not familiar with the market. It's better to let him show you around. Knows most of the vendors here. She pulled over a boy who looked about 13 or 14. He wore a loose tank top and shorts that reached his knees. His skin was deeply tanned, and there was a jagged scar on his right upper arm. In this safe zone, where the weather was always mild, such casual outfits were quite common. This is Tian Wenliang. He's 13, and the leader among us kids. He's already completed 4 instances, Yulu explained. Thanks to him, those of us who aren't as strong have managed to find a place to stay under the trees in the park. Hi, Tian Wenliang greeted stiffly. Cheng'an didn't turn down Yule's offer. Before leaving, he added her as a friend and promised to call her if he had any job she could help with. As they walked, the contrast between the two kids' personalities became obvious. Yulu was like a machine gun, chattering nonstop. Tian Wenliang, on the other hand, was extremely quiet. He only spoke when Cheng'an asked him something. Otherwise, he followed silently, blending into the background so well that you could almost forget he was there. Cheng'an couldn't help but ask, is that some kind of skill? Getting a skill after just 3 runs tats, even luckier than scoring one from the newbie pack. As they walked, the conversation naturally shifted to progress. What's your current level? Cheng'an asked. I haven't reached the ladder yet, Tian Wenliang replied after a pause. Seeing Cheng'an's confusion, he explained, most adults think kids will hold them back, so they rarely take us along. We have to form our own teams for the instances. I'm waiting for my teammates to boost their stats a bit more. Then we'll try the ladder tower together. Gradually, Tian Wenliang opened up and started talking about the in-game orphanage. It was more like a boarding school in real life, with classes during the day and dormitories at night. Besides basic literacy and math, the kids also learned fundamental martial arts and survival skills. This gave them an edge over regular players who had been suddenly pulled into the game, though they still lagged behind in age and experience. Since our bodies are still developing, our base stats are lower than adults, so we have to spend extra attribute points to make up for it, Tian Wenliang said. That's why the older kids always tell us not to rush into instances. Whether we're working odd jobs or begging, it's better to wait until we've grown more. That way, we can save a lot of free attribute points. He took that advice to heart. For 2 years, he got by showing people around and doing odd jobs for the big guilds. It wasn't until this year that he tried his first simple instance. Soon, the conversation circled back to the market. There's no official layout here, but some rules have formed over time, Tian Wenliang explained, eyeing the goods on display with envy. The deeper in you go, the better the items. We're on the outer edge now, where most of the gear is white or green quality. White items shouldn't go for more than 200, and green ones should be under 500. Anything pricier is just a ripoff. Most of the stall owners here are part-time players who occasionally pick up items in dungeons that they don't need for themselves. To avoid letting resellers scoop them up for cheap, they set up stalls to sell these items directly. There are usually only a few things for sale at each booth, rarely more than 5 items per stall. If a stall is fully stocked, it usually means the owner is a professional trader, buying and selling items for profit. As for how much something will actually sell for, it all depends on each player's bargaining skills. Cheng'an stopped in front of a stall, his attention caught by a green quality blade. Thanks to the power of the Eye of Truth, he could see all its stats without even touching it. The weapon was called Headless Butcher, a green quality cleaver that boosted attack by 1,830 points. Its most unique feature was its bonus effect. The more enemies from hostile factions you kill within an hour, the higher your attack power climbs up to a cap of 30 points. But the downside was just as clear. Each kill comes with a 3 chance of lowering your mental strength. And, as the item description warned, it is shrouded in intense resentment. Without a way to suppress it, using this weapon may lead to mental breakdown. Huh? Am I crazy? Yeah, I'm crazy. Goodbye, cruel world. Cheng'an couldn't help but laugh inwardly as he recalled the item's description. Clearly, an item with such a risky side effect was bound to attract certain types of players. The Headless Butcher cleaver sat on the stall, and Cheng'an wasn't the only one eyeing it. Another player, wearing a gray robe, was bargaining with the stall owner. He was clearly interested in the weapon as well. The stall owner, also dressed in gray, had a raspy voice and looked like a middle-aged man. 499? What do you think this is, a flash sale? You think you can just share a link and slash the price? The gray-robed player scoffed. 200 tops. The stall owner shot back. 200? You want a green quality item for 200 points? Dream on. He pressed his point. Just look at the side effects. There's a chance it reduces your mental strength. If you've ever run a dungeon, you know how dangerous that is. The gray-robed player looked frustrated, his brows furrowed. Your price is way too high. Think about the mental strength penalty. That's a big risk. Who would take that chance? The stall owner defended himself stubbornly. The description says you can suppress it with other items. Just pick up an amulet or a peachwood sword, and you'll be fine. He seemed convinced he was right. The gray-robed player replied, easy for you to say, but just look, any supernatural item is expensive. A green quality amulet costs as much as 2 of these cleavers. That's like buying a phone just for the case. The stall owner was at a loss for words, finally waving his hand in resignation. Fine, 450. That's my lowest offer. This cleaver's attack is above average for a green quality weapon. Take it or leave it. Supernatural dungeons are the last place any player wants to go. Even with detailed guides, few are willing to risk it. Without the right items, you're helpless against those bizarre creatures. That's why supernatural items are always in short supply, and their prices are high. The gray-robed player tried again. 250. The stall owner was wavering, but held firm. 430. 280. The gray-robed player countered, sensing the owner was about to give in. The stall owner, running out of patience, raised his voice. Bottom line, 380. I nearly lost my life getting this cleaver from the headless butcher. Any less, and it's just not worth it. The gray-robed player knew the owner had reached his limit and sighed. Fine. 380 it is. Just as they were about to close the deal, Zuo Cheng'an stepped forward and pointed to another item on the stall. It was a white quality item, shaped like a small stainless steel thermos, about the size of a paper cup. It didn't look like much, but Zuo Cheng'an could see its potential. The small thermos was compact enough to be held in one hand, making it easy to unscrew the lid. Zuo Cheng'an pointed at the item on the stall and asked, how much for this thermos? The vendor was busy trading with another player. Hearing the question, he glanced at the thermos and his expression turned a little odd, his face showing something hard to describe. 179, he replied coldly. I can't really explain. Just touch it and check the details yourself. Zuo Cheng'an noticed the vendor's reaction and immediately understood the situation. The name of this item was, frankly, a bit suggestive. Your grandpa's thermos, white rarity. Item effect, can hold up to 6 liters of liquid. Usage restriction, styled after a grandpa's taste. Item description, with this in hand, you're the coolest retiree in the park. This thermos was a reward for completing a side quest for the Deliverman. Because of its unique practicality, many guilds specifically organized players to complete this quest and collect as many thermoses as possible. Before heading into wilderness survival dungeons or instances with scarce supplies, players would fill the thermos with lightly sweetened or salted water, ensuring they could at least survive even with bad luck. Still, even if you could just look up a guide to get this item, 179 points for a thermos? That was almost as much as top-tier white-grade healing items. Did that mean the earlier numbered instances had already been shut down? Zuo Cheng'an frowned and asked, so, how many of the earlier numbered dungeons have been closed now? Tian Wenliang thought for a moment before answering. All level 1 dungeons before number 1000 are closed, level 2 before number 400, and 10 level 3 dungeons have been shut down. Nothing above level 3 has ever been closed. The higher the dungeon level in the game, the fewer there were. There were nearly 5,000 level 1 dungeons, almost 3,000 level 2, and level 3 had just passed 1,000. As for higher tiers, Zuo Cheng'an had never even seen one in the dungeon hall, probably because the spawn rate was so low. If this thermos really was a discontinued item, it might be worth collecting, and 179 points would be fair. Still, you always have to haggle when shopping. Even if the price isn't cheap, you have to try. Zuo Cheng'an said straight to the vendor, 80 points. Deal or not? The vendor froze, but before Zuo Cheng'an could say more, he quickly replied, no deal. Zuo Cheng'an let out a cold laugh and turned to leave. After all, a thermos was just a water container. For the same amount of points, he could buy a much more practical storage item. There was no need to waste 179 points on this. Besides, a smart vendor would usually make some concessions after a customer tried to bargain, but this one clearly wasn't interested in negotiation. Seeing Zuo Cheng'an walk away, the vendor got anxious. 175. If you really want it, take it for 170. That's as low as he'll go. But Zuo Cheng'an was already off the stall, not planning to waste any more time on a pointless deal. The thermos would do in a pinch, but what he really needed was a container for ketchup. While the thermos could hold liquids, ketchup was semi-solid and hard to pour out in small amounts, which was a hassle. Ideally, he wanted something like a soap dispenser, where he could easily squeeze out the contents. If it weren't for the rule that only allows items into dungeons, Zuo Cheng'an muttered under his breath, I'd have just gone to the mall and bought a proper container by now. Buying items here is all about luck. Zuo Cheng'an knew this well, seen it happen more than once. a coveted item selling at a discount one day, only to vanish from the stall the next. He carefully searched the market, his eyes landing on a green storage belt pouch. Despite being only the size of 2 palms, it could somehow hold a saber over a meter long, plus another 5 kilograms of miscellaneous goods. The most amazing part was that the pouch's weight never changed, no matter how full it was. The price 430 points was tempting. A storage item like this, able to carry food, water, and clothing into a dungeon, was vital for survival. Zuo Cheng'an touched the swift mouse dagger at his waist, weighing his options. Selling the dagger would barely be enough to buy the belt pouch, but he also wanted to pick up a longer weapon. It didn't have to be anything special, just sturdy and reliable. After thinking it over, he reluctantly gave up on the enticing storage pouch. He turned back to the stall where He'd seen the insulated mug, planning to try bargaining again. If the price was right, He'd take it on the spot. If not, he could come back in the next few days or ask Luo and the kids to keep an eye out. He wasn't in a rush to enter a dungeon, so he could save up points and stockpile more life-saving tomato paste. The stall owner spotted him from afar and greeted him warmly. "Hey kid, still interested? They'll give it to you for 160. 120, Zuo Cheng'an encountered without hesitation. The vendor hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Had already made enough points for 3 weeks, and with the safe zone about to change, old dungeons were closing down one after another. It was a good time to clear out his inventory. After paying 120 points, Zuo Cheng'an was left with just 220. With his main goal accomplished, he slowed his pace, using the eye of truth to carefully inspect each stall he passed, searching for a reasonably priced long-bladed weapon. He knew it was unlikely he'd stumble across a hidden gem like the heroes in novels after all. The system clearly labeled every item's name, function, and restrictions, but he still checked the detailed info on each piece, including which dungeon it came from. Suddenly, something caught his attention. It was an unremarkable item, a rusty iron shard wrapped in bandages. Despite being only of common quality, it had originated from a levels-even dungeon, something unheard of in Safe Zone 7. Even in the well-established Zones 1 and 2, only a handful of people had ever cleared a levels-even dungeon. What intrigued him even more was the name of this item. Once again, there were some garbled symbols in the mix, two of which He'd seen before. One was the message from the Sky Ladder Tower, and the other was from the reedy boss message in the Sky Ladder. As for the and those were new to him. Zuo Cheng'an was interested in making a purchase, but he knew he couldn't appear too eager. If he seemed desperate, the seller would just hike up the price. So, Zuo Cheng'an's attention first landed on a prop in the corner of the stall that looked a lot like a roadside stone. That one actually seemed pretty interesting. "How much is this?" he asked. This time, the vendor made no attempt to hide his identity. In fact, he seemed a bit showy, wearing the guild jacket of the Zhulang Guild, as if he wanted everyone to know exactly who he was. "Look, him with Zhulang Guild. Little flying stone? Take it for 130. 130? Zuo Cheng'an frowned. "That's a bit steep. It only has one attack mode. Not really worth that much." The vendor didn't argue, obviously aware that his pricing wasn't perfect. But it has unlimited uses, and that alone makes it worth over 100. Plus, it has an automatic patrol function. Used right, it can be surprisingly effective. He paused, then added, "Look, props with usage limits only go for a few dozen points on the market. Only the unlimited ones are worth 100 plus." Zuo Cheng'an nodded, casually inspecting the other props and occasionally asking about their prices. Eventually, his gaze landed on that glitched, garbled named item. The vendor seemed to have expected someone to notice this battered piece of equipment. Its name was unreadable, its appearance was a mess, and it had already caught the eyes of several people that day. "That one. 120. No idea which dungeon it's from. It was just in the bag when I got my stock. The stats are average, so I'm just selling it off. 10 points cheaper than the little flying stone. This thing?" Zuo Cheng'an looked down at the heavy prop. It gave 3 attack, was only of common quality, and looked pretty rough. But it had unlimited uses, which was a plus, and the price wasn't too high at 120. Still, for that price, he could get a brand new weapon of the same quality, which seemed like a better deal. The vendor chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head. "Yeah, it's not really worth that much. But look how unique it is. The name's all scrambled, it's heavy as hell, and you could definitely hit someone with it. It just feels like a solid chunk of iron. Being unique doesn't fill your stomach." Zuo Cheng'an replied with a soft laugh, turning his attention back to the little flying stone and focusing on its price. He seemed to lose interest in the glitched prop. A moment later, as if remembering something, Zuo Cheng'an pulled a swift mouse dagger from his backpack and handed it to the vendor. "From what you said earlier, you stock up in bulk from other places too. How much would you say this dagger is worth?" The vendor examined the dagger, thinking it over. "Nice shape. I could take it for 80. I need to make a little profit, after all." Zuo Cheng'an smiled slightly. "How about this? I'll give you the dagger plus 100 points for both the little flying stone and that glitched prop. Think of it as helping you clear out some old stock." The vendor hesitated, a flicker of indecision in his eyes. The dagger was a good item and would be easy to resell, and with a gold coin thrown in, it wasn't a loss. And if he could finally offload that heavy, ordinary, glitched piece of iron, that wouldn't be so bad either. So is it a deal or not? The vendor weighed his options quickly, but still didn't answer right away. Zuo Cheng'an was already getting up, leaving him with one final sentence. If not, I'm leaving. Although the glitched item might be valued at 120 points, its real worth is only realized when someone is actually willing to buy it. If there's no buyer, it's nothing more than a useless trinket. In contrast, the Swift Mouse Dagger is a much more reliable choice. Its compact size and refined design make it easy to conceal, which is ideal for players skilled in assassination or those who need to fight in tight spaces. Items like this are always in demand on the market. After all, weapons and tools are consumables in dungeons. No one can guarantee that their weapon will last through an entire run without breaking. Players have to prepare backups, and even backup for backs, just in case. When it comes to gear, the more, the better. Zuo Cheng'an paused for a moment, but in the end, the stall owner agreed to the trade. With the game's transaction protection in place, once a deal is finalized, there's no turning back. That's exactly why players at the market feel comfortable displaying their goods openly, with no need for extra security. No one worries about being robbed. The process is quick and straightforward, money for goods, right on the spot. Zuo Cheng'an traded 100 points and the Swift Mouse Dagger for a small flying stone and a roll of anti-slip bandages. He picked up the bandages, giving them a light swing to feel their weight. If he hadn't just boosted his strength to 20, he wasn't even sure he could handle this weapon properly. Rubbing the piece of metal, Zuo Cheng'an found himself growing more attached to it, but he felt that simply calling it a glitched item or iron piece didn't quite fit. The metal was roughly shaped, about as thick as a finger, without any sharp edge, more like a ruler than a blade. It needed a proper name, so he decided to call it Little 7 for now. After wrapping up the transaction, Zuo Cheng'an settled his account with Tian Wenliang and headed home. He diluted the tomato paste head prepared earlier with water and carefully poured it into a thermos. Had already planned to add water when he bought the thermos, since solid tomato paste is tough to pour out. Making it thinner made it much easier to use. Even though this would weaken its healing effect a bit, Zuo Cheng'an chose convenience. Whether the effect could be maintained would have to be made up for by drinking more of the diluted paste. In the end, it was impossible to say for sure if the result would be improved or diminished. Over the next few days, Zuo Cheng'an mostly stayed in his room, focusing on restoring his mental energy. He only went out to buy tomato paste ingredients or to browse the market. With just 90 points left, he could only consider one-time use items, like the last 2 air capsules, a mist spray with only 34 left, or a half-finished stamina drink. While these items might come in handy in specific dungeons, in others they were often just dead weight. Most players bought them as needed and quickly sold off any leftovers after a run. During this time, Zuo Cheng'an also heard some news about the major guilds from Yulo. Apparently, after a period of uneasy peace, relations between the Dawn Moon Guild and the Breaking Waves Guild broke down again following a failed dungeon run. They even arranged a showdown in the arena, ending things for good. Zuo Cheng'an wasn't surprised. The two guilds had originally teamed up to reap big rewards from dungeons, but heavy losses shattered their alliance. As a new zone, Safe Zone number 7's players were far less powerful than those from other areas. Even the top players from a few days ago were considered ordinary when they arrived in Safe Zone number 1, where low-level players were everywhere you looked. In Safe Zone 7, most of the second-tier dungeon players were elite members from major guilds, while the third tier was reserved for the guild's core members. When these top players suffered heavy losses in a level 3 dungeon, they naturally blamed their rivals. Although the dispute caused quite a stir, it didn't affect ordinary players at all. That day, Zuo Cheng'an had just finished a bowl of tomato pasta when a team invitation from Li Yueqiu popped up in his friends list. "Zuo, are you up for a dungeon run today?" Zuo Cheng'an glanced at his status panel. His mental energy had recovered to 83 points. It had been 4 days since his last dungeon, so the timing was perfect. He looked at the clock on the wall. It was 8:30 in the morning. Even though it wasn't a digital clock, he couldn't really tell if it was early or late. "Sure, let's meet in the dungeon lobby in half an hour." "Got it," Li Yueqiu replied almost instantly, then added, "Oh right, Zuo, Zheng Ren made it out of the dungeon yesterday. Should we bring him along?" As a seasoned follower, Li Yueqiu knew the importance of checking in with the team leader. Zuo Cheng'an thought for a moment. Zheng Ren might not have any special skills, but after 2 dungeons, his stats should at least be on par with Li Yueqiu's, and he was dependable. "Let's bring him." In the small plaza of Safe Zone 7's park, 2 figures sat side by side on their bedding. One waited anxiously for a reply, while the other stared blankly at his personal panel. Suddenly, the absent-minded one snapped back to reality. He said yes. "Phew, thank goodness." Zheng Ren let out a sigh of relief. "With a top-tier player leading us, this dungeon should be a lot easier." Li Yueqiu patted her chest in agreement. "Exactly. We're all newbies here, but look at him shot up to the top tier in no time, while we're still stuck in the same place." The two exchanged a helpless glance. Time was tight, so they quickly packed up their belongings, rolled up their bedding, and covered it with a dust cover. Li Yueqiu called out to a dozing ant nearby. "Aunt Sue, could you please look after our bedding?" Thanks to her sweet and genuine personality, Li Yuechio had already become friends with most of the players around. Not only was she doing well herself, she had also helped Zheng Ren, who had spent all his points on medical treatment. At that moment, Zheng Ren was still wearing the bloodstained t-shirt from his first dungeon, simply couldn't afford a clean change of clothes in a world where everything required points. If Li Yuechio hadn't lent him a point, he wouldn't even have this basic bedding and simple cooking pot. The 5-piece set, along with 10 packs of instant noodles in different flavors, cost just over 1 point. The system didn't even bother with decimals and just rounded down. As for drinking water, they could always fetch some from the fountain in the middle of the park. On their way to the dungeon lobby, Li Yuechio was still puzzled. What exactly happened in your last dungeon? Your medical bill was over 40 points. Zheng Ren hesitated, unable to answer. The system said I had sinusitis, malnutrition, hormonal imbalance, a few cavities, and mild nearsightedness. All that only cost me 15 points. How did you manage to spend 40? Zheng Ren's eyes darted away. It's a long story. Li Yuechio dragged out her words. Then give me the short version. Still, you really are unlucky. You went in hoping to earn more points, but now you're right back where you started. Zheng Ren was on the verge of tears. If only he had resisted the temptation and stayed out of the new instance. His second experience in a copy was nothing short of a nightmare. He had been working as a waiter in a restaurant, things going smoothly, until the seemingly normal customers suddenly turned violent and started biting people. Even worse, the chef who had always seemed friendly and appeared to be on his side revealed his true, monstrous nature. Fresh meat. The chef's eyes shone with madness as he brought his knife down, slicing Zheng Ren in half and preparing to toss him into the meat grinder for dumpling filling. Fortunately, Zheng Ren's will to survive was strong. In the final moments before he lost consciousness, he managed to strike back and kill the chef. Then, dragging his mutilated body, he barely managed to clear the instance. That was the only reason he later had a chance to join Li Yuechio. Even though he survived, it cost him everything he had to repair his body. Now, aside from a spatula he picked up in the last instance, Zheng Ren was completely broke. Even the points for a bedroll had to be borrowed from Li Yuechio. It really drove home how crucial it was to quickly figure out who the real enemies were in these copies. The two of them walked through most of the city, stopping occasionally. They were still a ways from the instance lobby when, out of nowhere, a person and a dog appeared in an open area ahead. The world really is full of unfairness. Li Yuechio and Zheng Ren exchanged a look, both feeling a pang of envy. Not only had this guy reached the first ladder in just 2 days, but he already had a place to live and a dog. Meanwhile, the two of them were still sleeping rough in the park. They sighed in unison. After the three met up, Zuo Cheng'an gave a brief introduction. This is Madu, my companion. He'll be joining us for the next instance. Woof. Madu sat alertly at Zuo Cheng'an's feet, sharp eyes sizing up Li Yuechio and Zheng Ren. He finally concluded no threat here. Even if his owner weren't around, he was confident he could take these two down on his own. Moda's stats were on par with a newly promoted first ladder player, especially his speed. No surprise, considering he had 4 legs. She was seriously fast. Zuo Cheng'an gave Madu an affectionate pat, signaling him to relax. As his owner, Zuo Cheng'an could see Moda's full stat panel. Companion Madu. Constitution, 8. Strength, 11. Speed, 13. Item, Shepherd's Bell. Skill, a dog is man's best friend active. With these stats, Madu could easily solo any player who hadn't reached the first ladder. And that skill was incredibly useful. Handled well, it could be used for crowd control, something even Zuo Cheng'an envied. A dog is man's best friend. Type, active skill. Effect, temporarily increases target's favorability by 999. Duration of immobilization varies. Restriction, only effective on humanoid creatures. Description, woof woof. Submit to the mighty paw of the dog. Next, Zuo Cheng'an asked the other two about their items and skills. Li Yuechio hadn't entered any new instances since clearing the newbie one, so she still only had her double kick skill and no items. The good news was that her constitution now met the minimum requirement for the skill, and her strength had increased a lot. Now, if she used double kick on a hunter, she'd take off way more than 20 of their health, maybe even 50. Li Yuechio introduced her skill with pride, but her voice faltered a bit when she mentioned the limitation. But after using it once, I have to wait 10 minutes before I can use it again. The existence of cooldowns for skills was exactly what Zuo Cheng'an expected. Without cooldowns, as long as someone met the minimum requirements for a skill, they could use it repeatedly, which would completely destroy the balance of the game. When it was Zheng Ren's turn to show off his equipment, he put his shamelessness on full display. Without a hint of embarrassment, he whipped a spatula out from behind his pants and generously shared its stats with his teammates. House specialty of the Fly Diner. Type, white. Item effect, can be used offensively to take heads, or defensively to fry noodles and cold skin. Limitation, 98 chance of generating a fly in the pan while cooking. Description, go ahead and eat it. It has 6 times the protein of beef. Damn, Zuo Cheng'an silently took note of this bizarre weapon. In the game, it was an unspoken rule among players. Unless you were close family or sworn brothers, you didn't let others see your stats or touch your items. Revealing your hand so openly was like exposing your back to a potential enemy. The situation was clear. One had skills but no items, the other had items but no skills. Fortunately, both of their attribute points were solid. In the newbie dungeon, both of them had participated in the fight against the hunter. Although neither landed the final blow, the system recorded their efforts and converted them into positive ratings. As a result, both received the maximum reward for a level 1 dungeon, 5 free attribute points. Li Yueqiu put 2 points into constitution and the remaining 3 into strength. She went from being so weak she couldn't open a bottle to having the strength of an amateur boxer. Zheng Ren, in addition to finishing the newbie dungeon, had also soloed a level 1 instance. It hadn't been easy, but he managed to clear it and earned a decent score. With a good base to start with, his constitution was now maxed out at 10 points, and his speed was just 1 point away from the cap. After getting a sense of his teammates' strengths, Zuo Cheng'an felt much more confident about tackling the upcoming level 2 dungeon. The 3 of them, plus 1 dog, entered the dungeon lobby. As they browsed through the available dungeons, Li Yueqiu asked curiously, "Most people invest in strength first. Why did you prioritize constitution?" Zheng Ren scratched his neck, looking a bit embarrassed. "Well, after getting chopped up a few times, I figured I'd better toughen up." The lobby was as noisy as a marketplace, with all kinds of shouts and recruitment pitches bombarding their ears. Underground castle, 20 slots, 18 open. Bring your own light source. Looking for a carry through a level 2 dungeon. You can have all the loot, just get me through. Payment negotiable. Must have a mental stat over 80. No negative records. 500 points if you can get me through a level 1 tower of ascension. No limit on team size, the more, the better. Death highway, 6 out of 7, need 1 more. No walkthrough necessary. As long as you have a real-world driver's license, you're in. The 3 plus their dog wandered past screen after screen, surrounded by the voices of players looking for teams or strong leads. Zuo Cheng'an noticed the Uncle Muzhis farm dungeon had cleared before, now reappearing as a new instance in the lobby. Even though it had already been cleared, there were no available walkthroughs, because the dungeon's tasks and nature had changed dramatically. When someone from the Xiaoya Guild added Zuo Cheng'an as a friend to buy a walkthrough, he refused flatly. Even though it was just a level 1 dungeon, inexperienced players who relied too much on guides could easily get themselves killed. 500 points wasn't nearly enough to tempt Zuo Cheng'an, at least 5,000, he thought to himself, a confident smile appearing on his lips. As they continued through the lobby, Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu gradually noticed something odd. Every screen Zuo stopped in front of was displaying level 2 dungeons. He's just curious, right? He's definitely just curious, right? The two exchanged a nervous glance, the same uneasy thought flashing through their minds. Zuo Cheng'an pointed at the screen, a trace of helplessness and mild excitement flickering in his eyes. Zheng Ren, Li Yueqiu, here comes the news you least want to hear. A cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he gestured to the display. The screen showed the details of the instance, the title clearly stating, 6 attempts for this instance, none successful. Below, a line read, high rewards, high risk. Both Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu felt a chill in their hearts, sensing just how daunting this upcoming mission would be. They exchanged glances, silently praying, please no. Yet their eyes were inevitably drawn back to the screen, where it boldly read, level 2 instance. The serial number was brand new, with almost no successful runs recorded. What did that mean? It was a brand new instance. No one had ever cleared it from the Tower of Ascension before. This, Li Yueqiu murmured, her eyes widening in surprise and a hint of fear. Zuo Cheng'an continued, in other words, we'll be facing an instance with no existing strategies. This isn't one of those runs that already have a walkthrough. His tone was firm, as if he had already come to terms with it, but Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu were still processing the news. For instances in the Tower of Ascension, once a team clears one, the information is uploaded to the instance hall, along with the number of successful clears. Usually, players leave their names behind, becoming role models for those who come after. This allows future teams to develop strategies based on existing data, mark of honor, but also a way to follow in others' footsteps. However, those kinds of instances no longer offer much of a challenge. Every map and hidden storyline has already been explored, leaving little room for new discoveries. On the other hand, a pioneer run with no clear records forces players to chart their own course. Not only do they get the first clear rewards, but they also earn extra points for uncovering new plots and unlocking new maps. The rating for such an instance is never low, because the challenge is immense. Zuo Cheng'an explained to Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu, you both know that only the top 3 guilds can field teams for these pioneer runs. The competition between Xiaoya and Bolong is especially fierce. They're always trying to outdo each other in first clears, and the 6 attempts at Xianyang Resort were mostly made by players from these 3 guilds. He paused, then spoke more firmly. Now, we have a chance to pioneer this instance ourselves. The first clear rewards are incredibly generous. Neither Zheng Ren nor Li Yueqiu looked any more relaxed. Yes, The Xiangyang Resort instance was new, had barely any clear records, and, most importantly, only required a team of 7 to start. But the lack of any successful clears made it all the more intimidating. If we go, we could claim the first clear rewards. But pioneering it's just too dangerous, Zheng Ren muttered, deep in thought. He understood exactly what this instance meant. It would be a brutal challenge. Zuo Cheng'an let out a sigh and glanced around. The atmosphere in the instance hall was unusually quiet. After making a round, he knew he had no other options. He looked back at the screen, determination in his eyes. We don't have any other choice. This instance is the one we should take on. The most enticing slogans flashed across the screen. 10 days, 9 nights. Luxury accommodations. Bonfire parties. Jungle adventures. Exotic wildlife. Discover a lost civilization. Zuo Cheng'an squinted, carefully examining the stream of photos on the screen. Lush, untouched jungles and mysterious ancient stone statues, each image brimming with an exotic allure. They were certainly captivating. Li Yueqiu was quickly drawn in by these scenes. As someone who followed every travel influencer on social media, she was instantly tempted. She didn't have the chance to travel in real life, so experiencing it in a game seemed like the next best thing. After a brief hesitation, she cast her vote in favor. As for the fact that this was a level 2 quest, all 3 of them were complete beginners, with no concept of quest difficulty, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Since the other 2 had agreed, Zheng Ren didn't object either and followed them into the portal. However, as soon as they entered, they saw 2 people already standing inside the portal, both wearing badges with the Breaking Waves Guild emblem. One of them, a man with a thin mustache, scowled and barked. Who said you could come in? Didn't you see this spot is already taken by Breaking Waves? Among the 3 major guilds, Dawn Guild was known for generously sharing quest strategies. Thousand Hunters was the strongest but kept to themselves, rarely interacting with others, and Breaking Waves had a reputation for being aggressive. They had a self-imposed rule. As long as a Breaking Waves member was in the portal, no one else could enter. While this was unreasonable, the other 2 guilds chose to ignore it, and regular players simply avoided any trouble. But Zuo Cheng'an and his friends were complete newcomers, clueless about these unspoken rules. Even if they had known, they probably wouldn't have cared. After all, it wasn't easy to find a quest that suited them, and missing out could mean losing their only chance. Not long after, more members of Breaking Waves arrived. They had originally planned to fill all the remaining slots with their 5-person team, but with Zuo Cheng'an's group, there were now too many people. The mustached man inside the portal grew impatient. Just let 2 of you in, and let's get this started. I'm still waiting to claim my reward. The 5 people outside exchanged glances. Clearing a level 2 quest for the first time offered more than just empty glory. The real prize was the guild points and strategy rewards, benefits that could last a lifetime. After a heated argument, 2 men, 1 tall, 1 short finally stepped into the portal. Since companions didn't count toward the player limit, once the 2 men entered, the screen showed the party was full. In an instant, the 7 players and 1 dog inside the portal vanished. Quest, Xiangyang Resort. Objective, survive until the end of the quest and complete at least 3 tourist activities. Duration, 10 days, 9 nights. Background, Xiangyang Village is a remote settlement on the outskirts of Tianyi City. To lift themselves out of poverty, the villagers have decided to build a unique tourist resort. As professional activity testers, you've been invited to Xiangyang Village to be the first to try out their new attractions. Friendly reminder, you were hired by the village chief as professional testers. If you can't provide useful feedback for improvement, the chief might get upset. Game start. Before he even opened his eyes, Zuo Cheng'an could already tell he was sitting on some kind of swaying vehicle. He felt something furry around his ankle, and when he looked down, he realized it was Madu curled up beside him. Glancing around, his vision suddenly cleared. Was on an open-sided sightseeing tram, and, to his shock, the tram was driving right along the edge of a sheer cliff. This was no ordinary sightseeing vehicle. With nothing to shield them on any side, the cold wind rushed past, sending shivers down his spine. The road looked artificially carved, extremely rough and narrow, just wide enough for a single vehicle to barely squeeze by. The gap between the tram wheels and the edge of the cliff was barely the width of a hand, making his heart race with fear. Zuo Cheng'an was seated at the back of the tram, right next to the cliff. If he tried to get off on that side, there was nowhere to stand. It'd fall straight down. Madu sat at his feet, tongue lolling out in excitement, completely unfazed by the whipping wind and clearly enjoying the thrill. Beside him, Li Yueqiu finally snapped back to her senses. Realizing where she was, she grabbed the handrail in terror, not daring to glance at the cliffside. Panic threatened to overwhelm her. She was almost certain this was the first challenge of the level. Only players who managed to jump off the tram at the exact moment it plunged over the cliff could continue. Was this really just a level 2 quest? Did only the strongest deserve a shot at clearing it? In contrast, the 4 members of the Breaking Waves Guild appeared much calmer, as if they had anticipated this situation. They quickly pulled ropes from their backpacks and tied themselves securely to the tram. The guild leader barked out instructions to his teammates, but but in his haste, he forgot to watch out for himself. Just then, the driver took a sharp turn, and the guild leader nearly toppled out of the tram. If his teammate hadn't grabbed him in time, he would have been the first casualty of the level. Damn, what kind of driving is that? Are you trying to kill us? He shouted in panic. Normally, players would never risk angering an NPC in a situation like this, for fear of triggering some unknown danger. But the Breaking Waves Guild clearly knew the rules of this level better than anyone else. They had key information about what would happen once they entered, the perilous open-sided tram, and even the possibility of monster attacks. That's why they came fully prepared, bringing ropes to secure themselves. More importantly, they knew the driver was just a mute, nondescript NPC who wouldn't react to anything they said. Even at a life-or-death moment, they could act without restraint, with no fear of consequences. After all, there was only one road into Xianyang village, and the risk of making a mistake was almost zero. The information that the Breaking Waves Guild had about the instance was quite limited. Everything they knew came from a single member who had managed to exit early using a special item. While the guild's subsequent attempts had confirmed the accuracy of this information, it only covered the events of the first 2 days. The longest any member had managed to stay inside was 2 days. Anyone who stayed longer had either died or was forced to remain, lacking the expensive item required for a forced exit. The tour bus wound its way up the twisting mountain road as Zheng Ren gazed at the bottomless cliffs on either side, his face growing increasingly pale. "Zhuge, aren't you scared at all?" he asked. This instance was on a scale far beyond any corridor-style or single-building instances had experienced before. It felt like a whole miniature world, with dense forests and dizzying cliffs that were truly intimidating. Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the dense mass of eyeballs that nearly blocked out his entire view and replied casually, "Out of sight, out of mind. I can't see anything anyway." Zhuge, Zheng Ren stammered. "Do you think we might go over the edge with the bus?" Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the overwhelming barrage of comments and said offhandedly, "No way. Even if the driver closed his eyes, the bus wouldn't go over. It's automatics just pretending to drive." Somehow, Zuo Cheng'an's words had a calming effect. Even though it was his first time in this instance too, Zheng Ren felt reassured immediately. He even dared to move closer to the cliffside window to take in the rare natural scenery, though his hands still gripped the armrest tightly. After a few hair-raising turns, the driver suddenly took both hands off the wheel and started rummaging through a basket next to his seat. Just as a guild member moved forward to grab the wheel, the driver finally pulled out an old loudspeaker. Through the crackling speaker, an elderly voice droned out a muffled promotional spiel. "Welcome, distinguished guests, to Xianyang Village. Here, you can enjoy jungle treasure hunts, canyon rafting, ancient ruins exploration, bonfire parties, and more. Enjoy a luxurious Tendui 9-night stay, with all meals included. We guarantee you'll have a great time." Zuo Cheng'an turned his attention to the dense barrage of floating comments. In this high mortality level 2 instance, there were noticeably more viewers than usual. Eyeballs packed the entire field of vision. Not even a single leaf could be seen through the crowd. He couldn't help but wonder, in even higher level instances, would there be so many eyeballs that the road would be completely obscured? If only it were just the comments and not the eyeballs themselves. Zuo Cheng'an had this idea and began to try it out eagerly. Under his control, the obstructive eyeballs in his field of vision gradually became semi-transparent, but the content of the bullet comments remained clearly visible. He didn't have time to admire the canyon scenery that appeared before him. Instead, he focused intently on scanning the messages, trying to extract clues about the dungeon from them. "Hey, there's actually a dog among this batch of players. So cute. I bet if you kicked it in the belly, it would yelp miserably, right? Haha, it's so adorable. I almost want to sit on it," one mischievous comment teased. Then, another wave of comments appeared. "How long do you think this group will last?" 3 days, for sure. I've been watching since the very first moment the Xianyang village stream started. The one who survived the longest made it to the 7th day. The rest either ran away or died within 3 days. I agree. The difficulty ramps up every 3 days in these travel events. The toughest one wiped out on the 4th day. I'm betting on 5 days. See that player sitting in the front row of the tour bus? I've seen him in other dungeons, cold-blooded and ruthless. He'll definitely last a while. Instead of guessing how many days they'll survive, why not bet on how many will fall when the mountain monkeys attack? Great idea. I'm betting at least 1. I say 2. I think the little dog will get snatched away by those monkeys for sure." As the comments kept rolling in, many clues surfaced unintentionally. For example, why did the members of the Breaking Waves Guild go to the trouble of tying themselves to their seats with ropes? After all, simply holding onto the back rail of the tour bus would be enough to stay stable. Using ropes was not only cumbersome and restrictive, but also difficult to manage. Items that could be brought into the dungeon were limited, and tools without usage limits were usually expensive. Whether the rope was bought or borrowed, it was definitely not easy to obtain. It turned out that the players from Breaking Waves Guild went to all that trouble because monsters would attack soon, and this information was only revealed by the comments just now. Zuo Cheng'an quickly scanned his surroundings, trying to spot any sign of enemy creatures. Thanks to his recent experiment, he had a deeper understanding of his Eye of Truth skill. The skill had 3 levels. At the highest, his vision was filled with countless eyeballs. At the middle level, he could clearly see the bullet comments. At the lowest, he could see enemy health bars and, when focusing, item descriptions. He now set the skill to the middle level, allowing him to avoid having his view blocked by eyeballs while still using most of the skill's practical features. To the left, the canyon dropped down to a canopy of ancient jungle trees, shrouded in mist, and even at the middle setting, he couldn't see clearly. On the right was a sheer stone wall safe as long as he didn't touch it. But above them, things were different. In the dense bushes atop the cliff, he could faintly make out hundreds of enemy health bars. What's more, those health bars were moving along with the tour bus. The bus was already moving at over 60 miles an hour. How could the monsters possibly keep up at such a speed? As expected, the monsters play by their own rules, Zuo Cheng'an muttered. Without knowing when the attack would come, he could only warn Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren to tear their clothes into strips and tie themselves down. As he spoke, he quickly took off his jacket and, with the help of his 20 strength points, ripped the polyester jacket into strips. While such clothing would be nothing special in the real world, here in the dungeon, it was a tool that could mean the difference between life and death. Zuo Cheng'an quickly tied the strips of cloth together to make a rope, securing himself and Mo Do tightly, then fixed the other end to the sightseeing bus railing. He thought, as long as the bus doesn't tip over and everyone's secured, they'd be safe. Once Mo Do felt the pull of the rope, its courage grew. At first, the dog only dared to stick its head out to catch the breeze, but soon it was leaning halfway out of the bus, tongue lolling, eyes full of bliss. Seeing this, Zuo Cheng'an adjusted the cloth into a harness to avoid choking the dog's neck in case it fell out. Watching Zuo Cheng'an's example, Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu quickly followed suit. As Li Yueqiu began, the floating eyeball cameras around her suddenly grew restless, crowding to get a better view. These special cameras could pass through objects and players' bodies in the game, designed to avoid being damaged during fights. However, once inside a body, the view was pitch black and useless. Dressed in a standard school uniform with a short-sleeved shirt and knee-length skirt, Li Yueqiu quickly calculated how much fabric she needed. She tore a section from her skirt, but it wasn't long enough, so she had to take 2 more pieces from below her chest. After all this, her outfit changed from a loose school uniform to a breezy crop top. Not quite used to this look, she muttered, this should be long enough. The 4 people in the front row naturally noticed the commotion behind them. Tan Hui, in her tight sportswear, couldn't help but laugh. Zhang, they're tying themselves up too. They're such copycats. She clearly assumes Zuo Cheng'an's group was imitating their safety measures. At the front, Zhang, with his small mustache, waved dismissively. Don't mind them, Hui. A bunch of players who can't even afford proper gear are just cannon fodder in this game. Whatever, I just think it's funny. Despite her words, Tan Hui obediently sat upright, clearly having a lot of respect for Zhang. When people were pulled into the game, they wore whatever they had on at the moment they disappeared. Some were dressed in light t-shirts and jeans, others wore high heels completely unsuited for running, and a few were stuck in restrictive suits. After surviving several rounds and earning some points, every player, without exception, switched to clothing more suitable for action like hiking gear or sportswear. Those with greater resources even made sure to buy a sturdy pair of combat boots for the best foot protection. Zuo Cheng'an was one of them. He had bought 2 sets of durable long-sleeved outfits and a pair of tough military boots from the shop early on. Thankfully, the game didn't strictly require players to wear only special gear. Otherwise, if everyone had to don only item-level equipment, 99% of the players would have to face the next round nearly naked. Only those who were truly destitute, struggling even to feed themselves, kept wearing their original, blood-stained, tattered clothes. The 4 members of the Breaking Waves Guild discussed these topics loudly and openly, relying on their guild's power to mock others without restraint. Zheng Ren, dressed in his ragged clothes, ground his teeth in frustration, itching to put them in their place right then and there. The seats on the sightseeing bus were arranged in 4 rows, with the 2 teams 7 people and a dog taking up the front and back. The Breaking Waves Guild members sat neatly together, while Zuo Cheng'an's group sat back-to-back with them. The distance was so close that they could reach out and touch each other's faces. Zheng Ren happened to be in the perfect spot for this, and he immediately took on the task of standing up for his team. Buckled in by his safety belt, he steadied himself against the jostling bus, stood up, and lifted his unique item, the signature treasure from Fly Restaurant, pointing it straight at the woman who had been the most cutting with her words. Tan Hui was startled by his sudden move and instinctively shrank into Yang Yi's arms beside her. Yang Yi, look at him, she cried. Yang Yi, already distracted by Tan Hui's beautiful legs and now having her cling to him, was quick to step up. He pulled out his own weapon, a massive syringe as thick as a calf, its needle over 10 centimeters long. With both his superior stats and weapon, Yang Yi, the top-ranked player, quickly gained the upper hand. Zheng Ren's spatula was forced back, but then it suddenly unleashed a strange effect, summoning 4 flies that buzzed furiously around Yang Yi as if cheering Zheng Ren on. The sight only made Zheng Ren more frustrated. He tried to shoo the flies away. Go, get lost. But the flies clung to Yang Yi like loyal guards, refusing to leave. Annoyed and distracted by the pests, Yang Yi cursed inwardly at such a dirty trick. Just then, the bus took a sharp turn, and both had to pause their fight to steady themselves. Realizing it wasn't the place for a brawl, they both stepped back after a brief test of strength. The only sound left in the bus was the constant buzzing of fly wings. Not only had Zheng Ren failed to win back any dignity, but the peculiar ability of his item made him even more embarrassed. Still, knowing that continuing the fight would only summon more flies, he had no choice but to swallow his anger and hold back for now. Before long, the flies were left far behind by the sightseeing bus. As soon as Yang Yi sat back in his seat, Tan Huihui smiled and praised him. Yang, you were amazing. That guy didn't stand a chance against you. Yang Yi grinned, feeling a surge of confidence from her compliment. Being praised by a beautiful woman made him feel on top of the world. However, in Tan Huihui's mind, there was nothing but disdain. Yang Yi was short, average-looking, and his abilities were weak. His performance in the dungeon was the worst in the whole team. If he hadn't relied on his special items, there was no way he could have made it to the top of the first tier. Their 4-person squad was all ranked in the first tier, but the gap in potential among them was obvious. Brother Zhang Zhuang had the most promise, even though he no longer had any free attribute points. Had just begun challenging level 2 dungeons and gained more than 5 points with every run. In the future, he could advance to the second tier and maybe even max out his attributes, joining the elite group of the Breaking Waves Guild and following the top players into higher level dungeons, chance to see a much bigger world. In comparison, Yang Yi's outlook was far less promising. Had challenged over 30 level 1 dungeons and 8 level 2 dungeons, yet was still stuck in the first tier with pitifully few points. His scores in the dungeons were almost always the lowest. Unless he risked a level 3 dungeon or managed to team up with some powerful allies, his chances of moving up to the second tier were slim, even with single attribute builds. It looked like Head already reached his ceiling. Tan Huihui, on the other hand, had only done 3 level 2 dungeons, but still had plenty of potential. The quiet man next to her, Qian Xiang, was also not someone to underestimate. The 4 of them sat in 2 rows on the sightseeing bus, and Yang Yi in the second row, Zhang Zhuang and Qian Xiang in the first. Brother Zhang Zhuang had sent them a private message, warning of a possible monster attack and telling everyone not to make any unnecessary moves. If it hadn't been for his warning, Tan Huihui would have switched seats to sit next to him instead of Yang Yi. She smirked to herself, feeling secretly pleased. These days, everyone was smarter. All information was shared through private messages to prevent outsiders from copying their strategies. At that moment, the bus was quiet, with only 2 teams nearby, and they enjoyed a rare couple of minutes of peace. Zheng Ren, who had been hit earlier, clutched his spatula in silence, looking deflated. Li Yueqiu, guided by her sixth sense, felt uneasy and turned to Zhuo Qinggan. Zhuo, do you feel like something's off? Or just a weird sense of foreboding? Zhuo Qinggan didn't feel anything unusual, but he noticed a large cluster of health bars approaching above, almost on top of the sightseeing bus, and ready to attack at any moment. He took Xiaoqi out of his system backpack, applied the last of the tetanus ointment, and got ready. The grip on Xiaoqi had already been replaced with a new anti-slip wrap when he bought it, and the whole weapon had been polished until the rust was gone, revealing a shiny, silver-white metal. It looked more like a rectangular metal block than a blade or sword, almost like a straight ruler that could have its handle and grip adjusted anytime. Even though Li Yueqiu didn't have any self-defense items, Zhuo Qinggan lent her the little flying stone. This was a common grade item. Once thrown, it would automatically circle and attack, with its power and range determined by the user's strength. Holding the little flying stone, Li Yueqiu felt both touched and cautious. Meanwhile, Zheng Ren kept investing in his constitution, preparing to boost his defense. Li Yueqiu, as usual, added points to her strength attribute, and was surprised to find she was now second only to brother Zhang Zhuang in the team when it came to strength. She wanted to say something, but seeing Zhuo Qinggan focused on the scrolling messages on the screen, she kept quiet and studied the item in her hand. Zhuo Qinggan wasn't spacing out, was carefully watching the bullet screen. With so many viewers in the dungeon, the messages were streaming by so quickly that he could barely keep up, making him even more on edge about what might happen next. Zhuo Qinggan frowned as he stared ahead, mentally calculating when the mountain monkeys would attack. Meanwhile, the bullet comments were a mess of speculation. Some viewers insisted the sightseeing bus would be ambushed after 7 more turns. Others argued it was just 4, and a few claimed the trigger point had already been passed. The audience kept debating, confusing even themselves. It was understandable. After all, for these spectators, the danger of the game had nothing to do with them. Their only concern about when monsters appeared was whether they'd missed the action while taking a bathroom break or picking up a food delivery. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuo Qinggan considered both the rate at which the health bars were closing in and the most popular theory in the comments. He made his decision. After 4 more major turns, the mountain monkeys would attack. Moving quickly, he took off his easily dislodged night vision goggles, privately messaged Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu to get ready for a fight, and was the first to stand up. The thermos filled with diluted ketchup was securely fastened to his waist. He braced his left foot against Madu to keep the dog from falling off in the chaos, while his right foot found a solid foothold, lowering his center of gravity. Although the dog was tied with a rope, it was best not to let it dangle otherwise. It'd just be a helpless dog meat punching bag hanging in the air. Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren also stood up quickly, adjusted their stances, and loosened up, preparing themselves for the imminent battle. Zhang Zhuang noticed the unusual movements from Zhuai Cheng'an's group and grew alert. Do they have inside information about the dungeon? Could they be from another guild? He thought to himself. It couldn't be the Qianlai Guild. Those players were all strong, introverted lone wolves, and this group didn't seem particularly powerful or withdrawn. Then maybe they were from the Xiaoya Guild? But these people looked so ordinary. Had Xiaoya's recruitment standards dropped this much? Zhang Zhuang recalled the history since the Xiangyang Resort dungeon had opened. 6 waves of players, 3 from Xiaoya, 2 from Polong, and 1 from Qianlai. The Qianlai players were too reserved. Even the best spies couldn't get any intel from them. The Xiaoya Guild, on the other hand, had shown some promise. Rumor had it that someone there not only survived to the 4th day, but also brought back information much more than the 2 days' worth Polong had managed. Did these people have a more complete strategy than we do? Either way, now wasn't the time to dig for information. Zhang Zhuang glanced at the scenery rushing by, fully aware that the mountain monkeys were about to attack. These creatures were one of the dungeon's hostile mobs, with average stats of 6 points each. In a level 2 dungeon, they were just ordinary monsters, an appetizer, really. For players who had already reached the 1st tier, they weren't much of a threat, and even stronger newcomers could handle them. The real challenge was the environment, fighting on a speeding sightseeing bus, with limited space and a sheer cliff on one side. One wrong move, and you'd fall to your death. 1, 2, 3. Zuo Cheng'an silently counted the turns as he climbed onto the roof of the sightseeing bus, waiting for the first wave of monsters to appear. The first kill in a dungeon almost always guaranteed a gear drop. There was no way he was going to let that opportunity slip by. Clearly, he wasn't the only one aware of this. As Zuo Cheng'an climbed onto the roof of the sightseeing bus, Zhang Zhuang from the Breaking Waves Guild followed right after. The two each claimed half the space on the rooftop, creating an unexpected moment of peace. Zuo Cheng'an had already messaged Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu privately with a warning that monsters would ambush them from the overhead bushes at the 4th turn, so he wasn't worried they'd be caught off guard or slow down the team. The sightseeing bus rumbled forward at full speed, swaying as it headed into the 4th curvia Uship bend that cut deep into the cliffside, stretching over 400 meters. As the vehicle entered the bend, Tan Huihui, Yang Yi, and Qianxiang also stood up, ready for action. At this point, the advantage of having fewer team members became obvious. On Zuo Cheng'an's side, there were 2 people and a dog, 3 in total, but their movements were staggered enough that they weren't crowded at all. In contrast, on Tan Huihui's side, the 3 of them barely had room to swing their weapons without bumping into each other. Yang Yi's elbow accidentally brushed against Tan Huihui's chest for what must have been the umpteenth time, finally pushing her over the edge. Do you really have to keep doing that? Tan Huihui snapped, unable to hold back any longer. Can't you just stand still like Qianxiang? Qianxiang shrank toward the front of the bus, hoping to avoid any trouble. Realizing he'd gone too far, Yang Yi swallowed hard and quickly apologized before things could escalate further. Tan Huihui's anger hadn't fully subsided when a rustling sound came from the dense bushes overhead, giving her a new target for her frustration. The mountain monkeys mentioned in the intel had finally arrived. With a series of heavy thuds, several creatures landed on the metal roof. These were the mountain monkeys, previously only mentioned by name in the barrage of chat messages. This first wave seemed to be a scouting party, with only 7 or 8 of them. They looked like monkeys, but their necks were nearly as long as their bodies, and each had a conspicuous, bright red pouch beneath the throat about the size of a quail egg, mostly hidden by fur, like a fleshy growth on the skin. The game-like design of these monsters was obvious, as if the developers were worried players wouldn't spot the weak point, so they made it glaringly obvious, practically begging to be hit. As soon as the monkeys landed, they completely ignored Zuo Cheng'an and Zhang Zhuang, scrambling down the side of the bus instead. Seeing the monsters slipping past, Zhang Zhuang, worried head missed the chance to score the first kill, quickly pulled out his weapon power strip attached to a long electrical cord. He swung the 2-meter cord overhead, the 3 8-centimeter barbed prongs on the plug forming a dangerous arc. It wasn't unusual for players to use odd items as weapons. As long as it worked, appearances didn't matter. Zhang Zhuang aimed at one of the monkeys and flung the plug with precision. The barbs caught firmly in its skin. The monkey shrieked, trying to break free, but suddenly blue sparks crackled from the power strip. Electricity surged down the cord and threw the barbs into the monkey's body, paralyzing it instantly. Zhang Zhuang began to reel it in, ready to finish it off. But Zuo Cheng'an wasn't about to stand by and do nothing. With the monkey trapped, he moved even faster than Zhang Zhuang, raising his trusty ruler. Head aimed for the red pouch at its throat, but the angle was blocked, so he settled for smashing down on the monkey's slender neck. The electric shock didn't last long. The blue arc flickered and vanished almost instantly. Even if some current lingered, Zuo Qinggan didn't have to worry. His weapon wasn't conductive. With a sickening crack, 21 points of strength combined with the ruler's weight proved too much for the monkey's fragile neck, which shattered instantly under the force. Blunt force can sometimes cause more severe injuries than sharp weapons. If a chunk of flesh is smashed apart, there's no way to stitch it back together. Although the mountain monkey's neck had gone limp and lost all support, its body still moved with surprising agility. It abandoned its attack on Zhang Zhuang, who had trapped it, and its boneless neck over a meter long suddenly twisted at a bizarre 180-degree angle, striking at Zuo Qinggan's face like a venomous snake. Zuo Qinggan quickly drew his long ruler, holding it horizontally in front of him to defend, planning to play it safe and look for a chance to strike at the air sac beneath the mountain monkey's throat. In that split second, Zhang Zhuang had already pulled out his dagger. Taking advantage of the monkey's attention being drawn to Zuo Qinggan, his eyes gleamed with greed as he lunged for the vital air sac at its throat. The first kill is mine. The sight made Zuo Qinggan tense up. They were already rivals, outnumbered and outmatched. If the other group got their hands on a useful tool, they might not hesitate to turn on them inside the vehicle. At that critical moment, a sharp voice rang out from inside the tour bus. Little flying stone. Go. It was my Xiaoqi, who had casually grabbed the promotional trinket earlier. Now, the stone traced a perfect shaped arc through the air, leaving a white trail behind it, and struck the mountain monkey's throat sac with uncanny accuracy, as if it had a homing function. Nice one, little stone. Li Yueqiu cheered, waving her hand. Come back. The stone, trailing its white afterimage, obediently returned to her hand. Damn it. Kill stealer. Zhang Zhuang cursed in frustration as the flying stone zipped past his face. Li Yueqiu ignored Zhang Zhuang's outburst. Excitedly, she pulled a new willow branch from her backpack. Zwiga, look. We got a new item. Here, it's for you. Zuo Qinggan glanced at the willow branch's description and saw it was just an auxiliary tool, similar to a compass. Uninterested, he waved it off. You keep it. It's basically a walking stick for directions. Okay. Long live Zwiga. Li Yueqiu, unaware that Zuo Qinggan had already seen through the item's true use, was still thrilled to be on the winning team. She swung her newly acquired branch with excitement, even fending off a mountain monkey that lunged at her. That monkey, stung by the blow, stretched its neck to bite Li Yueqiu, but Imo suddenly leapt high, its horned head glinting, and rammed into the creature. The impact sent the mountain monkey toppling over the cliff, but Imo's momentum almost carried it over the edge as well. In the nick of time, Li Yueqiu reacted quickly, one hand grabbing the scruff of Imo's neck, the other yanking its cloth harness, pulling it back to safety. Wu Imo rolled its eyes from the sudden yank. On the roof, the mountain monkeys facing Zhang Zhuang and Zuo Qinggan collapsed instantly after their air sacs were ruptured, dying without a sound. These creatures, which could still move even with broken necks, fell so easily in the end. A strange, unique fragrance wafted from the ruptured air sac, and just as Zuo Qinggan caught a hint of it, the scent vanished on the wind. The guaranteed first kill drop rate for the instance was gone, so Zhang Zhuang lost interest in staying on the roof of the car. With quick reflexes, he seized the opportunity to hook the mountain monkey that had taken his spot with an electrical plug, and, working seamlessly with his teammates, tossed it off the cliff before nimbly returning to his original position. There were only about 8 mountain monkeys in this group, so each player could easily handle one. The fight ended swiftly. The monkeys on the vehicle were either killed or thrown off the cliff. On the player's side, only Li Yueqiu was injured. She had been distracted while helping Zuo Qinggan fend off a monkey, and a sharp claw had left a gash on her thigh, blood slowly trickling down the wound. Li Yueqiu tore up all the fabric she could spare from her clothes, twisting it into a makeshift rope to tie around her leg, only to find there was nothing left to bandage the wound itself. At that moment, Zhengren generously offered his own shirt. After a few rips, only 2 precarious strips of fabric clung to his upper body, looking like spider silk about to snap. He tore the collected fabric into strips and handed them to Li Yueqiu as bandages. She stared at the dusty, blood-stained, sweat-soaked cloth, her hands frozen in midair. She just couldn't bring herself to use it. She thought, if I use this dirty rag to cover my wound, we'll probably get an infection. Maybe it's better to just let it bleed out. The blood will clot soon anyway. She had clearly forgotten that her physique stat was already at 7 at this point. Even bandaging a wound with filthy rags or swimming in the Ganges wouldn't hurt her. Zuo Qinggan jumped down from the roof and noticed the blood from Li Yueqiu's leg had reached her foot. He gestured for her to hold out her hand and poured a bit of tomato-colored liquid from his thermos cup. This will help you heal. Drink it, but use it sparingly. Li Yueqiu didn't mind being looked down on. She carefully cupped the small amount of liquid, tense and nervous, as if she might spill a drop. She even licked the last bit clean, then felt a tingling itch at her wound. Her eyes widened as two thoughts flashed through her mind. First, it's delicious. Second, wow, Brothers Zuo actually shared such a precious healing potion with her. Healing items were said to be outrageously expensive. How did she deserve this? Suddenly, she remembered that Zuo Cheng'an had poured the liquid from a thermos, and he hadn't tilted it much. She seemed to have stumbled onto a secret, quickly covered her mouth, and decided to pretend she hadn't noticed anything. Mo. Moda picked up the familiar scent, wagged his tail, and came over to Zuo Cheng'an, lowering his head to reveal a bald patch on his head, the result of a run-in with the mountain monkeys. Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the nearly healed wound, his mouth twitching, but still poured a little of the liquid into his palm. Moda licked it up happily, making loud slurping noises. Li Yuiqi's leg injury was hidden by the seat, so Zhang Zhuang and the others didn't notice how quickly she recovered. Even though Zuo Cheng'an made a bit of a scene, the players from the Breaking Waves Guild were too busy to pay attention. They had shifted their focus from watching the back road to staying alert for the next wave of mountain monkeys. According to Breaking Waves intel, the road to Shenyang Resort would be attacked by at least 2 waves of mountain monkeys. The stronger your group appeared, the fewer waves you'd face. In other words, these monkeys only bullied the weak and feared the strong. Zuo Cheng'an noticed the comments in the livestream chat. Wow, these players took care of the first wave in under 2 minutes. Not bad. I thought the woman with the willow branch would be eliminated in the first wave, but she actually has skills. She kicked those monkeys away one by one. Impressive. Yeah, I'm amazed. If she can kick like that, I bet she's good at squeezing too, right? Not necessarily. I think the woman in the second row is even better. Every move she makes is so alluring. Why is that kid with the spatula still alive? He's blocking my view of the girls. They beat the first wave in 2 minutes. If they keep this up for the second wave, there probably won't be a third, right? Very likely. If they put up a tough fight, the monkeys won't bother to test them again. Is there another attack coming? Zuo Cheng'an reminded Li Yuiqi and Zheng Run to stay alert, then switched seats so he could keep an eye on the monkeys' health bars hidden in the bushes above the cliff. This way, he could react instantly if any monkeys approached. In Zhang Zhuang's eyes, this move was as good as announcing, I know the instance intel too. Outwardly, Zhang Zhuang remained calm, but inside, had already tagged Zuo Cheng'an's group as members of the Xia Guild. People have a remarkable ability to fill in the blanks. As long as you confidently present a wrong answer and hint that it's absolutely correct, even if it makes no sense, people will bend over backwards to convince themselves it's reasonable. Zhang Zhuang frowned as he sized up Li Yuiqi and Zheng Run, his mind full of questions. These two clearly didn't meet the recruitment standards of the Xia Guild, yet somehow they'd managed to get in. He kept running through the possibilities in his head. The woman who stole his first kill, Li Yuiqi, must have some sort of special skill. The man with the metal ruler was obviously no ordinary player. As for Zheng Rin, Zhang Zhuang narrowed his eyes. Was it an unbreakably optimistic attitude that kept his sanity points high? Some kind of unkillable cockroach fate? Or maybe he had connections with someone high up in the guild. Zhang Zhuang couldn't be sure for now, so he just made a mental note to keep a close eye on them in the future. One thing was certain: at a time when the two major guilds were on the verge of open conflict, any chance to take out a few members of the other side would never be wasted. The relationship between the Breaking Waves and Xia guilds was complicated and delicate. Sometimes, they acted like brothers, teaming up to tackle difficult dungeons. Other times, they seemed ready to fight to the death, switching between peace and all-out war at a moment's notice. Just recently, both guilds had gathered their top players to challenge the level 3 dungeon No Way Out. Everyone had been all smiles when they set off, talking about cooperation and win-win outcomes. But as soon as they returned, the niceties were dropped. The Xia Guild accused Breaking Waves of dragging them down, refusing to follow orders, causing chaos, and even deliberately luring danger toward their team. Breaking Waves fired back, claiming Xia had set them up for revenge by assigning them to the most dangerous tasks, which had cost many lives. So, the brief period of peace had ended, and the air was once again thick with tension. As for the three-way balance of power in Safe Zone number 7, would the conflict between the two main guilds allow a third party to swoop in and benefit? The answer was no. The Thousand Hunts Guild was made up entirely of social recluses. If it weren't for the occasional announcement on the Dungeon Hall bulletin board, Thousand Hunts Guild has once again completed a dungeon. First, clear people might forget they existed at all. They had no interest in dominating the safe zone, and kept such a low profile, they were nearly invisible. So, when Breaking Waves and Xia went at each other, neither worried about being blindsided by a third party. There would be no third-party profits when two-fight situation among the three big guilds in Safe Zone number 7. Expecting a group of people who get sweaty palms just talking to strangers to unite the safe zone was asking the impossible. They'd rather die than step into the spotlight or negotiate with others. In fact, if solo players weren't so vulnerable to bullying, Thousand Hunts might never have been founded in the first place. Rumor had it that the members of Thousand Hunts had never even met in person. The so-called guild building was just for show, empty except for a few NPC guards. The real guild existed as a large online chat group, where member strangers in real life were extremely familiar with each other online. Scenes like this were common in dungeons. Two highly skilled players would be locked in a fierce fight, and then one would recognize the other's unique skill or item from their online friend. Suddenly, they'd both realize, so, you're triple X from the group, and instantly go from enemies to allies, starting to chat happily. In Thousand Hunts lingo, chatting happily meant communicating exclusively via the chat window from 3 meters away. After the first probing attack by the mountain monkeys, the players didn't have much time left. Zhuo quickly noticed that the health bars hidden in the bushes above the cliff were stirring again, quietly creeping toward the tour bus. Li Yueqiu remained completely calm. 10 minutes had passed, her skill had cooled down, and she now had a weapon in hand. Gripping the willow branch tightly, her gaze was resolute even if the mountain monkeys got close again. She was confident in her ability to protect herself without relying on Mo Do's claws. As for the little flying stone, she had initially intended to return it, but Brother Zuo appreciated her keen awareness and decided she should keep it for now. Cheng'an had carefully examined the attributes of the willow branch. Li Yueqiu reported it was a green item dropped from the level 4 dungeon, Misty Miasma Forest. Unlike items obtained from regular missions or dangerous locations, those dropped by monsters tend to have more unpredictable properties. This willow branch could not only be used to strike enemies, but also had a tracking function. The user simply had to picture the item's name and appearance in their mind, and the branch would point toward its location. Of course, there were limitations. It could only search for items of equal or lower level, and each use required a lengthy cooldown. The mountain monkeys were clearly impatient. As soon as they gathered, they launched a frenzied assault on the sightseeing bus. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of them pounding on the roof was as dense as raindrops. Even before seeing the attackers, everyone on board realized the scale of this assault was no small matter. Moments later, the first mountain monkey stretched its neck, cautiously peeking down from the roof. With a swift motion, Yang Yi plunged an oversized syringe straight into its throat, bursting its air sac in one precise strike. The limp body slid off the roof, as if signaling the official start of the attack. In an instant, a flood of mountain monkeys poured down from the roof, swarming from 3 directions around the bus. Only the front, where the driver sat, remained clear. The monkeys learned quickly. They realized poking their heads out exposed their weak spots, so they changed tactics, lowering their bodies first to draw fire. As long as their air sacs remained intact, they wouldn't die, even if their bodies were cut in half or gutted. Their plan was to attack by suddenly extending their long necks when players were distracted by their bodies. Cheng'an knew staying inside the bus wasn't an effective way to fight back. He made a quick decision. With one swift motion, he stabbed his sword through a monkey's soft belly, yanked it down, and tossed it off the cliff. After checking that his cloth strips were secure, he nimbly climbed up to the now vacant spot on the roof. On top of the bus, several mountain monkeys had already swung their bodies into the cabin, leaving only their heads outside. The moment they saw Cheng'an appear, they froze, about to counterattack, but he was faster. Xiao Qi, his weapon, claimed its first blood since joining him. A bright red air sac burst, releasing an intoxicating scent that was even stronger than before. With the distance closer, Cheng'an could smell it more clearly. Uncertain about the scent's effects, he instinctively held his breath and prepared to move away from the corpse, but then a thought struck him. He paused, pretending to be entranced by the aroma, and took 2 exaggerated, deep breaths, as if making sure the audience couldn't miss his actions. Sure enough, the live chat immediately filled with the comments Cheng'an had been hoping for. Look at this. That player is actually stupid enough to sniff the scent. Is he about to get seated? Not yet. But if he keeps it up, he won't even need to wait for the 3rd day's bell. He'll be seated soon enough. To be honest, I've never seen what the final blooming looks like. I've only seen the bud stage. None of us have. Let's hope someone in this batch of players makes it to day 9 so we can finally see it for ourselves. After reading the comments on the bullet screen, Cheng'an was already planning to make himself a mask. Although the viewers didn't know exactly what the scent was, everyone understood that inhaling too much of it would cause the body to develop the same blood-filled sacs as the mountain monkeys, which was definitely not a good thing. During the fight, every time Cheng'an punctured a mountain monkey's sac, he would deliberately hold his breath for a moment, trying to minimize his exposure to the mysterious gas. But now, with the mountain monkeys attacking so relentlessly, he had no chance to warn the 2 people inside the vehicle. Judging by the fact that Zhang Zhuang and the others had brought ropes but no masks, it was clear they didn't realize how dangerous the scent was. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so careless. After all, this scenario had only run 6 times, so each member of the Breaking Waves Guild had very limited experience with it. Unless a particularly perceptive high-level player was present, it was hard to connect the monster's fragrant scent with the strange symptoms that followed. Even if someone figured it out, there was no guarantee they'd manage to pass the information on. Most likely, Zhang Zhuang only knew that players' bodies would undergo some kind of change, but didn't understand the specific cause, so he simply avoided all unknown food and water out of caution. This time, the mountain monkey's assault was especially fierce. 5 minutes passed, and there was still no sign of them letting up. Inside the carriage, Imodo had already grown ram's horns, but her feet remained in the shape of dog paws. Sheep hooves lacked the strong grip of a goat's, making it easy to slip on the smooth floor of the carriage, so Shed kept the dog paw pads for better traction. Modo and Liuechio worked seamlessly together to defend one side. Whenever Liuechio kicked a mountain monkey to pieces, Imodo would let out a bleeding cry, then use her whole body to shove the limp, broken corpse out of the way. With their teamwork, not a single mountain monkey managed to break through their defense. Liuechio even found moments to toss small stones to support Zheng Ren, who was guarding the other side. At the same time, Zheng Ren had transformed into a whirlwind chef, wielding his spatula like a weapon though instead of stir-frying vegetables, he was smashing the mountain monkey's skulls. Let me gently open up your skull. In other words, he was bashing their heads in with the spatula. With each swing, a couple of lively flies summoned by one of his items buzzed around, distracting him. Annoyed, Zheng Ren waved them away. Shoo! Get lost, you stinky flies. Stop buzzing in my ear, who needs you anyway? The flies seemed offended. Ignore me today, and tomorrow you'll wish you could get my attention. Just wait and see. The battle dragged on. Zheng Ren's wrist ached from swinging the spatula, and Liuechio's thrown stones, which had once easily pierced the mountain monkeys, now could barely slow them down. Clearly, everyone was reaching their physical limit. Fortunately, the mountain monkeys, seeing so many of their kind killed and wounded, finally began to hesitate. On the roof of the vehicle, Cheng'an realized the mountain monkey's sacks would keep releasing the scent even after death, so he made a point of disposing of each corpse immediately, tossing them over the nearby cliff even if it meant taking a few more hits himself. The notification sound for killing hostile creatures had rung in his head so many times that he was numb to it. Had lost count of how many had taken down. Still, for all his effort, not a single useful item had dropped. Had experienced killing 100 steel-toothed rats and walking away empty-handed before, so he no longer expected much from the game's drop rate, but this was unusually stingy, even by those standards. No wonder the game set up a 100 drop rate for the first team to clear a dungeon. Otherwise, if players had to rely solely on grinding monsters, the prices of items would probably skyrocket 2 or 3 times. Before long, the mountain monkeys finally retreated, giving everyone a chance to clean up the aftermath. Zhang Zhuang and a few teammates quickly pulled up those who had been left hanging precariously against the cliffside, then started clearing the monster corpses left on the vehicle. No one from Cheng'an's side had fallen, so they focused on tending to their wounds from the battle. Although the ambush had left both teams with some injuries, most were just minor cuts or bites not serious enough to count as real injuries for players. They didn't even need to use healing items. A little time would be enough for them to recover. So, Cheng'an decided not to hand out any of his tomato sauce. Even though he had 4 liters in reserve, he figured it was better to save it. This left Imodo, who had been eagerly waiting, sorely disappointed. It quietly retracted its shedding claws. The rest of the journey was uneventful. The live chat calmed down, with viewers chatting normally about nothing in particular. Zhang Zhuang's group also kept things low-key. Cheng'an finally felt relieved. It seemed like they had cleared this stage of entering the village. Up ahead, a cave appeared, and it looked like the sightseeing vehicle was about to drive inside. The air in the cave was damp and chilly, carrying a scent similar to the fragrance from the mountain monkey's air sacs. For some reason, though, the scent here was much fainter, barely noticeable unless you'd smelled it before. Otherwise, you might mistake it for the usual earthy smell of plants and soil. Because Cheng'an had learned a lot about the game through the chat, he was particularly sensitive to any unusual smells. As soon as they entered the cave, he noticed something was off and quietly signaled Liuechio and Zheng Ren. In the darkness, Liuechio and Zheng Ren exchanged a knowing glance and immediately held their breath. Cheng'an quickly put on his night vision goggles, which came in handy at that moment. He had taken them off earlier, worried they might get knocked off, but now was the perfect time to use them again. With the goggles on, the surroundings became instantly clear. What he expected to be ordinary rock walls were actually covered in thick, living vines. The vines weren't just sprawling, they were moving and contracting, almost as if they were breathing. The fragrance in the air was being released by these vines. Since the sightseeing vehicle was moving quickly, Cheng'an didn't have much time to observe before the car exited the cave and headed toward a mountain valley ahead. The vehicle gradually slowed and finally stopped at the entrance of a village, where the village chief and a crowd of villagers were already waiting to greet them. There were well over 200 people, making for quite a lively scene. Strangely, even though it wasn't fully dark yet, all the villagers were holding torches, lighting up the road ahead. Before he even got off the vehicle, Cheng'an heard the village chief's rustic voice. "Welcome to Xianyang Village. We've been waiting for you. Please enjoy our traditional smoke ceremony." The smoke ceremony involved villagers waving torches around the visitors, bathing them in the smoke. Liuechio was nearly moved to tears at the sight of these familiar-looking villagers, and she even spotted a familiar brand logo on a child's shoes. It was the first time since entering the game that she'd seen actual humans in a dungeon. If Zheng Ren hadn't grabbed her in time, she probably would have pulled out her phone to call the police right then and there. So, she didn't really mind the strange smoke ceremony. From a scientific perspective, while the smoke might not kill all viruses and bacteria, it could at least help prevent outsiders from spreading unknown germs, a fairly sensible precaution. Still, the game didn't always bother with scientific explanations. Zheng Ren completely understood Li Yuiqi's excitement, because Head felt the same way the first time he encountered other humans in a dungeon, could hardly believe it. Had been through that meeting a fellow countryman moment before, and the excitement was hard to put into words. However, reality had taught him a hard lesson. Sometimes, it's your own people who can hurt you the most. He remembered trusting a chef in a previous dungeon, only to almost end up as dumpling filling. Luckily, his own ruthlessness had saved him at the last moment. Zuo Cheng'an used his skill to scan the area. The villagers' torches were nothing more than ordinary wood and pine resin. The smoke rising from the flickering flames looked perfectly normal, no different from everyday haze. Before long, the villagers began to undergo the smoke ceremony, one by one, just as tradition dictated. Zheng Ren watched with suspicion. Seizing the moment, he leaned in close to Li Yueqiu and whispered, "Don't be naive. There's something off about these people." He nodded toward the villagers and added in a low voice, "Look at their eyes, their expressions. No normal villager could act in such perfect unison." Li Yueqiu, though innocent, was not foolish. Hearing Zheng Ren's warning, she quickly shed her rosy view of the locals and felt a chill run down her spine. She noticed that, despite the village's large size, there was not a single sound of chickens or dogs. Every villager wore the same smile, as if it had been carefully rehearsed. Their smiles were shallow, lifeless, and unnaturally mechanical. Their clothes were spotless and free of any wrinkles. These weren't real villagers, but dolls in a shop window. Even if they were dressing up to welcome outsiders, this was simply too much. Under everyone's gaze, the village chief put on a look of confusion. However, it was clear he wasn't used to controlling his own facial expressions. His stiff facial muscles seemed disconnected from his skin, giving off a sense of awkwardness he couldn't hide. He was putting on a spectacular display of a smile that never reached his eyes. The human face has 44 muscles, enough to create over 5,000 expressions. Even the slightest misuse of a muscle can trigger a strong, uncanny valley effect. All these oddities made Li Yueqiu's heart grow cold. She felt a surge of alarm, almost wanting to hurl a stone at these expressionless villagers. But she forced herself to hold back. The villagers were key NPCs in this instance. If they wanted to complete the mission, they'd have to rely on them. There was no running away, only pressing on. Just then, before Zuo Cheng'an could speak, a loud, sharp bang erupted from Zhang Zhuang's group, proving that the Breaking Waves Guild wasn't as clean as it seemed. Yang Yi pointed at one of the villagers and shouted in shock, "Lao Wang! Damn, I thought you ran off with the team leader's girlfriend. What are you doing in this instance?" The villager known as Lao Wang didn't react at all, not even sparing him a glance. The village chief, on the other hand, seemed to understand. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he asked, "Wang Cheng, do you know this honored guest?" At the chief's words, Wang Cheng finally turned to look at Yang Yi. After a moment of silence, he replied coolly, "I don't know him." Yang Yi was stunned, his anger boiling over. "That's bullshit. Last month you borrowed 30 points from me because you couldn't pay rent. And now you say you don't know me?" Furious, Yang Yi lunged to grab Wang Cheng by the collar. But Wang Cheng stood perfectly still, making no move to dodge. Yang Yi's anger was about to explode when suddenly, something bright red caught his eye. His rage vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling realization. He suddenly remembered. In the game, the bodies of players who died were recycled and turned into NPCs. Only now did he realize that the Wang Cheng before him was no longer his friend, but a virtual character controlled by the game system. Yang Yi staggered back a few steps, his face draining of color. Only when a cold bead of sweat slid down his cheek did he realize how deeply fear had taken hold of him. Oh wow, talk about unlikely events. Out of all the countless instances, two players who actually know each other ran into each other here. Too bad things have changed so much between them. A player's voice rose from the crowd, with a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. This is hilarious. Long-lost friends finally meet again, only to find out the other is already dead. I love this kind of drama. Me too. I still have a screenshot of that classic moment. Another player chimed in, excitement clear in their voice. Is it the one where a couple, after years together, sacrifices one for the other to survive, only to reunite in a different instance? Then the man kills himself to become an NPC and stay with his wife? I've seen that play out so many times. It's just gross if you think about it. They both survived, so what's the point of this tragic romance? Such idiots, a cold voice cut in. Exactly. You made it out alive, just find someone else to marry. Honestly, it gives me a headache, another agreed. Yang Yi listened to the chatter around him and shook his head slightly. He and Wang Cheng were just regular friends. Maybe they got along a bit better than most, or he wouldn't have lent the guy 30 points. But it wasn't like they were close enough for him to lose his mind at the sight of Wang Cheng's NPC corpse or be driven to seek revenge. Once he cleared his head, Yang Yi could only sigh at his friend's bad luck. It was just a minor, inconsequential episode. The village chief acted as if nothing had happened, wearing a cheerful smile as he warmly welcomed the players into the village. Since you're all experienced testers, you're also our very first tourists here in Xiangyang village. Well, make sure you have the best possible visit, the chief announced loudly. As soon as he finished, the villagers stepped aside in perfect unison, forming a narrow path for the players. Under the villagers' unwavering stares, everyone had no choice but to head into the village. It wasn't exactly a pleasant experience, especially when every villager wore the same eerily identical smile, as if they were all copied and pasted. Zheng Ren shrank back, edging closer to Zhuo Qinggan and Li Yueqiu and whispering, "Look, that little kid in the split pants hasn't blinked once since we got here. Aren't his eyes dry by now?" "Dead people don't need to blink," Zhuo Qinggan replied flatly. "Stop staring at the villagers." Even though he was warned, Zheng Ren couldn't help but sneak one last glance at the child. In that instant, he saw the kid in split pants casually rub his eyes, then deftly pop out his own eyeball, stick it in his mouth to moisten it with saliva, and pop it right back in. In a blink, the child looked like any other bright-eyed, adorable little kid. Zheng Ren quickly averted his gaze, a chill running down his back. He hurried to catch up with Zhuo Qinggan and Li Yueqiu, not daring to look around anymore. After that, his earlier doubts were finally resolved. He now understood why the chef who had chased him in the last instance, clearly an NP Chad, been wearing a real-world brand of clothing. So that guy used to be a player? Zheng Ren thought to himself. If it weren't for that shirt, I might have noticed something was off about him sooner. What a waste of those 40 points. Following the village chief, the group entered the village. The chief kept up a steady stream of chatter about the local attractions from customs to architecture. He barely paused for breath. But hardly anyone was listening. Everyone was too busy carefully studying the layout of the buildings around them. The layout of Xiangyang village was simple. A small river, just over 3 meters wide, ran along the foot of the mountain and divided the settlement in two, with houses scattered along both banks. In front of every home, strings of dried mushrooms or other preserved foods hung from the eaves, swaying gently in the breeze. Over 200 villagers lived here, spread across more than 40 houses. Following the river, one could easily walk through the entire village. There were no extra, winding streets. The houses were built from materials found nearby: wood, thatch, and stone. Each dwelling was first constructed atop a wooden frame, standing more than 2 meters high, raising the living space above the ground. This design seemed intended to keep out ground moisture and pests. Similar building styles existed in the real world, though those villages were usually surrounded by bamboo groves instead of forests, and the spaces beneath the houses were often used to keep livestock. Sometimes, when people came downstairs in the morning, they'd even step on a pig or goat that had chosen the stairs as a sleeping spot. But here in Xiangyang village, the spaces beneath the houses were not used for animals. Instead, they had been turned into farmland. Since the crops had not yet sprouted, it was impossible to tell what had been planted. Tan Hui curled her lip in disdain. How could anything grow in the pitch-black shade under a house? Are they cultivating moss? Usually, as soon as she spoke, Yang Yi group's number one sycophant would chime in to agree. But this time, he uncharacteristically kept quiet, trailing behind the group as meekly as a capybara. Without her usual audience, Tan Hui soon fell silent as well. Zhuo Qinggan knew exactly why Yang Yi had suddenly become so quiet. Earlier, when Yang Yi had grabbed their former teammate Wang Cheng's clothes, had noticed a red air sac on Wang Cheng's chest, just like the ones on the mountain monkeys, only smaller and easily hidden beneath clothing. Yang Yi thought had stumbled upon a clue to a hidden quest within the dungeon, hoping to quietly strike it rich. After all, the main objective of the dungeon was survival, not solving mysteries. Yet the appearance of these strange phenomena suggested otherwise. There must be a hidden mission tied to these abnormalities. If he could uncover the secret, and rank evaluation was almost guaranteed. With the bonus for clearing a new dungeon, an S was practically in the bag. In the past, only the leaders of major guilds ever achieved rank, true pillars of their teams. As they walked, Yang Yi let his imagination run wild, picturing the glory that awaited him within rank rating. Rising through the ranks of the guild, surrounded by beautiful women, even Tan Wo, usually looked down on him, would be eager to please him. Then he forced himself to calm down and think rationally about how to trigger the hidden quest. Based on information from players who had previously escaped from the dungeon with the Breaking Waves Guild, he knew that after a certain amount of time, red spots would appear on players' bodies, and soon after, those spots would develop into semi-transparent air sacs-like blisters, but with tough, elastic skins that were hard to break. Back in the safe zone, reading the description had felt abstract and distant, but seeing it firsthand brought the information to life. Other players who had this intelligence either didn't realize that some villagers had air sacs just like the mountain monkeys, or their own bodies hadn't started to show symptoms yet. In the short term, it would be difficult for anyone else to connect the hidden quest with the blood-red sacs on the monkeys' throats. For Yang Yi, this entire instance felt like an unprecedented feast, had no competitors at all. It was as if fate had handed him a golden opportunity to turn his life around, and a surge of excitement welled up inside him. Yet, he didn't realize that simply receiving a hidden quest didn't guarantee success. Unless he completed the task and survived to clear the instance, all his rewards would remain out of reach, nothing more than castles in the air. Zhuo Qinggan understood this all too well. He knew the secrets of the instance even better than Yang Yi did. In fact, it wasn't just Wang Cheng. Every villager, including the children, bore red blotches and strange sacks on their chests, neatly hidden beneath their clothing. Some villagers' sacks had already begun to develop further, with fleshy buds pushing out, slowly rooting and sprouting like plant seeds. When previous waves of players entered the instance, viewers had already used high-definition cameras to peer through the villagers' clothing and examine these abnormalities one by one. In the livestream, the audience had even named the stages of these growths. The first appearance of red blotches was called the seeding phase, the sacs were the dormant phase, and when the buds broke through the skin, it was the sprouting phase. After sprouting, the buds would continue to grow and eventually form flowers, entering the budding phase. However, no one had ever witnessed the flowers fully bloom. No player had survived that long. Although Yang Yi had picked up on some of these clues, he didn't grasp the deeper details and was quietly pleased with his discoveries. In contrast, Zhuo Qinggan already knew the entire process of the sac's development, yet still hadn't triggered the hidden quest. Given the clues Yang Yi currently had, he was clearly still a long way from unlocking that quest. In the Xianyang Village Resort livestream, there was a mix of seasoned viewers and newcomers. The veterans had experienced multiple runs of the instance, while new players were full of curiosity. Through the camera's unique perspective, they meticulously explored every detail of the village, raising all sorts of questions. The chat was buzzing, most of the questions coming from the newbies, and Zhuo Qinggan often waited for these queries to pop up, knowing that enthusiastic viewers would jump in to help. For example, someone had just asked why some villagers looked like players who had previously entered the instance. The answer came quickly. It was a tradition in the instance. Players who died but weren't completely destroyed would be recycled as NPCs, repaired, and sent back into the game. Some people even sought out these recycled players, searching for traces of old friendships and memories. However, there were some questions that even the veteran viewers couldn't answer. Things like why the sacks on villagers' bodies varied in size, why some had already started sprouting tiny shoots like bean sprouts, where the mountain monkeys came from, or how many times a day the village kids sucked on eyeballs. These mysteries remained unsolved. The only way to get answers would be for someone to clear the instance or unlock its hidden storylines. That's why so many viewers love diving into unfamiliar instances, driven by a strong sense of curiosity, while those who preferred a more straightforward experience stuck to instances with established guides and completed side quests. Clearly, most people drawn to the Shenyang Village Resort instance belonged to the former group. They were all brimming with curiosity, eager to play detective and uncover the village's secrets. On the other hand, viewers who weren't interested in solving mysteries had already left the stream, opting for bloodier, more action-packed instances instead. In this instance, Zhuo Qinggan hadn't seen such a clean and focused chat in a long time. Everyone was speculating about the village's strange phenomena, tossing around different theories, with hardly any crude comments to be found. Those who were just there for eye candy or wanted to coast on others' work found little enjoyment here, since players couldn't easily take a god's eye view or show off without risking embarrassment. In this environment, Zhuo Qinggan realized that not only was this type of instance highly rewarding, but it also filtered out a lot of low-quality viewers. He even decided to create more new instances in the future, not for any practical gain, but simply to keep his viewing experience pleasant. After all, too much exposure to negativity and vulgarity in the chat was starting to worry him. He didn't want to become jaded himself. As time went on, the village chief led the players through the entire village. Just when they thought they would continue on to the woods outside, the chief stopped in front of a wooden house. The house looked no different from the others, built on stilts, raised above the ground, with a small plot of farmland underneath, just like every other villager's home. On the surface, it seemed the most ordinary house in the village, but the chief's next words instantly put the players on edge. The village chief stroked his graying beard and smiled warmly. "It's getting late. Our village has prepared a welcome feast for everyone, using rare ingredients we've specially gathered. You definitely don't want to miss it." No sooner had he finished speaking than his expression changed abruptly. The friendly smile vanished, replaced by a stern look. The welcome feast is one of the required activities for all visitors. As experienced testers, you must participate before making any suggestions for improvement. Also, his voice dropped lower. "It's not safe outside the village. I expect all of you to uphold professional conduct and do not under any circumstances leave the boundaries of Shenyang Village." Those last few words were delivered slowly and deliberately, each syllable landing like a heavy blow on the hearts of every player present. At that moment, everyone recalled the main quest: survive in Shenyang Village for 10 days and 9 nights, and complete at least 3 tourist activities. Clearly, This was not a simple survival scenario, but a survival game with mandatory tasks, raising the difficulty to a whole new level. The live stream chat instantly exploded. Whoa, I almost forgot this is a survival game, not a puzzle one. All players have to do is stay alive. Who cares why the villagers are so creepy? Exactly, why am I even worrying? Just watch the players fight each other. Forget about the weird villagers. Boring. I thought the village chief was about to turn into a zombie or something. Solving puzzles is still important. With my 3,000 hours of watching experience, just surviving 10 days and completing 3 activities will only get you the lowest score. I think I figured out the hidden quest. It has to be something like, shocking. The blood red blisters are contagious. The monkey-toe human phenomenon. Maybe the hidden task is to uncover the truth that all the villagers are actually undead. Are you new to Taming tech? The NPCs in these games are all stitched together from the corpses of former players. Yeah, I just downloaded it this morning. This is my first live stream. I bet the hidden quest is to eliminate all creatures with blood red blisters. As he watched the viewers' wild speculation, Cheng'an fell into deep thought. He knew there was a limit to the number of dungeons where players could earn free attribute points. After reaching that limit, further attempts wouldn't yield any more points. To maximize his gains, he needed to aim for higher ratings. He also had some experience in triggering hidden quests. He recalled that in the Uncle Muz's farm scenario, he unlocked the hidden quest by finding a photo of the farm's owner. Following that logic, to trigger the hidden mission in Cheng'an Resort, he'd need to discover a key clue. The biggest mysteries so far were the red spots on the villagers and the mountain monkeys, and their advanced form the blood-filled blisters. But these were just surface symptoms. The real cause remained hidden. Cheng'an guessed that once he uncovered the true source of the red spots, the hidden quest would be activated. He focused his investigation on 2 possibilities. Either the clue was hidden in the mountain tunnel the tour bus passed through, or it was concealed within one of the tourist activities. Ideally, the quest would be triggered upon entering the tunnel or participating in a specific activity. But things were rarely that simple. The chief's warning against leaving the village was either to keep players away from the tunnel or to prevent anyone from tampering with the activity sites in advance. The risk of sneaking out of the village was simply too high. Unless he had no other choice, he couldn't afford to take that gamble right now. So, the best thing he could do at the moment was to patiently wait for the welcoming banquet and follow the dungeon process step by step. Cheng'an rubbed Modus' dog head, thinking to himself that level 2 dungeons were really a hassle. It took at least 10 days to clear one, completely different from the level 1 dungeons that could be done in a single day. Even though he was back in the safe zone and knew he hadn't actually spent that long inside the dungeon, the immersive sense of time made it feel much longer. What concerned him even more was that time seemed to pass almost identically inside Cheng'an Resort as it did in the real world, at nearly a 1-to-1 ratio. Fortunately, the rent on his apartment didn't count down while players were in a dungeon. Otherwise, as soon as he got out, he'd have to pay for extra days on a place he'd barely even used. Suddenly, Cheng'an realized he had never properly completed a level 1 dungeon. The Tower of Ascension and the beginner dungeon didn't really count, so technically, he still had plenty of level 1 dungeons left to clear and earn more attribute points. If it weren't for the upcoming Great Purge, he wouldn't have risked entering a high-risk, high-reward level 2 dungeon at all, could have just stayed in the safer level 1 dungeons to build up his stats. But right now, he had no choice except to speed up his progress, strengthen himself as much as possible, and boost his chances of survival in a short time. There were still 11 days until the Great Purge. If time inside the dungeon matched the outside world, he'd barely have any time to rest once he got out before the purge hit. 10 or so attribute points weren't enough to make a real difference. Only by completing hidden tasks and earning in strength rating could he double his attribute points and hope to become strong enough. If he remembered correctly, the maximum attribute points for a level 2 dungeon was 10, but within strength, that would be doubled to 20. If he could complete some achievements inside the dungeon, the rewards could be even higher. Some achievements weren't that complicated and their requirements were almost public knowledge if you were willing to ask around. You could basically find out what you needed to do. For example, the Good Start achievement he'd earned before was just for killing a hostile monster in the beginner dungeon. If you missed that chance, no amount of monster killing would count toward it later. There was also the Pioneer achievement, which was simple: clear a dungeon that hadn't been opened before. For the first group of players, this was practically guaranteed. There were even upgraded versions, Pioneer 2.0 and Pioneer 3.0, for clearing 2 and 3 unopened dungeons, each worth 3 attribute points. Beyond that, there were combat-based achievements like Slayer of 10,000, which required killing 10,000 humanoid enemies, or Insect Killer, which meant killing 100,000 insect-type enemies. Some achievements were exclusive to certain dungeons, such as Unwelcome Guest of Granny Blue Hat, Outstanding Employee of the Meat Canning Factory, or Honored Guest of the Old Castle. These achievements had already been widely shared online. Only the first player to discover them would get 3 attribute points as a reward, with later players getting 2, then 1, and eventually just a consolation prize of a single point. At this stage, most of these achievements were valuable only for collection purposes. It's still unknown whether the Xianyang Resort has any exclusive achievements, and combat-related achievements like defeating 10,000 enemies are just too far out of reach. Relying on achievements to gain attribute points doesn't seem very practical, so the focus should remain on finding hidden quests. Honored guests, this will be your accommodation for the next few days. The village chief quickly dropped his stern expression from earlier, when he warned everyone not to leave the village, and replaced it with a warm, welcoming smile as he invited everyone into the wooden cabin. Li Yuechio stood at the doorway, stunned by the thick layer of dust piled up on the doorframe. She opened the quest menu and double-checked the enticing promises. 10 days and 9 nights. Luxury lodging. Bonfire parties. So much for luxury lodging, she groaned inwardly. She had come here hoping for a high-end guest house experience, and now all the little annoyances she had endured along the way came rushing back, leaving this kind-hearted girl who had dreamed of the perfect homestay utterly crushed. Zuo examined the cabin closely. A string of dried mushrooms hung by the entrance, clearly stored food for the villagers. While the cabin looked old and a bit neglected, compared to the other houses in the village, it actually was luxurious. Just the size alone was equivalent to 7 or 8 regular homes, and it was built on the highest point in the village, offering a great view. Aside from the thick dust, aging structure, and a few leaks in the roof, it really wasn't that bad. When they pushed open the main door, the hallway inside made Li Yuechio and Zheng Ren exchange a knowing look. A corridor stretched across, with wooden lattice windows on one side and a row of rooms numbered 101 to 107 on the other. Don't tell me they're going to hand out 2 keys to each of us? Zheng Ren joked. No way. The village chief's face flushed red. In Xianyang village, we never use keys. Our villagers are honest folk. You won't find any thieves here. He was so worked up his face twitched with emotion. Tan Hui quickly tried to smooth things over. Of course, Xianyang is known for its honest, trustworthy people. Using locks would just show you don't trust them. Humph, glad you understand. The village chief looked around. Someone will come fetch you before the welcome banquet. The real activities begin tomorrow. I promise you'll have a full 10 days here. With that, he strode off energetically toward the elegant house in the center of the village, clearly his own home. Thanks to the winding river, even from the elevated bamboo cabins, the players couldn't get a full view of the village. The river's bend was hidden by the mountainside, and that was exactly where tonight's welcome banquet would be held. So, even if they wanted to scope things out from their cabin, they had no way of seeing what was going on. The welcome banquet was being held in the center of the village, so anyone wanting a closer look had to actually enter the village itself. Remembering the villagers' hawk-like stares and their perpetually stiff expressions, the group had little desire to go inside for now. Instead, Zuo activated his Eye of Truth, adjusting its range to the maximum. He quickly noticed that there were far fewer eyeballs watching them now. Most had likely gathered where the villagers were preparing for the banquet. That suited him just fine. He decided to stay put and observe everything through the real-time text commentary provided for the audience. Oh wow, that pot is huge. It could fit an entire person. They're really going all out for the players, even hauling out a pot this size, someone remarked. But then, a hint of disappointment crept in. Nothing new here, boiling a player alive. That old trick has been used in countless other games, he thought to himself. Wait, are they actually using the pot to cook food? Zuo paused, realizing it was just an old woman stir-frying insects. For a moment, he wondered if he was seeing things. Is this really considered food? But he quickly adjusted his perspective. Maybe it tastes pretty good when it's done. Fried insects could have a surprisingly appetizing aroma. However, as he kept watching, Zuo couldn't help but frown. It's all vegetarian dishes? No meat at all. Aren't insects considered meat? He muttered. But what about chicken, duck, pork, beef, or lamb? I haven't seen any livestock in the village. What do they usually eat? Hopefully, they aren't malnourished. Nutritional balance for the dead? As long as they can survive, that's all that matters, Zuo thought wryly, his inner voice tinged with sarcasm. The chat wasn't focused on the banquet, though. Most players were busy discussing room assignments. Zhang Zhuang, a senior member of the Breaking Waves Guild, was used to giving orders. He didn't bother considering everyone's preference. She simply distributed the rooms based on the information at hand. All the player accommodations were pretty much identical, so it didn't really matter who stayed where. Rooms 1, 2, 3, and 4 were assigned to their group of 4, while rooms 5, 6, and 7 went to Zuo and his 2 companions. Zuo had no objections. In fact, he thought it was just right. His weapon was named Shaoqi, so he simply chose room 7. Zheng Ren and Li Yuechio, both newcomers, had no complaints about being assigned to higher-numbered rooms. It even made them feel a little more at ease. Zheng Ren gently stroked the wooden door marked with the number 5, his eyes shining with emotion, tears nearly spilling over. I finally made it into room 5, he murmured, awash in memories. As if this room carried all his hopes and dreams for entering this instance. Li Yuechio had already slipped into her room. Seeing the number 6 on the door, she felt a wave of comfort and security wash over her. making everything seem less unfamiliar. After all, a player's first game always leaves a lasting impression. The nerves and excitement of being somewhere new often stay with you for life. When Zuo Cheng'an opened his door, he was struck by how different it felt from the bare, cramped 5-square-meter room in the Screaming Night instance. This room was spacious and tidy, about 20 square meters in size, with a rectangular layout. It had all the basics: a single bed, wardrobe, desk, chairs, and even a rack for suitcases. Mo Do busied himself exploring every corner, rattling the wardrobe doors as if inspecting his new territory. On the opposite wall was a large picture window, offering a sweeping view of an endless forest. Based on the climate in this game, Zuo Cheng'an guessed that thick morning fog would likely blanket the trees. Now, as the sun sank behind the mountains, orange light filtered through the treetops, painting a beautiful scene. If you ignored the dangers lurking in the instance, this place called Xiangyang Village could easily be developed into an ideal vacation spot. Unfortunately, the window faced west, so sunlight only streamed in during the afternoon. Despite the beautiful surroundings, Zuo Cheng'an remained focused on the challenges ahead, mentally preparing himself for whatever the next stage of the mission might bring. As they moved closer to the window, Li Yueqiu, who was also admiring the view next door, sighed and remarked that it would be perfect if she had a camera in her hands. Zuo Cheng'an remembered seeing all kinds of camera props at the market, from compact, portable models to professional gear of every size. These items, which could capture photos and videos, were highly valuable and practical in the game. In rule-based horror scenarios, taking pictures of the rules and developing the photos could help players avoid forgetting crucial information in moments of panic. In puzzle-solving scenarios, a camera could record numerous clues for later review and analysis. Still, Zuo Cheng'an knew that with more skill points and physical enhancements, photographic memory, once a talent reserved for geniuses, would eventually become standard for every seasoned player. As night fell and room assignments were finished, everyone had just gotten familiar with their surroundings when a local child ran up to the cabin, breathless, to tell them it was time to head to the village for the banquet. Once he delivered the message, the child disappeared into the dusk as quickly as he had arrived. The other players looked tense, checking their gear and preparing as if they were about to face a final boss instead of a dinner party. In contrast, Zuo Cheng'an seemed relaxed and at ease. He already knew tonight was just a regular welcome banquet: 12 local dishes and a folk dance performed by the village girls, with even a special show lined up to accompany the meal. Judging by the large piles of firewood at the village entrance, it was clear the festivities would last late into the night. The only drawback was that all the meat dishes at the banquet were various kinds of insects. The village was small. It only took 5 minutes to walk from one end to the other. Even with the players dragging their feet, they were all seated at the long tables within 7 minutes. An elderly woman in a floral shirt greeted them warmly, introducing each dish with enthusiasm. Zuo Cheng'an noticed an interesting contradiction in the game's attention to detail. It had forgotten basic safety features like handrails and seatbelts on the sightseeing bus, yet had thoughtfully prepared a special seat and small bowl for the unique player, Madu, with food separately cooked by the villagers to be light and boiled. This is beanworm jelly, this is wild mushroom soup, and these are fried potatoes, the elderly woman said with a cheerful smile, her eyes crinkling at the corners. And this one is really special. These woodworms were specially caught by the children. You must try some. Zuo Cheng'an took a closer look at the talkative old woman and was surprised by his true sight ability. It could not only identify the species of monsters, but also reveal the names of human NPCs in the game. This woman was named Lu Nanshan, and from her attitude, it was clear she belonged to the group that welcomed the players. In stark contrast was another group led by Wang Cheng, whose members looked at the players with open disdain. Despite the steaming, fragrant dishes laid out before them, not a single player picked up their chopsticks. It wasn't the sight of deep-fried earthworms tangled together on a plate, or the steamed spiders as big as a hand, that made them queasy. What truly unsettled them was the way the entire village, young and old alike, had gathered around, staring at them without blinking, as if eagerly waiting for them to take a bite. Granny Lu kept urging, "Go on, eat up. Don't be shy." But this excessive enthusiasm only made them more wary, and none of them dared to try the food in front of them. The villagers' intense gaze felt like needles on their backs, making them wonder whether there was something deadly about the food. Would it poison them, or worse? At this point, they were no longer concerned about how the dishes looked. Led by Zhang Zhuang, the members of the Breaking Waves Guild remained completely still. Their caution was well-founded. A player who had previously provided them with intel had suffered a terrifying experience. On his very first night in the dungeon, mysterious red blotches appeared on his skin, accompanied by unbearable itching. At first, he hadn't paid much attention, but by the next day, the blotches had rapidly turned into blood-colored blisters. Even more horrifying, these blisters began to drain the player's life force, feeding on his vitality to grow. At that rate, he would have been completely drained and dead before the Tindai dungeon was over. The Breaking Waves Guild had no idea what the final stage of these blood blisters looked like, Because the player had forcibly exited the dungeon using an item on the very night the red blotches became blisters the second day in dungeon time and used his points to heal himself. If he had been stronger and able to stay longer, the guild might have gotten more detailed intel. Unable to sustain the blisters, the player managed to escape the dungeon and brought the information back to the outside world. The guild's think tank immediately analyzed the cause of the blisters. Unfortunately, because the player struggled to organize his thoughts and the dungeon's information was so complex, he couldn't piece things together. Perhaps his stay had simply been too brief to gather more clues. In the end, he failed to mention a crucial detail: the faint, elusive fragrance that came from the ruptured blisters. Without that key clue, the mystery remained unsolved. All the guild could do was speculate that the blood blisters might be linked to the dungeon's water or food. In just 2 days, the player had only consumed water and a small amount of moss from the dungeon, yet suffered such severe consequences. This time, Zhang Zhuang came fully prepared. Besides ropes, he carried a storage item packed with food and water. With a reliable food supply, Zhang Zhuang sat silently at the table, not even touching his bowl or chopsticks. The other 3 followed his example, ignoring the villagers around them and sitting motionless. If the enemy made no move, neither would they. In her mind, Li Yueqiu opened a private chat group to communicate with Zhuo Cheng'an and Zheng Ren. Li Yueqiu wrote seriously in the group, "This is bad. It looks like they were expecting us." Zheng Ren replied weakly, "I'm so hungry. It's pointless to talk about poison without knowing the dose. If we just eat a little, maybe it'll be fine." Li Yueqiu seemed delirious. "I really want to eat that roasted spider, looks so good. It's just like crab legs, I bet it'd be delicious." Zhuo Cheng'an didn't join the group chat, instead activating his skill to carefully inspect the dishes on the table. Even if the villagers hadn't tampered with the food, there was no guarantee the food itself wasn't dangerous. His gaze swept over each dish, taking in the details of the mysterious black mush. He started with the most unusual dish, the roasted woodworms, which Granny Lu had especially recommended. It was worth checking first. In addition to the villagers' recommendations, this dish had a particularly unique presentation. Most of the other plates were piled high with food, as if the hosts were worried the players might not get enough to eat. Some dishes were practically overflowing. But this one stood out. A large white porcelain plate, neatly arranged with 8 plump, roasted wood grubs. It was obvious the number matched the players in the instance, one for each person, even including mo dough. Roasted wood grubs were a rare specialty of Xiangyang village. They were crispy on the outside, and, after eating them, players would gain a slight boost to their constitution stat. Because these grubs were so scarce, only the first 10 groups of visitors ever got a chance to try them. A bonus to constitution? That definitely sounded like a good deal. As for the first 10 groups of visitors, it probably referred to the first 10 waves of players attempting this instance. Judging from the expressions of the group from Zhang Zhuang across the table, they clearly hadn't heard anything about the grubs. Otherwise, their guild's earlier players would have already been fighting over them. Feeling reassured that there was no poison, Zhuo Cheng'an picked up a roasted wood grub and popped it into his mouth. The outside was a bit crunchy, but the inside was juicy and tender, with a subtle, mushroom-like aroma. As he bit down, the flavor burst out. After finishing it, he felt a warm sensation spreading through his body. The fatigue from fighting the mountain monkeys quickly faded away. He casually opened his character panel and saw his constitution had increased from 18 to 19. He paused for a moment, then picked up another grub. Since the others hadn't realized how special it was, he wasn't about to let any go to waste. Unfortunately, the second grub didn't have the same effect. It tasted like regular food. After double-checking the table to make sure nothing else was suspicious, Zhuo Cheng'an opened their team chat and quickly sent a message. "The food's safe. The roasted wood grub I just ate boosted my constitution. Only the first one works, so eat yours before the others notice." After seeing his message, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren immediately relaxed and started eating in earnest. Zheng Ren grabbed a skewer of scorpions with one hand and a wood grub with the other, stuffing both into his mouth at once. Li Yueqiu wasn't about to be outdone. In no time, she had polished off half a plate of fried cicadas, and of course didn't miss out on the wood grub either. After sampling everything, she was especially fond of the bamboo worms, saying they had a hint of sweetness. Seeing the way his teammates were eating, Zhuo Cheng'an felt relieved. At least they weren't completely hopeless. If they'd stared at the grubs after eating too, it would have definitely drawn attention from the group across the table. Fortunately, they mixed the grubs in with the other dishes, acting naturally so no one suspected anything special about them. After all, when Zhuo Cheng'an ate his 2 grubs and recommended them to his teammates, he hadn't acted out of the ordinary. Mo Do sat quietly by Zhuo Cheng'an's side, gently nudging his leg. The dog was very obedient and would never eat anything unfamiliar without a command. Zhuo Cheng'an smiled and placed a grub in Mo Do's bowl. "Go ahead, eat." Mo Do hesitated for a moment, then barked softly. He generally preferred a vegetarian diet, but a change of flavor now and then wasn't bad. Plus, this meal really did taste great. The villagers had clearly put a lot of effort into it. Today, Mo Do also joined the fight. It kept switching back and forth between its dog and sheep forms, and the constant transformation drained a lot of its energy. Just when it needed a boost, it gulped down a firewood bug, and its stamina rose from 8 to 9 points. Hungry as ever, it didn't even pause, just lowered its head and started devouring the food in its bowl. Its mouth seemed like a bottomless pit. Without a single chew, the food went straight down its throat. Watching this, Cheng'an couldn't help but consider whether he should buy a slow feeder bowl for Mo, hoping to correct its unhealthy eating habits. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhuang and the others sat quietly to the side, watching Mo and the nearby dog wolf food down their meals. Their own stomachs were empty, and their eyes stayed glued to the food in the bowls, torn between craving and hunger. After a full day of fighting and running around, they were utterly exhausted. Seeing others eat so ravenously, they couldn't help but swallow hard. Even though they felt like they could fall asleep as soon as they laid down, they forced themselves to stay seated. Suddenly, Cheng'an had a playful impulse. He slid a plate of stir-fried mushrooms to the center and, with a teasing tone, said, "Want to try some?" The mushrooms looked freshly picked from the forest, steaming hot. Red-capped, black-capped, speckled, an assortment of mushrooms that looked incredibly appetizing. A flicker of longing passed through Yang Ye's eyes as he quietly reached for his chopsticks. Just as he was about to pick up a mushroom, Zhang Zhuang slapped his hand away with a sharp smack. "Useless," he scolded harshly. "Can't even handle a little hunger? Did you forget about the food traps in the dungeon? Want to end up covered in red blotches?" Yang Yi froze at the words. He hadn't dared forget those terrifying food traps. He had seen plenty of people die instantly from eating poisoned food. Often, the traps weren't even obvious. Sometimes only certain monsters could smell the danger. Players would eat, unaware of the risk, only to attract monsters and meet their end. It was only after dying that they realized it was that bowl of soup that had marked them. He remembered what happened at Xianyang Resort. Eating certain foods there would cause red blotches to appear on your skin, eventually turning into gruesome, blood-filled blisters. His hand trembled, chopsticks clattering onto the table, and suddenly his appetite vanished. His hunger faded as well. He quickly waved his hands. "No, we're not eating." A little disappointed, Cheng'an pulled the plate of mushrooms back, and, though he felt a twinge of regret, he didn't insist. "Huffed." Zhang Zhuang let out a cold laugh. "Go ahead, eat. If the poison doesn't kill you, you'll still be done for. Maybe you'll be so dehydrated tomorrow that you miss the next event and end up getting killed by the storyline." He was clearly annoyed, but deep down, he thought that even if he tricked them tonight, getting them out of combat for good might be worth it. As for who could survive the traps and make it out in the end, that was another matter entirely. However, someone in the group ignored his warning and quietly started eating with their chopsticks. Zhang Zhuang was momentarily stunned, then remembered who it was. Xiang. This newcomer was so low-key, he was almost invisible, barely replying once for every 10 things someone said to him. Had sat quietly beside Zhang Zhuang all day, barely saying a word, so much so that Zhang Zhuang had nearly forgotten he was there. Zhang Zhuang was about to scold Xiang for letting his appetite jeopardize the whole team, but then he paused, reconsidering. Xiang might be silent, but he was a newcomer from the Breaking Waves Guild, and had made it in thanks to a starter pack and some decent performance. He'd even cleared a newbie dungeon, racking up enough speed points to qualify for the guild's entry standards. Breaking Waves had the lowest threshold anyway. The other two big guilds wouldn't have even looked at someone like him. So, Zhang Zhuang decided to leave Xiang alone, his gaze indifferent, but his mind still turning, always thinking of new trials for the team to face. Due to the high turnover of new recruits in the guild, they had to bring in fresh faces regularly to fill the gaps. Xiang joined under these circumstances, and among the newcomers, his stats and rating were among the best. Back when Zhang Zhuang was desperate to assemble a 7-person team for a dungeon run, he had no choice but to pull in this rookie who had just broken into the first tier, intending to use him as cannon fodder to scout ahead. However, the unexpected arrival of Cheng'an and his two companions completely disrupted his plans. Still, Zhang Zhuang wasn't fazed. The intel he held was his greatest trump card. Today's mountain monkeys were just an appetizer. The real challenge would come tomorrow. With Cheng'an's group taking the lead, Zhang Zhuang would actually face less risk himself. Ever since becoming players, everyone's intuition had grown sharper with their increasing strength. Zhang Zhuang could clearly sense the growing hostility from Cheng'an's group, especially from the woman who had stolen his first kill. Her antagonism was becoming obvious. But to him, it didn't matter. In terms of strength, his side was packed with first-tier experts. In numbers, they had the clear advantage. In this dungeon, he was confident the power to call the shots would remain firmly in his hands. At the dinner table, Li Yueqiu moved quickly and snatched up the last firewood worm from the plate before Xiang could reach it. She felt a secret satisfaction. Better she eat it than let it go to the enemy, even if she was stuffed to bursting. Unfortunately, her stomach couldn't handle any more solid food, so she could only force down some soup. Seeing that Cheng'an and Zheng Run were equally stuffed, she burped and asked, "Anyone want this?" "I'm full. Can't even eat a grasshopper's leg," Zheng Ren said, waving his hands in refusal. Cheng'an smartly picked up Modus' bowl and said, "Give it to Madu. I bet he's still hungry. Big dogs eat more, it's normal." Exactly. Liu Ikia's eyes lit up. Madu, eat up. Grow big and strong. Woof. Madu shot them a sidelong glance, as if he suspected someone was making fun of him. Night had long since fallen. The villagers had lit bonfires that drove back the darkness, the flames casting flickering light over their frenzied dancing. Without the village chief's permission, the group could only stay where they were, watching as these seemingly possessed villagers danced wildly around the fire. This was no folk dance, it was more like a bunch of lunatics on hallucinations, twisting and contorting like seaweed swaying in the current, enough to make anyone nauseous. Even more disturbing, some villagers' chests showed fleshy growths and red blotches that were slowly but noticeably getting larger. Because Zhang Zhuang's team had skipped the welcome feast, they were already feeling the odd, hostile stares from some villagers' gazes filled with malice that sent chills down their spines. At this point, who would dare make fun of the villagers' traditional dance? Everyone just kept clapping enthusiastically, as if they were watching a sports game. The village chief stood off to the side, dutifully explaining the scene, though the surrounding noise made his voice sound distant and muffled. Even if the players focused intently, they could only catch bits and pieces. To figure out what he was actually saying, they had to rely on their own guesses. Amid the chief's indistinct voice, it seemed he was talking about the origins of their dance, but the noise was overwhelming. Firewood crackled in the bonfire, villagers' songs overlapped, and the cries of monkeys from the forest mixed in. The chief's dialect was thick, his accent full of hissing sounds, making it nearly impossible to understand him. Just then, a message popped up in the chat, reminding everyone that this was the background story for players entering the Xiangyang village instance for the 4th time. Each message only stayed on the screen for a moment, but Zuo Qinggan quickly scanned them, catching the key points. Yep, it's me again, Tao Taijin, who loves analyzing games and is determined to visit every single instance. Tao Taijin, I'm a bit late, I've only seen the 4th wave of players enter the Xiangyang village instance. From the data I've gathered, the villagers worship a deity, and this dance is their way of communicating with it. Exactly. The dance may look like vines twisting, but it's actually a traditional ritual. The villagers believe that if they dance well, the deity will bless them. What kind of blessing? Looks more like they're going crazy on the spot. Deities aren't that easy to meet. Right, I've heard about this too. In the level 6 instance in Hall 1's live stream, the NPC summoned a projection of the deity, and over 200 rank 5 players committed suicide on the spot. Not a hint of hesitation. Whoa, I heard about that one. That was the level 6 Sacred Fire Rebirth instance. Can't believe you were there in person. That's wild. It was nothing, just practicing. Level 5 instances aren't a big deal. With a bit of training, you can watch them just fine. Changming Tech is getting arrogant, banning viewers with weak willpower from watching level 5 and above instances for their own safety? Please, that's just discrimination. See, are deities really that powerful? I've cursed them hundreds of times in my head, never seen any backlash. I bet Changming is just creating artificial scarcity. I had a relative who couldn't pass the test until they bought a VIP membership. As soon as they paid, they passed instantly. No way. This is just a regular level 2 instance. How could there be a deity here? Even a projection or a minor follower would bump the instance up to level 4 or higher. There's no way a level 2 instance would dare include a deity. Zuo Qinggan noticed a particularly reckless comment in the barrage. He sneered, these people didn't even understand the basics. If you insult someone without naming them directly, of course, you won't get a reaction. Still, he was genuinely surprised to discover a hidden quest related to a deity in what appeared to be a simple level 2 survival instance. He pondered the situation carefully. If a god really existed here, and just a projection of that deity could raise the instance's difficulty to level 4, how could Xiangyang Resort still be rated at level 2? Logically, if a true deity was present, this place should have already become a high-level instance level 7 or even 8. Then another possibility occurred to him. Maybe things weren't as they seemed. The villagers believed they were worshipping a god, but perhaps the object of their devotion was something else entirely. In reality, it wasn't uncommon for villages to revere oddly shaped rocks or unusually large animals as mountain spirits. Zuo Qinggan's thoughts drifted to the vines coiled inside the cave. Their forms uncannily resembled the villagers' dance movements. That couldn't be a coincidence. Maybe the god the villagers spoke of was actually those vines. This idea only strengthened his resolve to investigate the cave further. The midnight ritual continued. For Zuo Qinggan and his companions, things weren't too difficult. They had eaten and drunk their fill, and the cool mountain breeze was refreshing. If not for the instance's eerie atmosphere, this would have been an ideal vacation spot. In contrast, things were much tougher for Zhang Zhuang's group. They hadn't eaten or drunk anything all day. While level 1 players wouldn't die from a single day of hunger, it was still a miserable experience. It wasn't until the last pile of firewood burned out that the village chief finally allowed the players to leave. Before leaving, Zuo Qinggan paid close attention to the villagers who had been dancing. Just as the barrage had mentioned, the red spots on their skin had indeed spread, and some people had even grown fleshy protrusions that were getting longer. Was it the dancing that stimulated the growth of these foreign objects? Or was there another reason? Could it really be the manifestation of a deity? As he mulled this over, Li Yueqiu was asking the child who was leading them about the next day's itinerary. The child was busy fiddling with his own eyeball, but when he heard the question, he popped it back into its socket and looked at her with lifeless eyes. The other players, though headed in different directions, were all listening closely, eager to prepare for whatever was coming next. To everyone's surprise, the child actually answered, "Tomorrow, we're going rafting in the canyon." This news made Zhang Zhuang frown. It didn't match the information Breakwater Guild had gathered. According to their intel, they were supposed to go treasure hunting in the dense forest first, with canyon rafting scheduled for the day after. Why had the schedule changed for his group, with rafting moved up to the very first day? Could it be that he did something special that caused tomorrow's forest treasure hunt to be replaced by the butterfly event? Zhang Zhuang frowned, leaning back in the wooden chair in his room as he pondered this question. As a level 3 instance, Xianyang Resort really was quite large. He knew well that the bigger and higher level the instance, the more unpredictable variables there would be. Experienced players understood that guides for advanced dungeons could be as thick as a dictionary, and memorizing every detail was simply impossible. This instance had only been available 6 times so far, and players had probably explored less than 30 of it. Under these circumstances, it was perfectly normal for small differences in actions to trigger changes in the instance. In fact, it was this very randomness and unpredictability that motivated the game developers to reward pioneering players so generously. Zhang Zhuang began to carefully review everything had done that day. No matter how cautious, low-level players could never follow a guide to the letter. On the other hand, truly skilled experts had no interest in being puppets to a walkthrough. He analyzed the 2 most likely points where the instance could have shifted. First, when they quickly dealt with the mountain monkey attack during the day, and second, when Zuo Cheng'an and the others ate food at the banquet. According to previous information, the weaker players who had shared their tips had suffered greatly when facing the mountain monkeys. Not only did they sustain heavy casualties, but they also endured 4 waves of attacks. After entering the village, they were extremely cautious, only eating moss and wild vegetables they'd gathered, not daring to touch the banquet food at all. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhuang couldn't help but chuckle. The number of mountain monkey attacks, the banquet food, and the sequence of tourist activities, these things seemed completely unrelated, and he was just forcing a connection. Clearly, he wasn't cut out for puzzle solving. It was more practical to just focus on surviving. His stomach suddenly growled in protest, so Zhang Zhuang decided to call everyone over so they could eat and discuss their plan for tomorrow at the same time. According to the information he had, the canyon rafting was originally scheduled for the 3rd day, but fortunately, a player who had escaped alive had managed to gather quite a few details before leaving. The rafting spot was downstream from Xianyang village, where the calm river suddenly merged with the main current, turning wild and fierce, with waves and whirlpools churning constantly. The rocky cliffs on both sides looked like rows of sharp teeth, and crashing into them would mean certain death. Even strong swimmers who fell in would be sucked under by the whirlpools of fate. Even fish struggled to escape. In such a dangerous setting, with no safety measures, players had to navigate 5 kilometers on a crude wooden raft, while also fending off attacks from monsters. But for level 2 players who had reached the 1st tier, this wasn't actually too difficult. With their superhuman physical abilities, they could easily hold their breath for 10 minutes. As long as they kept their balance against the current or grabbed onto rocks at critical moments, survival was definitely possible. Even if someone fell in, clinging tightly to the raft and staying with the group was still a viable option. While Zhang Zhuang and his group were deep in discussion, in room 105 next door, Zuo Cheng'an, Zheng Run, and Li Yueqiu were also planning for the next day. They'd originally planned to meet in Zuo Cheng'an's room, but since he disliked having others in his private space, they ended up in Zheng Ren's room instead. Thanks to Zhang Zhuang, Zuo Cheng'an had already learned some details about tomorrow from enthusiastic viewers in the livestream chat. He gave the others a brief rundown of the rafting location, the rafts themselves, and the potential threats from fish monsters and mountain monkeys, reminding everyone to stay alert. Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu didn't think much of it, assuming Zuo Cheng'an had access to special sources of information. After all, as long as someone survived an instance, information was bound to spread, especially with intelligence organizations like the Flying Pigeon Guild around, and this instance had already been opened 6 times. After giving a few more instructions, Zuo Cheng'an returned to his own room. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the single bed while Mo Do lay quietly at the bedside like a loyal guardian. He had planned to organize his props, but when he absent-mindedly opened his personal panel, he was startled to see his sanity value had dropped sharply from 82 to 77. The sudden change made his pupils contract. "I've only been in the instance for 1 day, and my sanity's already dropped by 5 points. Zuo Cheng'an stared at the panel, suddenly realizing an important fact: the depletion of sanity wasn't calculated by the number of attempts, but by the actual time spent inside the instance. He did some quick math. At a rate of 5 points per day, It would only take 6 days before his sanity fell below the dangerous threshold of 60. Strangely, this discovery didn't frighten Zuo Cheng'an. Instead, it sparked a sense of excitement within him. He licked his lips, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. What exactly is this so-called mutation? What will I turn into? Back in the safe zone, he had deliberately gathered information about mutations. Some players turned into classic zombies, demons, or spider-like creatures, while others ended up with absurd features like celery or bell peppers growing from their bodies. It was said that mutations caused players to develop monstrous limbs, turning them into mindless killing machines. These new features were often linked to the player's deepest fears. Even if I end up covered in lumps like a bell pepper, I'd still be a pretty dangerous bell pepper guy, Zuo Cheng'an muttered to himself. In survival instances, mindless rampages could keep you alive, but in puzzle or mission-based ones, losing your mind meant losing any chance of clearing the game. Deepest fears, huh? Zuo Cheng'an frowned, tapping his fingers on the edge of the bed. So, basically, psychological trauma? He couldn't immediately pinpoint his own deepest fear. Horror movies from his childhood? Now that he knew they were just special effects, he wasn't scared anymore. Monsters? Had encountered plenty of close calls since being pulled into the game, but those moments were more thrilling than truly terrifying. So what is it? His thoughts circled in the darkness. The night passed without incident, no unexpected attacks like had imagined. On the second morning of the instance, Li Yueqiu dragged herself out of bed, sporting 2 massive dark circles under her eyes. Even though it had been a while since she had slept on such a comfortable mattress, she had barely closed her eyes all night, worrying about possible monster attacks or creepy villagers breaking in. Rubbing her sore eyes, she silently swore to herself. Tonight, no matter what, she'd barge in his room even if she had to throw a tantrum and borrow Do to sleep with her. Before splitting up last night, the 3 of them had already made a plan. The instance required each of them to participate in 3 tourist activities, which meant they could technically skip the canyon rafting. But since they already had some information about the rafting, it seemed safer and more manageable than the unknown options. Not knowing how many total activities the instance contained, they decided to focus on completing 3 first, so the rest of their time in the instance could be less stressful and not filled with constant anxiety. When Zuo Cheng'an opened his door, he found Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu already waiting in the hallway. Seeing the dark circles under Li Yueqiu's eyes, he suddenly realized he'd forgotten to tell them something important last night. The rooms were completely safe at night, with no risk of attacks. After all, that previous big brother had lived here until he died, and nothing had ever happened to him. Although this is only a level 2 instance, as long as players avoid investigating the hidden quests, most of the difficulty lies in the potential dangers of the various tourist activities. If a player's stats are too low, they might not survive some of these extreme sports. However, if a player is strong enough and ignores the hidden quests, paying no attention to the strange behavior of the villagers or the village itself, the instance transforms into a safe resort with comfortable accommodations, delicious food, and beautiful scenery. A perfect, relaxing getaway. When Do saw the 2 people in the hallway, he wagged his tail and let out a friendly bark as a greeting. Li Yueqiu, who needed a favor from the dog tonight, patted Do's chin in a friendly gesture. After spending the day together, Do had developed a good impression of her and clearly accepted her presence. Zheng Ren didn't look weary at all. In fact, his face was glowing with health. He was naturally easygoing, not as sensitive as Li Yueqiu. After several days wandering the streets near the park, finally being able to sleep in a real bed last night made him feel especially refreshed. Now this is what life should be like, he thought. Nothing in the safe zone could compare. As they chatted, Zhang Zhuang and Tan Huihui emerged from the same room. Zheng Ren's eyes widened in surprise as he pointed at them and asked, "Did you 2 sleep together last night?" He couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, your Breaking Waves guild really lives up to its wild reputation." Zhang Zhuang, embarrassed and angry, snapped, "Shut up. Watch out, or you'll end up poisoned by the food here." Of the group, only he had a storage item with food and water, so the others had no choice but to rely on him for breakfast. Zheng Ren just shrugged, joking to lighten the mood, as if there were surveillance cameras around to catch every moment. Just as they stepped out of their rooms, they saw a villager approaching. Judging by the figure, it was the same child who had invited them to the welcome banquet the night before. The child was carrying a torch, apparently about to perform another smoke-cleansing ritual. Yang Yi, seeing the child, tried to find a way to discreetly glance at his chest. The day before, had only managed to spot the blood-red sack on Wang Cheng's chest. During the dance after the banquet, he pretended to stand and stretch, sneaking a look at the girls dancing by the bonfire. Since he'd been peeking, his view was limited and he only glimpsed a bit of red. In the light of the fire, it was hard to tell if it was the glow or the color of their skin. Anxious as he was, he couldn't risk drawing too much attention, so he kept his questions to himself. With only the child here today, it was a bit easier to handle. Yang Yi put on a friendly smile, straightening the child's collar as he asked, "What's your name? Did your family send you over?" The child tilted his head, less shy than yesterday, and replied, "My name is Huahua." The village chief sent me to invite you to breakfast. Yang Yi, focused on the sack beneath the child's collar, barely registered the answer, had only asked out of habit. Whether the child was called Huahua or something else didn't matter. It wasn't relevant to the hidden quest. Zuo Cheng'an, who was standing closest to Yang Yi, did catch the name. He thought to himself, in a village that worships plants, naming a child Huahua, which means fire? Aren't they afraid the gods will sneak into the village at night? To be sure he hadn't misheard, Zuo Cheng'an used a skill to check the child's information, confirming that his name was indeed Huahua. Remembering that there were other children in the village, Zuo Cheng'an asked, "So, what's your best friend's name?" Huahua nodded proudly and replied, "Xiaoyan." Suddenly, Huahua bounced excitedly on the spot, startling Yang Yi so much that he almost jumped. But Yang Yi got what he wanted. There was indeed something unusual on Huahua's chest. That patch of crimson skin looked like a palm-sized air sac. While not exactly a balloon, its slight bulge was impossible to overlook. It was nothing like what Yang Yi had seen on Wang Cheng's chest the day before. This was clearly a gas-filled structure. Could it be because Huahua was younger? Would the sac grow larger with age? Yang Yi thought about it, but wasn't sure after all. There didn't seem to be any obvious bulge under the village chief's clothing. Just then, it occurred to him that once the air sac developed to a certain point, it would deflate and be replaced by a tiny fleshy nub, making it almost impossible to notice. Seeing this, Zuo Cheng'an continued to ask Huahua, "We're going rafting in the canyon today, but what about the plans for the following days?" Huahua looked up, thought for a moment, and, recalling the chief's arrangements, smiled as he replied, "Today Uncle Cheng is taking you rafting. Tomorrow, Aunt Lu will take you mushroom picking. The day after that is a rest day. The day after that, my second sister will teach you to dance. The day after that," he frowned, unable to remember what came next. "I really can't recall what we're supposed to do after that." He paused, then quickly changed the subject. "Breakfast is almost ready. Let's eat first. It's a long way to the rafting spot, so we don't want to delay." Huahua led the way, and the others quickly followed, knowing that the main event today was the rafting experience, and no one wanted to linger. When they arrived for breakfast, the Zhangzhuang group had already finished eating and looked much better than yesterday. At least they weren't left hungry watching others enjoy a feast. The table was set up just like the night before, but there were fewer dishes this time. Gone were the rare stir-fried wood bugs, centipedes, and bird-eating spiders. Instead, there were stir-fried wild mushrooms, cold mixed leaves, and simple greens. Although there were still grasshoppers and cicadas among the meat options, the more adventurous ingredients were nowhere to be seen. Li Yuechio, noticing that her favorite bamboo worms were missing, lost her appetite and only picked at her food before setting down her chopsticks. Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the table, then pointed to a plate of oddly colored mushrooms with fuzzy caps. "Eat more of this," he suggested. Zhang Ren wrinkled his nose in disgust and leaned over. "I tried those mushrooms earlier. They smell absolutely awful. This is culinary darkness." Zuo Cheng'an shot him a look and insisted, "Just eat a bit more. Trust me, it's fine. I wouldn't let you eat anything harmful." With no other choice, Zhang Ren rubbed his stomach already nearly full and forced himself to take another bite. After all, following Zhuge's advice was usually the safest bet. Watching the others, Li Yuechio decided not to be picky and took a few bites of the mushrooms Zuo Cheng'an had pointed out. After breakfast, everyone stood up. Wang Cheng, whom they'd met the night before, wore a cold expression as he led them toward the downstream river. Once a player himself, had lost nearly all his memories after dying once, and now saw himself only as a local from Xiangyang village, responsible for guiding tourists on the rafting trip. Yang Yi tried to strike up a conversation, hoping to learn more about the village, but found no opportunity. Wang Cheng didn't recognize him at all and was focused solely on leading the way. The group moved quickly, almost racing toward the rafting site. The sun had yet to climb high, and in less than an hour, they'd covered over 10 kilometers along the river without feeling the slightest fatigue. Even the fittest players were beginning to feel a hint of fatigue by now. However, Wang Cheng, who was leading the way, seemed completely unfazed. He moved swiftly among the rocks, slopes, and shrubs, his pace never slowing, his breathing steady, and his face showing no sign of exertion. The warning they'd received before setting out left everyone anxious. Afraid of missing out on the activity, no one dared fall behind. The stony path was rough and hard to walk on, while the riverbank was extremely slippery. Without proper hiking boots, anyone could easily take a tumble. Strangely, Wang Cheng wore only straw sandals, yet he seemed as steady as a mountain, every step sure and unwavering. Even when they encountered a steep, mossy slope tilted at 50 or 60 degrees, he walked straight up with ease. Everyone knew this wasn't the time to ask questions, so they gritted their teeth and hurried after him. Finally, around 10 in the morning, Wang Cheng stopped beside a thatched hut. Inside were 3 wooden rafts of different sizes and a few paddles. These, it seemed, were the tools for their upcoming rafting adventure. Wang Cheng's manner and tone were nothing like the staff at a holiday resort. His attitude was downright unfriendly, as if he was just fulfilling some obligation. "You'll set off from here in a bit," he said coolly. "Follow the river downstream, and you'll get back to the village. Don't try to take shortcuts." If you stray from this route or try to go back the way you came, you'll never make it to the village. Tan Huihui couldn't help but complain. Is this how you treat tourists? What kind of resort are you running here? Wang Qing shot her a cold glance. Not everyone in the village supports opening a resort. Noisy, disruptive outsiders only disturb the gods' rest. Go enjoy yourselves. If you don't make it back before dark, you'll be lost here forever. Though it sounded like a warning, there was a trace of disdain in his voice, as if he wouldn't mind if they stayed lost for good. With that, Wang Chung hoisted a small one-person raft onto his shoulder and expertly maneuvered it through the rapids, dodging rocks with practiced ease, as if rafting was second nature to him. He wasn't wrong. Some villagers were genuinely welcoming to the players, but others clearly resented them. The villagers who cooked and took care of the players' daily needs were friendly, making their accommodations safe and the food both delicious and harmless. But those leading the adventure activities were the ones hostile to outsiders, and their goal seemed to be to get rid of the newcomer, so every activity the players participated in was fraught with danger. According to Huahua, today's guide was the unfriendly Wang Chong, but tomorrow, Aunt Lu, who was warm toward the players, would take them mushroom picking. Zuo Cheng'an knew that Aunt Lu was the only villager with the surname Lu and was the head chef responsible for the players' meals. Unless something unexpected happened, the mushroom picking should be a much safer, more normal activity. No monsters, no risk of getting lost forever. As for the second sister scheduled for the day after tomorrow, Zuo Cheng'an could use his true eye skill to see every villager's name, but he wasn't sure which one Huahua meant by that nickname. He couldn't determine her attitude toward the players, so he'd just have to wait and see. Zuo Cheng'an had already come up with several reliable strategies to ensure they could at least clear the dungeon. With the instance lasting 10 days and a pattern of resting every 2 days, there would be at least 5 activities. It was obvious that not every event would be led by the villagers who were hostile to players. As long as they chose to join groups led by the more welcoming villagers, they could minimize the dangers involved in each activity. As long as they stayed vigilant and avoided getting infected by the red rash, clearing the dungeon and securing a baseline score wouldn't be a problem. Wang Cheng's raft was drifting farther away, and the other players didn't waste any more time. They quickly carried the remaining 2 rafts out of the hut. Both rafts were about the same size and shape, so there was no competition over them. The Zhangzhuang team had prepared thoroughly before entering the instance, so as soon as they pushed their raft into the water, they managed to smoothly navigate past the shallow area and drift downstream with the current. Meanwhile, on Zuo Cheng'an's side, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Run exchanged worried glances. What are we going to do, Zuo? I've never rowed a boat before, I really don't know how. Mao Dou let out a howl, clearly just as clueless. Zuo Cheng'an could only sigh helplessly. What a coincidence, I can't row either. But the dungeon didn't care whether players knew how to row. The rules were the rules. Whether you could row or even swim didn't matter. You just had to grit your teeth and take part in this activity with 0 safety guarantees. So, 3 people who had never rowed before, plus a dog, spun in circles on the river for a while before finally being dragged toward the center by the swift current. The first kilometer of the river was calm, with silent trees lining the banks. There were no monsters. The only trouble came from whirlpools, sudden rocks, and the occasional steep drop of several meters. After a few capsizes and tumbles into the water, Mao Dou was already soaked through, looking even smaller and more pitiful. The other 2 weren't much better, and their sorry state would have drawn sympathy from anyone watching. To keep from getting separated by the current, they tied themselves together with the cloth rope they'd used the day before. Fortunately, although drifting on this raft was particularly challenging, it also forced the 3 novices to quickly pick up the basics of rowing. If they didn't improve their speed and stability, things could get a lot worse. Their paddles had long been swept away by the water, so they had to break off branches from the riverbank to use as makeshift oars. Zuo Cheng'an wedged a branch against a large rock on the shore, forcing the raft to change direction and narrowly avoiding a whirlpool. Just as he let out a breath of relief and started to adjust their course, he suddenly spotted 3 floating health bars on the river: 34.71, 41.68, and 22.94. Whatever they were clearly badly injured, most likely thanks to the Zhangzhuang team that had passed through earlier. The Zhangzhuang group was obviously much stronger than Zuo Cheng'an's team. It seemed they'd cleared the monsters from the river to avoid causing trouble for those behind them, and perhaps also to save time by not getting caught up in fights. Whatever the reason, the 3 wounded monsters hadn't been left behind. Instead, they kept a steady distance, following the raft no matter how fast or slow it went, seemingly waiting for the right opportunity. Careful, we've got company behind us, Zuo Cheng'an warned quietly. Zuo Cheng'an reminded them. Madu, go keep watch at the back of the raft. Woof. Madu immediately took his position at the rear, eyes alertly scanning the water's surface. They had entered a wide stretch of river. If nothing unexpected happened, the 3 mysterious creatures tailing them would likely launch their attack here. The threat was real, but wasting time could be fatal. According to information from Zhangzhuang, the 4 to 5 kilometers they needed to drift was a straight-line distance, but the actual river twisted and turned, making the journey much longer. Their lack of experience handling the raft had already cost them precious time. Now, With the sun beginning to dip westward, it was uncertain if they could make it back to the village before nightfall. Although the raft was sturdy and had survived a few bumps and starts, that didn't guarantee it could withstand repeated attacks from these monsters. If the raft was destroyed, swimming to safety would be nearly impossible. They had to maintain their speed while also protecting the raft from being sunk, a difficult balancing act that left everyone on edge. The current around them gradually picked up. Soon, they would leave the calm waters and enter a section with small cliffs and drops. At that point, the monsters would have to contend with the rapids themselves, making attacks less likely. The creatures seemed to sense this, too, and seized their last opportunity. As Madhu let out an urgent bark, a massive creature over 6 meters long broke the Surfacia crocodile with a long, narrow snout, clearly built for catching fish. In reality, fish-eating crocodiles rarely grew beyond 4 meters, but in this game world, bang! A thick, 3-meter-long tail slammed into the side of the raft. The whole structure lurched, the stressed wood creaking ominously. Another few hits like that, and the raft might fall apart. For a moment, the tail was visible above the water, showing triangular scars and puncture marks left by syringes. The violent impact nearly threw all 3 people and the dog off balance. Madhu, being the lightest, was flung into the air, but was yanked back by the rope tied around his belly and landed safely in Liuikia's arms. She caught him, quickly set him aside, then grabbed a pole and began frantically pushing the raft forward. Among the 3 of them, Zheng Rin and Li Yueqiu were responsible for propelling the raft, while Zui Cheng'an steered at the front. Their teamwork was just barely holding together. After a bout of probing attacks, a series of conical ripples appeared on the right side of the raft, evidence of a creature speeding through the shallows. Similar ripples appeared on the left, and at the rear the predators had sized up their prey and were ready to hunt in earnest. Against 3 6-meter-long beasts, their flimsy raft was no match. On land, Zui Cheng'an and the others might stand a chance against crocodiles, but in water, under the rules of this scenario, their odds were slim. Thankfully, the monsters were already wounded. If they had been at full strength, their only hope would have been to escape the open water as quickly as possible, aiming for the narrow, fast-moving section of the river to put distance between themselves and the creatures. Zui Cheng'an glanced at the health bars in all 3 directions and pointed to the right. When the jungle croc surfaces over there, focus all your attacks on it. Ignore the others for now, just get us some distance. Zui Cheng'an pointed in the direction of the jungle crocodile, with just over 20 of its health left. As usual, the plan was to break through the enemy's weakest point first and reduce their fighting strength. While Li Yueqiu and Zheng Rin were rowing the raft, they quickly pulled out their weapons. Li Yueqiu gripped a small throwing stone in her hand. She was used to ranged attacks, and these stones were her weapon of choice. But plans rarely keep up with changes. Before the wounded crocodile on the right could move, the one on the left launched its attack first. Its long snout snapped onto the corner of the raft, splinters flying as a chunk of the raft was bitten clean off. Just as the crocodile prepared to attack again, Zheng Rin plunged his spatula straight into its throat. He didn't hold back, using the strength of his waist and arms to twist the spatula inside the crocodile's throat. The taste of blood quickly filled the crocodile's mouth. In pain, it tried to retreat, but Li Yueqiu pressed the attack. She lifted her leg high and slammed it down hard on the crocodile's head twice. With 2 heavy thuds, the crocodile's tough skull caved in, leaving 2 fist-sized dents. Zui Cheng'an watched its health bar drop from 34.71 to less than 10 in an instant. From being the second weakest, it suddenly became the closest to death. If they didn't finish it off now, when would they? Modus' eyes widened as he rushed forward and clamped his jaws around the crocodile's head, refusing to let go. Despite the huge difference in size, Modus' strength was undeniable. Even without solid ground, he managed to hold the crocodile in place, causing the whole raft to shake violently under the strain. In that brief moment, Zui Cheng'an charged over. Raising his trusty Shao Qi, he smashed it down onto the dented part of the crocodile's skull with precise force. With a crisp crack, the ruler pierced the skull. A quick twist, and the health bar above the crocodile's head dropped to 0. Its body went limp and slid into the water, disappearing without a trace. Zui Cheng'an didn't pause for a second, immediately throwing himself into the fight against the remaining 2 crocodiles. By now, Zheng Rin and Li Yueqiu had abandoned all thoughts of rowing and were fully engaged in battle. Li Yueqiu swung her willow branch with a sharp crack, striking at any crocodile that dared to surface. Zheng Rin, meanwhile, used his throwing stones and spatula to hold his ground, keeping the situation under control despite the limited range of his attacks. However, the crocodile with just over 20 health didn't try to bite again. Instead, it silently slipped underwater, aiming to use its massive body to overturn the raft. Zheng Rin shouted in panic, "Damn it! That's not fair play. Shaoli, throw a stone at it, quick." Zui Cheng'an quickly took Li Yueqiu's place to deal with the crocodile with more than 40 health, freeing her up to focus on throwing stones. Without hesitation, Li Yueqiu hurled a stone at the water just as the crocodile tried to flip the raft. The stone hit its wound dead on, embedding itself deep and making the crocodile writhe in pain. The underwater resistance dropping from 22.94 to 18.94 slightly slowed it down, but it was enough to prevent the jungle crocodile from overturning the wooden raft. With that successful hit, the already badly injured jungle crocodile took even more damage. If the pebble had struck a spot where the scales were intact, it wouldn't have even caused pain, let alone reduced its health. But as luck would have it, the crocodile's body was covered in fresh wounds, and the pebble could automatically target weak points, striking right at its most vulnerable spots. This unexpected feature of the pebble was a pleasant surprise. Considering how much it originally cost, Zuo Cheng'an had definitely gotten a bargain. If the vendor who had resold it decided to use the pebble in the next run, he certainly wouldn't price it so cheap. I'd probably ask at least 180 or 190 points. After completing its mission, the pebble returned to Li Yuiqi's hand, but didn't stay there long before being thrown again. This time, Zuo Cheng'an hurled it with even greater force. It whistled through the air with a piercing sound before plunging into the water, heading straight for the jungle crocodile's heart. Thanks to a different fuel source, it packed a punch, instantly piercing the crocodile's abdomen and shattering its beating heart. The remaining 18.94 of the crocodile's health might as well have been nothing. It didn't even last half a second. As the crocodile's health bar vanished in the water, Zuo Cheng'an thought to himself that as long as the vital point was destroyed, no amount of health could save it. With the two severely wounded monsters taken care of, only one tough crocodile remained behind the raft, its health just over 40%. Watching its companions fall one after another, it braced itself for a desperate fight. But unexpectedly, the three people and one dog on the raft suddenly put away their weapons, grabbed branches, and started paddling with all their might. The raft shot forward, racing into a narrow channel. Unbeknownst to them, the current had already carried them out of the wide open water, and they were just a short distance from entering the rushing stream. The priority now was to get through this stretch of river. No one wanted to stick around and fight crocodiles any longer. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhuang's team had already entered a river section lined with towering trees on both banks. There were no more rocks along the shore to threaten their boat, so they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, the occasional glimpses of monkey heads and necks peeking through the treetops kept them on edge. The three jungle crocodiles they'd just faced were powerful, but small in number and relatively easy to handle. They'd even left them alive to cause trouble for the teams behind. But these mountain monkeys were a different story. There were hundreds of them, and unless you destroyed the air sac beneath their throats, you couldn't kill them completely. Even if their limbs were cut off, they could still squirm and attack with their necks. A real headache. Zhang Zhuang, ignore them. Paddle as fast as you can. Got it. With 4 people in their team, they rowed faster than Zuo Cheng'an's group. If they hadn't been delayed by the crocodiles, they might have already reached the village by now. Even the speeding sightseeing vehicle hadn't managed to shake off the monkeys, so no matter how fast they paddled, there was no escaping the monsters along the riverbanks. Screech. Howl. Somewhere in the jungle, a mountain monkey sounded the attack signal, and in an instant, the whole troop was riled up, fearlessly leaping onto the bamboo raft. Many monkeys collided midair or were knocked into the river by the players' paddles, but nothing could stop their relentless assault. Busy fighting, the 4 players didn't notice that the red air sacs on the monkeys' throats shrank swiftly after they fell into the water, reverting to the red-spotted state of their previous form. Because of the chaos, Zhang Zhuang and the others didn't notice this detail, but the viewers in the live chat saw it clearly. What the heck? Are those laundry pods? Do they dissolve in water? Why do I feel like they're being stunted in their growth? Did you guys notice that earlier I was following the villager Wang Chong, and when his clothes got soaked, the pouch on his chest shriveled up too? The same thing happened to the mountain monkeys once they got wet. Their pouches reacted the same way. This further proves the point. Sowing, lurking, sprouting. Could the true form of these pouches be some kind of plant seed? But plants usually love water, so why are they avoiding it here? I don't get it. I'm just here for the drama. I'll wait for the experts to explain. The most dangerous part of the river was behind them. The number of large rocks in the channel had decreased, so Zuo Cheng'an no longer needed to constantly steer the bamboo raft. With a moment to spare, he glanced at the live chat, just in time to catch the real-time text updates about Zhang Zhuang and the others fighting the mountain monkeys. Naturally, he saw the scene where the blood-red pouches shrank and stopped growing when exposed to water. In a flash, Zuo Cheng'an remembered the strange events from the previous night. No wonder the villagers' fleshy red spots became unusually active when they danced around the bonfire. It wasn't the ritual dance that made them flare up, but the fire rather, the heat. That explains the smoke ritual in the village. It wasn't about driving away diseases brought by outsiders, but actually speeding up the infection. If players had already inhaled the spores and been seeded before entering the village, then being exposed to the villagers' torches at the entrance and the bonfire party at night would definitely trigger the seeds to sprout. Zuo Cheng'an recalled the information Zhang Zhuang had mentioned in the room. The guild members who entered this dungeon weren't that strong and had been attacked by mountain monkeys 4 times. Most likely, they'd already been seeded before entering the village, but it just hadn't shown up on the surface yet. After the villagers' little ritual to trigger growth, discovering red spots that same night made perfect sense. No surprise the smoke ritual must happen every morning and evening, helping the seeds grow vigorously. It's practically impossible to refuse the smoke ritual, so the best strategy is to avoid getting infected in the first place. Thinking about it this way, everything started to make sense. Why do so many village children have names related to fire? Because the heat from flames makes the seeds grow faster, making it look as if the gods have blessed them. That's why the villagers treat fire as sacred, name their village Xiangyang facing the sun, and give their children names like Huahua, Yanyan, or Zioyanal referencing fire. Ding! Congratulations, you've triggered a special quest. Xiangyang Village Deity Quest Objective. Investigate the true identity of the Xiangyang Village Deity. Quest Reward, Skill Parasitic Spore. As soon as Zuo Cheng'an realized that the villagers' red spots became active with heat, a notification sounded in his mind. The so-called hidden quests and special quests in the game were essentially the same thing, just with different names. The familiar input bar and cursor appeared another task where he had to type in an answer. The rules were exactly the same. 3 attempts, and a wrong answer would clear the input. And the reward this time was actually a skill. Looking back, the hidden quest in the Xiangyang Resort instance was definitely much trickier than the one at Uncle Muzz's farm. At least the farm quest provided some hints. But here, there wasn't a single clue. It felt like groping around in the dark. For regular players, the only way to find out the name of the god the villagers worshipped was to build close relationships with them. But faith is a sensitive topic, and the villagers clearly wouldn't share such secrets with outsiders easily. So you'd either have to spend a lot of time raising your favorability with one of the villagers, or pretend you wanted to convert to their beliefs. Either way, it required a huge investment of effort. This also explained why the instance gave players a full 10 days. If it was only 2 or 3 days, you wouldn't even have time to remember everyone's names, let alone find out which god they worshipped. But for Zuo Cheng'an, the task was much simpler. He only needed to locate where the god actually resided, use his skills to scan the area, and he could essentially copy the answer directly. With this approach, the quest was already as good as done. Meanwhile, things were intense on the raft carrying Zhang Zhuang and the others. The raft was piled high with the bodies of mountain monkeys, their long necks twisted together to form a grotesque mound. Some monkeys' heads were wedged in the cracks between the logs, making them hard to pull free, so the group had to leave them for now and focus on fending off the waves of new attackers coming from both banks. Damn, why are there so many of these mountain monkeys? Yang Yu was getting frustrated by the constant stream of kill notifications popping up in his mind. Zhang Zhuang, the strongest of the group, was still able to look out for Tan Huihui, while Qian Xiang, the weakest, had been driven to the very edge of the raft. Even in this dangerous moment, his social anxiety kept him silent. He didn't call out for help. The raft was already riddled with holes, and only the high quality of the instance props was keeping it afloat. When Qian Xiang's weight pressed down on one of the weaker spots, there was a sharp crack. Instinctively, he tried to lunge toward the center of the raft, but Zhang Zhuang gave him a discreet kick. The raft's overloaded. You go overboard for now. Once we clear out the monster corpses, we'll pull you back up. That kick completely threw Qian Xiang off balance, and he fell into the water, desperately grabbing onto one of the dead monkey's long necks that was dangling into the river. Oddly, the mountain monkey's behavior was completely different from before yesterday. They would have run away if things looked bad, but today, it was as if they'd been ordered to throw themselves at the group no matter what. A wave crashed over him, and as Qian Xiang gasped for breath, he suddenly caught a strange, sweet scent. Following it, he realized the aroma seemed to be coming from the pile of mountain monkey corpses on the raft. The strange fragrance came and went quickly. Qian Xiang instinctively sniffed the air, but when he tried to focus and catch more of it, the scent had already vanished without a trace. The raft rocked gently on the water, and Qian Xiang ended up swallowing quite a bit more water. Zhang Zhuang was right. The raft was already at its limit and couldn't possibly bear any more weight. The mountain monkeys kept attacking relentlessly, forcing Qian Xiang to grit his teeth and start moving, dragging the bodies of the monkeys aside one by one. What should have been a quick cleanup for 3 people on the raft became a tedious chore, all because of the guild's old rules. The Wavebreaker Guild had always operated this way. If there was a newcomer on a team, the dirty and exhausting work would be automatically assigned to them. Veteran members of the guild wouldn't hesitate to use a newcomer as a scapegoat in a crisis to save themselves. For the Wavebreaker Guild, this was just the way things worked. After all, joining the guild meant enjoying a wealth of strategies and benefits in the dungeon, so it was only natural to pay a price for that privilege. If any newcomer had a problem with it, they were free to try their luck elsewhere. Before long, Qian Xiang noticed that the mountain monkeys' attacks were tapering off. The troops seemed to be retreating, moving farther away as if something else had caught their attention. Zhang Zhuang's eyes narrowed as he guessed that Zuo Cheng'an and the others had caught up, drawing the monkeys away. He kicked aside 2 piles of corpses, each nearly waist high, and sniffed the air. Turning to the others, he asked, "Did you smell something sweet just now?" Because the scent had faded so quickly, Zhang Zhuang hesitated, not sure if it was just his imagination. Tan Huihui took a deep breath and frowned. I did, she said. It's been there for a while. I thought it was just my nose acting up. Yang Yi scratched his chest lightly and nodded in agreement. I smelled it too. Zhang Zhuang's expression grew tense. He lowered his voice and said, something's not right. Let's get out of here, hold your breath. As the raft resurfaced, Zhang Zhuang kicked down the piles of corpses. Qianxiang quietly climbed back onto the raft, grabbed an oar, and began paddling gently. Just as the raft floated up again, a series of roars suddenly echoed from the river downstream. Not far behind them, Zuo Cheng'an encountered a group of mountain monkeys charging straight toward them. Like the 3 jungle crocodiles from before, most of these monkeys were already covered in wounds, their health nearly depleted. But for these deadly creatures, being seriously injured didn't matter. As long as the air sacs on their necks were destroyed, they would die instantly, no matter how much health they had left. Oddly enough, on their journey through the dungeon so far, the only creatures they had seen were mountain monkeys, villagers, and jungle crocodiles. Both the monkeys and villagers had those blood-red air sacs, but the crocodiles did not. If the crocodiles had them too, fighting them would have been much easier. Zuo Cheng'an pondered for a moment, thinking that perhaps the jungle crocodiles, living in water for so long, weren't chosen as hosts by those godlike parasites, which seemed to prefer heat and avoid water. With this in mind, he didn't hesitate to jump back into the river, soaking his clothes thoroughly before climbing onto the raft again, ready to move forward. Under Zuo Cheng'an's instructions, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren quickly looked for an opportunity amid the fierce attacks from the mountain monkeys, making sure to soak themselves in river water. During the fight, Zheng Ren suddenly realized something unsettling. Something's not right. Why are these monkeys only coming after me? Zheng Ren shouted in confusion as he swung his weapon to fend them off. What did I ever do to them? It was true. There were 3 people and a dog on the raft for obvious targets, yet the monkeys seemed obsessed with Zheng Ren, lunging at him relentlessly. No matter how hard he tried to drive them away, they kept coming for him. Having fought these creatures before, Li Yueqiu and Zuo Cheng'an both knew their weaknesses. They weren't too worried about Zheng Ren's safety and decided to let him act as bait at the front of the raft, while they focused on rowing at the back, trying to get out of the danger zone as quickly as possible. This setup allowed them to keep the fight within sight, step in if things got out of hand, and, if worst came to worst, let Zheng Ren use the ketchup to save himself. I've had enough of you, Zheng Ren yelled, blocking the monkeys' attacks. Take this. Eat some flies, you little monsters. They'll chop you to pieces. Meanwhile, Li Yueqiu and Zuo Cheng'an, along with the dog, rowed the raft at a relaxed pace, watching the chaos at the front almost as if they were spectators at a show. For a moment, it even felt peaceful and calm. Just then, another mountain monkey leapt from a branch onto the raft, completely ignoring Li Yueqiu and Zuo Cheng'an, heading straight for Zheng Ren. Why are they only attacking Zheng Ren? Li Yueqiu finally asked. Zuo Cheng'an explained, that mushroom dish we had this morning wasn't just any mushroom. It was monkey-repelling mushroom, a specialty of Xiangyang village. Its scent keeps the mountain monkeys away. Villagers use it to move safely through the forest. He continued, yesterday, I noticed that the monkeys never attacked the locals, and at first, I thought it was just part of the game setup. But when I checked the dish this morning, I saw a note. The monkey-repelling mushroom doesn't just drive away the monkeys when eaten, it can also be dried and worn, like those mushroom strings you see hanging at the village entrance. Granny Lu probably worried we'd run into monkeys, so she made that dish for us, Zuo Cheng'an went on. She probably didn't give us the dried mushrooms outright, because she was afraid Wang Cheng would confiscate them. So only those of us who ate the mushroom and mo were safe. Zheng Ren did have a bite, but compared to us, the scent on him is much weaker. With this arrangement, the two could focus on rowing, and the raft moved at top speed. Before long, they left the forest behind, even catching up with the raft from Zhang Zhuang ahead. The 2 rafts were less than 100 meters apart, and with the player's sharp eyesight, it was easy to keep track of what was happening on both. One of the bamboo rafts was already falling apart, with only about 2/3 of its original size left. The rest had broken off and drifted away during the journey. In contrast, the other raft remained almost entirely intact. Apart from one player who was slightly injured, the other 2 players and a dog sat comfortably on the raft, enjoying the peaceful scenery. Their clothes were a bit wet, but no different from tourists at a man-made lake, and the atmosphere was relaxed and carefree. From any perspective, the 4 battered members of the Breaking Wave Guild, all of whom were injured to some degree, couldn't compare to the calm and elegance of their counterparts. Tan Huihui's face was marred by 2 deep scratches from a mountain monkey's teeth, her face streaked with blood, which temporarily took away some of her beauty. Even Zhang Zhuang, who usually looked after her, seemed a bit put off and barely gave her the time of day for the rest of the trip. This left Tan Huihui seething inside, cursing him as yet another unreliable person. She couldn't help but compare herself to Li Yueqiu, her eyes tinged with envy. Li Yueqiu wasn't as attractive as she was and didn't have her cunning, yet somehow she made it through unscathed, seeming relaxed and at ease, without even a scratch. Tan Weihui's desire to cozy up to someone strong became even more complicated. Li Yuechio, of course, had no idea what Tan Huihui was thinking. If she did, she'd probably just say, because I'm kind. By now, the mountain monkeys had vanished from the riverbanks, and judging by the time, they had finally reached the last stretch of the journey. There were no more dangerous waterfalls, nor any hidden monsters. As dusk approached, both rafts drifted into the village one after the other. The village chief, along with a group of villagers, stood on the shore holding torches, waiting for the players to return. Even though the players were battered and their rafts nearly destroyed, the chief greeted them with a broad smile and asked warmly, "Did you have a good time? Was today fun?" No one dared contradict the chief, so they all replied, "Yes, we had a great time. It was really enjoyable." The chief nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Is there anything about the canyon rafting trip you think could be improved?" This was a crucial moment, and the players knew better than to claim everything was perfect. They needed to offer some constructive criticism. Zhang Zhuang spoke up first. "The trip felt a bit too long. It seemed like we could only do this one activity all day, which felt like a waste of time. Also, the rafts could be safer. Maybe they could be reinforced, or even swapped for rubber boats, and every boat should be equipped with." His comments were all from a tourist's perspective, without any mention of the player's own experiences, and his suggestions were reasonable. The village chief nodded approvingly and stroked his beard. "I see, that makes sense. We'll work on that." Then he gestured to the nearby villagers. "It's getting late. Let the villagers help you wash off the grime." Zhang Zhuang couldn't help but complain inwardly. Isn't it just a regular wash? He quietly watched the reactions of everyone in his group. Judging by the dense groups of mountain monkeys along the jungle river, there was indeed a high chance of getting infected after prolonged exposure. Although the players had stayed on the raft the whole time, a lack of skill could have led to capsizing, or splashing in the rapids might have gotten them wet. Either way, both scenarios increased the risk of infection. However, when Zuo Cheng'an recalled how expertly everyone had paddled at the start, he realized that even if they had gotten wet, the journey through the calm waters and the blazing sun that followed would have dried them off long before they reached the jungle section. When the villagers approached with torches, a wave of heat washed over them. At that moment, Yang Yi suddenly couldn't help but scratch at his chest, as if something fell off there. Tan Huihui, too, kept rubbing her chest with her arm, looking visibly uncomfortable. After the smoke ritual ended, the villagers, noticing how exhausted the group was after a long day, thoughtfully arranged to have dinner delivered to their cabin. However, things took a turn for the worse in room 101. The itching on Yang Yes and Tan Weihui's chests grew unbearable, and they only stopped scratching when blood began to seep through their clothes. The four of them immediately checked, and to their horror, each found a dark red patch, about the size of a fingernail, on their chest. Some spots were intact, while others had been scratched open, exposing the raw tissue beneath. "How is this possible?" Tan Huihui cried out in terror. According to the intel, these red patches would develop into nutrient-absorbing sacs within a day. Once that happened, it was like carrying a ticking time bomb. Survival was only possible if they escaped the scenario and used the game's healing system before the sacs erupted. Yang Yes' face went pale in disbelief. "We never touched any food in this scenario, so how did we get infected?" he demanded, rushing toward room 105 to check on Zuo Cheng'an and the others. Zhang Zhuang grabbed him. "Don't embarrass yourself," he said, tossing over a knife. "Try cutting out the infected flesh. Maybe it'll buy you some time." The dark red patches stood out starkly against their pale skin, making them easy to spot in theory. But Yang Yi hesitated, unable to bring himself to do it. It was hardly surprising failed to break through the first stage a dozen times already. How could he possibly summon the ruthlessness now? He clung to a slim hope that, with greater strength than those before him, he could hold out a bit longer and find a way to survive. Tan Huihui, however, was a different story. She was the type who could leave behind a boyfriend of 7 years without hesitation if it meant staying alive, and she'd even turned on the person who saved her life. She could play the part of the weak, dependent vine when needed, or abandon her teammates without looking back when things got tough. It was this cold decisiveness that helped her excel in the early level 1 scenarios and eventually caught the attention of the Breaking Waves Guild, who recruited her into their ranks. She stared at the dark red mark on her chest, no bigger than a fingernail, as the dagger in her hand trembled slightly. Time was running out. If the rash kept spreading by tomorrow, there would be no chance left to save herself. She still had a small bottle of green-grade healing ointment. As long as she applied it, new skin would grow in just moments. Taking a deep breath, she tightened her grip on the dagger and plunged it into the dark red mark on her chest. She didn't stop until the tip hit solid rib bone. But that wasn't enough. Better a quick pain than a lingering one, and there was no turning back now. Controlling her shaking wrist, she dug, twisted, and pried at the wound until a neat circle of skin fell to the floor. But when Tan Huihui saw what lay beneath, she was plunged into utter despair. Beneath the bloody wound, the same dark red mark was etched onto the pale rib bone. She gave up on the idea of cutting deeper. Removing the rib would be pointless. Blood kept welling up, so she hurriedly took out the ointment tin, barely half the size of her palm. She had picked up this rare item at the market for a bargain, only because there was so little left. Carefully, she scooped out a bit of the ointment and applied it to the wound, more carefully than someone rationing their last pack of pickled vegetables from overseas. Within seconds, the torn flesh began to regenerate. To her delight, only a faint pink scar remained where the new skin grew in. The method had actually worked. It had stopped the rash from spreading. Encouraged by her success, Tan Hui offered the dagger to Yang Yi, but he waved her off. He said he hadn't felt any weakness from the rash yet, and didn't want to try such a drastic method for now. In room 105, after a day of high tension, everyone was exhausted. Zheng Run, especially, had ended up as a walking target for most of the second half. If it hadn't been for Zuo Cheng'an and Li Yuiqi's quick reactions, but then again, even if they'd been a little slower, with his maxed-out defense, Zheng Run would have been fine. After all, he was a man who had survived worse than a meat grinder. How could a few minor monsters bring him down? Now, Zheng Run was curled up on the bed, sipping tomato juice in small gulps. Li Yuiqi was trying to persuade Madu to sleep beside her, while Zuo Cheng'an was going over the information they'd gathered. Aside from keeping the hidden mission secret, he shared everything else with his teammates: how to use mushrooms to drive away the mountain monkeys, the split among the villagers, who could be trusted, and who to be wary of. Li Yuiqi and Zheng Run listened in disbelief. Were they even in the same village? They just remembered the old lattice delicious cooking, the soft beds, and the fierce NPC guide, while Zuo Cheng'an had managed to collect so much information. Faced with their confusion, Zuo Cheng'an simply said, "I guess I'm just good at using my golden finger." Being able to see the audience's comments in real time was certainly impressive, but he had no control over what the viewers actually thought. They spoke their minds freely, posting all kinds of unpredictable remarks. If he was lucky, he might stumble upon information that helped him clear a level. If not, the screen would be filled with useless chatter. Still, having access to the comment feed meant he could replay old dungeons with almost no extra effort. Especially with those viewers who loved giving spoilers or sharing detailed tips, he often picked up valuable insights. He even saved the points he would have spent on buying guides. However, the game's mechanics were harsh. Each dungeon only had a limited number of free attribute points to distribute, and the later you cleared it, the fewer points you received. Even with an S rank in an old dungeon, there might be no points left, since other players had already claimed them all. At most, the game would throw him a single point to keep him from starving in the safe zone, but nothing more. So, while his cheat could keep him alive, it wasn't enough to let him win effortlessly or become much stronger. All things considered, the comment feed was actually less helpful than just checking item descriptions. To really boost his stats quickly, he had to tackle newly released dungeons. But audience knowledge about these was also secondhand, coming from other players' experiences. Without a complete walkthrough, the comments weren't much help. Take, for example, Uncle Muz's farm in the latter dungeon. Fortunately, the objectives were straightforward and there were no traps, so the audience's limited intel didn't matter much. At best, they could help him monitor NPCs or provide niche details. Sometimes, their wild guesses would even throw him off track, so he still had to piece together the scattered information himself. In a way, this kept him from becoming too reliant on his skill. If he ever lost access to it in a future dungeon, he wouldn't be caught off guard. It had to be said, Zheng Rin and Li Yuiqi weren't exactly problem solvers, but they were experts at copying answers and adapting quickly. Li Yuiqi raised her hand and blurted out, "Tomorrow, Granny Lu is taking us into the mountains to pick mushrooms. She's really nice, so we should be safe, right?" Zuo Cheng'an nodded. "That's right. I know everyone's tired, but tomorrow is very likely a safe day. If we want to get through this with minimum effort, we can't miss it." Both Zheng Run and Li Yuiqi nodded in agreement. Without their initial suspicions, they realized the elderly woman who'd recommended the local dishes last night was genuinely kind. She'd shared food that boosted their stats, and even prepared monkey-repelling mushrooms for them that morning. Zheng Rin groaned. "If I'd known today would be so dangerous, I would have just stayed in bed all day." Li Yuiqi quickly shot down his fantasy. "Don't kid yourself. Zuo and I already ate almost all the mushrooms. There's nothing left but some oil in the dish. Even if you finished it off, the monsters would still come after you." Zheng Rin had nothing to say to that, and the conversation ended there. Zuo Cheng'an headed back to room 107, while Mo Do followed Li Yuiqi to room 106. The next morning, the scene played out almost exactly as before. The only difference was that Huahua, who was now familiar with the players, was already waiting at the door with a torch before everyone had gathered. For members of the Breaking Waves Guild were missing, since 2 of them were already showing red rashes. After a night's rest, the rash on Yang Yi's chest had grown to the size of 3 fingernails, and he felt weak and shaky, clearly suffering from side effects. At this rate, even an elderly woman could knock him over with her cane. Tan Weihua's condition had improved slightly. She hadn't experienced any full-body weakness. Although the red rash on her skin hadn't spread, its color had darkened again, and by tomorrow it would probably be as large as the one on Yang Yi. Given their physical state, if today's activities were as intense as yesterday's, it was clear they weren't fit to keep up with the rest of the group. Not only would they be unable to help, but they'd also become a burden to the team. On the other hand, if they didn't stick with the group, they'd end up isolated. While the others could finish 3 activities and rest safely in their rooms until the scenario ended, they would have to face all the dangers of the activities alone. Zhang Zhuang certainly didn't want to drag these two along, but he couldn't just say, "You'll slow us down, stay in your room and wait for death." Instead, he offered a more diplomatic solution. Yang Yi and Tan Hui could stay in the room and rest, while he and Xian would continue with the day's sightseeing, as usual. This wasn't abandoning them. He insisted if their condition improved, Zhang Zhuang promised he'd accompany them to finish their tasks, no matter how inconvenient. He assured them he'd never leave a teammate behind. After all, they had 10 days to complete the scenario, and only needed to finish 3 activities. Missing a day or 2 wouldn't matter. As for any exclusive scenario titles unlocked by completing all the activities, they'd already given up hope on those. Outwardly, Zhang Zhuang tried to reassure them, saying their group was strong and resilient. They'd probably last a day or 2 longer than the player who'd brought back information. But inwardly, he was skeptical. With rashes like those, surviving until the end of the scenario was questionable. His comforting words sounded nice, but the players who survived in the safe zone weren't fools. Even if the Breaking Waves Guild was known for helping each other, which was debatable, everyone knew Zhang Zhuang would never put himself in danger just to help someone else. Once he met the minimum requirements for clearing the scenario, he'd forget all about the promises he made that day. Yang Yi and Tan Hui both understood that they were being abandoned. Tan Hui felt especially resentful just a day before entering the scenario. Zhang Zhuang had been kind and attentive, and now, less than 2 days in, he was leaving her behind. She knew that, in his position, she'd probably make the same choice, but that didn't stop her from cursing men as unreliable and mentally adding Zhang Zhuang to her list of people to get revenge on. Physically, she was still able to grit her teeth and keep going, but Yang Yi was so weak that just getting out of bed left him breathless, as if he'd just finished a fitness test. No matter how determined he was, his body simply wouldn't allow him to push through, so all he could do was watch as the others left. The fear of being abandoned weighed heavily on his mind. As the door was about to close, he suddenly shouted, "Wait, I know something about a hidden quest." The lure of a hidden quest was powerful. Zhang Zhuang paused, hand on the door, and turned to look at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes were bright with desperation as he clung to his only chance of survival. "Don't look at me like that. You know the only way to get the clue is to take me with you." After weighing his options for a moment, Zhang Zhuang finally waved his hand and said, "Qian Xiang, you carry him." The lure of a hidden quest ultimately outweighed any concerns. A brand new instance plus a hidden mission. Even if they failed in the end, just uncovering a few key clues would significantly improve their final evaluation, which directly affected the number of free attribute points they could earn. Not to mention, bringing those clues back to the guild would mean extra rewards both in-game and from the guild itself. It was practically a risk-free profit. Qian Xiang nodded and quickly walked over, lifting Yang Yi, who had collapsed beside the bed, onto his back. Yang Yi's expression was cold and blank. Now that his mask had come off, there was no need to pretend at brotherhood. He wasn't confident about the so-called hidden quest, was just making educated guesses based on a few scattered hints, with no confirmation from the game system. But he would never let Zhang Zhuang know that. Even if he had to come clean eventually, he'd wait until they'd finished those 3 tourist attractions first. Brotherhood was a concept that simply didn't exist in the Breaking Waves Guild. It wasn't just rare, it was non-existent. Those you go ahead, will hold them off moments were only ever seen in small, tight-knit guilds like Xiaoya, where old friends stuck together. Though it seemed like there was some back and forth between Zhang Zhuang's group, the whole exchange lasted barely 2 minutes. To outsiders, it simply looked like 4 people were supposed to leave Zhang Zhuang's room together, but only 2 men and 1 woman actually walked out. Just as they reached the door, someone called them back, and the quiet, unassuming guy silently turned around and carried the last person out. When Yang Yi was carried out, he looked utterly drained, his face pale and spiritless. Zuo Cheng'an took one glance and immediately understood he'd been seated. He just couldn't tell which stage the guy was in. His gaze swept over Yang Yi's chest, where a large patch of red rash was clearly visible. Zuo Cheng'an nodded to himself. So, it was only the first stage. What puzzled him, though, was that the man and woman had both been seated around the same time last night, yet the size of their rashes was vastly different. Someone whispered an explanation. That woman cut out the whole patch of skin with the rash. What you're seeing today is just the new skin growing back. So she survived by cutting it off, another person muttered, with a hint of surprise in their voice. I thought it was some rare item effect. There you go again, talking about items, someone grumbled, clearly dissatisfied. Why should a low-level pig like that have any items? It's not fair. Relax, a lot of item effects can be replicated by our technology. But some things just can't be done with tech. Another day ruined by jealousy, I guess. All the players scheduled for today's tourist project had gathered. After a brief smoke ritual, just as expected, both Yang Yi and Tan Hui's conditions worsened as they walked toward the village. Tan Hui, without hesitation, borrowed a dagger from the staff. She had rather cut her own skin than let the rash drain her dry. With a swift, decisive motion, she sliced off another bloody patch of skin. Blood ran down her arm, but she showed no fear as she handed the knife to Yang Yi. Yang Yi stared silently at the blade for a second before accepting it. Following Tan Weihui's lead, he sliced a large chunk of flesh from his own chest. The rash was bigger for him, and the pain was that much worse. This was the price of his hesitation the night before. Blood dripped steadily onto the ground, and the strange, exhausting force that had been sapping his energy finally weakened a little, though it didn't disappear. He could still feel it lurking inside him, merely lying low for now, ready to strike again at any moment. When everyone sat down at the dining table, Zheng Ren's first instinct was to scan the room, searching for a familiar face, and sure enough, there was that plate of mushrooms with a faintly unpleasant odor on the table. Suppressing his excitement, he quickly sent a message to their group chat. Zheng Ren, yes. Li Yueqiu. Switching gone. Across the table, Zhang Zhuang and the others hesitated for a moment, then slowly reached out with their chopsticks, as if they were actually about to eat. That was a rare sight. Because Zhuo Qinggan and the others had eaten 2 meals in front of everyone, without any issues, and even Xianxiang joined them the first night with no ill effects, people became much less wary of the food. Instead, it was Yang Yi and Tan Huihui, who hadn't eaten anything, who fell ill right after the rafting trip. After a quick discussion, they concluded that the likely cause was accidentally drinking river water during the trip, which led to the red rashes on their bodies. He had been among the first to set out yesterday, so he didn't witness Zui Cheng'an's group struggling with the raft or know that they capsized several times. He just assumed they were as skilled at rowing as everyone else. However, Qianxiang remembered choking on river water after falling in, and his instincts told him the problem wasn't the water. He suspected the bodies of the mountain monkeys instead, especially that strange, sweet scent had noticed. At the time, Yang Yi and Tan Huihui were the closest to the pile of corpses on the raft and were downwind, so they would have smelled the scent most strongly. But as a new member of the guild, he didn't have a say, and with no evidence, he had to keep his suspicions to himself. Now that they were pretty sure the food in the instance was safe, Zhang Zhuang and the others didn't hold back. They quickly followed Zheng Run and Li Yueqiu's lead, helping themselves to the dishes on the table. Although Yang Yi had a chunk of flesh removed from his chest, head mostly recovered. At least he could sit and use chopsticks, though he was still far from his best. Watching the 4 across from him devour their meal, Zheng Ren squinted slightly, feeling lucky that he, his 2 teammates, and the dog had already split the plate of stir-fried monkey mushrooms earlier. Now he could finally enjoy being in the back row, letting others take the hits while he relaxed. Still, if they wanted more mushrooms, they'd have to go up the mountain, and that meant dealing with those annoying mountain monkeys again, which he dreaded just thinking about. Beside the table, Granny Lu stood with a gentle smile, occasionally reminding everyone to eat slowly. But her expression was so stiff and unnatural that she lacked any real warmth, keeping the players on edge. Even a token blink would have made her seem more lifelike. Perhaps because she was supposed to guide the players through today's tourist activity, she stayed by the table, and after everyone finished eating, she handed each person a small cloth bag, just big enough to fit a soccer ball. Then, she led the group along the path they'd taken into the village on the first day, heading into the dense forest. By coincidence, the mountain she chose was the very one with the cave they'd passed through. It was also the tallest peak around the village, and in the early morning light, the summit was shrouded in mist, its details still hidden. For Zhuo Qinggan, this was perfect. Had been wanting to check out that cave again. He remembered it was filled with vines, but because the car had sped by, had only caught a glimpse of the sign. He just saw something about vines, but couldn't make out the full name. To figure out what kind of vines they were, he'd have to go back and examine them up close. Zhuo Qinggan guessed that if the roots reached into the cave, the main body of the plant must be somewhere higher up the mountain. Since the cave was at the mountain's center, the corresponding spot above would be the peak. By now, Granny Lu had led everyone deep into the woods. Through the gaps in the canopy, they could occasionally glimpse the outline of the mountaintop, and as they drew closer, some details were starting to come into view. Zhuo Qingyan could just make out a faint, gray-white outline at the mountain's peak. The trail was steep, and to get a clearer view, they would have to keep climbing. Fortunately, Granny Lu led the group to a hidden path, a narrow, winding trail worn smooth by years of villagers' footsteps. As long as they followed these tracks, there'd be no risk of getting lost. When Zhang Zhuang and the others recognized the familiar path and the markings on the trees, they couldn't hide their excitement. This was the very spot where players had previously gathered a wealth of supplies. The mountain was like a natural treasure trove, filled with valuable plants recognized as in-game items. Zhang Zhuang's eyes gleamed with greed as he remembered how one player had returned with a backpack full of fruits and herbs, trading them for a huge number of points. Even the weakened Yang Yi found himself breathing heavily, secretly glad that had pushed himself to come along. To him, this wasn't some simple mushroom-picking trip, it was nothing less than a treasure hunt. What made it even better was that the NPCs had clearly marked all the dangerous areas. As long as they stayed in the safe zones, they could gather as much as they wanted. As Granny Lu led the way, she explained the day's activity. Today, these old bones of mine will take you into the forest to gather food. Our Xiangyang village may be humble, but the mountains are full of snakes, insects, and all sorts of fungi, some of them real treasures. But these rare finds aren't easy to come by. Yang Yi scoffed to himself, thinking that warning was for the players who'd come hundreds of rounds later. Rumor had it the resources here were so abundant you could practically fall over and land on two different useful plants. Li Yuechio, recalling the wood-boring insects she'd eaten on the first day, asked, Granny, can we keep what we find, or do we have to hand it over to the village? They're yours, of course, Granny Lu replied kindly. If you want to cook them, I can help her lend you a big pot. With their own thoughts swirling, the group continued to climb, the gray-white shape at the summit gradually coming into focus. Granny Liu's kindness was a sharp contrast to Wang Cheng's behavior the day before. She didn't just guide them the whole way, but patiently taught the players how to identify plants, and even warned them to stay away from the dangerous creatures near the peak. If they'd taken the anti-monkey mushrooms that morning, today's event would feel just like a spring outing in the real world. When they reached a clearing halfway up the mountain, Granny Lu came to a stop. The area was open, free from the shade of the trees, and looking down, they could even see the outline of the village below. She pointed to the clearing and the path leading up to the summit. This is as far as you go. During free time, don't go past this clearing. Beyond that is the mountaintop, where dangerous monsters roam. They'll wait here for you. Remember, the gods don't like greedy children. Each of you may only fill one cloth bag. Zhuo Cheng'an looked in the direction she indicated. By now, the sun was high and the mist had lifted, revealing a huge, withered, gray-white tree standing atop the mountain. He tried to use his skill to get more information, but the distance was too great. He could only see notes about the nearby trees, unable to confirm whether that ancient gray-white tree was actually the deity worshipped by Xiangyang village. The color of the ancient tree was completely different from that of the villagers and the mountain monkeys responsible for spreading its seeds. Logically, they should all share the same deep red hue, like father, like son. If this ancient tree truly was the deity worshipped by the villagers, there should be an altar around it, offerings placed nearby, or at the very least a small shrine, and outsiders would be strictly forbidden from approaching. Yet, not only did Granny Lu not stop them, she personally led strangers up the mountain and even allowed them to freely gather plants. Would a true believer really let outsiders take advantage of their god so openly? Regardless of whether it made sense, Zhuo Cheng'an was determined to reach the mountaintop. Although Granny Lu said the foraging phase was free activity, Li Yuechio and Zheng Rin immediately gravitated towards Zhuo Cheng'an. After all, a casual word from an NPC couldn't compare to the sense of security their brothers were brought. Unfortunately, he had his own plans. As long as they avoided the mountaintop Granny Lu mentioned, they could move on their own at worst. They'd only run into mountain monkeys. Nothing to worry about. Waving them off, Zhuo Cheng'an left with Mo Do, leaving the two poor orphans to fend for themselves. Soon, the two orphans dug up a stalk of foxtail grass in the underbrush. The moment they touched it, a game prompt popped up in their minds. Foxtail grass. White rarity. Food effect. Can stave off hunger, mildly heals injuries. Caution. Eating raw may scratch your throat. Prepare water. Description. Hi-oh, I'm old millet. Exchanging glances, the two orphans dug out the grass by hand. Though they had planned to stash it directly in the system backpack, they decided instead to put it in the cloth bag Granny Lu had given them. In stark contrast, Zhang Zhuang's group split up to gather as many resources as possible. Aside from Qian, who obediently followed the villagers' instructions, the others acted like a swarm of locusts wherever they went. The grass was left half-bald. Meanwhile, Zhuo Cheng'an led Mo Do along a path halfway up the mountain, only attempting to head for the summit once he was sure no NPCs were in sight. Before crossing the clearing, the only monsters Head encountered were mountain monkeys. But since Head eaten monkey-repellent mushrooms that morning, they showed no interest in him, and there was no conflict. However, less than 100 meters past the clearing, he suddenly heard a hissing sound. A giant spider taller than 3 people stacked together, with 36 legs dropped from the trees. Before it moved, its presence was indistinguishable from an ordinary tree trunk. Its 36 legs formed a cage around Zhuo Cheng'an and Mo Do. Unlike normal spiders whose mouths are on their heads, this one had a mouth on its abdomen, structured like a lamprey's, ringed with rows of sharp, rotating teeth. If mountain monkeys had an average stat of 6, and jungle crocodiles 12, then this spider's stats had to be at least 20. It was more than qualified to serve as a mini-boss in a level 2 dungeon. Zhuo Cheng'an raised his long ruler, quickly wedging it into the spider's jaws and desperately buying time. Taking advantage of the moment, Madu bit down on one of the spider's legs with powerful jaws, making a faint cracking sound as the limb began to give way, the break almost audible. However, the dog's mouth was no match for the size of the spider's leg, and completely severing it and breaking free from the spider's cage would take more time. During this brief standoff, Zhuo Cheng'an quickly scanned the spider that had attacked him, hoping to gather more information. To his surprise, The moment he opened the annotations, he stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. Flame Venom Red-Bellied Spider. Highly venomous, skilled at ambushing prey from above. Upon defeat, there is a chance to drop the skill wall crawling, spider sense, climbing boots, climbing gloves, climbing suit, and other set items. It is a companion creature of the Crimson Mantle Vine, and extremely rare. Normally, Zuo Cheng'an seldom checked these annotations, but faced with such a formidable enemy, he knew that understanding his opponent was key to victory. For once, he carefully read through the detailed notes. He skipped past the appearance, habits, poisoning and antidote methods, and basic loot list, until he reached a final paragraph mentioning an unfamiliar term: Crimson Mantle Vine. This vine, with its blood-red body, had an air of mystery about it. An idea struck Zuo Cheng'an. There's no harm in trying. After all, he had 3 chances. Even if he failed, he could keep fighting the Flame Venom Red-Bellied Spider and still investigate the mountain peak later. There was nothing to lose. He quickly typed the words, Crimson Mantle, into the quest panel's input box. To avoid any error in the game's recognition, Zuo Cheng'an carefully added the remaining characters, Vine. As soon as he finished, the game responded instantly with a crisp notification sound. Ding! Congratulations on completing a hidden quest. Target of the Xiangyang Village Deity Quest. Investigate the true identity of the Xiangyang Village Deity. Quest completed. Reward: skill card Parasitic Spores. For a moment, Zuo Cheng'an was stunned. The quest had been completed so easily. He had expected a long, arduous adventure climbing the mountain, facing unknown dangers, and possibly returning empty-handed. He never imagined there would be a hidden quest tucked away in what seemed like a simple dungeon, and that he would trigger it so effortlessly. He realized now that he had underestimated the power of his golden finger. The game's item annotation feature was actually the most potent tool, capable of granting players unexpected rewards with ease. Just as he was reeling from this revelation, the Flame Venom Red-Bellied Spider let out a sharp hiss, its 36 legs suddenly contracting. Sensing that its prey was unusually tenacious, it changed tactics. This time, it didn't intend to swallow Zuo Cheng'an whole right away. Instead, it planned to crush him first, then savor its helpless meal at leisure. The immense pressure forced Zuo Cheng'an closer to the ground. Although it seemed like a long time had passed while he read the annotations and entered the name, in reality, except for the time spent checking the notes, everything else happened in a flash. From the initial ambush to now, less than 10 seconds had elapsed. Meanwhile, Madu, with its powerful bite, finally managed to snap off one of the spider's legs, opening a gap in the cage of limbs. The Flame Venom Red-Bellied Spider immediately sensed the danger, quickly retracting its remaining 35 legs to seal the opening. But Zuo Cheng'an had no intention of waiting around. Seizing the moment, he swung his long ruler, leaped through the gap with Madu, and tumbled into the air, breaking free from the spider's web. No one would be happy if their lunch ran away. The strange creature with 35.5 legs suddenly leaped, trying to pin Zuo Cheng'an down again. Zuo Cheng'an had no choice but to dodge behind a thick ancient tree for cover. Facing a monster with an average stat of 20 and being a player whose highest stat was only 20, Zuo Cheng'an was at a disadvantage in both physical resilience and speed, except for strength. He remembered the newly acquired skill card in his backpack and decided to use it. The skill, Parasitic Spore, was an active ability that released a spore, which could grow after absorbing a certain amount of energy. While the juvenile form was fragile, the mature form would require less energy to survive. The limitation was that only 1 spore could be generated per safe zone per day, and spores could not be stacked. The skill description was vague. There were no clear details about the spore size or how much energy was needed for it to mature. However, there happened to be a little white mouse nearby, so Zuo Cheng'an decided to use the skill on the Flame Venom Red-Bellied Spider instead. Given the size of this monster, it should have enough energy for the spore to reach its mature form, right? He activated the skill. Although the spore was invisible to the naked eye, Zuo Cheng'an could sense it drifting through the air toward the spider. So he actually had to direct the spore to the host himself. Luckily, there was no wind at the moment, otherwise, this one per day opportunity would have been wasted. Although he could control the spore's movement, its tiny size made it highly susceptible to environmental factors. It seemed that in the future, he'd have to use this skill either in an enclosed space or after getting close to the enemy. Zuo Cheng'an carefully guided the spore, and finally, it managed to latch on, ready to begin parasitizing. But just then, the system notified him. Parasitism failed. Zuo Cheng'an froze, puzzled what went wrong. For a moment, he even considered giving up on climbing the mountain and retreating to the clearing. The monsters on the mountain seemed to be restricted and couldn't enter the area below the clearing, yet the withered tree at the summit still beckoned to him. Unaware, the Flame Venom Red-Bellied Spider relentlessly continued its pursuit. At that moment, Zuo Cheng'an finally received feedback from the skill about why it failed. The parasitic spore was derived from the Crimson Blood Mantle Vine's abilities, and the spider was actually a symbiotic creature of that vine naturally immune to its skills. Trying to attack the spider with the parasitic spore, well, that was awkward. Alright, had acted on impulse and hadn't thought it through. Dodging the monster, Zuo Cheng'an ran toward the clearing. Soon, he spotted the mark head made on the tree trunk and felt a surge of relief, picking up his pace. Once he crossed the marked line, the spider really did stop chasing him. Its 35.5 legs twitched anxiously, as if it wanted to cross the line but didn't dare. Huh, that player who wandered off still isn't dead? The spider seemed confused, as if it were waiting for something. Zuo Cheng'an breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, this monster is such a coward. Someone should just go fight it. I've seen these spiders in other dungeons. Their habitat is usually underground caves, isn't it? There should be plenty of vines around for it to hide in, so why did it come all the way out into the forest on the ground? Now that you mention it, that's odd. Monsters like that don't usually leave their own territory without a good reason. Why did it come out here? It must either be short on food or feel its safety is threatened. Watching the flame venom red-belly spider pacing anxiously near the boundary, probing back and forth, Zuo Cheng'an glanced at Mo Do. Mo Do instantly understood and lunged viciously at one of the spider's intact legs, yanking hard toward the open ground. Zuo Cheng'an grabbed another good leg and pulled with all his strength. Fortunately, his strength was on par with the spider's, and with Mo Do's help, they gradually dragged the spider's body up the slope, inching it closer and closer to the mark on the tree. Just a bit more, and they'd be across. At first, the monster could still open its huge mouth and roar threateningly, trying to intimidate them. But soon, it realized it was about to cross the boundary line. Suddenly panicked, it started struggling to get back, ignoring Zuo Cheng'an completely. But how could he let it escape? He pulled out a stick of dried lamb from his backpack and bit into it. This was a legacy from Lu Shuang, and there were only 2 left. After this, only 1 remained. It didn't help him much anymore, but right now, the extra point of strength it provided was just enough to tip the balance. In a desperate moment, it seemed the spider suddenly had an idea. It could escape by severing 2 of its own legs. But it was too late. Most of its body had already been dragged past the boundary by Zuo Cheng'an and Mo Do. Zuo Cheng'an scanned the surroundings, but nothing seemed to have changed until whoosh. A black-red vine shot out from the ground like lightning, striking the spider squarely in the abdomen. As the vine appeared, a choking, pungent scent filled the air. Zuo Cheng'an held his breath and cautiously retreated to the mountaintop area, watching from a safe distance. Now he understood. The strange smell was the spores released by the vine, which was in its breeding season. To produce strong offspring, the mother plant needed extra nourishment. Sure enough, after ensnaring the spider, the vine contracted and expanded repeatedly, violently sucking nutrients from its body. In moments, the spider shriveled at an alarming rate. Was it being drained dry? So the symbiotic relationship only prevented it from being parasitized by spores, but couldn't protect it from being actively consumed like this? Zuo Cheng'an thought of the air sacs on the villagers and the mountain monkeys that spread seeds to players. When the crimson blood mantle vine entered breeding season, besides needing nutrients for itself, it also needed to find hosts for its offspring to develop. Every creature in Xiangyang village and the entire dungeon became its prey. Those that could be parasitized by spores were used as hosts for the next generation. Those that couldn't were simply eaten for nourishment. That must be why the flame venom red-belly spider left its home. Soon, the spider's body shriveled down to a fraction of its size. Legs curled and it was clearly dead. The black-red vine reluctantly withdrew from the spider's belly, as if still unsatisfied. After finishing its feast, the vine noticed Zuo Cheng'an and Mo Do, who had retreated to the mountaintop, and naturally didn't want to let such prey go. It kept probing toward the mountain, but each time it seemed to hit an invisible barrier and had to withdraw. After a few attempts, it could only retreat underground, unwillingly. Where the vine had withdrawn, it left a mound of earth on the ground, much like a patch of tilled soil. Anyone who didn't know better might think something was planted underneath. If there were several of these mounds together, they'd look just like the little plots of farmland beneath every house in Xiangyang village. Zuo Cheng'an didn't dare check it out. The vine was only a part of the underground creature, and the exposed portion was too small for the eye of truth to detect its health bar. There was no way to tell if the vine was lying in wait beneath the surface, ready to ambush him. The strange scent in the air would linger for a while, so Zuo Cheng'an kept holding his breath as he headed up the mountain. What was up there that made the vine so hesitant to approach? Having previously encountered the flame venom red-bellied spider, Zuo Cheng'an was especially cautious as he made his way up the mountain this time. He didn't mind that keeping his skill active made his vision flicker. He remained alert, constantly scanning his surroundings. Monsters of the spider's caliber should only appear once or twice in a level 2 dungeon. If they were as common as the mountain monkeys, Xiangyang Resort would have been upgraded to a level 3 dungeon long ago. Sure enough, the journey was uneventful. There wasn't a second flame venom red-bellied spider in sight. In fact, apart from the labeled plants, he didn't even spot any insects' health bars. It seemed the spider head-faced was actually a mini-boss, stationed there specifically to keep players from advancing up the mountain. This only strengthened Zuo Cheng'an's belief that there was treasure waiting at the summit. Before long, Zuo Cheng'an noticed something unusual. The higher he climbed, the colder it became. A layer of white frost even coated the tree branches. Despite the harsh environment, there were plenty of valuable items scattered around, perhaps because no one else had been here to collect them yet, or maybe as a reward for defeating the mini-boss. With just a casual sweep of his hand, Zuo Cheng'an found several white-grade recovery items, and occasionally even green ones. Soon, the cloth pouch hanging from Modus' neck was filled to the brim. Sticking to the game's rules always helped avoid most dangers. Because of the cold, frost had formed at the tips of Modus' fur, turning the big black dog nearly gray. After passing through a barrier of trees, the environment changed abruptly. One moment, they were in a frost-covered forest. The next, they were standing in a barren wasteland of exposed rock. It was hard to believe this was part of the same mountain. Much of the ground had been mined, leaving countless deep, bottomless pits. Even with night vision goggles, it was impossible to see far inside due to twists or cave-ins. Strange symbols and writing were carved into the tunnel walls. The wasteland wasn't completely devoid of plant life. Here and there, charred and frozen trees stood. Some of the trunks were reduced to a white inorganic shell. Others were scorched black, with thick layers of ice crystals clinging to the bark, forming a unique grayish-white solid. Madhu stared curiously at one of the frozen, burnt trees, tilting his head as if sensing something was off. "Madhu, don't fall behind," Zuo Cheng'an called. Reluctantly, Madhu gave up his inspection and caught up. Zuo Cheng'an suspected these mine shafts might lead to the roots of the crimson blood mantle vine. Though it was just a theory, he had no intention of finding out for himself. The hidden quest was already complete, guaranteeing an rank rating for this dungeon. While killing the crimson blood mantle vine might unlock a unique dungeon achievement, the stat cap for a level 2 dungeon was 10 points, doubled to 20 as a reward. That was already enough. Risking everything for just 3 more stat points wasn't worth it. So Zuo Cheng'an only glanced at the entrance to the mines before heading straight for the center of the wasteland. The grayish-white figurehead glimpsed in the mountain's mist earlier turned out to be the largest ancient tree in this barren area. At this point, he was certain that the cold air around him was emanating from the ancient tree. But why would this tree be giving off such a chill? According to the annotations from the Eye of Truth, it was just an ordinary poplar tree. The only unusual thing about it was that it had grown larger than usual due to an excess of nutrients. But it didn't have any natural ability to generate cold. Could the problem be inside the tree? The trunk was at least 7 or 8 meters in diameter. Simply digging wouldn't accurately pinpoint the source, and no one knew how long that would take. "I didn't expect things to be like this up here," one player exclaimed in surprise. "Was this place a mining site before?" "Obviously. Even players haven't been here before, so of course this is our first time seeing it," another replied quietly. "Make sure you're recording. Don't forget." "Of course I won't forget. But why is there frost all around this ancient tree? How does that happen?" "Look, there's a pool of water near the center of the tree. I adjusted the camera earlier, and the screen turned to static." "Where exactly?" "About 2 meters above the ground, right in the middle. You'll spot it if you get close." The live chat was unexpectedly helpful at this moment, so no one had to fumble around like Zuo Cheng'an did before. The last time Mo Do escaped the sheep pen during the chaos with the cattle, the chat had been just as useful. Zuo Cheng'an stood up, estimated the spot based on his own height, and swung his weapon at the trunk. Years of exposure to the cold had made the wood as hard as stone, but with his strength and Shao-Chi's durability, he managed to break through with ease. The ancient tree soon had a fist-sized hole in it. Even though the trunk was 8 meters wide and the heart was about 4 meters deep, it was still a massive undertaking. Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the sky. It was just past noon, so there was plenty of time left. He decided to keep going. Working seamlessly with Mo Do, one of them chopped while the other cleared away the wood chips, steadily making their way toward the heart of the tree. Time passed, and as evening approached and it was nearly time to regroup, Zuo Cheng'an brought his blade down again. This time, aside from the usual flying wood chips, a bit of milky white sap oozed out from the new opening. The cold that followed made him shiver involuntarily. He quickly stepped back, intending to examine the sap, when suddenly, buzz! His weapon Shao Ki began to vibrate violently. The small amount of milky white sap was instantly absorbed. Not even a single drop remained. As the sap disappeared, so did the biting chill. "Come on, at least leave me a drop for analysis," Zuo Cheng'an complained, but he could clearly see that Shao-Chi's state had changed. When he touched the weapon again, a new information panel appeared in his mind. Damage level, 87.53. Type, weapon. Wide effect, can deal damage, attack 15. Limitation, extremely heavy, might be sold as scrap. Description, when you're at your wit's end and pass by a junkyard, you might make a choice your ancestors would disapprove of. He looked at Shao-Chi helplessly, his mind swirling with complicated emotions. Shao-Chi rarely put it in the system backpack. He usually kept it close by his side. Since it didn't have a sheath in, he never bothered to get one who was in constant contact with it every day and had practically memorized its stats from touching the panel so often. Previously, its damage level was at 98.66, but now it had recovered to 87.53. Its attack power had also increased from a measly 3 points to 15 points. that was already on par with top-tier white-grade weapons. Suddenly, Cheng'an noticed the weapon in his hand had dropped several degrees in temperature, which made him suspicious. He used the Eye of Truth to take a closer look. Aside from the usual garbled description, there was suddenly a new line of information at the bottom of the panel that he had never seen before. It turned out to be an item skill Frost Moon Shadow that hadn't awakened yet. Normally, only green-grade items came with skills, but Xiao Qi's weapon had unlocked one while still at white-grade. It seemed that liquid really made a big difference. Meanwhile, the chat was exploding with messages as everyone tried to figure out what had happened, especially the players from Guangzhou, who were asking the most questions. Watching someone chop at a tree trunk had gotten boring, so most people had wandered off to other players. But as soon as they heard someone here had found something inside the trunk, they rushed back to see for themselves. Now, everyone realized it was Pai Peace blacksmith brother Luluho had secreted that special quenching fluid. No wonder the water was so cold, and everything nearby was frosted over. Lulu was so formidable that even the dungeon's boss monsters were afraid to come up the mountain. What are you all talking about? Who are Pai Pai and Lulu? What's this snowman and quenching fluid? A confused player asked. Quenching fluid is super rare. Someone couldn't help explaining. It can be used to repair items or improve their quality. The quenching fluid produced by Lulu is considered a treasure even in Zone 1, worth tens of thousands of points. Even with a walkthrough in hand, only a handful of people have ever managed to sneak the quenching fluid out of the dungeon right under Lele's nose. From all the streams Zuo Cheng'an has watched, there's only been one success out of every 10 attempts, if that. As for Pippi, he knows it's a puppet who loves turning players into furniture apparently. Its craftsmanship is pretty impressive. But Lele as a snowman, can it really forge metal? There must be something special about Lele. This time, the barrage of comments was actually quite informative, but Zuo Cheng'an didn't have time to pay attention. As soon as Xiao Qi absorbed the quenching fluid, the white frost coating the trees on the mountaintop started to disappear at an alarming rate. There's no way sunlight alone could melt the frost this quickly. The real reason was obvious. Whoosh, whoosh. Two blackened vines broke free from their icy prison, stretching and twisting triumphantly in the air. All around them, more frost-covered trunks began to creak and crack, clear signs that they were about to burst out as well. Looking across the entire mountaintop, most of the charred trees were coming back to life, struggling to break free from the crystallized ice. Only half of the trees here had actually died in the fire. The rest were clearly branches of the crimson bloodmantle vine, sealed in ice. And to make matters worse, the game decided to kick things up a notch. Dungeon, Crimson Bloodvine. Basic Mission 1. Survive until the dungeon ends. Basic Mission 2. Investigate the vine monster's name. Advanced Mission, Slay the vine monster. Mission time, 4 days, 34 completed. Mission background. You are an adventurer from afar who's heard rumors of a village plagued by vine monsters year-round, and you've come to defeat these demons. After countless hardships, you and your fellow adventurers formed a party and made it to Xiangyang Resort. But when you arrived, the village chief and all the villagers denied the existence of any vine monsters. Suspicious, you decided to stay a few days and investigate further. Friendly reminder, as time goes on, the villagers' mutations will worsen, but they still believe they're alive. Please don't let anything slip. The level 2 dungeon just turned into level 3 in an instant. Not even a transformation show would dare pull something like this. Zuo Cheng'an guessed that taking the quenching fluid might remove whatever was holding the vines back, but he never expected the dungeon to actually level up. How eager were these vines? The moment the thing weighing them down was gone, they immediately went wild, desperate to take over. On top of that, Zuo Cheng'an noticed 3 missions on his panel. Survive until the dungeon ends, investigate the vine monster's name, and slay the vine monster. Had heard that higher-level dungeons often have more than one mission, sometimes 2, 3, or even 4. Completing any one mission means you can leave when the timer runs out. If you finish all the missions, you get to leave early. He figured he could probably just tough it out for Mission 1, since the Crimson Bloodvine Dungeon's timer seemed to be continuing from Xiangyang Resort. If he could just survive one more day, he'd be able to leave. The basic task of investigating the vine monster's name was complete, but as for the advanced quest, if left Cheng'an hadn't known about the full strength of the Crimson Mantle Vine, he might have hesitated. After all, it was just a mini-boss in a level 2 dungeon. With Modo's help and a few other players, maybe they could have pulled it off by working together. But now, he was well aware that at its peak, the Crimson Mantle Vine was strong enough to serve as the final boss in a level 3 dungeon. The thought of taking any risks had completely vanished from his mind. Without the quenching fluid, the entire dungeon was now the Crimson Mantle Vine's domain, and there was a group of fanatical undead villagers supporting it. Even if the dungeon was packed with top-tier players, or even those who hadn't made it onto the leaderboard, the advanced quest would still be nearly impossible to complete. At least half of the team would have to be third-tier players to even have a chance. On top of that, the fight would take place in a cave, requiring tools for digging, detection, lighting, and night vision. The more, the better. With all these factors, Cheng'an had no patience to keep an eye on the chat. As soon as the first vine broke free, he grabbed Mo Do and dashed down the mountain. What should you do if you run into danger you can't handle in a dungeon? The answer: lead it toward where other players are gathered. If people complain, survival comes first. Let them complain all they want. The trip down the mountain was anything but smooth. The summit used to be a safe zone, but after the quenching fluid with Lele's aura was absorbed, it was no longer off limits for the Crimson Mantle Vine. Along the way, vines would occasionally burst from the ground to block left Cheng'an's path. But he hadn't broken any rules. Granny Liu's warning about the summit was just advice, while don't collect more than one bag of resources was the actual rule. So, the vines couldn't really do anything to him. They could only keep releasing spores, trying to turn him into a walking incubator. These vines would pop out unexpectedly, slowing left Cheng'an's descent. Fortunately, the newly upgraded Shao Qi was formidable. With a trace of the quenching fluid's aura, the vines were wary of it, and it could slice through their tough stalks with a single blow, making things much easier for left Cheng'an. As he fled, more and more onlookers gathered, drawn by the spectacle watching a player run for his life, forage for wild vegetables, or dig tree hollows on the clearing halfway down the mountain. Granny Lu watched Yang Yi and the others with a stern expression. The greedy will face divine punishment. Her face twisted with anger, her eyes blank, but radiating an oppressive force. Zhang Zhuang, we really only picked one bag's worth, just like you said. Most of the haul was actually in the system backpack, but he kept that to himself, just muttering silently in his heart. Granny Lu wouldn't budge. I can hear the forest crying. The gods are furious. You've taken far more than you should. If you don't want to face divine retribution, put everything back. We really only took this one bag. Why can't you understand, old lady? Ignoring the argument next door, Li Yuechio looked up at the darkening sky. Since it would take some time to get down the mountain, Granny Lu had already reminded them to leave early. If they wanted to return to the village before nightfall, now was the time to set out. However, Zuo Cheng'an still hadn't come back, and they couldn't just leave without him. As someone who relied heavily on him, she knew everything had to revolve around their leader. Li Yuechio turned to Zheng Run and asked, "Any word from Brother Zuo?" Zheng Run shook his head. "Nothing on my end either." Both of them sighed helplessly, like chickens caught by the neck, stuck halfway, unable to move forward or retreat. Suddenly, Li Yueqia's attention was caught by her screen. She cried out, "Wait, the instance updated?" Looking closer, her heart skipped a beat. "Oh, it's a level up." She and Zheng Rin exchanged confused glances. A new quest, a new background, and most importantly, a higher difficulty level. For players like them who hadn't even cleared the basic tier, a level 2 instance was already a stretch. Level 3 felt overwhelming. Asking low-level players to challenge a level 3 dungeon was practically sending them straight into the jaws of monsters. As they puzzled over what to do, the ground beneath them suddenly began to shake. Thick vines burst out from the earth, lashing out at everyone. Yet, Yang Yi and Tan Hui, who had been planted, were completely unharmed, as was the NPC Granny Lu. Li Yuechio, Qian Xiang, and the others who had played by the rules were also untouched. But Zhang Zhuang wasn't so lucky. He had taken more supplies than allowed, hadn't been parasitized, and now, as a rule breaker, he became the perfect target for the Crimson Mantle Vine. As Granny Lu had warned, the greedy will be punished by the gods. Her words had come true. Thinking about it, the Crimson Mantle Vine was the final boss of the instance, and all the resources in this dungeon belonged to it. The fruits and roots scattered across the mountains were its property. Players were forced to gather supplies to complete quests, which was already a concession from the vine. But with the convenience of in-game backpacks, players kept taking more and more without restraint. This wasn't just breaking the rules, it was blatantly crossing the line. Even the game itself couldn't protect these players now. The vine's hatred toward them was easy to imagine. Of the 6 teams that had entered its territory before, more than 30 players had stripped the land bare wherever they went, like locusts. Most ended up as nourishment for the vine's offspring. Only a handful managed to escape, and any plants they'd picked were eventually replanted. The reason the Crimson Mantle Vine hadn't acted earlier was because it sensed lingering traces of certain players and didn't dare make a move. Now that the threat was gone, it was the undisputed ruler of the instance. It couldn't touch players who followed the rules, but those who broke them were at its mercy. The sudden chaos left the members of the Breaking Waves Guild scrambling. The order of all the instance's activities had been thrown into disarray, and even the projects they thought they understood were now unpredictable. Zhang Zhuang looked at the vines spreading rapidly around him, confusion filling his mind. He couldn't understand why these vines seemed to target him alone. Was it because he didn't have the red spots on his body? But Qian Xiang didn't have them either. Was it because he had collected more plants than allowed? Yet both Yang Yi and Tan Hui had also gathered too many, and they were fine. Zhang Zhuang was never good at reasoning, and under such urgent circumstances, his mind could only focus on fighting. He waved the plug in his hand constantly, but against these flexible vines, his attacks were disorganized and ineffective. Using softness against softness was useless here, especially since the vines were far too resilient. Even his electric attacks failed to do any real damage. The current was simply absorbed into the ground, having almost no effect at all. In almost no time, Zhang Zhuang felt his limbs tighten as vines wrapped around him from every direction, steadily robbing him of control over his body. He wanted to call out to his companions for help, but Tan Hui Hui was still holding on to this morning's grudge. There was no way she'd help. Had nearly abandoned her earlier, and she hadn't forgotten. As for Yang Yi, had been given the cold shoulder over the mission that morning. Why would he risk himself to save someone now? Even if Yang Yi wanted to help, his own physical state wouldn't allow him to react in time. Just as Zhang Zhuang tried to say something more, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of suffocation. Vines wound tightly around his arms, legs, waist, and neck. In that moment, the last thing he saw in his mind's eye was a memory. A person, dressed just like him, being torn apart by vines. Witnessing someone being ripped to pieces by the vines right before their eyes. Even Yang Yi and Tan Weihino, strangers to the dangers of these scenarios, couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea and disgust. Zhang Zhuang had always been stubborn, eager to take credit, and difficult to get along with. But well, he was gone now. There was little real camaraderie among the members of the Breaking Waves Guild. Zhang Zhuang's death, while unsettling, didn't have much impact. What mattered most now was figuring out how to avoid sharing his fate. As the remaining players braced themselves for defense and prepared to withdraw, they realized the vines weren't attacking anyone else as aggressively as they'd expected. The vines lashed out everywhere, but it seemed more like an outburst of pent-up emotion than a targeted attack. Why the outburst? It didn't matter. The priority was to get off the mountain as quickly as possible. While everyone else was busy escaping, Granny Lu remained where she was, raising both hands high as she muttered, "God, the gods have revealed themselves. The greedy will face divine punishment." Her words seemed to stir some mysterious force, and the vines whipped about even more wildly, as if answering her call. Although the vines weren't actively attacking the remaining players, getting hit by one still stung fiercely, leaving their skin red and swollen within moments. At this point, Tan Hui Hui and the others were cursing the player who'd given them the mission information. They'd been told to just collect the plants and put them in their backpacks, to ignore the NPC's warnings, and that by nightfall, the plants would be theirs. No one had mentioned anything about a divine manifestation. This kind of misinformation was unforgivable, utterly reckless, and downright deadly. You really couldn't blame the player who risked everything to deliver that intel. If Zuo Cheng'an hadn't taken away the quenching liquid at the mountaintop that carried Leilei's scent, the crimson blood mantle vine would never have dared to act so brazenly. It had always kept a low profile, enduring in silence, which led the game system to misjudge the situation and classify this area as a level 2 dungeon. Who could have guessed that it had been biding its time, waiting for the perfect moment to erupt? As long as Leilei's scent lingered at the summit, the vine had to keep pretending to be harmless. If Leilei ever returned and left more traces behind, the vine would have to keep lying low. Life really is unpredictable. Chaos still reigned, and a strange, sweet fragrance filled the air. Granny Lu had changed completely. Her body was wrapped in countless vines, her skin torn and crisscrossed by the twisting tendrils, leaving almost no part unscathed. Yet she seemed oblivious to the pain, arms outstretched, head thrown back in wild laughter, her crazed expression reminiscent of a zealot willing to sacrifice everything for their god. As for Tan Hui Hui, Yang Yi, and the others, they had dodged the lashing vines and found their way down the mountain. Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren, on the other hand, were still waiting for Zuo Cheng'an. Since they hadn't broken any rules, the crimson blood mantle vine didn't actively attack them, but it had no intention of wasting 2 prime incubators. It continued to release spores, trying to turn them into nourishment for its offspring. If the vine could harm players directly, it probably would have killed one just to make things easier for itself. The sweet scent kept spreading, and Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren had to cover their noses and mouths with their clothes, breathing slowly as they huddled next to Granny Lu, the only safe spot. Granny Lu was completely lost in her own prayers, paying them no attention. Zheng Ren coughed quietly, sounding a bit embarrassed. Dry cloth doesn't seem to help much. Shaoli, do you need to use the bathroom? Li Yueqiu frowned, a hint of resignation in her eyes. I get what you mean, but right now, I only need to do number 2. Zheng Ren paused, then chuckled. What a coincidence, me too. Even though they were relatively safe next to the NPC, dusk was falling. As the sun slowly set, no one knew what might happen once night arrived. Would they really end up lost out here forever, just like Wang Qing said? Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren had to force themselves to stay calm, imagining that the dungeon rules had changed along with the quest and dungeon names. Despite their anxiety, they kept telling themselves not to panic, though deep down, they knew just how much they believed their own reassurances. With a little over 40 minutes left before sunset, Zuo Cheng'an finally appeared in the clearing. He moved decisively, cutting down the vines blocking his way, and once he reunited with the 2 orphans, they started down the mountain together. When they passed Zhang Zhuang's corpse, he didn't spare it a glance. The path was still overgrown with vines. Tan Hui Hui and the others had cleared some earlier, but new ones had already grown back, even thicker than before. Besides the vines, the air was filled with an increasingly strong and sweet scent. By the time the three of them and the dog neared the foot of the mountain, the fragrance had tinged the entire area a faint red. They were still 3 or 4 kilometers from the village, and with no oxygen tanks or capsules, holding their breath the whole way was impossible. Masks were useless against the spores released by the creature. Since Cheng'an hadn't explored the area before, he asked, "Is there any water source nearby?" Although Li Yueqiu had never ventured this close to the foot of the mountain before, she held a magical willow branch in her hand and silently repeated the word water in her mind. Instantly, the willow branch straightened like a compass needle, swaying and pointing in a specific direction. A look of delight appeared on her face as she thought to herself, "It's over there about 200 meters away." 200 meters wasn't far. While water had limited effect on mature crimson blood mantle vines, it was crucial for dealing with the spores floating in the air. She quickly covered her nose and mouth with a damp cloth, doing her best to avoid inhaling any spores. Unfortunately, her poor clothes had to be torn up once again. Only the path leading down the mountain was blocked by vines. If they avoided heading downhill, there were far fewer vines along the way. Gripping the willow branch, Li Yueqiu led the group forward. With each step, the tip of the branch would either stand upright with certainty or sway from side to side, always pointing toward their destination, as if guiding them through all obstacles. Tools with special abilities truly were extraordinary, granting this ordinary willow branch, once just a whip, a new and unique power. Unfortunately, most items with such abilities were of green quality. The three of them, along with their dog, moved at full speed, covering the 400-meter round trip in less than half a minute. With damp cloths covering their faces, they felt a bit more at ease, and Mo Do even fashioned a small mask from Li Yueqiu's leftover fabric. Once they had their makeshift protective gear, the final stretch felt much safer. At last, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, they managed to rush into the village. By now, Xiangyang village had changed dramatically, or rather, the villagers themselves had transformed. The panel indicated it was the third day of the dungeon, and the Scarlet Ghost Vines event was about to end. Judging by the information that the villagers' mutations would worsen as time passed, it was clear they had entered the final stage of the transformation. Tender vine shoots had sprouted from the villagers' noses and mouths, while their clothes were stretched into odd shapes by the rapidly growing vines. Villagers holding torches approached Li Yueqiu's group, and the village chief stepped forward, his voice tinged with anxiety. "Tourist explorers, you're too reckless. How could you come back this late? The forest at night is dangerous. Don't go looking for the vine monster anymore. It doesn't exist." The village chief's lines seemed to glitch, overlapping two sets of dialogue. "Tourists, you're too playful. How can you come back so late?" was what he was supposed to say in the earlier part of the dungeon, while explorers, "You're too reckless. The forest at night is dangerous. Don't look for the vine monster anymore. It doesn't exist," was meant for after the dungeon's changes. These might be minor bugs only visible to players who remained in the dungeon to witness its transformation. Though the setting was the same, most of the dungeon's rules had changed. Some were carried over, while others were discarded. Because the players jumped in halfway, they missed the crucial first 3 days of clue gathering and were completely confused by the changes in the rules. Fortunately, the village chief was speaking to them calmly at the moment, which at least meant they hadn't broken any rules. As they talked, several vine-like tendrils, thinner than a strand of hair, suddenly shot out of the village chief's mouth and writhed on the ground like wireworms. The bizarre sight made Zuo Cheng'an's sanity drop by 2 points in an instant. His already dwindling mental state had been slipping since this morning. Now it plunged straight from 83 to 76. The tiny vines looked as if they had just hatched from a spore stage and, unable to adapt to the outside environment, soon stopped struggling. After the dungeon leveled up, the villagers revealed their truly horrifying nature. They had long become perfect breeding grounds for the crimson mantle vine. Vines could sprout from any part of their bodies, especially from holes like their ears and eye sockets. Every couple of steps, Huo's eyeball would be pushed out by a vine growing from her eye socket, forcing her to stop and shove it back in. Roots constantly poked out from the gaps in the villagers' cloth and straw shoes. As soon as they stood still, these roots would eagerly burrow into the ground. Occasionally, some vines had already grown thick as chopsticks and took root as well. It seemed to be an instinct embedded in them. Everyone tried to ignore these grotesque scenes, clinging to the hints from their quest panel. After yet another round of smoke rituals, the group accidentally breathed in quite a bit of the gas while descending the mountain, their protection not quite in place. Although they didn't feel any discomfort for now, a sense of unease lingered. Luckily, the dungeon would end tomorrow at this point. Even if they were parasitized, it wouldn't really matter. As night fell, Zuo Cheng'an and the others abandoned their individual rooms and squeezed together in the corridor of a small wooden cabin, hoping to get through the night. On the third level of the dungeon, who could still trust that the cabin was safe? Between the threat of a villager's sneak attack and the deadly strangling vines, no one dared sleep alone. At that moment, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren were checking their chests for any signs of red rashes. Mo Do was scratching incessantly, and Zuo Cheng'an, wearing night vision goggles, kept watch on the village through the window. During what should have been the villagers' bedtime, every single one of them stood upright in the fields below their houses. Their roots were deeply anchored in the earth, keeping them upright even in a deep sleep. Thinking back, all the oddities that had been deliberately concealed in the second-level dungeon were now laid bare. For example, Wang Cheng's ability to walk steadily across moss-covered, slippery rocks was thanks to the roots beneath his feet, which gripped the ground with every step, keeping him from slipping. At night, the villagers would disappear not because they actually left, but because the game would hide them sleeping in the fields to prevent players from being misled by irrelevant clues and disrupting the quest. Now, however, this concealment no longer exists. Watching the villagers sleep in the fields might even be a crucial clue for a certain quest. It could be a unique achievement for this instance, or perhaps a hidden quest in the level 3 dungeon, Crimson Blood Vines. Beyond these obvious changes, the background of the dungeon has shifted as well. Players are no longer just tourists, they are now a group of adventurers. Zuo Cheng'an knows more than the average players aware that the vine monsters they're supposed to hunt are the very crimson blood mantle vines worshipped by the villagers. The village chief surely has information about these vines, but he's just stalling the players. With the players' goal being to slay the deity the villagers revere, it's no surprise the villagers are less than welcoming. Li Yuiki's worry that the villagers might sneak in at night to strangle them isn't entirely unfounded. Unfortunately, they arrived on the third day of the instance with very little information, so they dare not act rashly for fear of triggering some hidden rule. It's like being thrown straight into the final boss fight of a game with zero knowledge of the mechanics or the boss itself. Zuo Cheng'an glanced outside the village, where layer upon layer of vines surged like ocean waves, so dense they nearly covered the ground. It was impossible to imagine what might happen if a player accidentally wandered into them. Strangely, despite their overwhelming numbers, the vines never crossed into the village, they only lingered outside. For now, that meant the village was safe. After all, a village that functioned like a nursery for young vines was useful. Why destroy it? Without the village, the villagers would lose their home and could no longer serve as hosts for the young vines. Perhaps the game even restricts the crimson blood mantle vines from entering the village. While the vines outside aren't an immediate threat, the villagers themselves could turn hostile at any moment, maybe if they realize their fate, or if a player does something to provoke them. For now, this level 3 dungeon is still extremely dangerous. Thankfully, when the scenario shifted, they had already spent 3 days here, and those days still counted. After the change, the Sunshine Resort was renamed Crimson Blood Vines, and the quest duration was drastically reduced from 10 days and 9 nights to just 4 days. Now, the players only needed to survive 4 days in the dungeon to escape, and 3 of those days had already passed. That meant tomorrow was the final day. If he remembered correctly, their group had arrived on the sightseeing bus at noon on the first day, and it took the whole afternoon to reach the village. Based on that timing, they would need to survive until noon tomorrow to clear the level 3 dungeon. By the usual standards of survival dungeons, the closer it gets to the end, the more dangerous it becomes. There was no way tomorrow would be an easy escape. For a group of first-tier players to endure one more night and one more morning in a level 3 dungeon, the pressure was enormous. No one was getting any sleep tonight. Before long, the 3 remaining members of the Breaking Waves Guild decided to move their bedding to the corridor to join Zuo Cheng'an's group for the night. It was clear everyone understood the seriousness of the dungeon upgrade. Privacy didn't matter now tonight. Everyone would be staying together. In most dungeons, the greatest dangers come at night, with monster attacks and NPC mutations usually happening in the dark. The door to room 101 swung open, and 3 pale-faced people staggered out. Deadly spores filled the mountain path, forcing them to run for their lives in an environment that felt like sprinting through a flu ward. When they made it back to the village, the smoke from the torches only made the parasites inside them more active. Qianxiang's condition was the first to deteriorate. Large red blotches spread across his skin, starting at his chest and crawling down his limbs. Yang Yi and Tan Huihui were even worse off. Their rashes had swollen into bulging sacs. Yang Ye's case was particularly alarming. Through the translucent blisters, writhing shapes could be seen churning beneath the surface, as if they might burst out at any moment. Yang Yi had tried to dig the parasites out with a needle, but these bizarre creatures seemed disturbingly intelligent. Whenever they sensed danger, they burrowed deeper into his flesh, leaving him drenched in cold sweat and writhing on the floor in agony. "Hang in there, everyone," Tan Huihui said between coughs. "We'll be out of this instance by tomorrow." This time, the level up seemed to have drastically boosted the monster's parasitic abilities. At first, the red spots on Yang Yi and Tan Huihui were no larger than a fingernail and barely noticeable. But when Xianxiang became infected, his rashes were already the size of a palm and spread rapidly across his body. Worse still, he was so weak he could barely clench his fists. It was as if the monsters had abandoned their slow-boil tactics for outright assault. Even the most desperate measures, like cutting out the infected flesh, couldn't stop the rash from spreading. Now, their only hope was to survive until the instance ended. Though both teams were in the same hallway, they kept to opposite sides, maintaining a careful distance. This was typical among unfamiliar players unless there was a deep grudge. Everyone's top priority was simply to make it out alive. Zhang Zhuang, who had wanted revenge against Zuo Cheng'an's group, was already dead. While Yang Yi shared the same sentiment, he lacked the strength to act on it. Tan Huihui focused solely on survival, and Qian Xiang was just an honest man who had stumbled into trouble. In this situation, any infighting would only lead to mutual destruction. Late at night, all 6 people and the dog stayed wide awake, alert for any sign of danger. Suddenly, a soft rustling came from outside the cabin, as if something was crawling along the walls. Everyone's eyes snapped to the window, where vines were rapidly creeping upward, quickly covering a fifth of the glass. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the entire window was blocked. Are all your windows shut? Zuo Cheng'an suddenly called out from the other side of the hallway, clearly addressing Tan Huihui's group. No one answered, which meant the windows were already tightly sealed. That's true, everyone here has been through several rounds already. Who has time to make rookie mistakes? In these instances, you can make do with almost anything, as long as the room isn't suffocatingly cramped. Who would be foolish enough to risk opening the windows for ventilation all day? Just a little delay, and already half the window is blocked by vines. If this keeps up, sooner or later, everyone will lose their only way of observing the outside world. Yet, the 2 frosted glass panels on the door are still clear, and through them, there's not a vine inside outside. It seems the purpose of blocking the window is to force everyone's attention onto the door, in other words, to completely seal off any other possible escape routes. Everyone knows how devious these scenarios can be, but no one dares to rush out of the cabin and tear down the vines climbing up the window. If this were a level 1 scenario, any one of the 7 people and the dog present could easily handle the task and retreat safely. In a level 2 scenario, if they all work together, they'd probably manage it without much trouble. But in a level 3 scenario, it's much safer to just stay put. At this moment, the player's choice is undoubtedly the safest, but from an outsider's perspective, it makes things look a bit dull, almost boring enough to put the audience to sleep. Seriously, is no one coming out? I guess I opened this popcorn for nothing, some viewers grumbled quietly. The villagers have been waiting outside for so long, how come not a single impatient one among them? It's like a rare species. The ones who don't think things through are usually gone early on. You only see them in beginner or level 1 rounds. The villagers waited with patience, seemingly in no hurry to act. Whatever, it doesn't matter if they come out or not. The villagers are about to make their move anyway. As the sound of knocking echoed through the cabin, the players grew even more tense, nerves stretched to the limit. Through the frosted glass, a figure appeared at the door. Wait, why does the village chief look like one of those grass head dolls I used to have? The players stared at the figure in shock. The grass on the chief's face looked freshly stroked, vibrantly green, and it seemed like more sprouts were hiding in the deep wrinkles, climbing all the way to the roof. This is just the beginning. Look, even the creases on his face are stuffed with vines. It's almost completely overgrown. Even stranger, all the villagers had come together, but only the chief came up to knock on the door alone. What was he up to? Was he planning something big? Who knows, this scenario is full of surprises. Earlier, the players had accidentally glanced at the scenario title and noticed both the name and difficulty level had changed. There's no telling if that's good or bad luck, so all they can do is keep going and see what happens. Hopefully, these players can hold out for a while. If they drop out at a critical moment, who knows how long it'll be before the next group arrives. The knocking continued, and the chief's voice came through the door. Adventurers from afar, are you asleep? Could you open the door? I have some information. You want clues about the vine monster? Zuo Cheng'an silently complained to himself. Come on, if you're going to act, at least do it properly. You even missed some lines. The players completely ignored the chief. They had no interest in any clues about the vine monster. They had no intention of completing the advanced quest. They just wanted to survive and make it out alive. Opening the door to an NPC now would be asking for trouble. Hopefully, the chief would get the hint and leave. If he tried to force his way in, then they'd just have to deal with it. The chief repeated himself 3 times, and when no one answered, he finally turned and left. The players breathed a sigh of relief, but Zuo Cheng'an knew the chief was only going downstairs, taking root in the fields below with the other villagers. The thought that there might be a cluster of villagers' heads right beneath his feet sent a chill down his spine. Maybe the vines blocking the window had grown right out of the villagers' bodies. After a while, villagers began coming upstairs to knock on the door at intervals. Some of them were familiar faces the players had met before, like Wang Cheng, Granny Lu, and Huohua, while others were strangers. Their reasons for knocking were all over the place. Some claimed they had brought fresh mountain insects for the players to eat, while others said their parents were beating them and begged to stay the night. With only a door between them, the players couldn't see the villagers' expressions. They could only hear their voices, full of emotion and dramatic flair, even more intense than professional actors. But it was an obvious trap, practically screaming, "Open the door and you die." If the players were careless enough to fall for it, they wouldn't still be sitting safely inside. Wang Cheng's excuse was the most ridiculous. Said he wanted to return some points and told Yang Yi to open the door. He probably didn't even remember what points meant, just reciting lines without understanding. Even if Yang Yi wanted to open the door, he was too weak to stand up. Enduring the villagers' relentless attempts to get their attention, the players survived a long and uneasy night. The things which Cheng'an had been worried about didn't happen. The vines growing from the villagers didn't break through the floorboards or creep into the cabin. As dawn approached, a faint light appeared on the horizon, and it seemed the sun would soon rise. Of course, daylight didn't guarantee safety. It might just signal a new danger, like the countdown to the end of the game or villagers switching to an all-out attack mode. Still, the sunlight was enough to boost everyone's spirits. With the sunrise, the vines blocking the windows quickly shrank back underground, and Yangyang village returned to its usual calm. Watching from inside, Zuo Cheng'an saw the villagers drifting back to their homes as if sleepwalking. Their heads hung low, eyes closed, moving only by the roots growing from their feet. If he guessed right, by morning the villagers would greet them as if nothing had happened, completely unaware of the previous night. But if the players brought it up, the villagers would realize something was wrong. If luck was bad, they might even realize they were already dead, which could lead to terrifying consequences. At the very least, the villagers' strange nighttime behavior could disturb the players' rest or plant seeds of suspicion and fear, making it easier for them to slip up. Sure enough, once the sun was fully up, Huohua came over holding a torch, acting like nothing had happened, and calling the players to breakfast. Hey everyone, Aunt Lu made a big meal, come eat. You need to be full to fight monsters. After such a tense night, everyone was a little hesitant to leave the cabin. Huohua kept knocking, persistent as ever. Why aren't you coming out? Aren't you hungry? Or suddenly, Huohua's cheerful tone dropped, and the vines on his body started writhing restlessly, the movement adding a rough scraping sound to his voice. Or do you think I look scary? Through the frosted glass of the door, the players could clearly see the vines on Huohua's body thrashing violently, smacking against the door with a loud, metallic clatter. Oh, the little troublemaker was getting upset, and when a child like this got angry, the consequences could be serious. Before Huohua could lose his temper again, the tightly shut wooden door suddenly swung open with a whoosh. Li Yuechio, responsible for calming the child, forced a smile onto her face. If she had known things would turn out like this, she never would have bothered studying early childhood education. Children really are the hardest to handle. How could Huohua possibly think that way? Li Yuekia's heart raced, worried he might have a meltdown, so she quickly tried to reassure him. Huohua, you're absolutely adorable. You're exactly the kind of kid I like best, really. Even though she didn't mean a word of it, Huohua didn't seem to mind. The moment he heard her, his bulging eyes shrank back to normal, and the vines that had spread everywhere obediently retracted, curling back around his body. Soon, aside from a few stubborn vines that wouldn't quite disappear, he looked almost like any ordinary little boy. Crisis averted. With her hands behind her back, Li Yuechio signaled to the two people lying in ambush at the door, letting them know it was safe to lower their weapons. Fusht only said a few words to comfort a child, but it had left her feeling like her soul nearly left her body from the stress. Now that the door was open, the players had no way to pretend to be unconscious, even if they wanted to. Huohua continued to warmly invite them. Come on, everyone, let's eat. With no other choice, they had to follow him inside. Today, the village felt especially bizarre. Beyond the massive, writhing sea of vines outside and the strange, pungent scent in the air, scantily clad young women would run up to them, and as they passed by, would accidentally drop their own heads onto the ground. The severed necks writhed with countless vines, as if searching for their missing heads. The dropped heads would pull exaggeratedly surprised faces. Oh no, I dropped something. Do you know what I lost? None of the players responded to these antics, but Huohua ran over, picked up the head, and cheerfully said, Here you go, second sister, your sweet potato. The young woman took the sweet potato and, as if nothing was wrong, placed it back on her neck. The vines from her neck and head intertwined, fixing the head back in place. Zheng Rin remembered Huohua mentioning that this second sister used to have a quest where she'd make players dance with her. Thankfully, the scenario had changed, and they no longer had to dance. Otherwise, if she had suddenly taken off her head and told them to follow her lead, it would have been a nightmare. Things were only just beginning. Thuff, a little boy about Huohua's age, came bounding over and stuck out all 8 of his hands to Zuo Cheng'an. Hi, I'm Xiaoyan. Can we be friends? Zuo Cheng'an avoided the 7 vine-formed hands and shook the only real one. Sure. Disappointed, Xiaoyan walked away. All along the way, the villagers kept tempting and testing the players, mostly trying to get them to notice something was off. Sometimes, when the mountain breeze carried that strange scent, villagers would deliberately engage the players in conversation, hoping they'd inhale more spores. The villagers' odd behavior made it seem like they might know something, but the rules of the game kept them from fully realizing their own abnormalities, so they had to act as if everything was normal. In other words, as long as they didn't realize they were dead, they couldn't turn on the players. This moment of realization was subtle. It wasn't so much about discovering they were no longer alive, but about declaring to the game, I know who I am now, so can I start killing? That's why the villagers kept trying to trick players into doing things they shouldn't, or saying things they shouldn't. If a player picked up a villager's severed head, the villager would shriek, "Ah, why is my head in your hands? Am I already dead?" Then, howling, they would lunge at the player. Zuo Qinggan looked at the little boy in front of him, whose body was covered in tangled vines, and felt secretly relieved that he hadn't impulsively taken the boy's outstretched hand. He could already imagine what would happen if he did. The boy would probably panic, shouting, "Why are these things on me? Am I already dead?" And then immediately switch into hunting mode. As bizarre as this setup was, it made perfect sense in the context of the dungeon world. Even the villagers who struck up conversations seemed to be deliberately luring players into accepting parasitism. Zuo Qinggan and his teammates had come to terms with it. Surrounded by spores in the air, unless you carried plenty of oxygen canisters or high-grade gas masks, being parasitized was almost inevitable. After all their struggles, they finally sat down at the dining table, only for Zuo Qinggan to freeze at the sight before him. The dungeon's setting had changed dramatically, and the NPCs' attitudes had shifted completely. The location was the same, but the rules of the game were now entirely different. The village chief, who had once been so passionate about building a resort, was nowhere to be seen, and the once friendly Granny Lu was like a different person. Now, the players had become adventurers sent to eliminate the vine monsters, and the villagers, already assimilated, showed restraint by not poisoning their food. Granny Lu served up a table of so-called delicacies: cold river stones, boiled tree bark, and a plate of deadly poisonous mushrooms, all with a blank expression. Zuo Qinggan sighed softly and put down his chopsticks. With only half a day left in the dungeon, it didn't really matter whether he ate or not. The villagers hadn't turned on them outright or driven them into the vine-infested outskirts, which was already a kindness. This was probably an unspoken benefit for having jumped straight to the final day of the dungeon, a compensation for missing out on gathering new intel. Players who started from day one might have unknowingly broken village taboos, building up resentment until it exploded and made the dungeon much harder. But since they'd only started from the third night, any missteps they made wouldn't accumulate enough danger to threaten them. Zuo Qinggan sat quietly, wishing he could stay perfectly still until the dungeon ended, minimizing any risk of breaking the rules. All the information had gathered before was now useless in this brand new level 3 dungeon, Crimson Vines. His hopes of unlocking travel achievements had gone up in smoke. Although this new dungeon surely had its own unique achievements like surviving a night outdoors, hatching vines, or wiping out the village for first-time players, just making it out alive was victory enough. Whether or not the hidden quests completed at Xiangyang Resort would count toward their final score was a worry for another time. For now, all Zuo Qinggan cared about was whether the newly acquired parasite spore skill in his abilities list was still intact. After all, if he couldn't keep himself alive, nothing else would matter. Seeing that Zuo Qinggan didn't move, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren also stayed in their seats. The lingering fear from last night was still fresh, and the sight of the villagers along the way only made their stomachs churn. None of them had any appetite for food at this moment. The situation was even worse for Tan Weihui's group. Their minor injuries, which had been barely manageable, had drastically worsened after the torch's smoke, leaving them seriously ill. They were now pushing forward on sheer willpower alone, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. After careful observation, Yang Yi finally noticed a pattern. Each time they went through the smoke ritual, everyone's symptoms grew noticeably worse. This realization made him alert. Perhaps the root of the problem lay in the flames or the smoke itself. He waited in silence for a moment, hoping for a hint from the game, but none came. This either meant his theory was still incomplete, or he was headed in the wrong direction altogether. The current scenario had changed. The original hidden quest, investigate the true identity of the Sunward Village deity, had been downgraded to investigate the name of the vine monster. Now just a basic quest, not even a secondary one. If Yang Yi had discovered the link between the rising temperature and the red rashes earlier, he might have triggered that hidden task. But he had no idea had missed such an opportunity. He could only wonder if he was on the wrong track, or if he simply lacked enough clues. The six of them remained frozen at the dining table. The villagers didn't urge them to leave, nor did they choose to go. It was as if time itself had come to a halt. Outside, the vines surrounding the village had only thinned slightly since the night before. Layer upon layer, they formed a living wall that completely encircled Sunward Village, creating a massive cage that trapped all the players inside. Whenever the mountain wind swept through the village, a heavy, strange fragrance followed. Now they knew that this so-called aroma was actually made up of countless spores. With every breath, uncountable spores entered their bodies. Most would be cleared by the immune system, blocked by mucus, or naturally die off, but a significant number still managed to take root and grow inside the players. In such an environment, unless they could stop breathing, it was only a matter of time before they became fully parasitized. With the suppression of the quenching solution gone, the crimson blood mantle vine could finally reveal its true power without restraint. Though it still followed the rule of not directly killing players, it could manipulate the villagers to lure players into breaking the rules themselves. Even more frightening, it was actively directing the spores inside their bodies to grow faster, breaking down their defenses from within. It's easy to predict that any player entering the Scarlet Bloodvine instance will find themselves trapped in the village from the very start. The concentration of spores in the air is alarmingly high, and without protective gear like oxygen tanks or gas masks, parasitic infection is almost guaranteed. Homemade masks are useless. Ordinary fabric offers no protection against these spores. And that's just the beginning of their troubles. Food is scarce. There's no way to obtain information about the vine monsters, and the villagers deliberately try to lure players into making mistakes. At night, the villagers constantly disturb the players, making it impossible to get any rest. Players might want to kill the vine monster, but they don't even know where its main body is hiding. Even well-prepared players can only complete the most basic objectives, barely surviving until the instance ends and earning a minimal score. As for those who come unprepared, lacking enough oxygen or air filtration, are almost certain to become infected partway through and die before the instance closes. This level of difficulty is exactly what a level 3 instance should deliver. That's also why, even if low-level players have a complete walkthrough, they still can't clear high-level instances. They simply can't afford the necessary equipment, and high-level instances are not designed for low-level players to survive. Since there was no way to escape, Cheng'an and the others simply sat around the dining table, waiting for the instance to end. As for any side missions, the exit for the Scarlet Bloodvine instance had probably already been missed. Even if there was a chance for a side clear, with the instance's closing time approaching, it was out of reach. The game would never let them get through so easily. Suddenly, the villagers all sprang into action, gathering around the bonfire by the table, dancing and singing hymns to their god. The fire's glow illuminated their faces, filling the air with an unsettling atmosphere. The villagers by the bonfire blocked the players from leaving, clearly intent on keeping them trapped. The villager known as Second Sister by Huahua gestured for the players to join in the dance while spinning around the fire. A flicker of hostility flashed in Cheng'an's eyes, but he quickly pushed the thought aside. With more than 2 hours left before the instance ended, this was not the time to pick a fight with the villagers. The villagers' bodies were almost bursting with vines, which writhed wildly, as if controlled by some invisible force. Cheng'an didn't dare act rashly. After all, he couldn't predict what would happen if he killed any of the villagers. Decapitating one might unleash a swarm of angry bloodvine spawn. Worse, attacking them could trigger some hidden rule, turning neutral villagers hostile, and even draw the vine monster outside into the village for a brutal massacre. If the adult Scarlet Bloodmantle vine were to appear, they wouldn't last 2 hours before being torn to pieces. The heat from the bonfire made the vines on the villagers even more restless. The vines burst out of their cracked skin, twisting and stretching in all directions. Even more terrifying, the young bloodmantle vines were hatching faster and faster. Every few minutes, a vine as thick as a chopstick would burrow from a villager's foot into the ground, sending out new tendrils. All of this seemed to be leading up to something far more horrifying. Under the relentless heat, Cheng'an and the others gradually began to feel unwell. Li Yuechio, dressed in the coolest clothing, didn't even need to lift her shirt to see the large red blotches slowly appearing on her lower abdomen. The rash quickly spread to her shoulders, chest, and arms, before eventually transforming into the second-stage blisters. Yang Ye's reaction was the most severe. His face turned pale as if he was enduring intense pain. Suddenly, he doubled over and vomited a stream of sour liquid mixed with red and black. Hair-like strands splattered onto the ground. Those writhing threads were unmistakably the juvenile forms of the crimson bloodmantle vine, still in their developmental stage. Once they grew as thick as chopsticks, they would detach from their host, burrow underground, and continue their life cycle. Witnessing this made Yang Ye's face turn even grimmer. With so many vines parasitizing his body, it was no wonder he felt so awful. Zheng Ren's face also went white. He couldn't help but imagine those vines eventually infesting his own body, and the thought made him feel as if he'd swallowed a fly. He absent-mindedly tapped his spatula against the rash on his skin, trying to figure out where to start to ease the pain. Unexpectedly, the motion of his spatula triggered some odd effect. A fly materialized out of nowhere, buzzing through the air. These vines, having left their developmental host prematurely, clearly couldn't survive in the outside environment. They flopped around weakly on the ground for a moment before losing all signs of life. Yang Yi wanted to keep vomiting, to expel as many of the juvenile vines as possible and relieve his discomfort. As he prepared to stick his finger down his throat, he suddenly sensed something was off in the atmosphere around him. The villagers stared blankly at the dead vines on the ground, their eyes flashing with hatred as they fixed their gaze on him, as if he had killed someone precious to them. Yang Yi, this isn't fair. Yang Yi burned with frustration, unable to understand why the villagers could spit out bundles of vines as they spoke, and nobody cared, yet he was being targeted for doing the same thing. He hadn't done anything wrong. For players, The Crimson Blood Mantle Vine was essentially a vessel for breeding its offspring. If a player refused to nurture the next generation, so much the better the vine would simply use the player's corpse as food. That was the fate of those who died in previous runs of the dungeon. If a player followed the rules, they could live comfortably, but only until a natural death. As for clearing the game, that was impossible because there was no new, healthy body to raise the next generation of vines. Once a player died, their body became a feast for the vines. Nothing, not even a scrap of skin, would be left behind. The villagers faced a similar fate. They were nothing more than expendable resources. Once the vines drained them dry, the game would automatically generate new NPCs to replace them. No matter how many players died, new ones would enter the game, or new NPCs would be born. The source of NPCs was never a problem. The villagers of Xiangyang Village were like background characters, ready to vanish at any moment, only to be replaced. In essence, they were like the living dead. They felt neither the decay of their bodies nor the horror of vines crawling out from within. When the vines inside a player reached a certain size, it would affect their sanity, much like a loss of sanity in other games. Yet the Crimson Blood Mantle Vine's goal was to prolong the player's life. As long as the player cooperated, it would do its best to keep them alive. If not, it would cut its losses. At this moment, the villagers' faces were blank and lifeless as they stared fixedly at Yang Yi. Suddenly, thin, cable-like vines snaked out of their skin, writhing and lunging toward him. Deprived of the vine's support, the villagers' bodies collapsed like empty sacks, slumping to the ground. Without the vines holding them up, they looked even more grotesque, like puppets with their strings cut. These villagers had become nothing more than breeding vessels for the vines. Their true selves were long gone, leaving behind only a thin shell, kept upright by the constant nutrition the vines provided. Although Yang Ye's syringe weapon was far more effective against the vines than Zhang Zhuang's plug, he was gradually forced to retreat under the pressure of so many enemies, eventually falling back to the campfire. However, the fire only made the vines inside his body even more active. His former teammates, Tan Huihui and Qian Xiang, didn't lift a finger to help. After all, they were just a temporary team thrown together by circumstance, with no real bond between them. The only things that could unite them were a common enemy or the promise of a great reward. Yang Yi fought the urge to vomit, screaming inwardly, "Do you really think you can stay out of this? Impossible. The Crimson Blood Mantle Vine will never let you leave this instance alive." As the boss of the instance, it certainly wouldn't let players go easily, but since the players hadn't attacked it directly or broken any rules, it couldn't attack them outright. All it could do was control the villagers or send its stronger offspring after the players. Every veteran player knew about this limitation. Newcomers like Qian Xiang and Li Yueqiu, with little experience in these instances, were unfamiliar with many of these unwritten rules, but Tan Huihui understood them perfectly. That was why Yang Ye's threats had no effect on her. Cornered, Yang Yuho had survived more than a dozen instances, certainly had a backup plan. With a pained expression, he pulled a grenade-like item from his inventory, yanked the pin, and hurled it into the densest patch of vines before dropping to the ground. Zhuo Chen's heart raced as he grabbed Mo Do and ran, thinking, is he really using a grenade on fire-loving vines? Is he a plant sent by the game itself to sabotage us? As Zhuo Cheng'an fled, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren didn't hesitate to follow. A good partner always needs strong self-preservation skills. Zheng Ren picked up the pace, swinging his spatula to sweep away any vines in their path. With a 98 fly spawn rate, he was soon surrounded by buzzing flies, which drove him nearly mad. Li Yueqiu's willow branch weapon wasn't great for clearing the way, but she could hurl small stones to take out any stragglers, making sure nothing got in the way of Zhuo's noble footsteps. Tan Huihui, who had been watching from the sidelines, turned pale the moment she saw the item Yang Yi pulled out. She quickly backed up several meters, clearly aware of the item's power, and cursed as she retreated. So that's it. I always wondered why the mechanical Cyclops boss never dropped any loot. Turns out you pocketed it all for yourself. Her angry shouts were drowned out by the deafening explosion. Boom. The item dropped by the instance boss left no doubt about its power. Flames and shrapnel burst outward, and the violent shockwave instantly cleared a wide area of vines. The villagers' bodies, lying where they had fallen, were instantly cremated by the intense heat of the explosion. However, the vines that had been pushed aside by the shockwave, except for those too close to the blast, which were either severed by shrapnel or shattered by the force, remained completely unscathed if they were a bit farther away. In fact, they seemed to grow even more active. Yang Ye's heart tightened as he realized that fire was useless against them. He didn't have any water grenades left, but since he had already blown open a path for escape, he couldn't afford to worry about that anymore. Seizing the moment before the gathering vines could reclaim the cleared space, Yang Yi quickly broke free from the encirclement and dashed in the direction the other players had fled. At that moment, the survival advice left Cheng'an had once mentioned came to mind. When in danger, head for where there are more people. Yang Yi immediately put this rule into practice. As for the other players, their destination was clear: the only mansion in Xiangyang Village. The small wooden cabin was the most familiar building to all the players, and after 4 days of tough experiences, it was only natural to run there first in a crisis. Yang Yi shook off the vines chasing him and sprinted with all his might. Along the way, several massive vines, each as thick as a person, burst from the fields beneath the villagers' houses. Clearly, these weren't the newly sprouted thin tendrils from earlier. These must be the very vine monsters listed in the panel's advanced quest, the ones players were supposed to defeat. How could newbies like them possibly stand a chance against such foes? Yang Yi swallowed hard. What rotten luck off all things, he had to encounter a dungeon difficulty shift, an event rarer than winning the lottery. Normally, a game misjudging a dungeon's difficulty was extremely rare, usually only happening in newly released dungeons. Even then, it was often an overestimation, letting players breeze through what was labeled as a high-level quest and enjoy double rewards at the end. But this time, had run into the Reversia low-level dungeon suddenly upgraded to high-level. It was bad luck on top of bad luck. Still, looking back at the history of Safe Zone 7, he wasn't the only one to suffer such misfortune. There had been a case where a group entered a level 1 dungeon, but thanks to one reckless player, they accidentally unleashed a 1,000-year-old vengeful spirit, instantly bumping the dungeon up to level 5. While double rewards were given as compensation, you had to survive to claim theme. If you died, you got nothing. Rounding a sharp bend, Yang Yi finally saw the cabin ahead. However, the 5 players who had arrived before him hadn't gone inside. Instead, they stopped about 10 meters from the cabin. As Yang Yi approached, he realized why. Beneath the cabin, there was a large plot of farmland, even bigger than those at most villagers' homes. The tentacles emerging from it were not only more numerous, but also significantly larger, thick enough that 3 people couldn't wrap their arms around one. For a moment, Yang Yi wondered if this was really the limit of the vine monster's strength. At that moment, over a dozen massive vines were stationed at the cabin's stairway, blocking every possible entry and exit. They couldn't directly harm the players, but they could seal off every hiding spot, forcing the group to remain out in the open, exposed and vulnerable, slowly wearing down their stamina. With the mind of a spoiled child, the Crimson Blood Mantle Vine's behavior was all too easy for left Cheng'an to figure out. Realizing they couldn't use the terrain to their advantage for defense, Tanhui quickly pulled out an electronic timer. This wasn't just any ordinary clock, it was a special tool. Though it looked like a clock, it couldn't display the current time. Its only function was to track elapsed time. Pressing it once would start the timer, pressing it again would pause it, and pressing it 3 times in a row would reset it to 0. This tool was extremely useful in scenarios where day and night were mixed up and the flow of time didn't match the safe zone, helping players keep track of how much time had passed and how long remained before the game ended. Similar timing devices were a staple in the backpacks of many veteran players. Tanhui glanced at the numbers on the timer. There was just over an hour left before the instance closed. However, behind them, the vines that had recovered from the explosion were already writhing and inching closer. Zuo Cheng'an made a quick decision to head toward the small river running through Yangyang village. At the same time, Qianxiang made the same choice. Most of the pursuing vines were as thick as chopsticks, having already survived their most fragile spore and juvenile stages, but there were still some thinner ones that would surely be affected by water. Even if the water only slowed them down or made them more brittle, it would be good news for the players. As expected, when the vines reached the riverbank, they hesitated, as if unsure about entering the water. Not far away, the crimson mantle vine by the small cabin lashed the ground impatiently, urging the smaller vines to attack. This time, the vines didn't hold back and tentatively entered the river. The moment their bodies touched the cool water, they reflexively convulsed, struggling like wounded worms or snakes. Taking advantage of their loss of control, Zuo Cheng'an swiftly swung his weapon, hacking apart large swathes of the vines. Unlike ordinary plants, crimson mantle vines couldn't move once they took root. Their attack range depended on the spread of their roots, but they could also pull up their root systems and drag themselves along, moving around the area like villagers sleepwalking at night, completely out of control. Time ticked by, and soon there were only 30 minutes left before the instance would close. 30 minutes, just 1800 seconds. It should have been the length of a few short videos, yet it felt impossibly long at this moment. At first, the players could still use the riverbank as a natural trench to hold off the vines. But soon, the corpses of dead vines started piling up, creating new patches of land that allowed the next wave of vines to cross safely. Upstream, outside the village, the crimson mantle vine blocked off the river with its own body, forcing more water away from the players and leaving only a narrow stream, barely a step across. This offered the vines no deterrent at all. They writhed and surged forward, quickly closing in on the players. Tanhui wielded a sharp blade, while Qianxiang fought with a scythe. Faced with the tangled vines coming their way, they barely managed to hold their ground. In contrast, on Zuo Cheng'an's side, Zhengren only had a shovel which barely counted as a weapon, while Li Yueqiu could do little more than wrap the vines with willow branches and have Madu bite through them. Lacking high-strength stats, They couldn't tear the vines apart with their bare hands like Zuo Cheng'an, nor did they have a deceptively powerful weapon like Shao-Chi. Their efficiency was clearly much lower. Seeing their struggles, Tan Huihui offered her help. You two look like you're having a tough time fighting these monsters. I've got a pill here that can boost your strength by 5 points, enough to tear these vines apart with your bare hands. How about I sell it to you for 120 points? However, Li Yueqiu had almost no points left, and Zheng Rin was relying on her charity just to get by, so both politely declined. Tan Huihui didn't mind being turned down. She figured they might have something up their sleeves. After all, they were from a major guild. It was hard to believe they couldn't even scrape together 100 points. Meanwhile, Zuo Cheng'an had been quietly fiddling with something off to the side for a while, leaving Li Yueqiu and Zheng Rin under more pressure. Still, neither of them complained, since Zuo Cheng'an was their only hope of clearing the level. In reality, Zuo Cheng'an wasn't slacking off, was studying how to activate the ability of the quenching fluid that Shao-Chi had absorbed. According to the information Head pieced together from the game's chat, the quenching fluid could instantly upgrade items of green quality or lower by 1 level, and even higher quality items could gain significant enhancements such as unlocking new skills or improving durability. Based on the fact that Shao-Chi's damage level only dropped by about 10% after absorbing the quenching fluid, it was clear that the weapon's original level was quite high. If it had been an ordinary white quality item, it would have already upgraded to green by now. In theory, Shao-Chi should have awakened a new skill with the help of the quenching fluid. However, after several attempts, Zuo Cheng'an saw no change in the game panel stats, though the Eye of Truth annotation did show. Item skill: Frost Moon Unleashed not activated. But how was he supposed to activate the skill? The only green quality item Head encountered was Li Yueqiu's Willow Branch, but that one came with its own skill and didn't need awakening. Did Shao-Chi simply have higher requirements? Or was the weapon too damaged to unlock its skill, leaving it as nothing more than a blunt stick? Just as he was doubting himself, Shao-Chi suddenly trembled in his hand, as if protesting the accusation. Without warning, it unleashed a crescent-shaped blade of energy. This icy arc fanned out for nearly 8 meters, freezing every vine it touched into solid ice. A gentle tap produced a crisp, metallic chime inside and out. The vines were frozen solid. Ding! Congratulations, you have unlocked the item skill, Frost Moon Unleashed. Frost Moon Unleashed. Type: Item skill. Effect: Releases an ice element crescent blade. Requirement: Must be equipped as a weapon. Cooldown: 3 hours. Description: Hey, if all else fails, you could always run a cold storage business, no investment needed, guaranteed profit. There are 2 types of skills in the game. Skills learned from skill cards are bound to the player, while item skills are tied to the item itself and usually require the item to be held to use them. If you put the item away in your game inventory, you can't use its skill. Items with skills are generally of green quality, like Li Yueqiu's Willow Branch, which has the Seek ability. Shao-Chi, despite being a white quality item, possessed a skill because its original level was far above green tier before it was damaged, so it's not surprising that it gained a skill after being repaired. Even though the skill's cooldown is 3 hours, it's still better than the parasitic spores, which take a whole day to recharge. The large cluster of vines, stunned by the recent attack, remained dazed for quite a while, unable to recover. They thrived on fire and avoided water, but were especially vulnerable to the cold. As they advanced on the players, they deliberately steered clear of their frozen, statue-like kin. Noticing this, Zuo Cheng'an simply led Mo Do into the midst of the ice sculptures. As expected, the remaining vines hesitated, no longer surging forward in a frenzy. Instead, they lingered at the edge, torn between their mother's command and their own instincts, caught in a clear struggle. Zuo Cheng'an wasn't about to give them a chance to regroup. With a swift slash, his still-chilled 7-foot blade fresh from casting Frost Shadow Moon unleashed a wave of magic attacks on the vines. Notifications rang out. Mantle Vine defeated X1. Mantle Vine defeated X1. The kills came in rapid succession. Unlike their mother, the Crimson Mantle Vine, these were just juvenile vines, simply called Mantle Vines. Remembering Tan Huihui's earlier disappointment, Zuo Cheng'an realized she had tried to list Mantle Vine as the name of the monster for Basic Task 2, only to have the system promptly mark it incorrect. After all, if you could clear a level 3 dungeon just by killing a random minion, it would be too easy. With the frozen barrier in place, the remaining 30 minutes should have been less stressful, but the growing discomfort in his body slowed his movements. Soon, his stomach cramped violently, and, just like Yang Yi, he coughed up several thin vine tendrils. The external threat was under control, but a new danger was just beginning to take hold from within. Catalyzed by the Crimson Mantle Vine, the spores inside the players developed rapidly. Countless tiny mantle vines, invisible to the naked eye, were hatching within their bodies, devouring their flesh and blood to fuel their own growth. Glancing over at Yang Yi, Zuo Cheng'an saw mature mantle vines sprouting from several parts of his body, turning him into a virtual patch of greenery. Tan Huihui was in much the same state. Meanwhile, Zheng Rin, Qian Xiang, and Li Yueqiu had started to cough up small tendrils as well. Fighting through the pain, Tan Huihui shouted, 15 minutes until the dungeon closes. She had to remind everyone. With the external vines weakened by the cold, every player's contribution to their defensive line was crucial. If anyone's resolve broke and they gave up hope, the pressure on the rest would skyrocket and her own chances of survival would drop even further. She didn't want to die. Only 15 minutes left. Expressionless, Zhuo yanked a vine that had burrowed out from his wrist and gripped it tightly. Mantle Vine defeated X1. If he survived this dungeon, the stat points, credits, and skills would all be his spoils. When the Great Purge came, he would snap Crimson Eye's neck and turn it into Spicy Rabbit Head. If he didn't make it, he'd be stuck in the game forever, just another NPC in some dungeon. 10 minutes to go. Several vines, as thick as chopsticks, burst from Zheng Ren's calves and quickly vanished into the ground. At the same time, beneath the skin of Li Yuiqi's exposed abdomen, a dozen underdeveloped mantle vines could be seen writhing. They crawled between skin and muscle, each slight movement sending waves of pain through her body. When humans skin livestock, they at least kill them first, but these monsters had no such mercy, forcing their living hosts to experience the agony of being flayed alive. Li Yuiqi had become numb from the pain, finally realizing that the cramps she used to complain about during her period were nothing in comparison. The real torment came from the mantle vines slithering beneath her skin, occasionally bursting through to peek outside. She had long lost count of how many vines Shed managed to pull out, but the pain still clung to her relentlessly. Clearly, the ones Shed removed were just a drop in the bucket compared to what remained inside. Zhuo Cheng'an would also yank out any small mantle vines that surfaced and crush them, but his actions were much rougher, provoking the rest of the vines inside. They seemed to unite, no longer content to just tunnel through flesh, but instead burrowing towards vital organs in the abdominal cavity. The vines that once tormented Yang Yi had acted the same way compared to internal injuries. Surface wounds felt insignificant. Most people, if given a choice between being slashed with a knife or enduring a day of kidney stone pain, would pick the former without hesitation. Zhuo Cheng'an could distinctly feel one mature mantle vine ignoring its usual path downward, instead boring straight for his heart. A vine at full maturity was several times more destructive than its juvenile counterparts. If left unchecked, it could sap most of his heart in under 3 minutes. That was why, after the mantle vines outside lost their activity, everyone prioritized purging the ones inside their bodies rather than pushing forward. If the vines were left to grow unchecked, within half an hour, a healthy adult would be reduced to nothing but bones. Thankfully, the tiny juvenile vines too small to see with the naked eye weren't strong enough to cause immediate harm and could be ignored for now. The focus had to be on the thicker, chopstick-sized vines, which posed a real threat. Otherwise, before the scenario even ended, Zhuo Cheng'an might die from having his heart completely drained by the mantle vine. He tensed every muscle, trying to restrict the vine's movement and slow their progress toward his vital spots, while focusing on the one that had already reached the area around his aorta. It was both simple and difficult. He could feel exactly where the vine was. All he had to do was tear open his skin and pry apart his ribs to get it out. That's exactly what Zhuo Cheng'an did. With blood and bits of flesh covering him, he reached into the gaping wound in his chest and pulled out the writhing creature. In just a single breath, the flesh clinging to the vine shriveled and dried up, crumbling into blackish red powder on the ground. The energy in the tissue completely drained. After crushing the vine, Zhuo Cheng'an grew unsteady from blood loss. He quickly reached for his waist, opened his thermos, and gulped down several mouthfuls of tomato sauce to stop the bleeding. Although the tomato sauce could heal wounds, it wasn't recognized by the system on its own. Only items stored in inventory tools could be brought into the scenario and used. The food and water Tin Wehuis group relied on were also packed in spatial containers before being stored in their system backpacks. After gulping down several mouthfuls of ketchup, the gaping, bleeding wound in Zhuo Cheng'an's chest began to heal. The various tissues quickly reconnected, and a thin scab formed over the surface, stopping the bleeding. But it wasn't over, yet there were still 3 minutes left before the instance closed. 2 more mature mantle vines, following their mother's command, moved through Zhuo Cheng'an's body. The freshly formed scab was torn open again. Zhuo Cheng'an reached into the wound, searching around until he grabbed hold of one vine that had already burrowed deep into his lung and yanked it out. When he went for the second one, his movement slowed. Though the left side of his lung had only been invaded for less than half a minute, it was already badly shriveled and had lost its function. Now, every breath sent waves of pain through his chest. Realizing there were only a little over 2 minutes left, he decided to stop breathing altogether. During the final countdown, Zhuo Cheng'an glanced at the others' conditions. If not for their familiar clothes, he wouldn't have recognized the 2 shriveled figures beside him as Li Yuiqi and Zheng Ren. At this point, the only thing separating them from the villagers of Shenyang village was that they still had skin and bones left. Though they were still breathing, death was close, and unconsciousness even closer. In the last 10 seconds, Zhuo Cheng'an forced a mouthful of ketchup into each of them. doing everything he could to keep them conscious so they could use their points to heal their injuries after the settlement. If they lost consciousness at the last moment, they would miss this crucial chance for treatment. Using an item or relying on natural healing might waste a life-saving tool or leave hidden ailments, but point-based treatment after the instance was by far the most reliable option. As the final 5 seconds ticked by, Cheng'an looked up at the hill where the main body of the Crimson Mantle Vine was rooted, memorizing its number. If he didn't dig up the Crimson Mantle Vine and freeze it into an ice sculpture one day, he swore he'd change his surname. In most cases, players are only allowed to enter a dungeon once, whether it's for the main quest or a side quest. This rule is meant to prevent certain players from repeatedly challenging the dungeon to grab resources that should go to others, and to stop people from exploiting bugs for unfair gains. After all, the number of free attribute points available in each dungeon is limited. The first 100 players to clear a dungeon will always receive attribute points, regardless of their score. Those ranked between 200 and 250 might need a higher rating to earn attribute points, while players who finish after rank 280 or even beyond 300 can only earn points, not attribute bonuses. If a player wants to re-enter a completed dungeon, they must use a team-up card, enter the dungeon code, and invite friends to join their team. The team-up card is designed for those who have regrets in a particular dungeon. Maybe they just missed completing a task, lost out on an item by a narrow margin, or, like Zuo Cheng'an, developed a grudge against a boss and won't be satisfied until they defeat it. After a 10-second countdown, the familiar sensation of weightlessness from teleportation arrived. The system announced, "You have earned 400 points plus a bonus 180. The level 2 dungeon caps at 200 points, but the strength score doubles your reward. Both you and your companion, Madu, have sustained physical injuries. Would you like to spend 20 points to recover?" The moment Zuo Cheng'an confirmed, his body riddled with holes from the mantle vine was instantly restored. Any spores still inside him, and the juvenile mantle vines that had already hatched were cleared away, leaving him feeling completely refreshed. After deducting the 20 points for healing, he had earned a total of 560 points from this run, adding to his previous savings of 85, making a total of 645 points. Clearly, earning points through dungeon runs was much more efficient than trying to start a business in the safe zone. Still, what Zuo Cheng'an cared about most was the free attribute points. The game compensates players who suffered mishaps in dungeons, allowing them to claim all eligible rewards at once. For the level 2 Xianyang Resort dungeon, he expected the strength rating due to completing the hidden quest. Surprisingly, he also earned a B rating in the following level 3 dungeon. Zuo Cheng'an hadn't expected more than a C or C, but thinking back, he had reached an unexplored mountain peak, found what seemed to be the entrance to the Crimson Mantle Vine's lair, and completed the second main task. With all the hidden bonuses from map and story exploration, AB rating actually made sense. Setting aside his curiosity about how the ratings were calculated, Zuo Cheng'an turned his attention to how he should allocate his 28 free attribute points. The player, Zuo Cheng'an, was checking his status panel. Spirit, 62,100. Constitution, 19. Strength, 20. Speed, 13. In his inventory were a few ordinary items: night vision goggles white, a stick of dried mutton, a thermos white, and a small throwing stone. The small throwing stone was already 87.53 damaged. Additionally, he had mastered several skills: True Sight, Parasitic Spores, and Frost Shadow Moon. The attribute cap for the first tier was 30 points. Zuo Cheng'an decided to boost his strength first, but when he raised it to 26, a sudden, intense cramping pain shot through his entire body. Realizing the issue, he quickly allocated 2 points to Constitution, which finally eased the pain. This experience taught him that attribute points needed to be distributed. Even Lai couldn't afford to focus on one while neglecting the others. With the upcoming grand cleanup taking place in a massive instance that could hold over 100,000 players, speed would be crucial for survival. Without hesitation, Zuo Cheng'an distributed his remaining 20 points as follows: Speed 15, raising it to 28. Constitution 3. Strength 2. His final stats were Constitution, 24. Strength, 28. Speed, 28. After the instance settlement, the system presented 2 options: return to the instance lobby or go straight home. Zuo Cheng'an chose the latter without hesitation. With a faint pulling sensation, he and Mo Do returned to their familiar small apartment. After tending to Mo Do's injuries, which cost 20 points, half of which were Mo Do's share, Zuo Cheng'an added some fresh hay to the feed bin. He lay down on his bed and began planning his next steps. The instance, which was supposed to take 10 days, had been cleared in just 4, leaving him with 6 extra days to prepare. He planned to use this time to run a simple large hostile creature instance, which would not only provide nutrients for his spores, but also earn him enough points to max out his stats. Soon, the tension that had built up over time faded, and Zuo Cheng'an fell into a deep sleep. Mo Do, having finished the last bite of hay, yawned and found a comfortable spot on the bed to curl up. Meanwhile, the instance lobby was in an uproar. As Zuo Cheng'an was settling his rewards, the announcement for a first clear sounded 6 times in a row. Even more astonishing, during the fourth announcement, it was still the same 6 names, but this time they had cleared a level 3 instance, Bloodthirsty Scarlet Vine. Such a feat. One group achieving the first clear of 2 instances in a row was extremely rare in the history of the instance lobby. The sudden appearance of both a level 2 and a level 3 instance immediately made people suspect that one had upgraded in the middle of the run. While the prospect of earning rewards from 2 instances at once was incredibly tempting, the increased difficulty was intimidating. With abrupt rule changes, stronger monsters, and even drastically different instance mechanics, a single misstep could mean not only missing out on both sets of rewards, but also risking your life. News of this spread quickly and caught the attention of the 3 major guilds in Safe Zone 7. Guild members sprang into action, rushing to add the players who had cleared the instance to their friend lists, eager to get exclusive, first-hand strategies. Instances upgrading mid-run were extremely rare, and successful clears were even more so. The recent failed joint attempt by the Xiaoya and Breaking Waves guilds to beat the level 3 instance, No Escape, was still fresh in everyone's minds. That was why the news of a successful clear of a level 3 instance, just when players were on the verge of despair after a massive wipe, was like a shot of adrenaline, reviving morale across the board. For the veteran Safe Zone 1, a first clear of a level 3 instance wasn't much to talk about after all. They had more level 3 instances than Safe Zone 7 had level 1s, with their own level 3 instances numbered well into the 40,000s. That was the kind of foundation an old Safe Zone possessed. At the Xiaoya Guild's base, when Jingliang received orders from his superiors and immediately set about adding each player who had cleared the Blood Red Vines instance to his friend list. While a level 2 instance wasn't worth Xiaoya's attention, a level 3 was a different story. The attribute points and items produced by level 3 instances were the building blocks of a major guild. Having the strategy for a level 3 instance meant gaining another valuable resource node. Even though Safe Zone 7's level 3 instances were numbered past 1,000, only a little over 900 players had actually cleared one. After dividing them among the 3 major guilds and several strong minor guilds, Xiaoya Guild only held strategies for just over 200 level 3 instances. What's more, many of those instances had already given out all their free attribute points and could now only provide points, making them practically useless. Only a few instances with fixed item drops were still worth clearing. Going after the others was just a waste of time and effort. Now, with the strategy for an unopened level 3 instance up for grabs, not only were the 3 major guilds eager, but several ambitious minor guilds were also gearing up to make their bids. The competition was intense. When Jingliang took a deep breath and opened the list his guild leader had given him, copied directly from the instance hall's broadcast, so there was no risk of any errors. He knew other guilds were doing the same thing, so every second counted. He picked a player at random and sent a friend request. In the Safe Zone, all you needed to add someone as a friend was their name. To avoid harassment, many veteran players would use aliases and instances instead of their real names. Whether this actually protected their privacy was debatable, but it definitely led to plenty of awkward moments, confessions sent to the wrong person, revenge attempts gone astray, and other classic mix-ups. Tan Huihui, Yang Yi, and Qian Xiang were members of the Breaking Waves Guild, and as a rival, when Jingliang wasn't about to look for trouble. Among the remaining 3, he carefully chose and sent a friend request to Zuo Cheng'an. When Jingliang stared at Zuo Cheng'an's ranking information on the screen in disbelief was only in the first tier, he frowned. Players in the first tier usually had to tread carefully even in regular level 2 instances, let alone a level 3 one. He figured this guy must have tagged along with some powerful player from his batch. Despite his doubts, when Jingliang still pressed the Add Friend button. After carefully explaining his intentions in the verification message, he immediately started reaching out to other players who had cleared the instance. But the more profiles he checked, the more shocked he became. Every single one of them was from the first tier, with a couple who hadn't even reached the rankings at all. This can't be, there's just no way. When Jingliang quickly grabbed his glass of cold water, trying to calm himself down. As an old player who had survived in the Safe Zone for 6 years, had seen plenty of bizarre things, but this situation felt unreal. He suspected other guilds were just as stunned right now. After adding all the players he could, it was time for negotiations. As long as he offered the right price, he could buy the information about the Crimson Ghostvine instance. As for whether the intel was genuine, when Jingliang wasn't worried. In this world, selling false information was even more despised than murder. If someone was caught faking intel, the punishment was brutal. First, they'd be dragged into an instance and beaten until they were half dead, then forced to spend all their points on healing. As soon as they managed to save up a few more points, the cycle would repeat until the attackers were satisfied. In the end, the offender would be tossed into a new, dangerous instance as cannon fodder. Even if the liar died, other players would shun anyone associated with them. In the world of instances, such people were destined to be outcasts. Fake intel was a line no one dared to cross. When Jingliang's guess was right, the leadership of the Breaking Waves Guild was equally stunned. 3 of their first-tier players had actually cleared a level 3 instance. As for why only 3 out of 4 returned, or how the missing one had died, those details weren't their main concern right now. Members of the Polong Guild were desperate to obtain intel on the Crimson Vine instance before Xia Guild did, and they were even willing to offer generous terms in exchange. 30% of future raid profits, a 40 square meter permanent residence, and the choice of any 2 green quality items from their warehouse. The value of just the residence and the items exceeded 21,000 points, which was already on par with the going rate for a full strategy guide for a level 3 instance. Of all the tempting rewards, the residence was certainly eye-catching after all. A 40 square meter home was worth at least 20,000 points, but in reality, the green quality items, each worth no more than 1,000 points on the open market, were actually the most valuable part. Finding an item that truly fit your needs was nearly impossible unless you spent every day scouring the marketplace. But the guild's warehouse contained over 1,000 green quality items, so there was bound to be something suitable. With the right gear, running future instances would be much easier. In this game, points were ultimately just numbers. While points could exempt you from the weekly instance, they couldn't save you from the major purges that happened every few years. In the end, it was attribute points and personal strength that were the real foundation for survival. Yang Yi was tempted by the rewards the guild offered, but he didn't let greed cloud his judgment. All he could really share was the rafting route through the canyon, the edibility of the meals, and the types of main resources found in the old Xiangyang Resort instance. But since Xiangyang Resort had now become the level 3 Crimson Vine, the information he had was essentially worthless. As for the Crimson Vine itself, he knew even less, just that he suspected the vine's scent was how the monsters parasitized players, and that the scent inhaled might be triggered by certain mists. He had no idea about the conditions for unlocking the most valuable hidden quests. Even if he tried to pad out his intel with basic and advanced quest details from the old instance, it still wouldn't fill a sticky note. With such scan information, even if the guild was willing to pay as if had given them a complete level 3 strategy, Yang Yi didn't dare accept, worried they might set him up during a future raid. So, faced with the generous offer, Yang Yi could only reply honestly, if a bit regretfully. We only spent a day in the Crimson Vine instance before all the villagers went mad and attacked the players. If I had to sum it up, the key to surviving Crimson Vine is wear a gas mask, keep breathing, and don't stop. Aside from the first sentence, this so-called advice could apply to 99.99% of instances in the game, making it pretty much useless. The higher-ups at Polong Guild could only wave them away and tell Yang Yes Group to do their own thing. In their view, even their own top 3 ladder players had come up empty-handed. So the other 3 who probably just got lucky likely had even less to offer than Yang Yi and Tan Huihui. With the next major purge looming, it wasn't worth wasting manpower chasing rumors. It made more sense to focus on quickly clearing task-type instances with known strategies. By this time, Wen Jingliang had already exchanged contact info with Li Yueqiu and Zheng Run, but after questioning them, he still came away with very little. Still, piecing together the scattered bits of information, Wen Jingliang was able to form a rough picture of what was happening inside the instance. He mentally marked several locations that might hold important clues, for example, the farmland beneath a house covered in vines, or the hilltops dotted with various collectible items. When Jingliang had a hunch, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren weren't telling him everything they knew. Although he offered more points in exchange for extra information, the 2 players refused to say more, insisting he should buy the rest from a player named Zuo Cheng'an, since their information originally came from him. If anyone was to sell it, it should be Zuo Cheng'an. They confidently assured Wen Jingliang that he'd get exactly what he wanted from Zuo Cheng'an. Wen Jingliang was skeptical but couldn't verify this right away. Zuo Cheng'an hadn't accepted his friend request yet. Was his message too blunt? Maybe he sounded superior? Should he have added a friendly emoji? 10 hours later, Zuo Cheng'an dragged himself out of bed. The first thing he did was spit out a mouthful of dog hair, and the second was to check the time. Great, I've almost slept a full cycle, he thought. He noticed a pile of unread messages in his private chats and opened them out of habit. First up was the small group chat with Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu. After clearing the Crimson Vines dungeon, they'd maxed out their attribute points and, barely pausing to rest, had hurried off together to challenge the Tower of Ascension. Their status still showed them inside a dungeon impressive. They were certainly motivated. With the attribute points from both a level 3 and a level 2 dungeon, their stats would be maxed out. Taking those stats into a level 1 tower dungeon, as long as they avoided puzzles that required real brain power, the survival, battle royale, and mindless monster fighting dungeons would be a breeze. They could clear them with their eyes closed. As for the little flying stone head lent Li Yueqiu, she hadn't taken it with her. Instead, she had stored it in a shopping center locker, retrievable with a pickup code. Zuo Cheng'an made a note of the code, planning to grab it later when he went to buy feed for Mo Do. Head underestimated Mo Do's appetite. What he thought would last half a month was nearly gone after just a week. Besides the group chat, there were also messages from Yulu. Shed sent Zuo Cheng'an updates on all the major and minor happenings in the safe zone over the past few days, just as had requested. Zuo Cheng'an worried that Head miss important news while stuck in dungeons for long stretches, so Head specifically asked Yulu to keep an eye out. She was basically his living newspaper. This was also a main source of income for Yulu, Tian Wenliang, and the other kids in the safe zone. Otherwise, just guiding newcomers wouldn't earn them enough points to cover the weekly dungeon entry fee, let alone buy food. Many players had arrangements like Zuo Cheng'an's. If it weren't for the group size limit imposed on low-level players, someone as capable as Tian Wenliang could have created a massive safe zone daily group, rallying the kids to help everyone get out of poverty. Tian Wenliang was already doing well. Rumor had it Head reached the first tier of the tower, and the day he could start that daily news group wasn't far off. There were updates about the market. Recovery items were getting more expensive, and stealth items were in short supply. Some enterprising players were hiring third-tier tower players at high prices to protect their families. The Breaking Waves Guild had formed a special operations team for the upcoming cleansing period, and all the major guilds were rushing dungeons, squeezing everyone's room for survival. Zuo Cheng'an scrolled through the recent messages at his own pace, calculating that there were just 5 days left until the big cleansing. His backpack was still loaded with recovery items Head gathered from the mountains, but since he only needed ketchup to heal, he had no use for the rest. This was the perfect time to sell them at a high price and make some quick profit. But he didn't have time to haggle with individual buyers, and selling the whole batch to an item dealer would mean getting undercut. After some thought, he messaged Yulu, briefly explaining he wanted her to consign the items for him. She readily agreed. If there was one thing the kids weren't short on, it was manpower. They weren't afraid of hard work, only of not having enough to do. With so many players having children to avoid dungeons, the number just kept growing. A safe environment, balanced nutrition, even entertainment, this kind of quality of life was unimaginable for players who struggled just to survive in the game. Without real skills, the only way to maintain this lifestyle is to keep having children, one after another. These babies are put through assembly line education and eventually sent into various safe zones as players. The child gang that Tian Wenliang easily gathered, with more than 100 kids, is proof of this. In Safe Zone 7, there are many such groups, but Tian Wenliang's is the most successful, and the children under him have the highest survival rate. The influence of the Safe Zone daily shouldn't be underestimated either, with over 1,000 subscribers. After arranging a meeting place with Yulu, Zuo Cheng'an took Mo Do out to shop. Although there was still some ketchup left from the last dungeon, he decided to prepare more just in case, filling up his thermos as a precaution. If he ran into another disgusting monster like the mantle vine, he would at least have the resources to hold out. After handing the collected items to Yulu for sale, Zuo Cheng'an picked up a small flying stone at the mall, finished his shopping, and went home to refill his thermos. Only then did he have time to browse the market. As he walked around, he realized the daily reports had been rather conservative. Prices for recovery and stealth items had skyrocketed, and in fact, all kinds of items were much more expensive. It seemed that everyone was trying to make as much profit as possible, setting up stalls with the hope of catching desperate buyers. Unless someone urgently needed something, who would buy items at these prices? The only people paying were those who desperately needed a specific item. Zuo Cheng'an spotted a white quality hat priced at 380 points. After checking his balance, he only had 642 points left. After his shopping spree, decided not to buy the hat, even though it could lower his chances of being detected by monsters. For 380 points, he could have bought a decent green quality item, or even a skill card if he was lucky. While checking his balance, Zuo Cheng'an noticed 17 pending friend requests in the corner of the interface. Limo's first ladder, a friend request from the Carrier Pigeon Guild. Zhang Miao Miao hadn't climbed the ladder yet, but there was a request from the Blossoms Guild. Lu Tai hadn't climbed the ladder yet, but there was a request from the Yinzhou Guild. One player, Wen Jingliang, had even sent 6 requests in a row, each one more humble and sincere than the last. The player panel had a design flaw. The friend request notifications were tucked away in a corner, easy to miss unless you specifically checked. Zuo Cheng'an scrolled through the list and confirmed he didn't know any of them. Remembering how someone had tried to add him before to buy strategies, he guessed these people had found his name from dungeon clear records and wanted to buy information. Realizing this, Zuo Cheng'an started picking potential partners. You can never have too many points, and since he had information to sell, he wasn't going to miss this opportunity. Buyers wouldn't want the same information sold to others, so he might even need a game-certified contract to ensure both sides kept their word. Since it was a one-time deal, he was determined to set a price he was satisfied with. Zuo Cheng'an carefully reviewed the information in his hands. Just knowing the name of the vine monster alone was enough to drive the price sky high. Added to that were the methods to boost physical stats using woodworms, the location of the spider on the mountain peak, details about the mine, and most importantly the revelation that the vine's fragrance was actually a lethal spore. The value of this intel was far beyond what a small guild could afford. After some serious consideration, he narrowed his options down to 2 guilds, Carrier Pigeon Guild, which specialized in trading information, and Dawn Moon Guild, one of the 3 major guilds in Safe Zone number 7. In the end, Wen Jingliang, who had eagerly sent him 6 friend requests, managed to win Zuo Cheng'an's favor. He chose Dawnmoon Guild over Carrier Pigeon Guild mainly because he worried he wouldn't be able to get a good price from professional information brokers. As soon as he accepted the friend request, Wen Jingliang messaged him immediately, as if had been waiting in front of his screen for this very moment. Wen Jingliang. Hello, I'm Wen Jingliang from Dawnmoon Guild ID. Like to discuss information about the level 3 dungeon. Crimson Ghost Vine. The price is definitely negotiable. Cat Boeing handshake flowers. Zwichingon couldn't help but frown. Can you drop the tildes and weird filler words? Wen Jingliang. No problem. Cat bowing. Zwichingon thought about saying something regarding the excessive emojis, but in the end, he just let out a helpless sigh. Whatever, head respect the other guy's habits. Zwichingon, I have the information you want. You probably already know about the 3 tasks in the dungeon, right? I have the Vine monster's name, a way to gain physical attribute points, a possible location for the final boss, and is that enough? Wen Jingliang, sitting in his office chair, was so shocked he nearly slid right off. This intel was far more valuable than had expected. In survival-type dungeons like Crimson Ghost Vine, managing to complete even one task while making it out alive was already pushing the limit. Just the Vine monster's name alone might cost dozens of lives to uncover. These crucial details were like the distilled answers to a complex math problem, seemingly simple, but paid for in blood. When Jingliang understood the weight of this information. For instance, in the level 3 dungeon No Way Out, finding the key to the escape pod storage was a matter of life and death. Searching blindly on a cruise ship the size of a small city would likely get you killed long before you found it. But with the exact location, you could avoid needless sacrifice. Seeing the amount of information Zwichingon was willing to reveal, when Jingliang realized this wasn't something that could be hashed out over a simple text chat. Every word could mean life or death for an entire team. He immediately suggested meeting in person to discuss the details face to face. But Zwichingon quickly glanced at his private chat window, tapping lightly on the screen. Sorry, I'm at the dungeon lobby right now and just found a good run. It's almost full. Let's talk in 2 days since I'm inside a dungeon. It shouldn't take too long in the safe zone. Huh. When Jingliang hurriedly replied. Then about the intel, can you hold off on selling it to anyone else? I promise I'll give you a great price. Don't worry. There are a dozen guilds trying to contact me, but you're the only one I've added. Zwichingon replied with a slight smirk. After all, when Jingliang was the biggest catch head set his sights on. Great. That's a relief. Good luck in the dungeon. When Jingliang sent a puppy waving goodbye meme right after. In this game, players inside a dungeon can't chat privately with those outside, a basic etiquette measure. The dungeon Zwichingon had his eye on was a rare, high-quality one, short duration, survival-based main quest, and great living conditions. Whenever this kind of dungeon appeared, it would fill up within 2 minutes. This time, there were still open spots for 2 main reasons. First, this dungeon had a high serial number and hadn't been publicly mapped out by the Xia Guild yet. Second, it required an unusually large group, 32 people to start. Some Xia Guild members were already inside, scrambling to fill the team, which gave Zwichingon the opening he needed. This is too good to miss, Zwichingon thought. Points can be earned slowly, but right before the big sweep, chances to power up don't come often. He and Mo quickly stepped into the portal. Soon after, a few obvious newbies were coaxed in by veteran players, and the group quickly reached 32. The dungeon launched immediately. The system interface popped up with the mission details. Dungeon, Herbivore Free-Range Zone. Objective, survive until the end of the dungeon. Interact with at least 5 herbivores. 05. Duration, 2 in-game days. Background, the Midnight Zoo is about to open its herbivore zone, inviting 32 lucky guests for an exclusive preview. The rules followed. 1. No carnivores are allowed in the area. If you spot a carnivore or see blood on a herbivore's mouth, report it to a keeper immediately. 2. The zone is open from 8 to 1600 hours. Staying outside these hours is forbidden. 3. Activities are restricted to the herbivore area. Entering other zones is prohibited. 4. Keepers are on duty from 10 to 1300 hours only. During this time, you may seek help, and only during these hours are keepers considered trustworthy. A friendly reminder was highlighted. Care for the animals though, not feed them on your own. Zoo-themed dungeons weren't uncommon in the game. There were dozens at every level, most of them falling into the rules horror category. The instance that Zwichingon entered was no exception to the rule. However, compared to advanced instances with a dozen or more complicated rules that required repeated study to memorize, the rules in the herbivore free-range zone were much simpler. As a level 1 instance, the simplicity of the rules was almost a relief. Another important reason he chose this instance was the abundance of herbivores inside, which could provide ample energy, highly beneficial for cultivating his spores. He was especially intrigued by the 3 elephants he had seen in the promotional images, and the thought of encountering them filled him with anticipation for the adventure ahead. As the sensation of weightlessness from teleportation gradually faded, Zwichingon opened his eyes and found himself sitting by the window on a bus that hadn't started yet. The bus door was right in front of him, and beside him, Mo sat on the aisle seat. Scattered around the bus were more than 30 other players. The space felt roomy, with plenty of empty seats left. Judging by the number of seats, the bus could probably hold 40 or 50 players in total. Like most players, Zuo Cheng'an's first instinct was to survey his surroundings. He turned his head, taking in the unfamiliar scene. Other players were also busy looking around. Aside from a few newcomers and veteran players holding strategy guides, most people were carefully studying the interior of the bus. We made it. We made it. There have been so many instance launches lately, it's hard to keep up. I heard the great cleanup is about to begin, and everyone's scrambling to power up. It's hilarious. Everyone's turning into a textbook example of last-minute panic. Have you heard which instances the great cleanup will happen in? Let me know. I've got my cameras ready to switch over. Not yet. Whether those instances open or not is up to Taming technology. At most, they'll set up a platform so we can watch how creatures in other worlds play the survival game. Exactly. Do you really think spectators can influence how the game plays out? They've even limited the number of cameras in each instance to keep us from being discovered. The advanced instances have even stricter entry barriers to prevent players from our side from getting involved. Did you forget about that mass suicide incident caused by players illegally watching advanced instances? Right? As if we could actually influence the game's direction. We're nowhere close. But I heard there have been some preliminary results, some progress, but nothing's been made public. I wish I could get into the game myself, use items to break my physical limits, maybe even extend my lifespan. Why should such a good thing be handed over to those lowly pigs? Taming technology is infuriating. Yeah, who wouldn't want that? Such a golden opportunity, and Taming technology just handed it over so easily. It's a shame they got all the benefits. Originally, Zuo Cheng'an had planned to gather information about the great cleanup instances here, but instead he overheard something even more explosive. These players weren't the masterminds had imagined, they were uninvited spectators. What's more, it turned out that Taming technology from another world was pulling the strings behind this game. He couldn't help but wonder, how did this survival game that forced humans to participate actually come from? What was its purpose? If this was a game, then it must have an end, so what were the conditions for it to finish? Was the world survival game a rare opportunity for humanity, or a disaster? Taming technology clearly saw this as a disaster, otherwise they wouldn't have gone to such lengths to drag in a scapegoat to take their place in the game. That scapegoat was none other than the human world to which Zuo Cheng'an belonged. Although some comments in the live chat expressed envy at humanity's chance to break through their limits and ascend to godhood, these voices were in the minority. Most viewers, with a sense of superiority, dismissed humans as nothing more than unlucky victims, mere scapegoats. It was clear they understood the heavy burden humanity had been forced to bear. At that moment, the tightly closed doors at the front and rear of the bus slowly opened. A female NPC, dressed in a uniform labeled Midnight Zoo, boarded the bus. She glanced around at the players, lingering a moment on Mudu, who was panting with his tongue out, before coming to a stop beside him. Zuo Cheng'an saw clearly that the NPC was secretly scratching Mudu's chin. Meanwhile, the bus built-in digital clock above the windshield displayed 10 a.m. Although this NPC was just a character in the scenario, her quality was clearly far superior to the disposable villagers from Xiangyang village, who were merely fodder for the vines. Those villagers' bodies were propped up by mantle vines. Strictly speaking, they weren't even human and couldn't be influenced by Muda's skill. Dogs are man's best friend. In contrast, this female NPC was within the skill's effect range. Her movements and subtle facial expressions were almost indistinguishable from a real person. Yet, on closer inspection, it was still clear she wasn't truly alive. The woman cleared her throat, picked up a clipboard, and spoke respectfully. "Good morning, esteemed passengers. I am a keeper at the Midnight Zoo. Over the next 2 days, if you encounter any issues, please feel free to come to me or my colleagues during working hours. Now, they'll begin roll call." Her voice echoed through the bus as she started reading names. Wang Yuwei, Qi Yun, Hu Jin, Zhou Longmao. Enough already. What do we have to do for you to let us out? A middle-aged man with a square face suddenly stood up, pointing at the keeper at the front and shouting loudly. The roll call was interrupted. The keeper stopped and turned to stare at him. The young man sitting next to him quickly tried to calm him down. "Dad, please. We've been pulled into a survival game. I swear on my 2,000 hours of reading experience. People die in these games if they're not careful. I'm not joking with you." The man waved him off dismissively, his face full of disbelief. "Impossible. You're young, you don't understand how dangerous society is. There are criminals everywhere these days. You have to stay alert. Before, we were in the mountains, so even if we tried to run, we wouldn't get far. Now it's different. Look outside, we're in the city. Listen to me. As soon as we get off, we'll grab a taxi and leave." The boy could only sigh and prepare to use his skills, considering just putting his father to sleep again. Even though his father had seen his personal stats panel and even received items from the newbie pack, he still insisted on contradicting his son, claiming they'd been kidnapped and sold to the mountains, simply because his son had been the first to say it was a survival game. It was as if denying others somehow made him seem more capable. But when he retorted, asking what kind of mountain village would buy two burly grown men. Were they overflowing with food or just itching for a beating? His father smoothly changed his story. He insisted they were still in the real world and had actually been selected by some unscrupulous reality show, making them the unwitting stars of a prank program, with everyone around them just hired actors. Hidden cameras were supposedly capturing their every move, while the production crew laughed at their embarrassment. In a way, this explanation wasn't entirely off the mark. There's actually a hothead in this instance? That's rare. How did he even survive the beginner levels? We should appreciate this. People like him are practically endangered species. Usually, you only see them in level 1 or the tutorial. I know this guy was like this in the beginner instance too. His son, worried head messed things up, used a skill to knock him out, and carried him all the way to the end. Somehow, they both survived. Wow, what a dutiful son. Haven't seen one of those in years. I've got to watch this. If it were me, I'd be the first to cut loose anyone dragging me down. But I guess that's just how it is in low-level worlds. Simple creatures, still caught up in their feelings. Makes sense. The boy was at a loss, unsure how to explain their current situation to his contrarian father. He glanced at himself then, barely 15 or 16, still wearing pajamas emblazoned with a popular anime character, clearly pulled into the game straight from home, and, because he was looking after his father, never got a chance to change into something more practical. Seeing the man still clamoring to get off the bus, the boy kept pleading, "Dad, please sit down. Even if you've never read a novel, you've heard the stories, right? Anyone who breaks the game's rules ends up dying horribly. Really horribly. You're wrong. You don't understand," the man said miserably, pushing the boy back into his seat and making his way to the driver's area, as if he intended to open the door himself. The boy jumped up, rushed after him, grabbed his arm, and patted his own chest. "Dad, please, trust me. Just listen to me. There's no good outcome if you don't follow the game's rules. I've spent 2,000 hours reading over 600 books to learn this." But the man acted as if he hadn't heard a word, standing at the front of the bus, full of bluster. One man with the presence of 30 ranting nonstop. His main point, he wanted off the bus. The driver ignored him, and so did the NPC caretaker. Of course, Cheng'an wouldn't miss out on such a commotion, but from his seat, he could only see the driver's head, and the caretaker NPC showed no reaction at all. It was obvious the man was a textbook contrarian. No matter who was talking or how much experience they had always insist they were wrong, argue back immediately, and believe only his own ideas were correct. Sometimes, had even tried to force others to agree with him, and if they didn't, he'd turn on them in an instant. The most frustrating part was that people like this usually had a friend with no backbone, who just went along with everything. Yes, of course, like a servant. Cheng'an suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the boy. Having a family member like that must make life unimaginably hard. At 15 or 16, the age when you're supposed to be full of energy, was forced to keep his head down because of his father. It was heartbreaking. And to think, he managed to clear the beginner level and find out about the safe zone, all while dragging his father along. On the bus, the other players were starting to get impatient. It looked like someone might snap at any moment. Chaos erupted inside the bus. A burly man was standing in the aisle, insisting on taking the driver's seat, which drew the passengers' ire. "We're in a dungeon. Delaying departure will mess up the whole run. Stop yelling and sit down already." He should have been eliminated in the newbie round. How is he still alive? The reactions varied. Some hurled insults, cursing the man, while others tried to reason with him, hoping he'd just return to his seat. But this stubborn troublemaker paid no heed, only growing more determined to seize control of the bus. Just then, a quick-thinking boy activated his skill. The man suddenly staggered and collapsed heavily to the floor. With a dull thud, the chaos finally subsided. The boy dragged the unconscious man back to his seat, apologizing profusely along the way. "Sorry, everyone. Sorry for the trouble. I'll make sure to give my useless old man a good lesson later." It turned out the man had made it through the newbie round, but only because he'd been knocked out by skills the whole time and never accepted the reality of the situation. With the disruption over, the caretaker NPC resumed roll call. This time, no one interrupted. As the engine roared to life, the bus finally set off. Once the ride had settled into a steady rhythm, applause suddenly broke out from the back. A player stood up and said, "Sorry to interrupt, everyone." He brought up his personal panel, displaying the Xiaoya Guild emblem. "I'm Zhou Longmao from Xiaoya Guild. If you follow our lead, I can't promise we'll all make it out with full rewards, but I can at least guarantee everyone's safety." His stats were boldly displayed, 3/16 in a row, drawing envious looks from the other players. In a level 1 dungeon, those numbers practically made him invincible. Though everyone kept their voices down out of caution for the caretaker NPC up front, Zhou Longmao was confident. "Relax. That NPC is neutral. Once roll call's over, he won't bother us anymore." With that reassurance, questions poured in. Which creatures are the most dangerous here? Should we be wary of all the animals? Will the NPC attack players? What happens if we don't report carnivores? I heard this place split off from a level 4 dungeon. Is that true? Hey, is Xiaoya Guild still recruiting? The bus was soon buzzing with lively chatter as players fired off their questions one after another. My highest speed stat has already reached 8. That sentence was like a ticking time bomb going off. The moment Zhou Longmao finished explaining that players' conversations wouldn't trigger NPC attacks, the bus erupted into chaos. More than 30 people started talking over each other, their voices so loud it seemed the roof might shake. Zhou Longmao and his Xiaoya guild teammates tried in vain to calm everyone down, but eventually had no choice but to wait for the players to settle down on their own. Meanwhile, Zhou Longmao's chat window was flashing nonstop. His teammate Hu Jin sent an urgent message. Seriously? Why are there so many newbies? Boss, how did you even pull this off? Even a babysitter wouldn't take on this many kids at once. Zhou Longmao rubbed his temples and replied, it was an accident, just an accident. Didn't everyone say it's better to start early? So I didn't really set any limits. Anyone who wanted in, I let them in. Could have thought the latecomers would be even more eager than us. They roped in a bunch of new players to fill the numbers, and well, you can see the result. Whatever, it's not like this dungeon is hard. As long as they follow instructions, we shouldn't lose too many, Zhou Longmao tried to reassure him. But that man Hu Jin hesitated. Zhou Longmao instantly knew who he meant, the square-faced man who still seemed completely lost. Normally, a player like that would have been eliminated in the newbie dungeons, but he had a highly skilled son watching his back. That boy's abilities were genuinely impressive. If his cooldowns were reasonable, he could easily make it onto the guild's reserve team. Once he reached the first tier, they could consider taking him on officially. The only problem was, if he kept dragging his father along, trouble was bound to follow eventually. No matter how talented someone is, that's something to think twice about. Just as the noise on the bus reached its peak, the atmosphere suddenly froze for a moment, but then it looked like things might spiral out of control again. Zhou Longmao made a snap decision. All right, quiet, everyone. We're about to share some strategy tips. Listen up, we're only saying this once. Miss it, and you're out of luck. At the mention of the dungeon, everyone immediately fell silent. At Zhou Longmao's cue, Hu Jin cleared his throat. Let's skip the small talk and get straight to the dungeon objectives. Obviously, surviving until the end goes without saying. But pay attention to the next part. You need to interact with at least 5 animals. The more animals you interact with, the higher your final score will be. That's all it takes to get AB rank. Someone exclaimed, shocked. According to the stats in the safe zone, over 70% of players averaged between D and C ranks. Anyone who managed a C was considered skilled enough to join a major guild. If your average score hit B, you'd be eligible for the elite teams in Xiaoya or Polong, the top 2 guilds. Even though a single B rank wouldn't boost your average by much, having one on your record was enough to brag about for months. Some people were so proud of it they'd avoid dungeons for a month, afraid they'd lose that precious B. Listening to the chatter around him, Zuo Cheng'an glanced at his own list of scores, mostly S and S, with just one pesky B. He sighed to himself, thinking, clearly, joy and sorrow mean very different things to different people. At the back of the bus, Hu Jin was still enthusiastically explaining various details about the upcoming instance. He made a point of stressing that the interaction required in this scenario was extremely, simply gentle touch was all it took, so there was no need for anyone to worry. Next, he moved on to introduce the instance itself, describing it as a particularly unique one where time passed much more slowly than in the safe zone. Although the panel indicated that the instance would last 2 days, by the time players returned to the safe zone, 3 days would have actually passed. This news quickly caused a stir among the players. Many had chosen this instance specifically because they thought it would be quick, never expecting that time would move more slowly here than in the safe zone. By that logic, they might have been better off picking a different instance. However, as soon as this thought crossed their minds, it was quickly suppressed. After all, running into members of the Xiaoya guild was a rare opportunity. If they had chosen another instance and ended up encountering one of those guilds known for ganging up on outsiders, the consequences could be much worse. Zuo Cheng'an, on the other hand, was thinking about his parasitic spore skill. In the safe zone, the pace of cultivating spores was very steady, could produce 1 spore every day. If 2 days in the instance equaled 3 days in the safe zone, he would be able to cultivate 3 vines, which was exactly what he needed. Hu Jin and Zhou Longmao, meanwhile, remained unaware of what the players were thinking, and even if they had known, they wouldn't have cared much. The reason the Xiaoya guild had been able to thrive in safe zone number 7 for so many years wasn't just their deep experience with instances, but also their reputation. Many of Xiaoya's senior members had joined because they believed in the guild's ideals, turning down tempting offers from other guilds to become part of a group with a shared vision. The guild had brought together like-minded people with a simple goal, to make the safe zone a better place. Guilds played a vital role in this game. In the safe zone, whether you were joining, creating, or leaving a guild, every step was a challenge. Creating a guild required a registration fee of 1,000 points, and on top of that, players had to purchase a guild base and facilities, which could cost nearly 10,000 points in total. Once you joined a guild, its logo would appear next to your player ID, and it would show up on your friends list and in all instances you entered. If you left a guild, you wouldn't be allowed to join another for a whole year, and without the guild's protection, it was questionable whether an ordinary player could even survive that long. For most players, guilds were an essential part of surviving in the safe zone. Eugene paused to give everyone time to absorb the information, then moved on to the rules. Now, let's talk about what everyone cares about most: the rules. As you all know, breaking the rules in this type of horror instance can have severe consequences, such as instant death, being hunted by monsters, or a sudden spike in difficulty. But don't worry, the herbivore free-range zone is a level 1 instance, so even if you break the rules, the penalties won't be too harsh. At worst, you might get ambushed by a few monsters. He paused for a moment before continuing. For example, the first rule is that no carnivores are allowed here. If you see any carnivorous animals or notice blood around the mouth of a herbivore, you must report it to the caretaker immediately. Eugene stood before everyone, his expression serious as he began to explain the rules of the instance. If you encounter a carnivorous animal or see a herbivore with blood at its mouth, you must immediately report it to a keeper and seek protection. Otherwise, these animals will attack without hesitation. He gestured with his hand, then continued, it's best to complete your tasks during the keeper's working hours. If you run into a dangerous animal outside of those hours and try to find a keeper, you'll only end up caught between two monsters. Seeing how tense everyone looked, he quickly added, but the creatures here aren't that strong. Most of their stats are between 5 and 9, and it's rare to find any above 12. As long as we stick together, we'll be safe. The second rule, Eugene went on, is about the free-range area for herbivores. It's open from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. During this time, all herbivores are safe unless you run into a carnivore or see a bloodstained animal. But if you go in after hours, he paused meaningfully. Those seemingly docile animals will attack as a group, and their strength is on par with any in-game monster. Sitting in the corner, Zuo Cheng'an absent-mindedly stroked Moda's head, lost in thought. Having these well-organized strategies was much more convenient than piecing together information from random chat messages. But for Xiaoya Guild, known for being the good guys in the safe zone, to share such vital intel for free there had to be a catch. Sure enough, Eugene suddenly stopped. Impatient, the players began to shout out questions. Why aren't you continuing? What happens once we enter the free-range area? How many keepers are there? What if we can't find a keeper when there's danger? Is it safe to use the restroom at night? Does it count if we interact using a clone? Faced with the barrage of questions, Eugene simply smiled and nodded, then revealed his real purpose. We have a new theory about how to trigger a hidden quest, but we need people to help test it. Anyone who joins will not only get the rest of the strategy guide, but also 2 ladder tokens. Mention of ladder tokens reminded Zuo Cheng'an of something he'd heard from Hong Yan. These were a form of currency used among monsters and could be spent in special instances. Whether it was paying 50 tokens for a show at the clown circus, buying wine for 3 tokens to start a quest in the Drunken Cherry instance, renting a good room at Happy Apartments, or bribing NPCs for hidden clues, ladder tokens were essential. And as for how to get them, there were only 2 ways: either defeat monsters and collect drops, or work for NPCs. Of course, the latter often meant getting your paid doctor, even ending up as a snack for the NPCs. Ladder coins hold a special status in the game. They mostly circulate among dungeon monsters, with players having limited access to them, which keeps their market value relatively low. Typically, the exchange rate is 10 points for 1 ladder coin. However, whenever a new dungeon appears that requires ladder coins, major guilds scramble to buy them up in order to compete for the first clear. At these times, the buyback price can soar to 12:1, or even as high as 15:1. Well-known guilds always assign members to collect scattered ladder coins in preparation for any future dungeons that might require them. As a result, players holding ladder coins never have to worry about cashing out. In this market environment, the 2 ladder coins promised by Zhou Longmao are worth about 20 points, which is equivalent to the rewards from successfully clearing a level 1 dungeon for the average player. When Zhou Longmao put this tempting offer on the table, the atmosphere inside the bus immediately grew tense. Except for newcomers and those out of the loop who knew nothing about ladder coins, everyone else's breathing noticeably quickened, and the words "Imin" were almost on the tips of their tongues. Still, some level-headed players weren't blinded by the prospect of 20 points and cautiously asked about the specific plan to trigger the hidden quest. Zhou Longmao admitted it was only a theory. His plan was to return to the free-range area at night and interact with every type of animal. He emphasized that, given the current strength of the players, entering the free-range area alone at night would be suicidal. Teamwork was essential. Listening quietly on the side, Zuo Cheng'an scoffed at this. Are monsters with an average stat of just 12 points supposed to be dangerous? That's almost sobering. After hearing Zhou Longmao's plan, many players dropped the idea. After all, there had already been warnings that even the herbivores in the free-range area were extremely dangerous at night, and now they were being asked to take the risk voluntarily. For those who valued their lives, it was clearly too much. But that's how the game works. Rewards always come with risks that are either well hidden or guarded by powerful monsters. Expecting a return without any risk just isn't realistic. In the end, After weighing the pros and cons, about a dozen players decided to follow Zhou Longmao on this adventure. The bus continued weaving through the city, with the outside scenery clearly visible. Zuo Cheng'an noticed many familiar buildings along the roadside: the Rose Hotel, the Can Meat Factory, the Human-Animal Crematorium, Happiness Apartments. They all blended seamlessly into their surroundings. When the bus stopped at a traffic light, he even saw a bus stop across the street with a route labeled Uncle Redeye's Farm. The sign still bore the words Redeye, probably because it hadn't been updated yet. Even more astonishing, the vaguely human-shaped creatures walking the streets lived calmly in this city, going about their daily lives just like ordinary people in the real world. Just as Zuo Cheng'an was sighing, an unforgettable scene appeared at the street corner. An elderly woman hurried past, carrying 8 transparent plastic bags, each deftly held by one of her 8 unusually flexible arms. The bags were filled with neatly cut human fingers, clearly the ingredients she planned to use for tonight's spicy pickled chicken feet. On the street, an even more eye-catching sight was a cyclopean yeti towering over 3 meters tall. It was wrapped in a tight-fitting bodysuit stitched together from human skin, though rough seams still revealed patches of snowy white fur. The yeti held a rope, the other end of which was tied to several zombie-like players. These players had clearly been repaired, their severed limbs reattached, though the joints were awkwardly mismatched. The most striking among them was a burly male player whose robust frame was attached to a slender, pale arm adorned with an ornate jade bracelet, traces of nail art still visible on the fingertips. The sheer absurdity of these contrasts made Zuo Cheng'an want to laugh. The monsters who strutted so menacingly in the dungeons were forced to disguise themselves in human form just to walk the city streets. This was the lower 3rd district of Ladder City, where the rules were relatively relaxed. In the upper district, a yeti like that wouldn't stand a chance. Its height would have to be compressed below 2.3 meters, and not a single strand of fur could show. Even the old woman would have to hide 6 of her 8 arms, or risk getting fined. These regulations might seem ridiculous, but perhaps they were necessary for management, or maybe just the city owner's twisted sense of humor. At least a standardized human form made it easier to design public facilities and streamline the player's in-game experience when entering dungeons. The bus passed through the city center and headed toward the outskirts, where a player specialty store was doing brisk business. Bold advertisements plastered the entrance. Tired of your underlings being too dumb? Frustrated by brainless monsters in the dungeon? Come shop for human players. Smart, capable, tireless, they can handle 90 of dungeon tasks. They work hard, take orders, and can even improve your meals. Prices start at just 1 ladder coin. A long line of monsters, all disguised in human form, waited in an orderly queue to purchase humans or human parts. Fragments were cheap, just 1 or 2 ladder coins. Those fingers the old woman carried probably came from here. Complete humans were much pricier, ranging from a dozen to several dozen ladder coins, depending mainly on their strength when alive. Here, monsters had a completely different sense of value from humans. They only cared about power, not appearance. No matter how good-looking, a player who hadn't climbed the ladder was worth far less than a player who had reached the first ladder. After all, monsters bought players as NPC labor, not for their looks. Some players who die in the dungeons still have salvageable value. After being collected, they are turned into ordinary NPCs within the dungeons. These NPCs are then sold to intelligent monsters or bosses in various dungeons to help share their workload. Players who are beyond repair, on the other hand, are reduced to mere ingredients. Monsters buy them to make soup, or the game system automatically distributes them as expendable resources to keep the dungeons running smoothly. As a result, the hierarchy in Ladder City is especially pronounced. Ladder bosses like the reedied Pippi Lele can move freely between any level 3 or higher dungeon in all safe zones, and their arrival always significantly increases the difficulty of a dungeon. In contrast, dungeon bosses such as the Scarlet Blood Mantlevine are confined to their own territory and cannot roam as freely as ladder bosses. At most, they might occasionally disguise themselves as humans to come into Ladder City for supplies. Intelligent monsters are a kind of entity that Zuo Cheng'an has yet to encounter. Rumor has it that they look very much like humans, but their strength is more than triple that of players who haven't yet climbed the ladder, and they make up the vast majority of the population in Ladder City. Players might run into them in certain scenarios or dungeons. For example, in the Happy Apartment dungeon, the front desk clerk and service staff are NPCs, while the residents are intelligent monsters. Similarly, in the circus dungeon, the performers on stage are NPCs, but the audience consists of intelligent monsters. These intelligent monsters refer to themselves as humans, the tower guardians, whose job is to guard the ladder tower, preventing players from clearing dungeons, growing stronger, and eventually climbing the tower. Although Zuo Cheng'an has never seen a monster with human-level intelligence, he has encountered plenty of other types, such as hunters, steel-toothed rats, mountain monkeys, and jungle crocodiles. Intelligent monsters see themselves as superior to non-humanoid, unintelligent monsters that can't communicate. Human players, however, refuse to acknowledge their claims and refer to all of them simply as monsters. Lastly, NPCs are the lowest rung in this world, players who died and were recycled, now serving as the bottom tier in dungeons and throughout Ladder City. In the newly established Safe Zone 7 alone, there are already thousands upon thousands of dungeons. Including the older Safe Zones 1 and 2, the total number of dungeons easily reaches into the hundreds of thousands. Every dungeon and Ladder City itself requires a massive number of NPCs to keep things running, so from the monster's perspective, there can never be too many human players. Zuo Cheng'an could tell that the other players on the bus had also realized this grim reality. The thought that they might one day end up as mindless puppets for others to use or worse, lying broken on the ground, dismembered, and ultimately devoured cast a heavy gloom over the bus. The new players were saddened by the fate of their kind, while the veterans, knowing even more about what was to come, were filled with despair. Monsters not only reproduce, but have their own society, and the sheer scale of Ladder City is several times greater than all 8 safe zones combined. From this perspective, the safe zone where players live is like a massive breeding ground. When players enter dungeons to complete challenges, it's really just monsters toying with their food, adding excitement before their final meal. Whether they live or die, the player's value is squeezed out completely. Yet, Zuo Cheng'an remains relatively optimistic. The game does offer players a path to grow stronger, and even imposes restrictions on bosses and some monsters in the dungeons, preventing them from attacking players first. Rather than a one-sided slaughter, it feels more like competition or a test. Although monsters have killed countless players, players have also taken down many monsters in return. Looking back at the history of the Safe Zone, players have even managed to defeat boss-level monsters like those in the Sky Tower. In Safe Zone 1, there was even a remarkably talented warrior who single-handedly blew up half of Zone 3 in Ladder City. The bosses discussed his deeds at length, and his story became so famous that it spread from Safe Zone 1 all the way to Safe Zone 7. Inside the Safe Zone, many players harbor deep hatred for monsters. Whenever they enter a dungeon, they're determined to wipe out every monster, leading to a butcher playstyle for clearing levels. If all hostile creatures in a dungeon are killed, there's no need to complete any objectives, the level is cleared automatically. If the butcher playstyle is taken to the extreme, players might even destroy the entire dungeon during their rampage. However, if a player lacks the necessary strength and tries this approach, the monster's restrictions are lifted and they can attack freely. In that case, before the player can begin their slaughter, the monsters will kill them first. The bus drove further into the wilderness, with familiar city buildings gradually giving way to unknown vegetation. Zuo Cheng'an's vision blurred from all the on-screen notifications, so he temporarily disabled his skills. True Sight is a passive skill always active without draining energy or needing cooldown, but it can also be turned off or adjusted to different levels, making it very convenient. At this point, the electronic clock at the front of the bus showed 12:08. They had been on the road for over 2 hours and finally reached their destination. As the bus stopped in front of a sign reading Midnight Zoo North Gate, the square-jawed man who had been knocked out by Hao Dayer began to slowly regain consciousness. The boy was just about to carry his father off the bus when he noticed he was waking up and instinctively tried to knock him out again. However, maybe the skill's cooldown wasn't up yet, or maybe there's an element of chance it doesn't always work. In any case, the boy didn't manage to knock his father out in time, so the man caught a glimpse of the scenery outside the window. As expected, he started shouting again. "Where are we? Why are we back in the middle of nowhere?" After a few complaints, still not satisfied, he turned on his son. "Chi-yun, this is all your fault for not listening to me. If we'd gotten off in the city, even begging, we could have found our way home. But look at us now, there's not a soul in sight. You can't even get a cab out here. If you'd just listened, none of this would have happened." Chi-yun could only try to calm his father down, planning to use his sleep-inducing skill again once the cooldown was over. Zuo Cheng'an paid no attention to their exchange. Sitting near the door, he was the first to get off the bus with Mo Do. Catching a whiff of the scent of sheep in the air, Mo Do was unexpectedly excited, wagging his tail so fast it was a blur. As they passed the female zookeeper NPC, she discreetly gave Mo Do's tail a quick pat. According to the information, this free-range herbivore zone is actually part of the level 4 dungeon Midnight Zoo, similar to the beginner dungeon Screaming Night that he experienced before, which was actually just one floor of the level 3 dungeon Happy Apartments. This kind of nested dungeon setup is quite common in the game. Although Zhou Longmao didn't spell it out, Zuo Cheng'an guessed that as long as players stayed within the free-range zone, the dungeon's difficulty would remain at level 1. But once they left the area and entered other parts of the zoo, the difficulty would immediately spike to level 4. The status panel even warned, "Proceed at your own risk," and that risk was certainly no joke. After getting off the bus, they were greeted by a full view of the future dungeon site. The entire zoo sat in a huge basin deep within the mountains, surrounded by towering peaks, with various buildings like the Panda House and the Raptor Aviary scattered throughout. The free-range herbivore area, a newly opened section, was located at the edge. Although it covered several thousand acres, it only occupied half of the basin. Judging by this, the entire Midnight Zoo must be quite large. There were probably more zoo areas on the other side of the mountains. Without a shuttle or decent stamina and speed stats, it would take a couple of days just to walk through it all. From a distance, Zuo Cheng'an could see attractions like a Ferris wheel and a cable car leading to the mountaintop. Unfortunately, these were all outside the free-range zone, within the Level 4 Midnight Zoo area, so they couldn't reach them, just admire from afar. On the flatlands of the Level 1 free-range area, steel fences divided different sections, stone paths connected the enclosures, and in the distance, alpacas, zebras, and buffalo could be seen grazing and wandering leisurely. At first glance, the scene matched the promotional images from the dungeon lobby quite well. We've finally arrived, Zuo Cheng'an thought to himself, still puzzled about why the dungeon started with a 2-hour bus ride. It was almost unbearably boring. Head studied the bus route. It took a lot of detours, probably to help players get familiar with Ladder City. After all, this was a level 1 dungeon, so lots of new players would likely choose it. Head set an alarm and timed everything perfectly, looking forward to seeing if any lucky players would earn the exclusive achievement for interacting with every animal. Quite a few players had already gotten this achievement, so it wasn't worth much anymore. Wait, a lot of players have gotten it, he exclaimed. Wasn't there supposed to be only one giraffe in the whole dungeon, locked away in the rehab center, and easy to miss? How did everyone find it so easily? It turned out that the Xiaya Guild had already added this achievement to their walkthroughs, so ever since it was discovered, every Xiaya player who entered the dungeon could easily get it. That's why it wasn't valuable anymore, probably not even worth any points, just something to remember. The audience could hear the players' conversations. Even though they couldn't enter the safe zones or see the players' status panels and item stats, they gradually picked up the meaning of many terms through player interactions. Over time, many longtime viewers became half-players themselves. They already knew that interacting with all the animals during the day would earn the dungeon's exclusive achievement, while doing so at night might trigger a special quest. At that moment, a commotion erupted on the bus. All the players had already lined up outside, except for the square-faced man and his son, Chi-Yun, who were still inside. Chi-Yun was so anxious that he stomped his feet. His skill needed another 10 minutes to cool down, and even then, the success rate was low. "Dad, the dungeon's about to start," he shouted desperately from the doorway. "Please, just get off the bus. Face reality. If you go against the rules here, you'll die for real. Think about your bank account." The man sat perfectly still in his seat, but his foot had unconsciously moved into the aisle, betraying his uncertainty. Just as Chi-Yun was about to press him further, Zhou Longmao frowned. Honestly, he didn't want to drag along someone who hadn't figured things out yet. Right on cue, Hu Jin sent a reassuring "leave it to me" meme in the chat window, and shot Zhou Longmao a calming look. He strode to the bus door and called out to the man inside. "Hey, man, standing still, want help? I know you already believe it deep down. You're just too proud to admit it. Come on, get off the bus. Any unnecessary move in this dungeon could cost you your life." His words were meant kindly, but they only angered the man. With a cold snort, the man drew his foot back. "I can't be wrong. This bus just goes back and forth between 2 stops. If I stay on, I'll get home. Kid, take my advice and get back on." Suddenly, the normally expressionless driver started the engine. Standing outside, Zuo Cheng'an finally got a good look at the driver's profile, and it was nothing like a regular NPC's blank stare. Instead, his eyes burned with violence and greed, like he was sizing up a delicious meal. This was clearly one of those legendary intelligent monsters, the so-called guardian of the tower. Chi-Yun tried to rush back onto the bus to pull his father out, but Hu Jin grabbed him just in time. Zhou Longmao also stepped in to persuade him. "Let it go. Some people just can't adapt to the game. Sometimes, it's kinder to let them go than to see them suffer." He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Chi-Yun struggled, but Hu Jin, with his high attributes, held him firmly in place. To Hu Jin, Chi-Yun had potential, but his father was a deadweight, a parasite dragging him down. If he didn't cut ties now, had only wasted his chance to grow. Sometimes, you had to be the bad guy. The other players watched the scene unfold, some with mocking eyes, but sensibly kept quiet. No one wanted to get involved or invite more trouble for themselves. With all eyes on him, the man on the bus saw that it was about to leave. He shot a mocking smile at the crowd outside, thinking to himself, "I'm done with this stupid show. Just wait until I get back and sue you all." But his smug grin quickly froze. As the bus began to move, an invisible wall suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Trapped between the unseen barrier and the seat behind him, he found himself unable to move. The pressure on his body grew steadily, and panic started to well up inside him. "No, what's happening? Let me out, please." The bus slowly pulled away from the station, pinning the man tighter against the seat, which began to creak under the strain. Finally, with a loud crack, the seat broke apart. Seizing the brief moment of relief, he rushed toward the bus door, but the moving bus had already carried the exit far out of reach. The windows were fixed and wouldn't open. His chance to get off was gone. Unless he could smash a window or break through the bus itself, He was trapped in a space boxed in by 3 sides of the bus and 1 transparent wall. The bus picked up speed, and his space shrank rapidly. In just a few seconds, with nothing left to shield him, he was crushed against the rear glass. The glass seemed to be made of something incredibly strong. Sickening crunches and cracks filled the air as his bones were mercilessly crushed, his body visibly flattened. No one outside of 30 own people in total could truly imagine what it felt like to be squeezed to death like this, but it was surely agonizing. It seemed the driver was toying with him. Instead of flooring it and ending his suffering quickly, the driver kept the bus crawling forward, drawing out the man's death for as long as possible. The harder his bones became, the longer his agony lasted. First his ribs were crushed, then the air was forced from his lungs. At last, with a guttural scream, his torment ended as sharp cracks rang out and splintered bone pierced through his skin. The player was dead, and the driver, having lost interest in the game, slammed down on the accelerator, driving off with nothing left behind but a pancake-thin corpse. Woohoo! That was satisfying. Satisfaction 1. Good thing I stuck around a bit longer though. Honestly, the meat pancake didn't quite cover the whole rear window. That's a bit disappointing. Still, the driver tried his best to prolong the player's life. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten to watch for so long. I have to give the driver a thumbs up, really gets me. I just checked. This scenario has run 21 times, been cleared 13 times, and players have been crushed like this twice. The record for a meat pancake is one that covered the entire back window and was stacked 40 centimeters thick. Damn, that's intense. No way anyone got off that bus, right? After making it through the beginner round, you'd have to be out of your mind to end up like that. For some reason, that group of players was made up entirely of newcomers. It just so happened to be the middle of the night in Ladder City, when monsters are scarce. The unfamiliarity of the city's architecture spooked them so much that they thought they'd somehow return to the real world. To make things even more absurd, there was a so-called genius on the bus with them, someone who had quite a bit of influence. He convinced everyone not to get off the bus and insisted they ride it back into the city. In the end, well, let's just say that the only survivor was the player who happened to be sitting closest to the door. The replay of that run has become one of my favorites. Hey bro, I've got a friend who's been dying to see it, called you share it with us? Count me in. And about my useless, rebellious kid. Most level 1 dungeons aren't that big. To restrict player movement, the game often sets up invisible barriers or uses the terrain to block off certain areas. Otherwise, in open-range dungeons like the herbivore enclosure, the rules make it clear from the start. Don't leave the set area or face the consequences. Zuo Cheng'an had seen dungeons blocked by terrain and encountered ones with looping structures, but had never truly witnessed the power of an invisible wall until now. You can think of the dungeon as a space you can't leave. If the man on the bus tried to climb onto the roof, he'd be stopped by the invisible wall as soon as the bus drove off, and without anything to hold onto, he'd fall straight to the ground. If he hung onto the back, he'd be pinned in place when the bus left, unable to move. But if he stayed inside, with an invisible wall in front and the bus pressing from behind, he'd be crushed between them, flattened like dough under a hydraulic press. Even in the game, scenes this gruesome are rare. Zuo Cheng'an couldn't help glancing at Qiyun, expecting the kid to break down and cry, but surprisingly, he stayed quiet. Now that everything was over, Qiyun had already been released by Hu Jin and was free to go. He didn't shout or make a fuss, just silently followed the bus for a couple of steps, watching as it drove away. Meanwhile, the other players had gathered around the park's map, discussing their route. Even though it was an open-range area, some species that couldn't be kept together were still separated by fences. The deer enclosure was closest to the entrance, with 6 different types of deer. The group planned to try and interact with all of them, not necessarily to achieve the dungeon's main accomplishment, but even a slight edge in the hidden scoring system would make a difference. After all, in each batch of players, those who stand out are in a league of their own. This dungeon has 32 players. Competition is fierce. Passing isn't hard, but making a name for yourself is another story. Plus, the Xiaoya Guild has already cleared this dungeon more than a dozen times. With their track record, they probably guarantee a high survival rate and have already claimed over half the rewards from the prize pool. Without at least a C rating, there's little chance of earning extra attribute points. I'm in the same boat as you, so I've already decided to stick with Brother Long and try for the hidden quest tonight. Even if we don't trigger it, just exploring with the main group should boost our scores. Didn't you say we were all just coasting along? Looks like you're secretly putting in extra effort. Huh. The attribute point pool for the first level instance is always fixed, and as the number of participants increases, the pool is depleted more quickly. In a 3-person dungeon, even after hundreds of rounds, there's usually some left in the pool, but in a 100-person instance, the pool is often nearly empty after just a dozen rounds. Still, these larger dungeons are much harder and have a higher mortality rate. If too many players die or the team gets wiped out repeatedly, the pool can end up almost empty even after 100 rounds. At this moment, Zhou Longmao walked over to Qiyun, patted him on the shoulder, and signaled for him to follow. Qiyun didn't refuse. He quietly wiped away his tears and hurried after him. The other players noticed this and couldn't help but feel envious. To be valued by a member of the CIA Guild like this meant that once the instance was over, if Zhou Longmao put in a good word for him, Qi Yun might be promoted to a guild reserve member. Their guess was right. Qi Yun had gotten a skill from his newbie gift pack. With this advantage, as long as he didn't mess up later, had soon climbed the rankings and officially joined the CIA Guild. Although the others were jealous, they had to admit Qi Yun had the skills. Even with a burden to carry, he still managed to make it through the dungeon, which proved his attributes and insight were impressive. Just as expected, Zhou Longmao called Qi Yun over, glanced at his status panel, and looked visibly satisfied. The zookeeper NPC patiently waited for the players to finish studying the map of the free-range area, making sure everyone had memorized the tour route. She spoke again. It's now 12:25. Next, I'll show you where you'll be staying tonight. After that, you'll have free time. With that, she led the way into the free-range zone. The other players only followed after seeing that Zhou Longmao and Hu Jin hadn't moved yet. The free-range area was huge, with most of the space reserved for the animals. The players' accommodations and the staff dorms were set up near the entrance. The players' lodging was a standard 3-story building, while the NPCs stayed in a few simple metal huts. To save time, the female zookeeper walked at a brisk pace, covering the 2-kilometer distance in under 3 minutes and leaving the others far behind. Those who couldn't keep up were left catching their breath. As a reward for arriving first, the players got to pick their rooms. Some who arrived early were worried that animals might escape from the enclosures at night and quickly chose rooms on the 3rd floor for safety. Others opted for the more secure 2nd floor. Zuo Cheng'an, however, went against the flow and casually picked a room near the front door on the 1st floor. Since it was just for one night, and he might be out all night anyway, there was no need to pick a room too far away, especially since he hadn't forgotten there might be a hidden quest in the instance that required interacting with every animal species. Since the task didn't seem too difficult, Zuo Cheng'an chose to stay on the 1st floor for easy access at night. If the rumor about the quest was true, this would be the easiest hidden quest had ever completed. Aside from some potential dangers, there weren't really any downsides. Because he arrived early and picked the most convenient room, Zuo Cheng'an was the first to enter the free-range area and began his reconnaissance. He didn't go to the nearest deer enclosure to complete his task. Instead, following the directions on the map by the entrance, he headed straight for the elephant house. As one of the main attractions at the Midnight Zoo, the elephant house was located right in the center of the free-range area, requiring a considerable walk to reach. Along the way, various herbivores occasionally came into view, which made Mo Do bark excitedly. The herding instincts in his blood were clearly acting up. Still, this clever dog knew how to behave. Although he could easily take on an entire pen of animals, he never actually vaulted the fence to chase after them. After all, on the first day in this instance, before cultivating his first adult vine, Zuo Cheng'an wanted to keep a low profile and make money quietly, without attracting attention. Suddenly, a pungent, bloody scent drifted through the air. Following the smell, Zuo Cheng'an saw a chilling scene. A zebra was tearing at the entrails of its own kind, a strip of fascia still dangling from its mouth. Its bloodshot eyes stared straight at Zuo Cheng'an, as if gauging his reaction. Normally, this was the kind of situation to report to a zookeeper right away. But looking around, the staff who had just been pushing a cart of hay were nowhere to be seen. Clearly, they had noticed something was wrong with this zebra and deliberately kept their distance. Realizing there was no one else around, the zebra flashed a disturbingly human-like, mocking smile, as if to say, "See? There's nothing you can do." Watching the zebra's body twist and mutate, Zuo Cheng'an gave Mo Do a light pat and a short command. "Let's make this quick." Mo Do shot forward like an arrow, sharp ram horns sprouting from his head as he ran, while still keeping his claws and fangs for maximum attack power. By now, the zebra had fully mutated. Its iconic black and white stripes had vanished, replaced by rough, gray-black skin covered in lumps and oozing sores that exposed dark red muscle tissue. Its hooves had twisted and deformed, now crawling lizard-like, and its skull had warped, jaw splitting open to 180 degrees and lined with backward curving fangs, making it look more like a giant serpent. Despite its terrifying appearance, Zuo Cheng'an had already seen through its stats. A maximum speed of only 16, stamina a mere 9, with an average attribute of 12, nothing Mo Do couldn't handle. Before the zebra's mocking grin could fade, a black shadow had already leapt upon it. 2 bloody holes instantly appeared in its chest, dropping its health by 36. Using his powerful mutated body, Mo Do pounced and tore into the creature's rotten throat, easily ripping out a large chunk of decayed flesh and exposing its windpipe, blood vessels, and spine beneath. With another swipe of his claws, a string of mangled organs spilled out. On the surface, the monster seemed unfazed, but its health bar revealed its true state. Zuo Cheng'an cheered for Mo Do's performance. "Nice job. I'll get you an extra carrot when we're out of here." "Woof. All right, 2 carrots." With renewed motivation, Madu worked even harder and quickly finished off the remaining health of the zebra monster. The system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, you have defeated the aberrant beast. Out of nowhere, a pale green dog biscuit appeared, giving off a strong scent of broccoli. As Zuo Cheng'an's companion, Madu not only received the first kill drop, but also benefited from the hidden first kill bonus. The system identified the item as a broccoli-flavored dog biscuit. Category: Supply food. Effect: Chew snack for pets. Grants 1 strength and slightly increases bite force. Restriction: Usable by humans. Maximum of 3 per day in each safe zone. Exceeding the limit provides no additional bonuses. Description: The latest product from the canned meat factory. Delicious, but don't overdo it. The enticing smell of the biscuit had Mada drooling, just waiting for Zuo Cheng'an to hand it over. Some players might have kept it for themselves for the stat boost, but Zuo Cheng'an didn't care much about a single point of strength. He casually tossed the biscuit into the air, and Madu leapt up with agility, catching it effortlessly and crunching it down in a few bites. Instantly, his strength stat increased from 11 to 12. Energized by his snack, Madu excitedly pounced on Zuo Cheng'an, smearing him with monster blood. Zuo Cheng'an didn't mind the mess clothes were just consumables anyway. What truly mattered were items that could boost his companion's abilities, so he made a mental note to stock up on more. With that in mind, Zuo Cheng'an recalled the canned meat factory dungeon. Infamous as a player meat grinder, this level 1 dungeon had such a high mortality rate that no one had ever cleared out its reward pool. Even the major guilds avoided bringing new players there, since there were plenty of safer dungeons available. Beginners without strong teammates steered clear, and even if they did manage to tag along, their low scores meant the rewards wouldn't cover the cost of hiring help. As for high-level players, most had already cleared several level 1 dungeons, or simply didn't think the rewards were worth the effort. While adding canned meat factory to his schedule, Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the 2 zebra corpses on the ground. He ultimately chose to use parasitic spores on the larger mutant zebra, keeping a close eye on his energy reserves and ready to use the ordinary zebra nearby as backup if needed. Originally, he had planned to head to the elephant exhibit for a bigger carcass, but the combined mass of these 2 zebras was almost as much as an elephant's. The mutant zebra alone was nearly the size of 2 elephants, and with the regular zebra beside it, he had more than enough meat to work with. Young mantle vines cannot survive without a steady supply of energy, otherwise, they will wither and die quickly. Zuo Cheng'an understood this, while had to nurture the mantle vine all the way to maturity in one go. Only then would it develop enough resilience to withstand hunger. With practiced ease, he placed the spore directly inside the monster's body. This method was much simpler than the previous, more complicated process of guiding the spore's movement, saving both time and resources. After all, each safe zone could only produce one of these precious spores per day, and they couldn't be stockpiled, so every use had to be carefully planned. As soon as his fingers touched the cold corpse of the zebra monster, a prompt echoed in his mind. Animal interaction completed. 15. This discovery surprised him apparently. Even dead animals counted toward his progress. Sensing that the spore had already taken root inside the monster, Zuo Cheng'an withdrew his hand. It was like delivering food right to its mouth. Now, everything depended on the spore's luck. Soon, something remarkable happened. In less than a few breaths, a red patch about the size of half a palm appeared on the surface of the corpse. Next, a large air sac began to swell up, and through the translucent skin, he could vaguely make out a coiling vine growing rapidly. The sac continued to expand until, finally, a mantle vine as thick as an earphone cable broke through the skin. This growth rate, Zuo Cheng'an stared in disbelief. In such a short time, it had already reached the sprouting stage. This parasitic spore ability was clearly far more powerful than that of a regular crimson mantle vine, outpacing wild species both in growth speed and energy efficiency. In stark contrast to the vine's rapid development, the monster's body shriveled quickly. Zuo Cheng'an couldn't help but think if the players in Shenyang village were all infected with this kind of gluttonous mantle vine, they'd be drained dry before they even had a chance to fight with the vines inside them. Once the monster's body was reduced to skin and bones, the mantle vine's growth noticeably slowed. It began to cautiously break down the remaining bones and skin, extending its tendrils in search of new nutrients. At that moment, Madu dragged over another ordinary zebra corpse, freshly gutted. Zuo Cheng'an quickly guided the searching tendrils toward this new meal. With a fresh supply of nutrients, the young mantle vine's growth surged again. Its main stem thickened, and several offshoots began to sprout. These soon developed into flower buds, and once those buds fully bloomed, it would mean the mantle vine had reached full maturity. For now, though, it was still something of a premature baby. True maturity would only come when the buds completely opened. Logically, once Tung Man's body reached its mature stage, it should have become tougher and more powerful. The crimson blood mantle vine usually waits until its spores have fully matured before detaching from the host villagers. However, at this moment, a vine barely as thick as a chopstick and only in its budding phase was forced into battle. This puzzled the experienced viewers who had watched many rounds of the game. Zuo Cheng'an quickly found the answer. Through his psychic connection with Tung Man, He could clearly sense the desperate signals coming from the young mantlevine hunger, an overwhelming hunger. The two corpses on the ground had already been drained, leaving behind only skin and hair, with almost no nutrients left. This explained why the crimson blood mantlevine had to send its offspring into action prematurely. The nutrients required for the mature stage far exceeded the total needed for all previous phases combined, and there simply wasn't enough to sustain it. As the young mantlevine shriveled from lack of nourishment, its tender green skin gradually lost its luster, and its life hung by a thread. Suddenly, Mo let out a howl and dashed toward a nearby fence. Cheng'an knew this dog all too well. It was off to look for new prey. For now, the top priority was to keep this precious young mantlevine alive until Mo returned. He used his fingernails to painfully scratch open his own skin. His constitution score of 24 made it feel like tearing through dried leather. The scent of blood quickly drew the dying vine's attention. It was both eager and hesitant. Without hesitation, Cheng'an let his blood drip onto Tongue Man. After all, this spore was a rare treasure. With only one produced per day in the safe zone, there was no way he could let it starve. Thankfully, the little vine responded well. Instead of growing greedily after receiving nutrients, it focused on survival. Meanwhile, the slower players had each found their rooms and removed the keys from the doors. They made the most of the last few minutes of the keeper's working hours, heading into the free-range area to interact with the animals. At 12:40, to ensure the game's difficulty was balanced, rest pavilions equipped with clocks were set up throughout the area so players wouldn't lose track of time. Because of this, the players were even more frustrated with the man who had delayed them earlier. If not for him, they could have had at least 10 more minutes, enough to pet 3 more animals, or even complete a task. The solo players were especially annoyed, while those who had joined Zhou Longmao's team and were preparing to tackle the hidden quest seemed much more composed. Since Zhou Longmao had formed his team back on the bus, players were now clearly divided into 2 groups. One was his 16-member team aiming for the hidden quest, a group large enough to defend themselves against carnivores even outside working hours. The other group consisted of solo players. Although Zhou Longmao and Hu Jin had gathered some intel, this was still their first time in this dungeon, so they didn't know all the details. That made today's daytime scouting especially important. Meanwhile, another group of players moved in small clusters, sticking together as they made their way forward. Their only goal was to complete the basic tasks: no risks, no reckless moves, just a smooth run through the instance to earn an average score. They didn't expect to achieve anything extraordinary. After counting the group and recording everyone's stats, Zhou Longmao frowned deeply. He scanned the team, then suddenly pointed at a few people. You, and you stepped forward. The 3 who were singled out immediately understood why. Anxiety crept over them, especially one player who looked at Zhou Longmao with a clear "am I in trouble?" expression. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Boss, don't leave me behind. My strength may only be 3, but I have a skill. I can detect monsters within 30 meters. It's really useful." Hu Jin, standing nearby, smirked and chimed in quietly, 30 meters? Can it see through walls? The player hesitated, then nodded quickly. Yes, as long as the monsters aren't particularly good at hiding and their strength is about the same as mine, I can spot them. It's honestly a great skill. Hu Jin drew out the syllable, a hint of mockery in his tone. Did you study geography? Do you know what kind of terrain this is? It's a plain of flat, open field. You can see at least 400 or 500 meters in any direction. Even at night, the free-range area is lit up all night long. So tell me, exactly when do you think your skill would come in handy here? The player froze, his face paling as he realized his prized skill was almost useless in such an open environment. It was a lifesaver in confined spaces like apartments or malls, but out here on the plain, it was practically worthless. He fell silent and quietly stepped out of the group, avoiding everyone's gaze. Seeing this, the other 2 players who had been called out also stepped aside without a word. They'd hoped to ride the coattails of these top players and earn a high score, but after witnessing Zhou Longmao and Hu Jin's standards, they realized they didn't even qualify to tag along. Knowing they weren't up to the task, they could only leave, disappointed. Noticing their dejected expressions, Hu Jin sighed and tried somewhat awkwardly to comfort them. Longa isn't singling you out personally. If we run into real danger, we might not even be able to protect ourselves. We can't take too many people along. Everyone's abilities are different. In the end, you have to rely on your own skills. Zhou Longmao nodded and added, that's right. The hidden quest is extremely dangerous, and it's not mandatory. If you complete all the regular tasks during the day and interact with every animal in the instance, you'll still get a special achievement. If you're lucky, you might even earn an extra attribute point. Hu Jin couldn't help but mutter, now you can only get points, though. But he didn't argue further. After a pause, he glanced around and added, still, it's good to give other players some hope. Oh, and one more thing, Hu Jin continued. There are 42 animal species in the free-range area. The only giraffe is deep inside the wellness center, and the code is 4211. If you want that achievement, don't forget to check out the wellness center. The surrounding players lit up at this information, exchanging shocked whispers. Wait, they're just giving us all this info? Some were so excited they nearly jumped for joy. Thank you, really, thank you so much. Hujin waved it off. No need to thank me. The strategy for this instance has been public for days. Our Xiaoya guild has run this instance over and over. We've already claimed a third of the attribute point rewards, nearly completed all the exclusive achievements, and even cleared most of the hidden quests. We've gotten what we came for. It's about time to share the information. Everyone else deserves a chance, too. He smiled lightly before adding. Of course, it's not entirely free. Regular players can buy the walkthrough with points. If you want to clear the instance, you'll have to trade points for it. Xiaoya Guild isn't the caretaker of the safe zone. Their assistance is always limited, and they only help other players when it's within their means. After all, maintaining a guild requires a significant amount of points. After removing those who weren't strong enough or couldn't take on hidden quests, Zhou Longmao set off with the remaining 13 people. Even after losing 3 members, the team was still one of the strongest forces in the instancer, at least close to it. Since their goal was the hidden quest, they didn't bother interacting with the animals along the way. They'd have chances to do that at night, and there was still a whole day ahead, so there was no need to rush. They had just finished exploring the deer park and were about to pass through a sheep enclosure. Inside, there were 7 species, including barrel and bighorn sheep. Beyond that were the areas for wildebeests, zebras, and finally, the elephant house. It was supposed to be an uneventful journey, but suddenly, Qi Yun pointed at a dark blur in the distance and exclaimed, "What's that?" The black shadow darted rapidly through the sheep pen, using its fierce gaze and growls to quickly herd the scattered sheep together. Because it moved so fast, most players who hadn't invested enough points could only see a vague blur flashing by. With an attribute score of 16, Zhou Longmao could easily follow the creature's movements, even though the creature, Motu, only had a speed stat of 13. With just one look, he recognized it as the companion of a fellow player from the bus. Judging by its speed, he knew this companion had been carefully trained. Bringing a companion into instances wasn't common in other safe zones, but in Safe Zone 7, it was a niche strategy. Many players still hadn't figured out how to raise companions, so as their own progress stalled, they had little energy to invest in a companion that required additional resources. After all, companions and players grew stronger in completely different ways. Players could simply gain attribute points by running instances, but companions could only improve through high-quality food, supplies, and potions. With resources being so hard to come by, who wouldn't prioritize their own strength first? Unless a companion has particularly outstanding abilities or a significant advantage in some aspect, few players are willing to invest heavily in raising a gold-eating beast. Keeping a pet in the safe zone is already pushing the limit. Wouldn't it be better to find a player partner or join a guild and team up for dungeons with guildmates? If you really want a pet, it's more cost-effective to raise a carnivore. You can feed it the meat from monsters in dungeons. Although this isn't very efficient, the quantity eventually adds up, saving you a lot on food expenses. On the other hand, raising a herbivore is much more troublesome. Ordinary grass only fills its stomach, and most fruits and vegetables found in dungeons are for recovery, offering little help in boosting strength. Buying food from the Safe Zone's marketplace also costs a considerable amount of points. That's why companions like Madhu, who can eat both plants and meat, are the most popular choice. For all these reasons, when Zhou Longmao saw Zhuo Cheng'an and Madhu on the bus, he couldn't help but take a second look. Motu's fur was sleek and shiny, clearly well cared for. This only confirmed Zhou Longmao's suspicions. Anyone who can do well in a level 1 dungeon and still have resources left to raise a companion must have either strong backing or impressive skills. Either way, they were worth befriending. However, Zhuo Cheng'an didn't know much about raising companions. If Madhu hadn't scored the first kill in the dungeon and dropped a dog biscuit item, Zhuo Cheng'an probably wouldn't have thought about leveling up Motu's strength at all. On one hand, Madhu was already strong enough to keep up in the upcoming dungeon, so Zhuo Cheng'an didn't see the need to worry. On the other hand, most players he interacted with were either beginners or hadn't even started climbing the ranks. Companions were usually something high-level players played around with. No one ever brought up the topic of raising them. It's just like in online games. Only the big spenders, after decking themselves out in legendary gear, would bother collecting flashy pets or spend millions just for decorative wings to stand out from the crowd. In this survival game world, low-level players talk about surviving, while high-level players talk about living. The practicality of raising a companion versus finding reliable teammates to boost your own strength is a real debate. That's why solo players like Zhuo Cheng'an, who mostly go it alone or only occasionally team up, are the ones who think about raising a loyal companion to support themselves. Zhou Longmao could recognize Madhu as a player's companion, but that didn't mean the newbie players, many of whom hadn't even explored the safe zone, could tell. All they knew was that one of the famous players on the bus had a big black dog. But now, seeing Madhu sprinting at full speed, all they saw was a blur at a glance. It looked like a black panther. Was that shadow chasing an antelope, one of the carnivores mentioned in the rules? Where's the keeper? Someone report it. What's there to be afraid of? There's so many of us. Let's take it down. Yeah, killing a few monsters will boost our scores anyway. Don't chicken out when it's time to fight tonight. I want. The newbie players shouted back and forth, quickly agreeing to go big and rack up some achievements. Before Zhou Longmao could say anything to stop it, Madu had already gathered a large group of animals, herding them together and forcing them over the fence toward the spot where Zhuo Cheng'an was standing. The steel fence, 3 or 4 meters tall and as thick as a person's wrist, seemed to mean nothing to these creatures. Some leapt over it effortlessly, while others bent the bars with brute force, squeezing through the gaps they created. Although the animals in this dungeon looked just like real ones, they were, in fact, monsters disguised as animals. Perhaps every creature in the free-range area was capable of shedding its skin, revealing a hidden, monstrous side once certain conditions were met, just like that zebra that had eaten its own kind. For now, they stayed quietly within the fence, grazing and appearing to ignore the players, as if simply following the rules of the dungeon and playing along. Who could say if, deep down, they weren't just waiting for a chance to break free and tear the players apart? Despite the fact that the fence posed no real obstacle, the sheer number of animals meant they couldn't all get through at once, causing a traffic jam that slowed Moda's progress as well. With Madu moving more slowly, everyone finally got a good look at it. Huh, it's a wolf. Definitely a predator, reported. Wait, no, grab your weapons. Hold on, doesn't it look familiar? Of course it does. It was sitting right in front of you on the bus. I even joked that these days, even dogs know to wear seat belts. When they realized it was an ally, not a hostile monster, many people breathed a sigh of relief, glad they wouldn't have to fight so soon. Hu Jin, suddenly curious, suggested, it's just a little detour, why don't we hurry up and follow it to see what it's doing? Zhou Longmao hesitated. So Hu Jin added, we need to be quick, they're moving pretty fast, and if we're too slow, we'll lose them. The free-range area was a vast plain dotted with visitor rest stops, greenery, and artificial hills, so it really was possible to lose sight of the animals if they got too far ahead. If it had only been the two of them, Zhou Longmao might have agreed. But now, with 11 other players relying on him, he felt responsible for their safety. Since Head called them together, he refused Hu Jin's suggestion and insisted on sticking to their original pace. By now, the animals Madu had gathered had already crossed the fence and picked up speed, vanishing around a fountain. While Zhou Longmao and the others were still getting their bearings near the sheep pen, Madu had already herded its spoils back to Zhuo Cheng'an. From a distance, Zhuo Cheng'an saw a cluster of white, yellow, and black and white dots heading his way. As they drew closer, the thunder of their hooves shook the ground and set his heart racing. At the rear of the herd was Madu, its black fur gleaming. Moda's herding skills were impressive. Whenever any animal showed signs of breaking away from the group, Madu would anticipate it and drive the straggler back. Nice work, Madu. Zhuo Cheng'an raised his weapon, ready for action. The charging animals seemed to sense danger, although they'd already caught up to him. They instinctively split and flowed around Zhuo Cheng'an, some even trampling each other to avoid getting too close. Zhuo Cheng'an couldn't help but laugh wryly at the 2-meter radius of empty space around him, secretly relieved that he hadn't wasted the flower fertilizer that Madu had worked so hard to gather. He threw himself into slaughtering the animals with everything he had. A massive water buffalo, over 2 meters tall with half-meter-long horns, was forced to pass dangerously close to Zhuo Cheng'an. Despite its desperate attempts to edge away, the tightly packed herd left it no room to maneuver, forcing it to squeeze past him within a meter. Fear flickered in its eyes at the dangerous aura radiating from the player wielding a long ruler, but it had no choice except to push through as quickly as possible. Just as the buffalo brushed past, a sharp crack echoed in its ears, as if the sound had come from inside its own body. Puzzled, it barely had time to process what had happened before a heavy numbness spread through its body. Its hind legs gave out, dangling uselessly beneath it. Even as its companions trampled over it, the buffalo felt no pain. Zhuo Cheng'an's attacks crushed these creatures, whose stats barely reached double digits, as easily as snapping a pair of disposable chopsticks. A casual swing was enough to break the buffalo's spine. A strike to the head would burst it open like smashing a molten-centered chocolate. If not for the awkward angle, Zhuo Cheng'an would have preferred to keep some alive. After all, he was still a novice at flower cultivation, learning from the experienced crimson mantle vine. Inside the instance, Zhuo Cheng'an had discovered that the crimson mantle vine preferred to use live creatures to nourish its offspring. Whenever possible, he followed suit, choosing live prey for his own flowers. So, whenever the opportunity arose, he would break the monster's spines, leaving them paralyzed but alive. The fallen animals became obstacles for those behind, often causing a domino effect and sending entire groups tumbling, leaving Zhuo Cheng'an with his hands full. In the chaos, a gazelle accidentally licked up a splash of its companion's blood. Instinctively, it tasted it and was instantly intoxicated by the flavor. Nothing it had ever grazed on compared to the taste of that drop of blood. From that moment on, the gazelle could no longer stomach even a single blade of bitter grass. The very thought made it gag. Lost in the ecstasy of blood, a feral hunger flared in its vacant eyes, and its body began to change. With a guttural howl, The gazelle, who should have collapsed, suddenly lurched upright on its hind legs, letting out a bestial roar completely at odds with its appearance. Its vocal cords seemed to have shifted, allowing it to attack with its long tongue even as it howled. Herbivores naturally have long tongues, but now, twisted by mutation, its tongue stretched and recoiled like a measuring tape. In an instant, the monster's tongue shot out several meters, dripping with foul, sticky saliva and lined with razor-sharp barbs, lashing towards Cheng'an. If it caught him, it would strip away flesh in a single swipe. Clang! The barbed, elongated tongue collided with Cheng'an's trusty chi, the crisp clang of metal ringing sharply through the air. Cheng'an tested the force behind the blow, silently gauging the creature's strength. This monster was no Pushovarani player who hadn't ascended the ladder or was still at the first rung would likely meet their end here. But for Cheng'an, this threat was hardly worth mentioning. With a deft flick of his wrist, he wrapped his weapon around the creature's tongue and yanked with sudden force. The monster, still unsteady on its hind legs, was caught completely off guard and toppled to the ground. Just as it began to struggle upright, Madhu arrived in time to pin it down. The creature's vulnerable neck was left exposed right at Cheng'an's feet, and he wasted no time. His weapon came crashing down. A dull, wet thud echoed, mingled with the snap of breaking bones. In less than half a minute since its mutation, the monster's head was separated from its body. Cheng'an looked down at the corpse and sighed softly. What a shame. Mutated creatures make for excellent fertilizer, much richer in nutrients. If only I could have captured it alive. The brief skirmish had given the herd Madhu was hurting enough time to escape into the distance. Madhu was about to give chase, but Cheng'an stopped him. This should be enough. There's no need to pursue them any further. Madhu cocked his head at the scattered prey on the ground. He couldn't count, but it was obvious there weren't many, and a look of confusion crossed his face. As soon as the first animal fell, the little mantle vine eagerly burrowed into the corpse, hungrily absorbing its nutrients. A poor zebra tried to lick up the spilled blood, but in moments it was sucked dry and left as nothing but a husk. Watching this, Cheng'an recalled the earlier gazelle that had suddenly mutated. It seemed the transformation happened right after it tasted blood. Just as the little vine was about to move on to the next body, Cheng'an intervened. He grabbed a handful of grass, soaked it in blood, and stuffed it into the mouth of a wildebeest trying to escape. At first, the animal struggled weakly, but the moment it tasted the blood, it became obsessed, greedily devouring it and looking for more. Cheng'an watched the wildebeest closely. Aside from a flush of bloodshot eyes, it showed no obvious change. He wondered, is it because the wildebeest is larger and needs more blood, or did he miss some crucial detail? Was there another reason the gazelle mutated? Driven by curiosity, Cheng'an tore a bloody piece of flesh from a nearby oryx and offered it to the wildebeest. This time, the animal gulped it down without hesitation. The transformation was instant. The wildebeest's body swelled to more than double its original size, its eyes bulging like snail stalks. Its skin began to melt away, revealing grotesque, exposed muscle. Though its broken spine healed, it twisted and warped in the process. Most disturbingly, for long, scythe-like legs sprouted from its belly, while its original hooves shriveled and retracted, unable to support its massive new form. The mutated wildebeest now crawled across the ground like a giant spider. Though it had gained monstrous strength, the creature didn't turn on Cheng'an. Instead, terrified by the power it had displayed, it only wanted to escape. But Cheng'an had no intention of letting it go. Had gone to all this trouble to make the wildebeest bigger for one reason: to create better fertilizer for his flowers. Now was the perfect time for this mutated beast to serve that purpose. He struck down on the horned beast's leg with his ruler, snapping one of its spider-like limbs. Seeing it still struggling, he didn't hesitate to break another. With 2 legs gone, the creature's movement slowed dramatically. Go ahead, eat as much as you want. As Cheng'an spoke, the restless mantle vine shot forward like an arrow, darting into the horned beast's wounds and burrowing inside. The beast felt only a brief surge of pain at the injury before the sensation faded. Though suspicious, its instinct to survive took over. Realizing the terrifying player was no longer chasing, it forced itself up and hobbled away, dragging its wounded legs. But it hadn't made it 100 meters before it felt as if its body were filled with lead. Breathing became harder, and a strange, spreading weakness crept through its limbs. Unaware of how much it had slowed, it kept believing it was running at full speed. It didn't understand what was happening, even as it collapsed to the ground with a crash. Suddenly, a huge blood-filled blister bulged from its abdomen. When it reached its limit, it burst open, and a brilliant red flower bloomed from the wound. Whoa, that color looks just like arterial blood. I love this effect. What skill is this? Looks pretty sinister. I was just thinking this vine looks familiar. I think I saw it on the forums. That's the mantle vine. You can find it in the jungle dungeon, but those usually bloom dark red or gray flowers, ugly and dirty. Nothing like this beautiful one. Maybe it's because it's better fed? I'm taking a screenshot. This is awesome. You didn't even raise it. What's there to show off? It's like discovering a new continent. Even if you didn't create it, You get to name it and show it off. Same idea. Fine. Fine. I'll take a picture too. Which idiot is controlling the camera? It keeps shaking. Watching the flowers wither one by one on the horned beast's body, Zuo Cheng'an knew his mantle vine had fully matured. Soon, a vine as thick as a finger emerged from the shriveled corpse. With a thought, the vine slithered to his side like a living snake. By his estimate, the vine had grown over 10 meters long, yet remained only as thick as a finger, giving it an odd, rope-like appearance. Since entering its budding stage, it had stopped growing wider and focused solely on length, making Zuo Cheng'an wonder if something had gone wrong with his cultivation strategy. But on second thought, its slender form made it perfect for slipping into tight spaces, definitely an advantage. Now, the mantle vine coiled itself comfortably around Zuo Cheng'an's arm. Though not thick, its 10-meter length made it a bulky, eye-catching bundle when wrapped up. Fortunately, as a skill construct rather than a regular companion, it could be stored in his system inventory or any storage item, as long as it was fed regularly. And now that it had reached maturity, the mantle vine was almost reptilian in its resilience, able to go half a year without food, but capable of storing massive amounts of nutrients when it did eat. A single meal now left him feeling full for a long time, completely different from how things were during the spore and juvenile stages. Zuo Cheng'an forced the mantle vine to spread evenly around his body, making sure it didn't bunch up in one spot. He tugged on the vine, gauging its strength through the feedback. On Earth, the world record for single-arm strength among ordinary humans was just over 400 kilograms, but Zuo Cheng'an's strength was 3 times that. When he pulled with all his might, the vine didn't give him any sense of danger at all. Even though the vine's diameter was less than a centimeter and it looked fragile, its strength rivaled that of a steel cable. Zuo Cheng'an estimated it could handle at least 1.5 tons of weight. With a safety factor of 6, it would take at least 10 tons of force to break it. He was quite satisfied this vine had been carefully cultivated with plenty of flesh and blood, far superior to the mass-produced, poorly fed crimson mantle vines. Clearly, he had a real talent for growing plants. Once Head arranged the vine, he covered it with his clothes so no one would notice, though the vine's cold touch was still uncomfortable. After making sure his movements weren't hindered and that Head still be able to fight, Zuo Cheng'an quickly left the scene. His next task was to scout the free-range area in preparation for a hidden mission that night. Hidden missions were valuable precisely because they were hidden. Once someone completed one, it lost its unique value and the chances of earning and strength dropped sharply. As for the animals the mantle vine hadn't finished eating, Zuo Cheng'an made sure to kill off every last one before leaving, not wanting them to drink blood and turn into monsters. Unfortunately, his parasitic spore skill was still on cooldown for another day, and he couldn't store these monster corpses in his system inventory, nor did he have any storage items, so he could only watch them go to waste. According to the live chat, attendance grew by eating monster meat, but Mo was only interested in vegetables. Even when it came to meat, it would only eat more if the food was well-cooked and flavorful, otherwise, it refused. Besides, Zuo Cheng'an didn't want Mo eating those revolting monsters anyway. Their flesh oozed pus and was mottled in purples, reds, and blues. Eating them would probably cause stomach problems, and he was more than capable of feeding it properly on his own. Not long after Zuo Cheng'an left, Zhou Longmao's squad arrived at the scene. The 13-member team was led by Hu Jin and Zhou Longmao at the front, with the rest close behind. Normally, there shouldn't have been any issues, but everyone looked tense and walked with heavy steps. It was already 1:21 p.m., and the zookeepers had gone off duty early. Although the free-range area was still open and the animals inside were just ordinary wildlife that wouldn't attack players unprovoked, if anything did go wrong, they couldn't count on the staff for help. As luck would have it, the group's anxiety was at its peak. One player, bundled up in a bulletproof vest and covered from head to toe, was sweating and visibly anxious, jumping at every little sound. Suddenly, he pointed at a thicket. A deer. There's a sick deer. As soon as he spoke, several nearby players raised their weapons and tools, watching the spot he indicated. Behind the bushes, the tail of a young deer flicked nervously, and as it sensed their attention, the tail froze in place. For these animals, the fences are little more than decoration. It's common to see creatures from the free-range area hopping out and wandering around. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. Someone exclaimed. Yeah, I almost thought it was a bear. Another person panted, patting their chest. I nearly threw my only weapon. If I lose it, you guys are paying me back. In this world, items are extremely precious. Even if you're lucky enough to get one from a dungeon, it might not be useful for combat. Some items have limited uses, while others are purely for support. As a result, anything solid or with a sharp edge regardless of its original purpose is treated like treasure and used as a weapon. Take Zhang Zhuang's power strip, for example. It was originally designed to power an electromagnetic cannon or an EMP gun. He couldn't afford those high-end weapons, and he couldn't bring himself to sell the power strip, so he repurposed it into an electrified weepa handy tool for his teammates. This little scare actually helped the team relax after a tense journey. The newer players, in particular, seemed noticeably less anxious. The first player to spot the sick deer was bundled up, with only a few patches of skin visible beneath a bulletproof vest. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. Sorry, I guess I'm just jumpy. The others brushed it off and prepared to move on, but their captain, Zhou Longmao, stayed put. Something felt off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. This gut feeling had saved his life more than once, so he decided to trust it again. Don't let your guard down. Wang Yue, send your clone to check things out. Wang Yue, a chubby guy with a tuft of black hair on his head, looked just like a black sesame rice ball with the filling showing. Interestingly, his clone was a skinny stick figure, with no facial features at all. The clone couldn't share senses with Wang Yue and could only be observed visually, but it was incredibly useful for scouting ahead. That's why, despite Wang Yue's terrible speed stats, Zhou Longmao made an exception and kept him on the team, assigning him to stick close to Hu Jin in case things went south. Now, Wang Yue's clone had quietly moved to within 2 meters of the sick deer. Normally, a deer being naturally cautious would bolt the moment it saw a human-shaped figure approach. Even if this particular deer was slow on the uptake, it should have snapped out of its daze and run away. While the animals in the free-range area were a bit unusual, the game still preserved most of their instincts to make things feel realistic for players. But this sick deer stood perfectly still, not even twitching its tail or stomping its hooves like before. A cold wind swept through, making the shrubs rustle and the branches sway as if trying to reveal a hidden scene. Before everyone's eyes, the silhouette of a sick deer gradually emerged, exposing its previously concealed front half. Its head and neck were smeared with fresh blood, the crimson stain suggesting it had just buried its face in another animal's carcass to feed. The blood hadn't fully coagulated, its color still a deep red clearly. It hadn't been eating for long. Wang Yue, call your clone back now, Hu Jin shouted, warning him as he directed the others to quickly spread out. As the player's reflections appeared in the sick deer's eyes, a sudden transformation erupted. The deer's head began to split down the middle, not completely, but enough to expose the disturbing details. It became a two-faced deer. The eyes near the cracks squeezed together into a gourd-shaped socket, and its mouth opened wide, revealing rows of shaped teeth and a forked tongue, radiating a terrifying aura. Do as I say. Form up. This thing isn't strong, we can handle it. Zhou Longmao bellowed, his voice like a hammer, snapping everyone out of their panic. Despite its mutation, the sick deer's average stats were only around 9. Zhou Longmao was confident he could take it on alone, but he chose to let the others have a chance to practice teamwork. After all, the daytime monsters were easy enough to deal with, and the real horrors came at night. If the daytime area was like a peace zone, then at night it turned into a nightmare. Zhou Longmao's shout jolted the stunned players back to reality. In a rush, they returned to their positions and grabbed whatever weapons they could to face the monster. Wang Yue, relying on his clone's advantage, didn't hesitate. He charged ahead, swinging a dismantled piece of railing as a weapon, trying to pin down the creature. The new players were lucky. Although they didn't have advanced weapons, the items they found were at least usable. Back then, Zuo Cheng'an had survived a tough fight with nothing but a pitchfork. Fortunately, this mutated sick deer was on the smaller side, which was a relief. If it had been a buffalo, moose, or wildebeest, its mutated stats could have hit 12 or 13. In that case, even Zhou Longmao wouldn't have let the newcomers practice. He'd have ordered everyone to fight with everything they had. Among these players, even the youngest weren't completely inexperienced. Those who had escaped from monsters in beginner dungeons now faced battle with a calm determination. As the fight settled into a rhythm, the new players guided by the veterans began to seize opportunities and land effective blows. Each solid hit, each vibration felt through their weapons, helped these newcomers quickly build confidence. As they gained experience, they drew closer to their goal of becoming veterans themselves. Survival in this game world was no longer out of reach. However, not everyone could adapt to the game's pace so quickly. Some, either due to low physical stats or having lived too long in peaceful environments, had lost their fighting spirit when confronted with monsters. They needed more time to adjust, and without support, they risked being eliminated from the game or worse, left behind forever. That was precisely the mission of the Xiaoya Guild, to give every ordinary player a shot. Many of the guild's celebrated leaders, now famous for conquering countless dungeons, had once been terrified at the sight of monsters, too scared to fight, or even fainted at the sight of blood. True prodigies, those who stand at the very top, are always the few. A mutated sick deer had become a training target for the players. Since most of them were unfamiliar with its moves and not used to their own gear, they eagerly practiced their skills on it. As the deer grew weaker and could no longer put up much of a fight, Zhou Longmao and Hu Jin stepped back from the main action, letting the others have their turn. Still, they kept a close eye on the crowd, scouting for promising newcomers. Longa, look at that kid Qiyun, Hu Jin said excitedly. He never had any formal combat training, but he's doing great. If we get him a membership at the training center, he'll definitely take off. He then pointed at another girl and added, that little one's not bad either. She's adapting fast. She was too scared to move at first, but now she's fighting harder than anyone. The moment a certain keyword came up, Hu Jin, as Gon Ran's #1 fan, immediately turned to study the girl more closely. Could she be the next Gon Ran in our guild? I heard from some of the old demers who joined around the same time as Gon Jie that she used to faint at the sight of blood. But something changed after she cleared one particular dungeon. She got over her weakness, and her skills seemed to improve week by week. She only recently hit a plateau at the peak of the 4th ladder. Zhou Longmao listened patiently, not interrupting. What Hu Jin was talking about was common knowledge in the guild, but no one remembered the details as vividly as he did. The guild leaders often used Gon Ran's story to motivate the backup teams, especially those who were struggling or had lost confidence. Over time, Gon Ran gained quite a following. Hu Jin was one of her most devoted fans, convinced he kept it hidden well, though it was obvious to everyone a might as well have "I want to be Gon Ran's man" written on his forehead. If the timing were right, Zhou Longmao would have loved to pull up a chair and watch Hu Jin's performance with a cup of tea in hand. Love the graveyard of men. But for now, the benefits of idolizing someone clearly outweighed the drawbacks. To improve his skills, Hu Jin pushed himself to the limit, almost qualifying as a gold member at the training center. As his close friend, Zhou Longmao watched his progress with mixed feelings, proud, but uneasy. So he simply trained alongside him. Before they knew it, they'd gone from reserves to full-fledged guild members, even earning the chance to test out the authenticity of a hidden quest in a dungeon run. Everyone knew that so-called testing was just a formality. Level 1 dungeons didn't have many surprises, and the hidden quest was pretty much guaranteed. The guild's leadership valued the two of them enough to hand them this basically free rank reward. As for who would end up with the final S rating, that was for them to work out themselves. This game wasn't some clunky AI made by humans. It was highly intelligent, recording every move players made inside the dungeons. Zhou Longmao and Hu Jin were not only responsible for rallying players to form teams, but also for guiding everyone in fighting monsters. Afterwards, they would each take down a few monsters on their own to secure their status within the group. Scoring high in this dungeon wasn't actually that difficult. By holding back a little during battles or by appearing more proactive, the game system would naturally award them better ratings. As for the players they led, although they couldn't achieve in rank, their scores would be slightly boosted thanks to Zhou and Hu's leadership, a small but welcome advantage. The two didn't chat for long before a nearby monster, a sika deer, suddenly let out a mournful cry, clearly on its last legs. Zhou Longmao and Hu Jin exchanged glances. Hu Jin swiftly picked up a small stone from the ground and flicked it with practiced ease. The stone shot through the air like a bullet and struck the monster dead on, killing it instantly. Zhou Longmao frowned slightly as he looked at Hu Jin. That wasn't a first kill, was it? Hu Jin shook his head. No, it wasn't. Zhou wasn't disappointed. After all, not every player here was a beginner. As soon as the dungeon started, many experienced players had already been competing in secret for the first kill rewards. He was surprised, though, that some players dared to act before knowing if it would trigger a chain reaction. It took guts. If it were him, facing a brand new dungeon, he'd definitely be cautious and wouldn't rush in recklessly. Still, if he were strong enough to easily clear out all the monsters, he'd love to try that reckless slaughter playstyle, just mowing everything down. The thought alone was exhilarating. Once he was powerful enough, he was determined to come back and breeze through a lower-level dungeon for the sheer thrill of it. Just as everyone was getting ready to move on, the moment the monster hit the ground, the new players broke into excited cheers, thrilled at having taken down a dungeon monster. Suddenly, though, one player dressed head to toe in body armor looked extremely pale, almost greenish. A loud-voiced player noticed immediately and shouted, "Hey, are you okay? You look terrible." As soon as he spoke, everyone turned to look. The player in question looked gravely ill, his face nearly translucent, his lips tinged with blue, a disturbing sight. All eyes locked on him, and some people instinctively stepped back. The veteran players quickly kept their distance, not wanting any trouble. Zhou Longmao narrowed his eyes, suspicion flickering in his mind. Without clear evidence, he didn't jump to conclusions. But he recognized the player and spoke quietly. "You're Lu Sheng, right? Are you hurt? I've got some medicine if you need it." Before he could finish, Lu Sheng let out a painful howl. Suddenly, his shoulder, tightly wrapped in body armor, began to heave violently, as if something was struggling to break free from beneath his skin. At that moment, a bold player acted before Lu Sheng could react, yanking off one of his gloves. The back of Lu Sheng's hand was covered in clusters of small, fleshy bumps, a grotesque sign that left no room for doubt. Mutation. Does anyone have a mental boost item? Hurry up, use it. But before anyone could respond, Lu Sheng's body armor could no longer contain the changes. With a violent convulsion from his back, the armor tore open, and something monstrous burst forth, turning the scene utterly terrifying. A pair of deep purple wings, streaked with red and black stripes, slowly unfurled. Several bony spikes jutted out along the spine, their tips the same dark purple, etched with intricate, shadowy patterns. Damn it, just kill him already. Who can tell what kind of creature this is supposed to be? If it's a ladder boss, taking him down might attract even more bosses. Don't be so jumpy. Stop talking about killing people like you're a villain's just a regular boss from an ordinary instance. Maybe he once entered a ladder boss personal instance? In that case, even lower-level instances could have bosses. Any monster you've seen could lead to a corresponding mutation. Enough arguing, let's hear what Brother Long has to say. While the veteran players argued endlessly about whether Lu Sheng should be dealt with quickly, the newcomers could only look on in confusion, unable to follow the conversation. What's a ladder boss? What coordinates? What mutation? Dude, are you even speaking Mandarin? Why can't they understand any of this? Zhou Longmao and Hu Jin worked together to restrain the mutated Lu Sheng. When a player mutates, they gain some of the abilities of the corresponding monster. Although they couldn't tell exactly which boss Lu Sheng was mutating into, it was clear he was toxic. Any exposed skin that touched the powder falling from his wings immediately broke out in a painful, itchy red rash, and in just a few breaths, their arms had swollen up dramatically. Fortunately, it was still early in the mutation and Lu Sheng was weak to begin with, so he hadn't gained much of the monster's power yet. For now, the two of them could still handle him without much trouble. Hu Jin studied Lu Sheng's wings. The shape was similar to a blood-patterned phoenix butterfly, but the markings resembled those of a golden-eyed monarch. The 6 bony spikes along the spine reminded him of a thornback wyvern. Was this some kind of hybrid? He must have been influenced by multiple monsters. How timid. Zhou Longmao tried to pry open Lu Sheng's eyes to see how much sanity he had left, but Lu Sheng suddenly lunged, snapping at Zhou Longmao's fingers and letting out an inhuman screech while struggling even harder. Hu Jin quickly tightened his grip, glancing at his companion in concern. Did he bite you? No. Zhou Longmao felt a chill. Lu Sheng's teeth were no longer human, now sharp and triangular, with 4 or 5 rows of fangs lining his upper jaw and even his tongue. If he hadn't reacted quickly, his fingers might have been bitten clean off. But this also gave him a clear look at Lu Sheng's eyes. His pupils had shrunk to pinpricks, all reason gone, leaving him indistinguishable from a monster. If they threw Lu Sheng into a group of intelligent monsters, you'd be hard-pressed to tell which was the monster and which was the human, at least by the eyes alone. At this point, even if his sanity was restored, Lu Sheng would still be a humanoid monster. Seeing Zhou Longmao still unwilling to give up and wanting to test if there was any humanity left, Hu Jin couldn't help but cut in. Let it go. Not everyone has the willpower to use mutation as a last-ditch boost. He's beyond saving. Kill him now, and at least let him leave looking human. Safe Zone 7 was relatively new and underdeveloped, with fewer high-level players compared to Safe Zones 1 and 2. The handful of 5th ladder players here, who are as rare and valuable as national treasures, can easily gather a couple of 100-person raid teams in Safe Zone number 1. If Gon Ran from their guild were also a player in Zone number 1, she wouldn't be stuck on the 4th ladder, unable to move up simply because she can't find suitable teammates. Although Hu Jin hadn't met many high-level players in person, had heard stories, while lower-level players treat distortion like a deadly threat, obsessively checking their sanity before every dungeon run. High-level players do the opposite. They deliberately run dungeons at a high frequency before crucial moments, keeping their sanity in the critical zone between 40 and 50. This way, even if distortion occurs, the effects aren't severe. They remain rational while temporarily gaining extraordinary abilities by harnessing the power of the distortion. For them, it's almost like activating a transformation skill, actively controlling the distortion, summoning it when needed, and unleashing a power-up at any moment. But that's a strategy only high-level players can afford. They have the strength to suppress the boss corruption, resisting being consumed by the anomaly, and avoiding total loss of control. At their level, ordinary dungeon bosses no longer offer meaningful upgrades, so they seek out even stronger bosses, study their distortion traits, and hope to push their own evolution to a higher tier. Lu Sheng, however, clearly wasn't one of them. He was just an ordinary first ladder player, already having exhausted his potential. After running 10 first-level dungeons, he still hadn't made any progress. Desperate to get stronger, he realized his stats could no longer improve, no matter how many times he cleared a level 1 dungeon. With an average stat of just 12, he was stuck in an awkward middle ground, enough to show off in front of beginners, but nearly the lowest among first ladder players. In tougher dungeons, he was always the one dragging the team down. Head barely survived several times, and as he watched newcomer after newcomer surpass him, his confidence shattered. Regret and frustration overwhelmed him, but he was powerless to change anything. Faced with the prospect of being stuck at this level for good, he made a desperate choice. He faked his stats and snuck into a level 2 dungeon team. He was gambling everything. If he could just boost his average stat by 1 point, his situation in level 1 dungeons would improve considerably. But the level 2 dungeon was far tougher than had expected. Because one teammate triggered a trap, 5 monsters that should have awakened one by one were activated all at once. Chaos erupted, and the team was caught completely off guard. For Lu Sheng, who was only there to try his luck, the situation was even more dire. He narrowly escaped death multiple times. By chance, this dungeon had a hidden, extremely difficult alternate escape route. On the verge of passing out, half conscious, he noticed a ventilation duct behind the 5 monsters' tanks. Acting on instinct, he dove in. Had made the right call. Crawling through the cramped duct, fighting weakness and pain for over 200 meters, he finally saw a system prompt. Exit the dungeon? He didn't hesitate, he chose to escape. By the time he got out, he was so drained he could barely stand. But what truly terrified him wasn't the brush with death, it was his sanity score, which had plummeted to a dangerously low 54. From that day on, he was left traumatized. Nightmares and hallucinations became routine. By all rights, he should have been lying low in the safe zone, resting until his sanity recovered above 60 before even thinking about his next move. But reality was far harsher than the rules allowed. The Great Purge was coming, and the suffocating sense of dread made it hard to even breathe. Under such pressure, his mental state only deteriorated further, dropping even lower. It felt like something was pushing him closer and closer to the edge. He began making choices he never would have considered before. And this was just the beginning. Lu Sheng drifted between reality and illusion every day. Today, as usual, he spent a fortune to split the cost of a set of gear with someone else. He wore a bulletproof vest, while his teammate was equipped with amphibious boots and pants. After putting on his new gear, Lu Sheng entered the dungeon lobby and happened to come across a group of players casually forming a team. He slipped right in and joined them. However, once inside the dungeon, as the bus drove through Ladder City, all it took was a glance out the window for his sanity meter to plummet. By the time they reached their destination, his sanity had dropped to 49, and a row of small bumps, resembling monster skin, had started to sprout across his own. The swelling pain along his spine nearly drove him mad. Having spent so much time in the game world, Lu Sheng knew immediately that he was mutating, and he also knew exactly how other players would react if they saw a teammate undergoing such a change. So, he had no choice but to hide his condition. At this point, Lu Sheng figured his sanity had probably fallen below 30, putting him right on the edge of a full-blown mutation. From the outside, half his body had already been overtaken by the monster. His lower half had transformed into the round, swollen abdomen of a moth, with a thick, scaly tail growing from the base of his spine and dense, fleshy bumps covering his body. The monster parts now outweighed the human ones. Even high-level players usually only mutated into a half-human, half-beast form, pushing any further risked permanent side effects. Even if his sanity recovered, he might be left with changed eye color, tumors, or a tailhead, have to cut a hole in his clothes just to fit, or head look bizarre and out of place. Just imagining that kind of life was suffocating. As the mutation worsened, Lu Sheng's strength increased dramatically so much so that even Hu Jin and Zhou Longmao could barely restrain him, despite the fact that their stats were way higher than his. Hu Jin urged them on, maybe as a warning. There was no saving him now. He'll do it this time, Zhou Longmao volunteered. He had a strong sense of justice and was always willing to lend a hand, which was why the guild had invested so much in him. His flaw, though, was indecisiveness, just couldn't bring himself to be ruthless. A soft-hearted manager might be a blessing for subordinates, but it was a problem for a future team leader. That's why the higher-ups had paired him with the more pragmatic Hu Jin, one to play good cop, the other bad cop, making for a perfect team. When someone needed to make the tough call, Hu Jin would step in or give Zhou Longmao the push he needed. Zhou Longmao knew his own shortcomings and had accepted that he wouldn't change. He was fine with letting Hu Jin be his voice and his hands. After a few dungeons together, their teamwork had become seamless. Taking the screwdriver prop Hu Jin handed him, Zhou Longmao silently wished Lu Sheng well, then decisively drove it into the part of Lu Sheng's brainstem that hadn't fully mutated. The result was immediate. Lu Sheng's struggling limbs went limp, and his insect abdomen slowly reverted to a human form. Hu Jin pulled up his sleeve, and the bumps on his arm faded somewhat, though there was still some dark discoloration left. Unfortunately, the mutation had gone too far for a full recovery. Lu Sheng could only leave, still bearing the marks of the monster. Although Zhou Longmao knew that Lu Sheng would most likely become an NPC in a future instance, and that even if they buried him, the game would eventually take him away, he was still determined to give him a proper farewell. He called the other players over to help lay Lu Sheng to rest, but found everyone still frozen in shock. As they looked at Lu Sheng's twisted, deformed body, the players swallowed hard, their faces pale. The veteran players began to explain the concept of distortion to the newcomers, but most of their knowledge came from boastful players with average skills far less informed than Zhou Longmao and Hu Jin. Longa, the newcomers asked in fear, do all distorted players have to be executed? Does your sanity always drop below 60 before you change? Is there really no exception? And what does it mean to become a coordinate? Can you explain? Zhou Longmao could see how frightened they were. As an old hand at calming nerves, he patiently explained, don't worry too much. When your sanity drops below 60, you'll just have mild symptoms like dizziness, fatigue, nightmares, or hallucinations. As long as your sanity doesn't drop below 50, and you get enough rest and avoid seeing monsters again, you won't distort. He pointed to Lu Sheng's freshly buried grave and continued, take Lu Sheng, for example. His sanity was already hovering dangerously around 51 or 52, and then the encounter with the stag monster pushed him below the critical threshold of 50. Eugene picked up the explanation. As for the coordinate issue, regular bosses can't leave their own instances, and bosses from the Tower of Ascension can't enter lower-level instances because of the game rules. But if a player fully distorts in another instance and becomes a boss subordinate, that boss can use the player as a coordinate to teleport straight here. By now, the sharper players realized just how close they'd come to disaster. Letting a fully distorted player stick around was like pouring blood into a pool of sharks. After burying the body, Zhou Longmao returned and offered some comfort. Fortunately, all the monsters Lu Sheng was linked to are from level 2 instances. Unless he fully distorted, they couldn't get here. That's right, Hu Jin agreed. If a level 2 boss showed up, maybe the two of us would survive, but the rest wouldn't stand a chance. With their group, now down from 13 to 12, everyone's earlier sense of security from their numbers faded. As they set off again, each person was much more cautious. But they hadn't gone far when the strong stench of blood hit them. In this open area, with nothing to block their view, they easily found the Sauersea mound of animal corpses, at least a dozen, piled into a gruesome hill. The heavy scent of blood drifted through the air. Beside a corpse, a pair of sika deer were greedily feasting on flesh. The doe, unimpeded by antlers, could bury her entire neck into the botus abdomen, while the stag, restricted by his large antlers, could only plunge most of his face inside. This gruesome scene finally answered the question that had puzzled everyone. Now they understood why the sika deer they'd encountered earlier had blood smeared all over their heads and necks. Both deer were already bloated from overeating, having gorged themselves on flesh and blood without any sign of discomfort. Yet as soon as they sensed Zhou Longmao and the others nearby, they exploded into action as if a pressure cooker had burst. In the blink of an eye, the deer's forms shimmered and vanished like illusions, replaced by two grotesque creatures draped in deer hides, their backs bristling with eyes. They lunged at the group with astonishing speed. Run! Get out of here! These things are way out of your league. Zhou Longmao ordered without hesitation. Even one of these monsters would keep the players busy for ages. If both attacked together, it would mean total annihilation. His timely warning snapped many stunned newcomers out of their daze, giving them a chance to escape. Wang Yue, who was slow to react, was immediately hoisted onto Hu Jin's back as they continued to break through. Fortunately, they had already experienced a monster attack earlier and were mentally prepared this time. Otherwise, this sudden assault alone would have wiped out at least half the rookies attempting a level 1 normal dungeon for the first time. As they fled, Zhou Longmao glanced at the group. Though panicked, they still managed to keep their formation, and he felt a surge of relief. The previous training had clearly paid off. It also proved that ordinary players weren't useless. They just lacked opportunities to grow. Meanwhile, Mo Do, who was about to follow Zuo Cheng'an into the elephant house, suddenly perked up and glanced toward the pile of corpse sit, seemed to have caught the sound of human shouting. But it was only distracted for a moment. Nothing was more important to it than Zuo Cheng'an. As its master called from inside, Mo Do wagged its tail and trotted after him, its paws making crisp tapping sounds on the stone floor of the elephant house. According to the sign outside, 3 Asian elephants were housed here, touted as the stars of the Midnight Zoo. The live chat, however, was full of sarcasm. They're obviously just monsters in disguise. Why even bother classifying them? As the zoo's signature attraction, the enclosure was filled with artificial trees, fake rocks, and lush greenery, and even the visitor pathway was carefully decorated to mimic an authentic Asian elephant habitat. Zuo Cheng'an reached down to pat Mo Do's head as it caught up. Did you hear something back there? Woof, came the reply. By now, the chat was flooded with updates about Zhou Longmao's team. It was impossible to ignore. Inside the sturdy steel fence, the 3 elephants stood in a neat row before the enclosure's only clock, as if they truly understood what time it was. A group of players entered the area, and among them, a slightly smaller elephant walked over to the spot closest to Zuo Cheng'an, stretching out its trunk to reach the fruit in the cart. However, its trunk fell short by about a meter. The young elephant gazed longingly at Zuo Cheng'an, as if waiting for something. Zuo Cheng'an couldn't help but smile inwardly, realizing that the food was deliberately placed there by the keepers, clearly a trap. If any of the players fell for it, it would be incredibly foolish. Were they illiterate, or just too careless to read the helpful reminders? Nevertheless, Zuo Cheng'an didn't miss the chance to interact with the young Asian elephant. Grinning, he gently grabbed the elephant's trunk before it could withdraw. The little elephant's expression shifted, obviously displeased, as if to say, "Are you being polite?" Zuo Cheng'an chuckled, replying, "I'm being extremely polite." Just then, his task panel updated in his mind, and the mission progress jumped. Interact with at least 5 herbivorous animals. 95. Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the screen, amused. He had already touched the bodies of the large herd of animals brought over by Mo Do, far exceeding the requirements of the instance. He realized that if he repeated the process tomorrow, he could unlock a special achievement for this instance. Even though he had used up all his attribute points, there was no way he'd pass up on these easy points. So he tightened his grip on the elephant's trunk, making sure it couldn't get away. The little elephant tried to pull free, its trunk straining with all its might, but it couldn't break Zuo Cheng'an's hold. Despite its best efforts, the player before it stood as immovable as a mountain. The other two slightly larger Asian elephants approached, their eyes filled with wariness and anxiety. Using his skill, Zuo Cheng'an checked the basic stats of the three elephants. The young one averaged 13 points, while the other two were a bit stronger, averaging 16 points, almost on par with Zhou Longmao's stats. It seemed the Xiaoya Guild's information was incomplete. The strongest monsters in the instance weren't 12 or 13 points, but 16. Suddenly, Zuo Cheng'an thought of the giraffe at the wellness center, the only animal in the free-range area. Its stats were likely even higher, probably at least 18. Perhaps because no one had ever tried to provoke it or trigger its mutation, the guild scouts had seriously underestimated the monsters in this instance. Still, this didn't affect Zuo Cheng'an much. His constitution was 24, and all his other stats were 28. He was practically unstoppable within the scope of the herbivore free-range instance. Under the terrified gazes of the three elephants, Zuo Cheng'an pried open the fence without hesitation and stepped into the monster's territory, a cold smile on his face. He was waiting for the next spore cooldown, and these living petri dishes could provide even more nutrients. He knew that a living creature offered far more nourishment than a corpse, and with just these three elephants, he could easily cultivate a new mantle vine without having to hunt down other animals. But sparing their lives didn't mean he would let these three elephants off the hook. He knew full well that these animals would actively attack players at night, and he planned to come out then. To prevent them from causing trouble in the dark, it was best to teach them a lesson early. The three elephants huddled helplessly in the corner of the enclosure, trembling. They would never forget this period of darkness that belonged to them. Not long after, Zhou Longmao's team finally made it to the elephant house, having circled around the area. However, the group was down to 10 from the original 12. 2 were missing, either lost during the escape or caught up in some other trouble. Life and death seemed to be the norm in this instance, and new players quickly adapted to the rhythm. The like-minded friends you met one moment might be torn apart by monsters the next. Anyone you had a falling out with could easily end up dead the next day for breaking some rule of the instance, their fate left unexplained. Zhou Longmao and Hu Jin's clothes were no longer as neat as when they first entered the game. They were covered in scratches, claw marks, and dirt stains, clear evidence of the dangers they had faced while escaping from the two monsters. Arriving at a new location, they didn't dare rush in. Instead, they stood at the entrance of the elephant house and decided to have Wang Yue send his clone inside, first to scout for any potential attacks. The other players hid in concealed spots, careful not to draw the animal's attention and risk triggering another monstrous transformation. Wang Yue's clone strode confidently into the building. Since he couldn't see the surroundings through the clone, Wang could only give it repeated instructions to move forward. When the clone bumped into obstacles inside, it would randomly turn left or right, much like steering a remote-controlled car blindly through a maze. After wandering around the elephant house in this clumsy fashion, the clone eventually returned, completely unscathed, spotless, without a single scratch. Seeing this, Zhou Longmao finally gave the order for everyone to enter and start exploring. According to information held by the Xiaoya Guild, the three elephants inside the elephant house were the most troublesome animals in the entire free-range zone. Elephants are already highly intelligent in real life, so the game placed very few behavioral restrictions on the ones in this dungeon. They would lure players into breaking rules, deliberately avoid contact, and even refuse to let players approach just to make things difficult. Although they suspected the elephants were formidable, this was only a level 1 dungeon and had never attracted much attention, so they hadn't been able to get tools to measure the monster's attributes. Moreover, these three elephants had never revealed their true strength to the players, leaving Zhou Longmao with no clue about their actual abilities. Judging by their dislike for players, he knew tonight's visit to the elephant house would be anything but peaceful. He had no idea how much more his remaining team of 10 would have to sacrifice. After only half a day in the dungeon, Zhou Longmao's initial confidence had faded into deep self-doubt. Was he really up to this task? Had Captain Zhuang chosen the wrong person? Maybe he was never meant to be the next leader. Hey, who put the specimen from the fridge over here? And who tied its trunk into a dead knot? It's so flat. The environment inside the dungeon felt a bit slapdash, and the players chatted noisily, pointing at various things. The sturdy metal bars gave them a false sense of security. They subconsciously believed that anything made of metal, especially bars this thick, must be safe. This kind of misconception was common among newcomers, and it usually took a few encounters with powerful monsters to realize just how fragile metal could be. Curious, Zhou Longmao moved closer and found that the three elephants, usually full of life and mischief, now looked as if they'd been frozen and then thawed out, limp and lifeless. They seemed to have suffered some sort of abuse, appearing so listless that any animal welfare group would immediately file a complaint. The smallest elephant had its trunk tied in a knot. The tip was shaped like an hourglass, and the sunken area looked as if it had either been tightly bound or forcefully squeezed, leaving the skin and underlying tissue permanently deformed. and unable to return to its original shape. It was actually in relatively good shape. The other two elephants had suffered far worse. One was frozen in place, its forelegs stuck to the ground, looking almost like a levitating elephant. The other, the most aggressive of the group, had several sunken wounds. Its body was half crushed, bones broken in multiple places. There was even one whose head looked like a bowling ball, smashed in with 3 deep holes, suggesting it had endured unimaginable torment. Who could have done this? Which mysterious expert was responsible? Zhou Longmao absent-mindedly gripped the railing, only to notice that a few bars were oddly bent, as if someone had twisted them out of shape and then tried to straighten them again. What kind of player could bend steel bars as thick as an arm as easily as if they were wire? Time passed quickly, and the free-range section was about to close at 4 p.m. Despite the main quest being called Midnight Zoo, the herbivore free-range area, a side quest, only operated during daylight hours. The name and the unusual business hours seemed designed to tempt players to leave their rooms at night and explore the grounds. Those unwilling to take risks had already returned to their lodgings, locked their doors and windows, and planned to lie low until morning before continuing their tasks. Most had already met the basic requirements for survival. The rest was just a matter of outdoing each other. If you interacted with 10 animals, you'll interact with 15. Everyone was determined to come out ahead. If you gathered the remaining players at this point, you'd find their numbers had dropped from 32 to 21. A third had already been eliminated. As for what happened to those who died, Xiao Tangyuan crossed out Wang Yuwei's name as the chubby boy, seeing stars, complained, "Longa, it's getting late, and we still haven't eaten. Why can't we just eat the fruit from the animal feeders? Didn't someone already check and confirm it's not poisonous?" His question struck a chord. Everyone was tired and hungry, with food so close, but Zhou Longmao adamantly refusing to let them touch it. Are we really going to starve for 2 days in this quest? In this state, I don't think I could even handle a monster tonight. I can barely walk, someone muttered. By evening, many players had subsisted on nothing but tap water from the public bathroom all day. Yet, there was food in plain sight, fruit and other edibles in the animal troughs. Whether others had eaten or not, Zhou Longmao's group was strictly forbidden from touching it. When a new player asked why, Zhou Longmao and Hu Jin just shook their heads and stayed silent, telling them to figure it out for themselves. The sharper players had already guessed the reason and quietly bet on how long it would take the slower ones to catch on. The quest rules clearly said to care for the animals and not to feed them yourself. Normally, this would mean humans shouldn't feed the animals, but humans are animals too. So, in other words, care for people, don't feed them yourself. Who could feed humans? Only other humans. The deeper meaning was that obtaining food from unofficial sources in the quest was forbidden. As the explanation sank in, the gap between the players always present grew even wider. Some people just get it right away, while others seem completely stuck, like their brains are rusted and can't turn the corner. They can't follow the process, so all they can do is memorize the answers, which is already not bad. The unluckier ones even manage to copy the wrong answers. In the end, we're all made up of cells, but the gap between people is still staggering. In this instance, if you want to eat, you have to go to the official spots designated by the system. There's no sneaking around for free food. After all, this is a scenic area replica, so of course there are food stalls, all designed to look pretty authentic. As you walk by, you can clearly see a few nimble, humanoid monsters working inside, expertly flipping sausages and corn on the grill, as well as steaming baskets of buns. Black pepper, all meat, seaweed, crispy bone sausages of every flavor are piled high like little mountains. But all this food can only be bought with ladder coins. As soon as the prices are displayed, about 80% of the players are instantly priced out. Except for a lucky few who happen to find some coins, most people's pockets are completely empty. One player, frustrated, muttered under his breath, "Why make so much if no one can afford it? Are they planning to sell it to the monsters at night?" Zhou Longmao glanced at him, but said nothing. Hu Jin just nodded slightly, silently agreeing. After all, this was the trial run area of the Midnight Zoo. Even though it's a replica, the real zoo is still open to regular visitors. The next time their group passed by a stall, Hu Jin took out a ladder coin and bought a single black pepper sausage. Then, the 10 of them sat in a circle and, in the most pitiful fashion imaginable, split the sausage into tiny pieces to share. "Censor this by hand. This is enough. Take the rest back. We can't finish it," Zuo Cheng'an said, clutching a handful of sausages, with a bag of steaming soup dumplings hanging from his fingers. Next to him, Madu was happily munching on leftover salad scraps the stall owner had given it, clearly enjoying every bite. The owner, seeing this, cheerfully offered to ladle out some soup for them. If Zuo Cheng'an hadn't politely refused, the owner probably wouldn't have stopped. Holding a glass jar filled with red liquid, the owner's grin was so wide it almost split his face. "Here, take it. You can't find this authentic Muzhou ketchup on the market anymore. Everything else tastes like rabbit pee these days." He added with a chuckle, "One sausage is nothing. When you die, I'll buy you and keep you here as my assistant. Consider it my way of saying thanks." Zuo Cheng'an's smile froze for a moment, then he forced a laugh. "Well, that's, something. Don't worry, Working for me is way better than ending up with those big bosses. Here, you only work during the park's opening hours. We're closed most of the year and only open for a few months during the busy season. You'll get plenty of time off. 3 months on, half a year off. Sounds pretty good. Actually, Zwichingan was almost tempted. Instead of eating the sausage right away, he found a seat by the stall and started asking about the meat. Ostrich, the owner replied seriously. Zwichingan quietly dropped the topic, but as he looked at the shiny, fragrant sausage, he decided to try it anyway. The ingredient list was posted in detail: ostrich sausage, made from substandard, diseased ostriches from a breeding farm, ground whole and processed through 7 steps. At least the ostrich was from a real ostrich, according to the owner. Then he mentioned more common options: beef, earth dragon, chicken. Wait, earth dragon? Zwichingan checked the footnote, and sure enough, it said earth dragon meat. Curiosity got the better of him, so he asked, "What's earth dragon meat?" The owner answered casually, "It's just earthworms, really big ones. In some places, people not only eat them, but use them as transportation, too." A perfect response. What kind of meat is earth dragon? It's just earthwormily bigger. Some places even use them as vehicles, not just for food. Once you start working for me, we'll take you to the earth dragon farm to get supplies. Well, by then you probably won't even remember this conversation, so we'll just keep it in mind for the both of us. You're actually pretty decent. After finishing his food, Zwichingan glanced at Emodo and asked, "Are you done eating?" Burp. Woof. Emodo responded. A cold glint flashed in Zwichingan's eyes as he ordered, "If you're done, get to work." In an instant, Emodo's harmless appearance vanished. Without warning, he lunged at the stall owner's throat. The owner was shocked and tried to escape, but before he could react, there was a ripping sound. His face went pale with terror as he hastily put his mask back on, his eyes burning with rage. "How dare you, filthy human! I was doing business with you out of kindness, and you—" Before he could finish, his body began to mutate violently. Coarse black hair burst from his skin. Zwichingan wasn't interested in listening to his nonsense. With eyes as cold as ice, he struck swiftly while the owner was still transforming, ending him before he could fully change. Strike while the iron's hot, finish him off while he's weak. Fully transformed intelligent monsters are extremely powerful, with average stats around 25. Against these monsters, who are no longer constrained by the game's balance, ordinary players stand no chance, and newcomers at the first tier are doomed from the start. However, that kind of strength is just their potential. When they retain a human appearance, their abilities are only half as strong, around 17 points, still well within Zwichingan's one-shot range. Even if the monster did fully mutate, Zwichingan wouldn't be afraid. His own stats 24, 28, 28 were nothing to scoff at. Humans and monsters are natural enemies, utterly incompatible. If Zwichingan hadn't been watching to see how the stall owner operated the shop's equipment and where he kept the money, he would have acted much sooner. His original goal in picking this shop was simple: to learn more about the owner. After the stall owner died, he could no longer maintain his human form and quickly reverted to a half-human, half-big monster, with limbs that ended in chicken claws and sharp crescent fangs jutting from his mouth. Zwichingan kicked the corpse aside in disgust, sneering, "Not even human, yet you insist on pretending. Pathetic." He shoved the body out of the way and walked into the shop. Imitating the stall owner's movements, Zwichingan skillfully operated the cash register. He punched in a series of numbers like a password, heard a click, and pulled open the cash drawer. A dazzling pile of TNT coins greeted him, over 100 in total by a rough count. Some cards were printed with strange symbols and the dark markings of the TNT tower. He picked up one card and flipped it over. It was marked with a value of 10. On the back, a line read, "Its owner used it to buy a basket of soup dumplings." So these cards are the high-denomination currency of TNT City, Zwichingan muttered to himself. He didn't even need to use his eye of truth to know these were TNT coins. Any player could confirm it by touch. But the moment he tried to put the coins in his backpack, he felt a wave of dizziness. His mental energy, which had recovered to over 70 after a deep sleep, instantly dropped back to 69 the moment he touched the coins. He found this kind of disgusting mechanic hard to accept. TNT coins are hard enough to come by, and now the game had added this kind of trick. If a player finally managed to get some coins while their mental state was on the verge of distortion, a single careless moment could ruin everything. Setting aside his annoyance, he did a quick count. After stowing everything in his backpack, he had a total of 206 TNT coins. Zwichingan glanced disdainfully at the corpse on the ground and quickly counted the sky ladder tokens he had collected. 206 token stats, about 2,000 points, he calculated silently. He glanced at his meager balance of just 642 points, feeling both pleased and a bit anxious. While the number of tokens was impressive, they couldn't be traded directly between players and had to be exchanged through the guild. To be cautious, he knew he should always keep some on hand. With Emodo now thoroughly stuffed, Zwichingan continued his exploration. It was already 5:30 p.m., and most players in the free-range area had retreated indoors. Only a few, like him, who still hoped to uncover hidden quests, remained outside. Arriving at the last section of the park, Zhuchengan casually picked out a lop-eared rabbit with dark circles under its eyes from a trembling group, as if he were choosing potatoes at the market. Instantly, the system prompted, quest progress updated, survive until the end of the instance. Interact with at least 5 herbivore species. For 125. Another notification popped up. Congratulations. You've earned the Worth the Visit Instance Exclusive Achievement. You've interacted with every animal in the herbivore free-range area. Points 10. 10 points barely acceptable, Zhuchengan muttered, adding the new points to his account, bringing his total to 652. Thinking back on his earlier encounters, he couldn't help but shake his head. The animals were all too skittish. Even a brief interaction left them traumatized. The giraffe in the wellness area, for example, had been so frightened by a couple of his tough-sounding words that it lost control on the spot. When he thought about the exclusive instance achievement, Zhuchengan felt a twinge of regret. If he had entered the instance earlier, he might have earned an extra free attribute point from that achievement. Although the sun was still up, the path lights along the park were already on, and the midnight zoo area at the hilltop had turned on the lights for the Ferris wheel and cable cars. It was prime visiting hours at the zoo. Several hot air balloons with animal faces floated overhead. Lions, elephants, and tigers were common enough, but one design caught Zhuchengan by surprise, a triceratops. He squinted to double-check. Even if he was seeing things, the viewers in the bullet comments could zoom in on the stream and wouldn't miss it. He quickly messaged in the chat channel, Tao Taijin, aren't you supposed to be the instance expert? Since when did the Midnight Zoo start featuring dinosaurs? Tao Taijin replied almost immediately, hi. Tao Taijin here. To boost popularity, the zoo brought in species extinct in the player world. For them, it's just rescuing monsters. The game team approved it, and the reviews are pretty good. It's now a Sky Ladder level instance. I think the dinosaur area has already appeared on the second floor of the Sky Ladder Tower. But as a side instance for a level 4 dungeon, it's pretty tough. 99 of players in the first 3 waves didn't make it, and the one who did only survived thanks to special items. If you're interested, check it out. Sky Ladder instance, huh? Zhuchengan mused. The chat in the live stream was buzzing with debate. Some viewers complained they couldn't show off without a walkthrough, while others who had previously called the player clueless were now being teased after the player made the right moves. A discussion about dinosaurs sparked a flurry of comments. One person remarked that dinosaurs were nothing special since you could see them on the dinner table, only to be reminded that dinosaurs were extinct in the player's world. How are you guys sending emojis in the chat? Someone asked curiously. Changming Tech just upgraded the system, another replied. They added new features like livestream scheduling, note-taking, player tags, and death notifications. Player tags? That's brilliant. Someone exclaimed. Whenever a player changes outfits, I can't recognize them. This will make things so much easier. This comment kicked off a debate about identifying people by their appearance. Someone joked, you use clothes to tell players apart? We're all basically familiar. You're taking it too far. Don't you recognize livestock by their fur color? Someone else chimed in. The conversation soon veered off topic. Amid the banter, though, an important detail emerged. Besides the level 1 herbivore free-range area, the Midnight Zoo also had a level 2 dinosaur park branch. This dungeon might not be especially difficult, but it definitely met the standards for level 2, leaving no loopholes for players to exploit. It was just like math problems. Basic ones were straightforward, while the tough ones were full of tricks and detours. The higher-level dungeons worked the same way. Even if players knew the solution, they could still fail because of hidden traps, ending up dead halfway through or unable to connect clues with the conditions for clearing the level. For Zhuchengan, the second floor of the Tower of Ascension was still a distant goal. Have to get through a major cleanup first. After reading all this, he turned his attention back to reality. Night had fallen, and the animals in the free-range zone were growing restless. In the distance, the excited howls of herbivores rang out. Hard to believe such sounds came from usually gentle creatures. Even in the small animal interaction area, the lop-eared rabbits, chinchillas, capybaras, and wallabies had started chasing and nipping at each other, some already showing early signs of abnormal behavior. The game hadn't issued the midnight alert yet, but Zhuchengan decided to wait in the small animal interaction area. After scouting the grounds, Head determined this was the best starting point. It offered the shortest route to all the animal zones. Clearly, other players had the same idea. 13 players had already gathered around the area, including Zhuchengan. 8 came from Zhou Longmao's team, while 4 belonged to a lesser-known group. They stood in small clusters, talking quietly among themselves and occasionally glancing over at Zhuchengan, who was waiting alone. Among the 2 groups, Zhuchengan had some knowledge of Zhou Longmao's team. He hadn't expected that after an entire afternoon, 8 out of their original 13 members were still an unusually high survival rate. Clearly, the members of the Xiaoya Guild were quite capable. Faced with the scrutiny from both factions, Zhuchengan said nothing, simply placing the freshly severed monster's head by his feet as a silent warning. The weak are isolated, while the strong isolate everyone else. He had no interest in ingratiating himself with others or squeezing into another team. If he were to join a group, he'd rather strengthen himself and draw others to him, becoming the undisputed leader of any team. The monster at his feet had mainly mutated in its body. Although its head was grotesque, it was still possible to tell it had once been a rhinoceros. According to the rule that stronger animals become even more formidable after mutation, this rhino monster ranked among the top 3 in the entire free-range area, second only to the giraffe and the 3 elephants. With such strength, even if Zuo Cheng'an only had a dog for company, no one would dare to provoke him lightly. In fact, both small groups were actively looking to befriend him, hoping to bring him into their fold. Recruiting a strong opponent was preferable to maintaining a tense stalemate and being attacked from all sides. Clearly, Zuo Cheng'an, standing alone, was being seen as a rival equal to either group. Zhou Longmao was the quickest to act. Before anyone realized it, he had made his way over to Zuo Cheng'an and offered his hand. "Hi, I'm Zhou Longmao from the Xia Guild. Want to be friends?" Zuo Cheng'an shook his hand briefly and thought to himself that, since only a name was needed to add someone as a friend, it was safer to use an alias to avoid unnecessary trouble. He remembered the 3 thunderous announcements in the instance hall after the first clear and was wary of having his identity exposed. It was best to keep a low profile when possible. "Zhou Longmao, is that your companion? You've trained it well." "I'm thinking of getting one myself," Zuo Cheng'an commented, his tone distant. Zhou Longmao picked up on his indifference, but tried to keep the conversation going. Soon, their awkward exchange became a 3-way conversation. Jiang Lai, leader of the 4-person team, worried that Zhou Longmao and Zuo Cheng'an might team up against them, so he came over to join the discussion not long after. After a brief introduction, Zhou Longmao, as usual, revealed almost everything about himself as soon as he entered the instance. Zuo Cheng'an, however, paid close attention to Jiang Lai, the leader of the 4-person group. Through their conversation and the occasional comments about Jiang Lai from the audience, Zuo Cheng'an gradually pieced together his background. Although Jiang Lai was only a first-tier player, he had become unexpectedly well-known among viewers. The 4 of them belonged to a small guild called Liuguang, whose numbers fluctuated but generally hovered around 40 members. Despite its modest size, the guild was not to be underestimated. Only about a tenth of its members were first-tier players, while the guild leader was second-tier. Whenever the guild leader participated, there was no level 1 survival instance they couldn't clear. In guilds of similar size, usually only the leader was first-tier, while most of the other members hadn't even made it onto the ladder. Although the Liuguang guild wasn't large, it had a strong reputation in the game. The guild leader intentionally kept membership around fortune number that seemed random, but actually held deeper meaning. Like many small guilds, their main business wasn't adventuring or clearing dungeons, but rather taking on various real-world service jobs, everything from washing dishes and delivering food to helping people move or providing security. The guild operated with a clear division of roles. The leader handled client negotiations, the top-ranked players served as managers, and the lower-ranked members made up the main workforce. As long as each member could reliably earn over 100 points per week, the guild was considered to be running smoothly. As for the 10th Sandpoint Fund needed to establish the guild in the first place, only the top players knew where that came from. After all, whether by luck or hard work, there were always multiple paths to wealth in the game. Guilds in the game were a highly profitable business model. Unlike companies in the real world, guild leaders didn't have to pay salaries or provide insurance. Instead, they could take a cut from the members' earnings. Ironically, when there weren't enough jobs to go around, it was the members who felt anxious. All the leader had to do was select 1 or 2 of the best-performing workers each month and let a senior player take them through a dungeon to earn a few free attribute points in act that would leave those members feeling grateful. This way of operating unexpectedly struck a chord with viewers in the livestream chat. Through the scrolling comments, Zuo Cheng'an learned that longtime fans enjoyed explaining these unspoken rules of small guilds to newcomers, finding a sense of satisfaction in the process. As these discussions unfolded, Zuo Cheng'an gradually saw Jiang Lei's true intentions. It turned out that Jiang Lei's stated goal of gaining experience by taking 5 newcomers into the dungeon was just a front. The real purpose was to intimidate them, letting them experience the dangers firsthand, so they would abandon any thoughts of future dungeon runs and willingly stick to safe, routine jobs, continuing to generate profits for the guild's management. The idea was simple: prevent anyone from getting lucky in a dungeon and developing ambitions of their own. However, things didn't go as planned. After just one day, the team had already lost 2 members. Jiang Lai didn't believe the deaths of the 2 players were his fault, and the losses were within an acceptable range. He recalled the reasons for their deaths. One refused to follow orders, insisting on observing wild animals and repeatedly straying from the group. The other simply had bad luck, getting attacked by hunting dogs while using the bathroom. His intestines were ripped out. After this round of elimination, the remaining 3 players were all the quiet, obedient types who kept their heads down and didn't cause trouble. Jiang Lai was secretly pleased. Incidents like these made the survivors even more aware of the dangers in each dungeon, ensuring they would no longer dare to venture out alone and would stick to the safety zone and work diligently. Under the strict control of the Liuguang Guild, these players had extremely limited social circles and couldn't find anyone else willing to take them into dungeons. Their only option was to work even harder, aiming for the monthly Best Worker award, which would earn them the chance to join the guild leader and senior players on dungeon runs. This management style certainly came with risks, the biggest being the inability to completely block the flow of information. Over time, those who hadn't climbed the ladder would inevitably start thinking about breaking free from control. However, the game rules gave the guild a huge advantage after quitting. Players couldn't join another guild for a year. Without job referrals from Liuguang Guild, there was almost no way for these players to earn the required 100 points in a week on their own. Faced with this, Jianglai knew exactly how to use both rewards and threats, occasionally taking them into dungeons whether with the chance to earn free attribute points or just regular points would thrill them. But to ensure safety in these runs, he needed strong players to lead the way. Liuguang Guild was already short-staffed, and the top-tier players capable of leading new recruits had long since grown spoiled. Taking advantage of the shortage, they acted high and mighty, either complaining about being tired or demanding higher pay because the dungeons were too dangerous. This made Jianglai realize he urgently needed to recruit new blood to give the veterans a sense of competition. With this in mind, Jianglai pulled a can of sardine-flavored dog food from his inventory and handed it to Zuo Cheng'an. I picked this up in a dungeon. It's not worth much if I sell it, so why not give it to Brother Imo? Hearing Jianglai's voice, Imodo instinctively turned his head. When he saw the familiar shape of a can, he thought it was his favorite tomato sauce, but a closer look at the packaging revealed nothing but unappetizing little fish. His interest vanished instantly. He tasted fish cans before, and the fishy smell still haunted him. Imodo snorted, then turned his back to Jianglai in protest. Zuo Cheng'an patted Imodo's head soothingly and explained, "My companion doesn't like fishy food. If you have any vegetable or fruit cans, he'd prefer those. If not, regular meat is fine too." "You're picky about gifts now?" Jianglai sounded a little annoyed. Off to the side, Zhou Longmao breathed a silent sigh of relief. Clearly, this Brother Imo wasn't easy to please. He was glad it was Jianglai here and not Hu Jin, otherwise things might have exploded by now. If it were just ordinary food, Zuo Cheng'an wouldn't have cared, but with the backing of a wealthy guild, Jianglai had grown rich off kickbacks. The can of sardines he casually offered was actually a premium item that could boost attributes. Although it was only useful for non-human species and not worth much, this actually confirmed what he had said earlier. Zuo Cheng'an's gaze fell on the out-of-place black waist pouch at Jianglai's side. It was likely a spatial item. These kinds of items conflicted with the backpack system's space attribute, so they could only be worn externally. He recalled Zhang Zhuang from the last instance, who always kept his spatial item on him and retrieved things from it, as if it were completely natural. After Zhang Zhuang died, his so-called girlfriend, Tan Huihui, naturally inherited the item. Yang Yi was envious but could do nothing about it. He secretly calculated that, once Tan Huihui returned to the guild, she would probably put on a show of tears and talk about her deep bond with Zhang Zhuang, and then all of Zhang Zhuang's stored belongings would become hers. The thought filled Yang Yi with both envy and jealousy. He even found himself cursing his own girlfriends, who pretended to be loving with him, hoping they'd die soon so he could rightfully inherit their assets too. When Zuo Cheng'an asked for vegetables and fruit, Jianglai's expression became rather complicated. He had indeed gotten lucky today while protecting a new guild member, had found a can of vegetables inside a monster. Eating it would give a 2 strength boost, and it worked for both humans and beasts. But Head planned to secretly enjoy it himself before midnight. There was no way Head give it away as a gift. Left with no choice, Jianglai tried to change the subject. He dropped heavy hints that Zuo Cheng'an would make good money if he joined their team. He even bragged about knowing the code to the locked door where the giraffe was kept at the sanatorium. What he didn't realize was that this 4211 code was already common knowledge. Zhou Longmao had announced it earlier. Zuo Cheng'an not only knew about it, but had already used it to unlock a special achievement in this instance, even taking the chance to scare the giraffe in preparation for the night's plans. Jianglai was still quite pleased with himself, convinced that the giraffe cowering in the corner, looking listless, had been frightened by his imposing presence. He even showed off in front of the new guild members, speculating that the giraffe, which looked uninjured but remained in the sanatorium, must have suffered psychological trauma. Zuo Cheng'an humored Jianglai and Zhou Longmao for a bit, but when he realized they had no useful information, he started dropping hints for them to leave. The two took the hint and rejoined their team, though Jianglai still seemed eager to try something. Zuo Cheng'an noticed this and sighed inwardly. There were still 5 or 6 hours until midnight would definitely be interrupted again. He needed to come up with a way to make these distractions work to his advantage. Zuo Cheng'an's gaze swept over one of the players in Zhou Longmao's team, a guy who looked a bit like a plump dumpling. Ever since entering the dungeon, had worn a constant look of worry, clutching his stomach and sighing now and then. Suddenly, Zuo Cheng'an remembered that none of the players had eaten since arriving, and unlike in Shenyang village, there was no free cafeteria in this free-range zone. If they wanted to fill their stomachs, they had to use ladder coins to buy food from the monster uneateries. The trouble was, most of the players didn't have any ladder coins at all. Even though most of these intelligent monsters only had stats around 25, making them easy prey in theory, for the players, they were still unbeatable enemies even if they looked human. If they didn't want to fight monsters, their only option was to trade by the rules and swap ladder coins for food. Suddenly, an idea for making money popped into Cheng'an's mind. He got up and, relying on his memory, found a nearby shop. In just 2 days, there was no way the players would starve to death, so they usually wouldn't buy the ordinary food sold at these stalls after all. Their points were more precious than anything else. But what if he added some ketchup? He remembered he still had a jar of pre-portioned ketchup on hand. He hadn't wanted to take back his thermos or feed it to the dogs, but now it seemed to have a use. These players still had to keep fighting monsters, so injuries were inevitable. Among the 8 survivors in Zhou Longmao's team, many were already hurt. Most of them were either too badly wounded to join the night's operation or already dead. Jiang Lei's group wasn't faring much better. Nearly everyone was seriously injured. Food that could restore stamina and heal wounds was exactly what they needed. Zuo Cheng'an guessed that even though they didn't have ladder coins, if he offered food that could help with healing, they definitely wouldn't turn it down. It didn't take long for Zuo Cheng'an to clean out a lucky shopkeeper's roasted corn stall, ending up with a huge sack full of roasted corn. As for why the shopkeeper was lucky, well, if his luck had run out, had it been cleaned out by Zuo Cheng'an himself. As Zuo packed up the corn, he glanced around and asked Mo Do, "Did you find the stall owner?" Mo Do replied with a bark, "Do I look like I can talk?" Zuo Cheng'an felt a pang of disappointment. Had hoped to force the stall owner to reveal the cash register's password. There were a lot of ladder coins inside, after all. But thinking it over, he realized it wasn't essential. Even if he couldn't open the register, he could always take whatever cash was on the stall owner, and maybe loot a little more while he was at it. Had already tried prying open the register before, but all Had managed was to dent the surface a bit. No real progress. Had confirmed with his true eye skill that this was a genuine Midnight Zoo unified shop register, made from incredibly tough material. Unless he knew the password or had level 3 lockpicking skills, it was staying shut, and he had neither. Resigned, Zuo Cheng'an decided to bury the register nearby for safekeeping, just in case someone else stumbled onto it later. Then, he tied up the sack of roasted corn with some ground vines and dragged the heavy load onward. After all, the vines weren't just pets to be pampered. They could help him out with chores, sparing him from lugging everything himself like a fool. A long while after Zuo Cheng'an had left, a figure covered in cow dung crawled out from a nearby haystack. Trembling, he made his way back to his ransacked shop, fear gripping his heart at the thought that terrifying player might return. He didn't even have the courage to check what he'd lost. In a panic, he grabbed the stash of money hidden in a compartment under the counter and fled. He'd already decided to call his landlord and end the lease today, penalty fee or not. If he hadn't listened to some troublemakers saying he'd make a fortune by opening a shop in a dungeon area, he never would have taken the risk. Now, not only did he fail to make money, he nearly lost his life. This was worse than eating dirt. Meanwhile, the hungry players waited quietly as time dragged on, trying to stave off their hunger by drinking water. As their physical abilities improved, so did their need for food. It was normal for high-level players to eat enough for 3 people in a single meal. To meet this demand, restaurants in the safe zone served food in large basins. A single order of fried rice was an entire tub. Yet, despite their huge appetites, these players could go half a month without eating. Other than feeling uncomfortable, it didn't seem to do them any real harm. Still, they couldn't eat their fill, but they wouldn't starve to death either. A truly frustrating situation. Crunch, crunch. In the silent night, the sound of crisp chewing echoed. There was no aroma, but everyone instinctively swallowed, eyes drawn to the source of the noise. The leader of the 4-person team, Jiang Lai, had taken off what looked like an ordinary black waste pouch and pulled out some compressed biscuits, handing them to the other 3. As he ate, he lectured them, boasting that working for the Liuguang Guild meant a better quality of life than most players. He told them that everything they ate was provided by the guild and that they should be grateful. What he didn't mention was that the supplies, including the storage item he was using, were made by guild members just like them, pieced together box by box, screw by screw. Jiang Lai smacked his lips loudly, as if trying to tempt someone. Hearing the sounds of eating, some of the players near Zhou Longmao started to get restless. But after Zhou Longmao's hands-on guidance, they were no longer so easily swayed. If Zhou Longmao hadn't sent them back to the dorm, that already showed his trust. A bite of food wasn't enough to make them betray him. So, Zhou Longmao's team simply turned to sit in another direction, choosing to ignore the temptation. Jiang Lai kept chewing noisily for a while, but when no one took the bait and his own mouth started to hurt, he gave up on trying to poach anyone. Seeing that there weren't many compressed biscuits left in his storage pouch and knowing he'd need to stay in the dungeon another day, Jiang Lai refused the other's request for another piece, but quietly opened another packet for himself. No matter what, he wasn't going to let himself suffer. The crinkle of the biscuit wrapper echoed in Jiang Lai's hands. No one in Zhou Longmao's team was swayed by a piece of biscuit, but the sound of people swallowing didn't stop. Combined with the rumbling of Wang Yuwai's stomach, It created a strange sort of symphony. That brings up a question. If a first-tier player from a small guild like Zhang Lai could have a storage item, why didn't Xiaoyu's top members have one? Faced with everyone's curious glances, Zhou Longmao pretended not to notice and quietly looked away. It was all because of the recent spike in prices. Had been in the game for over 2 months, but only recently started to stand out and get noticed by Captain Zhuang. Zhuang Jicheng, like Gan Ran, was one of Xiaoyu Guild's fourth-tier players and a team leader. Unlike Gan Ran, Zhuang Jicheng was a burly man with a rough personality, lacking in careful attention to others. While he did offer Zhou Longmao guidance in combat techniques, he often overlooked other needs, such as preparing supplies. After giving Zhou Longmao a life-saving talisman, he simply assumed Zhou was capable enough to take care of himself, leaving him to fend for himself and grow on his own in the game. Zhou Longmao was introverted and hesitant to trouble others, so he could only rely on himself, muddling through this period as best he could. Bit by bit, he prepared healing and offensive items for himself, but storage items remained a persistent headache. He wasn't qualified to cut in line for the guild's communal storage. Dungeons hadn't dropped any, and he couldn't afford to buy one due to financial constraints. Lacking experience and strength, and too embarrassed to rely on his background, Zhou Longmao's situation was truly difficult. After some calculations, Zhou Longmao realized that although he didn't have enough points to buy a storage item, he was close to saving enough contribution points to qualify for a spot in the next dungeon that regularly produced spatial items. As soon as that dungeon appeared in the lobby, he could apply to join the exploration team. With his abilities, obtaining a storage item shouldn't be a problem. Xiaoya Guild was a reputable organization and didn't exploit its players. Resources obtained in dungeons could be kept or submitted to the guild. Those submitted wouldn't be taken for free. Instead, they would be converted into contribution points, which could be used later to borrow special items such as lockpicks, monster detectors, or escape tools. The guild had already prepared strategies for the upcoming dungeon, and the available spots would be put to good use. In Xiaoya Guild, contribution points often had even more purchasing power than regular points. At that moment, the crunchy sound of someone eating biscuits rang out, and everyone couldn't help but imagine the taste, hardness, and texture of a compressed biscuit. Suddenly, a sweet, smoky aroma like barbecue drifted over. Barbecue? How could there be barbecue here? It was probably the wind carrying the scent from food at a monster vendor's stall. The free-range area wasn't open to regular visitors yet, and the food made by monsters at their stalls was eventually sold at the mountain summit. Honestly, the monsters' food looked pretty good. Something was off. The smell was getting stronger. Everyone turned to look for the source and saw Zuo Cheng'an, who had left earlier, returning with a large sack. The mouth-watering aroma was coming from inside that sack. Before reaching the players' camp, Zuo Cheng'an put away his mantle vine and replaced it with the sack in his hand. The fewer people who knew about the mantle vine, the better it might serve as a hidden advantage. Compared to monsters, players naturally preferred to deal with other humans. Zuo Cheng'an had barely sat down before he was surrounded by a crowd. Someone asked, "Brother Mo, did you buy these from the monster stalls?" Another chimed in, "Boss, are you selling this food? What's the price? Do you have a way to farm ladder coins? Our Liuguang Guild is willing to pay top price." Woof. Amid the noisy chatter, Mo Do barked impatiently, reminding everyone to quiet down. Zuo Cheng'an sharply tapped the ground with a long ruler, instantly drawing everyone's attention. When the cracked bluestone tiles on the ground caught their eyes, a few veteran players in the crowd kept their expressions neutral, but inwardly, they were already speculating about just how many strength points Zuo Cheng'an had. Hu Jin privately messaged Zhou Longmao, who could only shrug helplessly, admitting he couldn't figure it out either. After reassessing Zuo Cheng'an's abilities, the two found their attitude toward him becoming more complicated. Before, they thought it would be nice to befriend him, but it didn't really matter if they didn't. Now, however, they felt a growing urge to curry favor. With this level of strength, Zuo Cheng'an could easily take control of everyone in the instance, forcing them to work for him. As long as he left no witnesses, whatever happened inside the instance would be his word alone. Once the group had quieted down, Zuo Cheng'an pulled a piece of grilled corn slathered in ketchup from the sack and introduced it. This food can heal injuries. It's 35 points each. However, you can't store it in your system backpack to take out. Then, he took out an ordinary grilled corn without any ketchup. This one had no healing effects and was just for filling your stomach, priced at 10 points each. The ketchup had been poured on beforehand, but after being tossed around in the sack, it was spread unevenly. To maximize what he could carry, Zuo Cheng'an had picked smaller ears of corn, ones that looked good, had the right effect, were the right size, and tasted decent. But the players never cared about appearance or taste. They were all about practicality. As long as it worked, they could eat anything, even if it was chocolate that tasted like crap, or crap that tasted like chocolate. After Zuo Cheng'an's introduction, everyone was stunned. Healing items? For just 35 points? If only they could store these in their system backpacks and take them out of the instance, they wouldn't hesitate to pay 135 points each, let alone 35, assuming they had that many points to begin with. By comparison, The regular corn at 10 points each seemed overpriced. For 3 points in the safe zone, you could buy 5 big boxes of fresh corn, and with a little extra money, even set yourself up with a portable grill for a side business. Buying regular corn for 10 points each was just a ripoffenly a fool would go for it. Zuo Cheng'an just smiled quietly. Head brought the regular corn specifically for comparison, so customers would see the 35-point healing corn as a bargain. It also conveniently solved his own dinner for the night. These healing grilled corn sell for 3 ladder coins each from the monsters. I bought 20 with my own money, so my cost was 60 ladder coins, which equals 600 points. Now I'm selling each corn for 35 points, and even if I sell them all, they'll only make 700 points, just a 100-point profit at most, is what Cheng'an explained, sounding a bit helpless. I risked my neck to buy from the monsters and lug them back here, just to earn a little for my trouble. Everyone nodded in agreement, thinking his explanation made perfect sense. No one even considered the possibility that Zuo Cheng'an had gotten them for free. After all, these were intelligent monsters. Any player strong enough to deal with them would have long since stopped farming profits in a level 1 instance and moved on to level 2. From the grilled corn to the sack to the rattan workers hauling, Zuo Cheng'an's only real cost was the ketchup pan that was just something Head planned to throw away anyway. In reality, it was all profit, no investment at all. Jiang Lai felt tempted, but his naturally suspicious nature shaped by a life of trickery made him worry that others were also trying to scam him. While some members of Zhou Longmao's team were already pooling their points together to buy roast corn, he was still haggling with Zuo Cheng'an. Does it really have healing properties? When I touched it, there wasn't even a game prompt. This doesn't seem like an actual item. Zhou Longmao eyed the golden corn suspiciously. Isn't 35 points a bit too much? How about 31? You'd still make a profit. Zuo Cheng'an didn't even glance at him and turned to greet the other players who had gathered around. Wang Yue, you want one, right? Yeah, pick me one that's a bit more roasted. ITLL, keep me full longer. No problem, 35 points. Item or points? Points. As they shook hands, a notification popped up in Zuo Cheng'an's mind. Ding. 35 points transfer detected. Accept? Before the notification had even faded, 3 more deals came in quick succession. They'll take 3, Zhou Longmao finally decided. Can I buy half? Fong Xian asked. They'll split one with her, Qi Yin chimed in. After a flurry of transactions, Zuo Cheng'an sold a total of 14 ears of corn to Zhou Longmao's team, earning 490 points. His balance finally broke 4 digits, reaching 1,142 points. He realized just how fast money could be made through business. Seeing the surge in corn sales, Jiang Lai grew anxious. But instead of buying the remaining corn himself, he turned to the players who had just bought some and started sowing doubt. These aren't even recognized game items. The so-called effect is just his claim. Besides, this was monster food, who knows what it might do to a player? It was true. What monsters found delicious could be poisonous to players. Potions that could boost a monster's power might do nothing for humans. There had been plenty of cases where newbies tried to sell useless junk to other players, thinking they were rare treasures. No matter how skilled Zuo Cheng'an is, his level info is only at the top of the day 1 rankings. Maybe he's making a rookie mistake, or maybe he's just trying to scam newcomers, Jiang Lai continued, expertly playing on the newbies' fears. His words made several buyers hesitate. They wanted to try the corn, but were worried about being poisoned. But Longa bought some too, so it should be fine, right? Someone muttered under their breath. Just then, the loud sound of munching filled the air. Everyone turned to see Wang Yue, a chubby kid, devouring a roast ear of corn, his face smeared with ketchup. Had already eaten a quarter of it before realizing everyone was staring at him. MPH, huh? He mumbled through a mouthful of corn. Why are you all looking at me? Aren't you going to eat? Look, I've barely eaten any, and all my wounds are gone. He lifted his shirt to show his back, where a wound from a wild sika deer's antlers had been. Now, it was completely healed. Blood gushed out as if it cost nothing. Wang Yue took a bite out of the corn, just a quarter of it, and something miraculous happened. The ugly scar on his body healed completely, leaving no trace behind. Staring at the corn still left in his hand, he decided not to eat anymore. After all, he had bought the corn as medicine in the first place. Filling his stomach was just a bonus, and going hungry didn't bother him. He bent down and carefully picked a large leaf from the roadside greenery, then wrapped the remaining corn with great care. He even made sure to lick every bit of ketchup from his fingers, clearly unwilling to waste a single drop. Seeing Wang Yue finish the roasted corn without any side effects and his wound really did heal, just as Zuo Cheng'an had promised, the others had no more doubts. Those who were injured immediately grabbed corn and devoured it hungrily, while the uninjured couldn't resist taking a bite to satisfy their cravings. The sound of chewing filled the air. Meanwhile, the other 3 players from the Liuguang Guild stood off to the side, breathing in the enticing aroma of roasted corn and swallowing hard. As beginners, they usually earned a dozen or 2 points in the starter dungeon, and those who performed well could earn even more. They couldn't afford a whole cob, but half a cob was within reach. Unfortunately, they had already turned over all their points to the guild when they joined, so now they could only watch longingly as others enjoyed the feast. Jiang Lai, trying to hide his embarrassment, approached to buy the remaining 6 cobs from Zuo Cheng'an. To his surprise, when he reached the stall, he saw Mo savoring the last cob smeared with ketchup, with 5 bare corn cobs scattered on the ground. "Sorry, I couldn't help myself," Mo said sheepishly. "The ketchup just smelled so good. I started licking it, then I took a bite, and before I knew it, it was all gone." Looking at the plain corn left behind, Jiang Lai felt frustrated. Still, thinking about the corn's miraculous effects, he wasn't willing to give up. Besides, he had a storage item and could take the corn out of the dungeon to use elsewhere. He pressed on, asking, "Mo, where did you buy your roasted corn?" Zuo Cheng'an pointed back the way they'd come. "Over there, not far. Take the third right, about 2 kilometers away." Following his gesture, Jiang Lai saw a small path hidden among the greenery, cleverly avoiding all the streetlights. It looked dangerous even in daylight, let alone at night. Leaving the group alone would be asking for trouble. Even if he didn't die, he could get hurt and jeopardize the rest of the mission. Not wanting to take the risk, Jiang Lai tried to persuade Zuo Cheng'an. "Didn't you say selling all of it would only earn you 100 points? If you don't sell it now, you'll lose even more. My dog loves to eat corn I'm willing to buy. Why don't you restock? This time I want 50 cobs." "Too tired. Don't feel like moving," Zuo Cheng'an replied curtly. After a few more pointless exchanges, Jiang Lai lost his patience. He wanted to say more, but Zuo Cheng'an had already packed up and left with Mo. After leaving the animal interaction village, Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the skill panel and saw that parasitic spores was off cooldown again. He headed toward the elephant house. Head thought the skill wouldn't be ready until the middle of the night, but it had recovered much sooner than expected. Time moved more slowly inside the dungeon than in the safe zone. It felt like only half a day had passed here, but a whole day might have gone by in the safe zone. There were still more than 3 hours left until midnight, enough time for him to grow another mantle vine. The mantle vine was incredibly versatile. It could tie up sacks, move heavy objects, and even handle chores without him lifting a finger. The vine was as nimble as a human hand, and with a bit of training, it could easily take care of household tasks and look after players' daily needs. Its stats were even better than Mo's, boasting an average attribute of 18, which was more than enough to deal with ordinary monsters in the dungeon. Unfortunately, Zuo Cheng'an wasn't sure if the mantle vine would grow stronger over time. He had tried feeding it monster corpses, but its stats never improved. It made sense, though the mantle vine was just a skill-created entity, not a companion, so it couldn't grow by consuming flesh and blood like the latter. Given that, Zuo Cheng'an stopped hoping for a quality over quantity advantage and instead placed his hopes on the second spore, waiting for it to become another mantle vine. With 2 vines at his disposal, he could complete the hidden quest much faster. Otherwise, as more teams joined the competition, having only a dog and a single vine would make it nearly impossible for him to be the first to finish the quest. With the mantle vine clearing the way and the psychological trauma had inflicted on the animals during the day, hardly any monsters dared approach him that night. The few that did stumble into him were quickly dealt with by the combined efforts of the mantle vine and Mo. Along the way, Zuo Cheng'an would occasionally look up at the moon, munching on corn, thoroughly enjoying himself. When he arrived at the elephant house, he could hear the sounds of 3 fully mutated elephants wreaking havoc inside from a distance. He quietly had the mantle vine block off the back exit, then slipped in through the main entrance with Mo. As soon as they neared the door, Mo let out a sudden howl. Instantly, all the chaos inside stopped, as if someone had pressed pause. The creatures inside seemed to hold their breath, listening nervously to the footsteps in the darkness. As the footsteps drew nearer, panic set in. The earlier sounds of provocation and posturing gave way to the frantic crashing of animals trying to escape. But with Zuo Cheng'an and Mo at one entrance and the mantle vine blocking the other, the 3 monsters were trapped like cornered piglets, their desperate howls echoing in the confined space. In the quiet night, the monsters' screams carried far. Normally, such a commotion would attract other monsters, but Zuo Cheng'an had already educated the local wildlife during the day. The animals, initially eager to investigate, immediately lost interest when they realized it was that terrifying player and his dog again. They scattered, silently hoping the 3 elephants would be enough to keep the players satisfied and away from them. For several kilometers around the elephant house, not a single living creature could be heard. The area was eerily silent. Still, Zuo Cheng'an had no intention of sparing the animals in this dungeon. He knew that while midnight hadn't arrived and the specifics of the hidden quest were still a mystery, the Xiaoye Guild speculated that the task would require interacting with every species of animal at midnight. Now, standing in this animal paradise, he was ready to complete the mission. If the hidden task has stricter requirements than the regular ones, and dead animals don't count, wouldn't that just be digging your own grave? That's why, during the day, Zuo Cheng'an didn't go overboard. Faced with the large numbers of zebras, buffalo, and wildebeest, he only killed a few. As for the more rare elephants, hippos, and rhinos, he barely touched them, just left them with some superficial wounds as a warning. Especially that one and only giraffe just scared it a couple of times. As for the rhino he killed, that was just an accident. He didn't mean to use so much force. Who would have thought that, despite looking tough and intimidating after its mutation, the rhino couldn't actually take much of a beating? Luckily, there was still another rhino left in the herbivore enclosure, so even with one dead, there was still hope. Inside the elephant house, Madhu let out an angry roar, forcing the three hiding elephants out of their shelter. Honestly, these three elephants were pretty confused. They were actually stronger than Madhu, but whenever he called out, their bodies just instinctively wanted to obey him. It felt like some kind of bloodline suppression. When they saw Zuo Cheng'an waiting ahead with his weapon, their chaos-cleared minds immediately wanted to scatter and escape. At this point, these creatures, aside from their long trunks, had little in common with normal elephants. They looked more like massive, deep red balls covered in bulging veins, with trunks and rows of bristles on either side for movement. Honestly, this way of moving was way more convenient than walking on four legs. Elephants can't jump, so there are lots of places they can't climb. But as monsters, not only could they scale artificial rocks, but even 80 or 90-degree slopes were no problem. Eager to avoid Zuo Cheng'an, they anxiously stamped their feet and scrambled up the walls, clearly hoping to hide out above and wait him out. Looking at these three conspicuous targets, Zuo Cheng'an pulled out a small throwing stone, took aim at one of the monsters, and hurled it. Whoosh! The stone cut through the air with a shrill whistle, piercing the creature's chest with a thud and exiting out the other side. Big monsters are always a hassle. A weapon this small doesn't do much to them, even if it hits somewhere vital. Still, the pain from the stone made the creature stagger and lose its footing, tumbling down from the rooftop. The fall didn't do much damage, but the monster shook its head, apparently ready to play hide-and-seek on the ground with Zuo Cheng'an and Madhu. Zuo Cheng'an wasn't about to let that happen. The surface of his weapon, Shao Qi, began to glow faintly, and with one frost moon attack, he put the creature in its place. Cold air swept out, dropping the temperature nearby by several degrees. Most of the creature's body was frozen to the ground, leaving it unable to move. Zuo Cheng'an took the opportunity to plant a spore in its wound, waiting for it to grow. The mutated monsters that used to be elephants were clearly on a whole different level from the ones that came from buffalo or zebras. The spores growing on the elephant monster developed much faster than on the others. Maybe it was because it was absorbing better nutrients, but by the time the bud opened, the vine that emerged was much thicker than the original mantle vine. Once the spore reached the stage where it needed the most nourishment, Zuo Cheng'an turned his attention to the other two trembling monsters on the rooftop. He hurled and retrieved his throwing stones several more times, and unsurprisingly, two more struggling monster bodies soon lay on the ground. With no worries about food, Mantlevine number 2 had a much better start than number 1. During its crucial juvenile period, it never went hungry and was able to grow into its full form without a hitch. Zuo Cheng'an examined the two mantle vines and found that vine number 2 was noticeably thicker than vine number 1, its average stats reaching a level of 20. If the first vine was about as thick as a pinky finger, the second was as sturdy as a thumb. The difference was even more obvious when the two were placed side by side. This made him realize that even under identical initial conditions, their later growth environment played a decisive role in their ultimate differences. By now, two of the three monsters had already been drained dry, leaving only the small elephant still struggling to survive. Zuo Cheng'an had deliberately left it alive, though its energy was nearly depleted. Its once plump body was now shriveled, like a persimmon left out for too long. Its flagella had lost all elasticity, looking dry and brittle, unable to support any movement. Its strength was probably less than a tenth of what it had been at its peak. At that moment, Madhu caught up from behind and bit down hard on the small elephant's injured trunk, quickly leaving two small holes in its nostrils. Madhu wasn't really attacking. It was simply getting back at the elephant for mocking its inability to climb walls earlier. After leaving the small elephant behind, Zuo Cheng'an checked his watch and saw it was already 10:30 p.m. He hurriedly gathered his dog and two vines, heading quickly toward the small animal interaction area. His brief absence caught the attention of the leaders of two other teams, but they soon shifted their focus back to planning their routes. At 11 p.m., the players still in the free-range zone perked up as they all heard a notification echoing from every direction. It was a unified voice, tinged with urgency. Congratulations on triggering the special quest in the herbivore free-range zone, the other side of animals. Do you accept? Yes. The quest background followed. For some reason, you've stayed in the free-range area until midnight. Who would have thought that a place so warm and peaceful by day would turn so terrifying at night? The next notification sent a chill through every player. Herbivores will no longer be safe. Zuo Cheng'an accepted the quest and carefully read through its instructions. Aside from a relatively short time limit, the quest was largely as the Xiaoya Guild had predicted. With only 2 hours left on the clock, the pressure immediately ramped up and every player's nerves were on edge. As soon as the quest went live, the players who had been lazily stargazing on the ground sprang to their feet and, following their team leaders, rushed toward the small animal interaction area. The free-range zone was winding and complex, and each team took a different approach based on their members' abilities. Most chose to start with the gentler animals before tackling the more dangerous zones like the elephant enclosure, hippo pool, and the sanctuary, where the giant creatures resided. With time running out, everyone was racing against the clock. Meanwhile, the animals in the interaction area, capybaras, rabbits, kangaroos, and others had undergone a shocking transformation. Except for the rabbits, whose long ears still gave them away, the other animals were nearly unrecognizable. They had sprouted strange, inexplicable organs, or were covered in fleshy growths, their bodies swollen to several times their original size. Even zoologists wouldn't be able to identify their species from these twisted, mutated forms. The warm, inviting feeling of daytime had completely vanished, replaced by a chilling sense of horror that filled the night. Altogether, there were over 50 creatures in total. In this situation, trying to check each one individually would take forever. The only real option seemed to be killing them all and waiting for the game notification to find out which animal you had encountered. Clearly, the game was encouraging players to face challenges hidden. Alternatively, a safer approach would be to check the task panel after touching each creature to see if your progress had updated. While you wouldn't know exactly which animal you touched, as long as you knew there were 6 types in the area, you'd know you were done when all 6 were marked as interacted with. But this method relied completely on luck. Without scouting the area during the day, it would be nearly impossible to identify all the animal types accurately. The especially aggressive monsters would attack any player on sight. Even after being touched, they wouldn't just stay put, he'd continue to shriek and charge, disrupting the player's progress. In short, the most straightforward way was to kill them all and settle the issue once and for all. Zuo Cheng'an stood up calmly, unfazed by the monster's appearances. He jumped straight into the interaction zone, activated the Eye of Truth, and memorized all the monster types. Then, taking advantage of the chaos, he managed to touch all 6 different animals before quickly leaving. His strange actions clearly confused the other players. As they watched him leave, they were even more baffled. Was it just luck, or did he have some special tool to identify the monsters instantly? If it really was just luck, how extraordinary must it be to finish the task so fast and collect all the animal types in the area? However, not all players were left standing in shock. Some reacted quickly. Hu Jin immediately grabbed the 2 creatures Zuo Cheng'an had just touched. Qi Yun quickly subdued another, while Zhou Longmao, though he didn't make a move, carefully memorized the features of the remaining 3. The mutated animals looked wildly different from one another. Even among the same species like rabbits, there were variations. One might have normal ears, while another might have 2 drooping lumps instead. The fully mutated monsters all looked similar, but those that still revealed traces of their original form each had their own strange, ugly uniqueness. After leaving the small animal interaction zone, Zuo Cheng'an navigated the paths of the free-range area, relying on his memory of the map. As night fell, the animals shed their daytime disguises and revealed their true forms. When they encountered players, they were no longer bound by the daytime rule of you must have eaten meat or drunk blood to attack. At night, any encounter meant an immediate fight. The carnivores that hunted herbivores during the day also changed completely after dark. The roles were reversed, and the hierarchy was turned upside down. Herbivores had become predators, while carnivores were now the hunted, fleeing for their lives. The reason for this shift was simple. Carnivores didn't have monster forms. Whatever they were during the day, they stayed the same at night. In contrast, those seemingly weak herbivores transformed into monsters after dark, gaining overwhelming abilities that left carnivores helpless. That was the usual order of things at the Midnight Zoo, where carnivores held the lowest status imaginable. In fact, saying they were at the bottom wasn't even accurate. It was more like the fleeing carnivores barely had any standing at all. The ones who obediently stayed in their cages actually had it pretty good. Plenty of food and water, and even top-quality earth dragon meat from the special breeding grounds. Who wouldn't want a life like that? It was hard to understand why any carnivore would risk escaping unless they were simply looking for excitement. After all, who can resist the thrill of a real adventure? The chat was buzzing with talk about a group of sheep ganging up on a snow leopard. Watching this, Zuo Cheng'an had a sudden gut feeling the dungeon seemed to be deliberately targeting the carnivores. It wasn't just limited to the free-range area. The entire Midnight Zoo felt like it was set up to put carnivores at a disadvantage. Zuo Cheng'an was convinced there was a hidden secret behind all this, but with his current strength, digging deeper would be far too risky. Although he had found some clues in the free-range zone, he knew he'd have to reach the 4th-level dungeon of the Midnight Zoo to uncover anything more substantial. Unfortunately, the level 4 dungeon was far out of reach for now, so he had no choice but to keep pushing forward in the free-range area. To attract more players to explore, the dungeon had cleverly scattered traps and clues throughout the area. Naturally, players would gravitate toward the familiar free-range zone, unknowingly setting themselves on the path of discovery. Zuo Cheng'an made a mental note of this suspicion and pressed on. 2 mantle vines escorted him the entire way, so he and Mo Do barely had to lift a finger. Every so often, The vines would dart into the roadside shrubbery and, within seconds, drag back yet another wandering monster. Emodo couldn't sit still, head dash off and return with a monster or two in tow. Thanks to this, Zuo Cheng'an's quest progress had quietly reached 19 out of 42. Although most monsters practically delivered themselves, there were still some areas he had to check personally to avoid missing important clues. As he neared his target area, another team of players wasn't so lucky. They hadn't sown seeds of fear among the monsters in the free-range zone during the day, and now, with their restraints lifted and power boosted, the monsters were relentlessly hunting down the unfortunate players. Zhou Longmao's team, with their 16-point stats, were already outmatched by monsters with stats of 17 or 18. Only by sticking together in a large group could they barely hold their ground. But the situation was unstable. If anyone got injured or taken out, things could quickly spiral out of control, and the entire team might collapse in an instant. They fought and retreated toward the player dormitory, but the monsters were steadily gaining the upper hand, drawing ever closer. However, according to the people staying in the player's dormitory, it wasn't safe there either. Since nightfall, monsters had been wandering around the three-story building, and now, at midnight, they had grown bolder, brazenly strolling through the hallways. Fortunately, a level 1 dungeon isn't completely unforgiving, always leaves at least one safe zone for the players. While the player's dormitory was crawling with monsters, the nearby, low-rise staff dormitory remained secure. Now, every player who could still move had relocated to the staff dorm. Zhou Longmao and his group had only one goal: to reach that building as quickly as possible. They no longer hoped to complete the hidden quest. Although fighting could still advance their quest progress, the cost and injuries was simply too high. If they kept pushing, things would only get worse. Moreover, after witnessing Zuo Cheng'an's uncanny ability to identify every monster species with precision, they realized they couldn't compete. Zhou Longmao couldn't help but feel disappointed. He had been determined to complete the hidden quest in the open enclosure and was sure he'd earn its rank rating. His mentor and guide, Zhuang Jiqing, had thought the same. But there's always someone better out there. Even though he was one of the top players in the guild, he might not even rank among the best in the safe zone. There were plenty of highly skilled solo players who refused to join any guild, and if they did, they'd only pick the one with the loosest management chalia. The dungeon was unpredictable, and whenever something happened outside of the established strategy, Zhou Longmao found himself at a loss. In the end, he simply wasn't experienced enough. He kept in mind that after midnight, all the monsters would become significantly stronger, and quickly led the others to retreat, clearly abandoning the hidden quest. Meanwhile, Zhang Lai next door was unwilling to give up. He had chosen this dungeon specifically for the hidden quest, and had paid a hefty price to gather as much information as possible. With a can of vegetables in his inventory that could boost his strength by 2 points, he felt he had an edge. There was no way he'd give up now. He was anxious about never having found the right moment to eat the canned vegetables. Technically, all 4 of them had contributed to defeating the monster that dropped the can, but Zhang Lai had deliberately landed the final blow, so the reward went straight into his backpack. He kept quiet and claimed the can for himself. However, attribute-boosting food always looked extraordinary, real shiny items that anyone could recognize at a glance. Any player who got their hands on a power-up food would eat it immediately. No one would save it for later. So, Zhang Lai couldn't just pull it out in front of the other 3. New players might be easy to fool when it came to game mechanics, but that didn't mean they were stupid. Outside the dungeon, he could find 1,000 excuses to keep the can for himself, but inside, he still needed the 3 newcomers' help, so he couldn't afford to alienate them. The 3 rookie players trailing behind him had been terrified of the monsters since nightfall, and now clung to Zhang Lai wherever he went, like frightened children, with no initiative of their own. All the pressure was on Zhang Lai alone. In contrast, Zhou Longmao's group in the animal interaction area was much more organized. While everyone seemed to be chaotically chasing monsters and working together to separate one from the herd, there was actually a method to the madness. Each person understood their role, drawing aggro and using their skills at just the right moments to knock out their targets. With the help of veteran players, their performance was nothing like a group of newbies. The opponent's performance made Zhang Lai feel a surge of jealousy. If their small guild could actually attract any promising newcomers, he wouldn't be running himself ragged like this. Zhou Longmao was just borrowing the name of the Xia Guild without that reputation. Why would any talented rookies or experienced players had cleared a few dungeons bother to follow his lead? If it were up to Zhang Lai, and he didn't even have a decent commander, it would be a complete joke. He couldn't help but sneer. In reality, those so-called promising newcomers from earlier in the day were just ordinary players. Some of them would freeze up at the first sign of a monster, their reaction slow, and compared to typical newbies, they were sometimes even worse. It was Zhou Longmao who picked out these rookies, and after a day of training, they finally started to show some improvement. Zhang Lai gave a cold laugh, thinking to himself, if they're weak, let them train more, maybe one day they'll be able to catch up to him. While Zhang Lai was anxiously preparing to compete for the quest, Zhou Longmao had already decided to give up. He knew that with his current strength, even if he pushed himself to the limit, he might still not be able to complete the hidden quest. Rather than risking everything, he chose to focus on getting his team out safely and bringing back valuable intel from the dungeon. Leading his remaining 7 teammates, Zhou Longmao made his way toward the staff dormitory, fighting monsters along the way and honing their combat skills. Unlike Jiang Lai, Zhou Longmao wasn't obsessed with completing the hidden quest. He was calm, having already let go of any thoughts of competing for it. Jiang Lai, on the other hand, couldn't see it that way. He felt a bit relieved when he saw Zhou Longmao abandon the quest, but that relief was quickly replaced by frustration. Zuo Cheng'an had disappeared somewhere, and Jiang Lai had no idea how far along he was in the quest. This uncertainty made him anxious. 2 hours had already passed, and they weren't even a quarter of the way done. He was unwilling to accept this. Deep down, he knew he was far behind Zuo Cheng'an in terms of ability, and even after boosting his strength by 2 points from eating canned vegetables, the gap was still too big to close. If he couldn't catch up, then making sure his opponent disappeared was the best solution. With that decision made, Jiang Lai quickly pulled out a vial of high-concentration estradiol benzoate injection from his inventory, a sly smile spreading across his face. The dosage was more than sufficient. After double-checking, he changed his original plan of heading to the deer enclosure and instead made his way toward the elephant house. This injection was originally meant as a breeding stimulant for monsters, but it had a surprising side effect: it could send monsters into a frenzy. While the drug did nothing to regular monsters, Jiang Lai had used it before and watched as affected creatures lost control, wildly attacking everything around them and growing significantly stronger, turning into a real nightmare to handle. He was quite pleased with himself. It was a perfect way to take someone out without getting his own hands dirty. Jiang Lai was sure that Zuo Cheng'an was heading in the opposite direction and hadn't encountered the monsters in the elephant house yet. The elephant house was located at the center of the open area, and any player trying to finish the quest quickly wouldn't leave it for last. So, Jiang Lai decided to wait there, ready to catch his opponent off guard. At this point, Zuo Cheng'an's progress was at most halfway done. Jiang Lai planned to sit back and watch the chaos unfold. Once he used the injection, everything would fall into place. With this formidable rival out of the game, Zhou Longmao's team had already given up the chase, and Jiang Lai's odds of winning had skyrocketed. Even if he couldn't fully meet the mission requirements, as long as he stayed ahead, the biggest share of the reward would still be his. "What's wrong with you guys? You're too slow, keep up," Jiang Lai called back, urging the 3 teammates lagging behind. In reality, only one player, the one with the abdominal wound, was truly slowing them down. Had been bitten during the day, losing a chunk of flesh, and even his brand new iPhone. Now, the pain from the wound was unbearable, and every step was a struggle. Zuo Cheng'an, Zhou Longmao, and the others had already noticed this seriously injured player back at the petting zoo. By rights, Jiang Lai should have at least bought him a grilled corn or let him rest in the room. But Jiang Lai did nothing. The experienced players immediately saw through his plan. He intended to use the injured teammate as a decoy if they needed to escape. This kind of tactic was common in the Breaking Waves Guild, which was known for having the lowest entry requirements among the 3 major guilds. During the early days, as long as you were physically able, you could join. This attitude soon spread to smaller guilds, tainting the entire gaming environment. Although everyone felt sorry for the wounded player, no one stepped up to help. Even Zhou Longmao didn't spare him a glance, let alone share his corn with ketchup. Suddenly, the wounded teammate couldn't hold on any longer. He collapsed, his 2 teammates, already at their limit, stumbling under his unexpected weight. The noise immediately caught the attention of a monstrous mutated kangaroo. The creature dropped to all 4s, warily stalking toward Jiang Lai's hiding spot. Jiang Lai's heart pounded. If not for the telltale pouch and unique way of moving, he wouldn't have recognized it as a kangaroo at all. Its muscles were grotesquely overdeveloped, clearly transformed from a mother kangaroo into something terrifying. Jiang Lai made a quick assessment. His average stats were 14, just 2 points lower than Zhou Longmao's. That would be manageable during the day, but at night, the mutated kangaroo's stats could jump to 15, maybe even 16, and there was a chance it could hit 18. Even Zhou Longmao wouldn't stand a chance against it. When stats were this close, players were at a natural disadvantage. Without powerful equipment, even victory would come at a steep price. Ideally, you'd want to face an opponent whose stats were 1 or 2 points lower than yours. That was the safest bet. It wasn't that players were weak, it was just basic survival instinct. Everyone wanted a perfect run. Newbies often played too cautiously, only tapping into their full potential when they were badly injured, but by then it was too late. Facing this overwhelming mutated kangaroo, Jiang Lai felt an unprecedented sense of dread. This was not an enemy he could handle. Run. In an instant, Jiang Lai reacted quickly, pulling out a bottle of beast lure spray from his storage item. With swift and precise movements, he sprayed the mist over the 3 players behind him from head to toe, then threw a brightly colored, tattered cloth over himself. Under the watchful gaze of the monster, he managed to slip out of the danger zone with ease. Only after sprinting 30 or 40 meters did Jiang Lai dare to look back. As expected, The monster was completely captivated by the scent of the lure spray, paying no attention to his escape. He sighed inwardly. He had originally planned to use these three newcomers to lure the monster from the elephant house into the range of the estradiol benzoate injection, but at this point, he was barely able to save himself, let alone help anyone else. In such a situation, his survival instincts made the decision for him. Ignoring the fate of the three players behind him, Zhang Lai headed straight for the elephant house at a full run. Thanks to the commotions what Cheng'an had stirred up earlier, the elephant's screams had already scared off the nearby monsters. His path was surprisingly clear, didn't encounter a single other monster along the way, and he couldn't help but feel a rush of luck. However, before he even reached the elephant house, Zhang Lai sensed something was off. Since nightfall, the animals in the free-range area had been restless, constantly howling or fighting with each other, never quiet. As he passed the alpaca enclosure, he noticed the monsters inside were covered in spit. But inside the elephant house, it was eerily silent. The abnormal stillness put him on alert, and he hesitated at the entrance, wary of barging in. Standing at the doorway, Zhang Lai regretted his decision. If he had known, he would have waited near the kangaroo monster and let it finish off the other players, so he could collect some scraps to use as bait. Without the scent of blood, the effectiveness of the lure spray would be greatly reduced, and its smell would dissipate quickly. But now that he was here, turning back was not a wise option either. As he hesitated, the sound of footsteps echoed from the darkness, accompanied by a faint rustling that drew closer and closer. It wasn't the sound of human footsteps, nor the clatter of hooves from the monsters. Suddenly, a bark rang out, "Woof!" It was Madhu, the restless dog who insisted on following the trail, along with 2 strands of mantle vine. Seeing Madhu, Zhang Lai immediately realized its owner must be nearby. He gripped the beast lure spray tightly and slowly approached Madhu, coaxing in a soft voice, "Good dog, come here and let me pet you." Although he was quite fond of this dog and hated to see it fall prey to a monster, compared to the mission reward, the life of an animal seemed insignificant. After only a moment's hesitation, he decided to sacrifice the dog to achieve his own goal. Madhu watched the approaching player warily, and when it realized it was outmatched, it quickly retreated 7 or 8 meters. The 2 mantle vines, lacking orders from Zuo Cheng'an, did not attack Zhang Lai, recognizing him as human. Losing patience, Zhang Lai quickened his pace, and Madhu, caught off guard, allowed him to step into the spray's range. Hiss! A pale pink mist spread through the air. Madhu tried desperately to dodge, but its fluffy tail still caught some of the spray. A long, dark gray tail suddenly became mottled and patchy, looking extremely unsightly. "Awoo! Awoo! Awoo!" Unable to accept this reality, Madhu howled furiously, accusing Zhang Lai of having no sense of honor. Not far away, Zuo Cheng'an heard Modus cries and quickened his pace, puzzled. The monsters in this area had already fled long ago. Even if there were 1 or 2 slow-witted, low-level creatures left, they would have remembered their earlier beating and known to run at the sight of Madhu. Any that were still clueless after encountering Madhu should have been eliminated by now. Besides, with Mantle Vine number 1 and number 2 guarding the area, their defensive abilities were more than enough to hold off even mutated giraffe-like monsters. Unless the intruder was human, and as long as they didn't attack first, the vines wouldn't go into attack mode. With this in mind, Zuo Cheng'an's expression grew even darker. All the players knew Madhu was his companion, yet someone still dared make a move against it. That crossed a line. Although his link to Madhu told him the creature wasn't hurt, its anguished howls made Zuo Cheng'an unconsciously pick up his pace. Soon, he witnessed a rather amusing scene, and any urgency to reveal himself faded away. At the entrance to the elephant house, "Good dog, come here, come here. Uncle has some tasty canned vegetables for you." Zhang Lai was relieved that he hadn't eaten the last of his canned vegetables. Otherwise, he'd have nothing to lure Madhu inside. Even though Modus Master wasn't present, the bond between player and companion meant that any injury would be immediately sensed. The player named Mo Chung had invested a lot in raising this companion and would never let it die without trying to intervene. Even if he couldn't arrive in time, Zhang Lai figured that as long as Madhu kept the monsters distracted, he could seize the chance to tag one and complete his task, a win-win situation. With this plan in mind, Zhang Lai started coaxing Madhu toward the elephant house. Once inside, with the scent of beast lure on its fur and the enclosed space, he was certain the monsters inside would be drawn to it. But Madhu was clever. Sensing Zhang Lai's intentions, it obediently took a couple of steps. But then, no matter how Zhang Lai tried to entice it, Madhu refused to go any further. At this point, it was still 10 meters from the entrance. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Lai picked up a chunk of unknown root from the canned vegetables and tossed it a short distance in front of Madhu. Madhu leaped lightly, stretched out its neck, and caught the root midair. As it swallowed the food, a warm sensation spread through its body, making Madhu howl with excitement. Meanwhile, Zuo Cheng'an, observing from the side, noticed that Zhang Lai was feeding Madhu an item that could boost its stats. Deciding there was no harm in letting Madhu play along, he simply watched the scene unfold with amusement. Seeing that his tactic worked, Jiang Lai repeated the trick, tossing out a leaf this time. Mado caught it again. This leaf was much bigger than the previous root, and Zuo Cheng'an, checking Moda's stats, noticed its strength attribute had nudged up from 12 to 13. After running around with Jiang Lai and surviving several battles, Madu was already close to leveling up. The 2 bites of vegetables simply sped up the process. At that moment, Jiang Lai kept pouring can after can of vegetables into Moda's mouth, feeling his heart ache with every wasted attribute point. These were precious resources. She wouldn't even waste a drop of the soup under normal circumstances. To lure this beast inside, he had already used up nearly half his supply. Even if he ate the rest himself, the effect would be greatly reduced. At best, he might only gain a single point of strength. He had tried using jerky and canned meat as bait, but the dog hadn't even spared them a glance. Instead, it was obsessed with vegetable cans. This reminded him of what the player named Mo Chung had once said. This dog was a vegetarian, only interested in fruits and vegetables. Fortunately, after all his efforts, he finally managed to get the dog inside. Now, he just had to let the scent of the beast lure spread through the air, and the monster hiding in the elephant house would come looking for them. But a minute passed, then 2, and then 5. There wasn't even a hint of movement, let alone a shadow of the monster. Jiang Lai began to panic, imagining all sorts of possibilities. Had the monster already left the building? Was the lure ineffective against something too powerful? Or maybe there wasn't enough lure on the dog's fur for the monster to notice. Just then, Madu suddenly darted toward a dark corner and started barking furiously at a motionless figure. Woof woof woof. Why are you sleeping at your age? How can you even sleep now? Then came a string of curses that would make anyone blush. It was a small elephant monster, covered in wounds. After being tormented all night, its injuries hadn't improved at all. It looked utterly exhausted and barely alive. Normally, at this hour, it should have been lying in wait on the roof, ready to ambush any players who entered. But in its current state, it could barely move, let alone attack. It turned out the little elephant had smelled Madu outside the building earlier and, terrified that the fearsome demon had returned, had hidden in the corner and played dead. Even the delicious aroma in the air hadn't tempted it to come out. It thought it could wait things out, but it was still discovered in the end. If an elephant's life is doomed to be full of ups and downs, maybe it's better to just give up now, the little elephant thought as it slowly crawled out from its hiding place, fully resigned to its fate. But to Jiang Lai, this was a dangerous and ferocious monster about to launch a deadly attack on Madu. He suppressed his excitement, quickly threw on his colorful camouflage cloak, and hid to the side, afraid of being noticed. He planned to reveal himself once the fight broke out. However, after waiting for a while, all he heard was the sound of rummaging. There was no sign of a fight at all. Jiang Lei's heart tightened. Could it be that the dog didn't even have the strength to hold its own for a few rounds, and was killed instantly? But then why wasn't there any sound of eating either? Driven by curiosity, he cautiously peeked out, only to come face-to-face with the monster and saw both a person and a dog perched on its back, all staring at him. Ah, there you are, Zuo Cheng'an said. Woof. Awesome. We found you. The rest of the cans are all mine. Mada barked excitedly. The monster could only stare in silent shock. Moda stood on the mutated elephant monster's back as if he were riding a giant floor-cleaning machine, with Zuo Cheng'an following closely behind. Ever since Modu had entered the hall, Zuo Cheng'an had worried something unexpected might happen out of his sight, so he decided to go in as well. He arrived just in time to see the monster, moving stealthily under Moda's command, searching every corner of the hall. After glancing quickly at the barrage of messages on the screen, Zuo Cheng'an understood the situation and joined the search. Some onlookers in the barrage leaked Jiang Lei's location, so Zuo Cheng'an knew where he was hiding from the start. But to avoid looking suspicious, he pretended to search a few other places first before casually heading toward Jiang Lei's hiding spot. Unexpectedly, before he could reveal Jiang Lei's location, Jiang Lai poked his head out himself. When Zuo Cheng'an saw him, his gaze paused on the camouflage cloth draped over Jiang Lai. What a remarkable item! It had managed to fool Moda's sharp sense of smell, and even the little elephant with its impressive stats hadn't detected him, wandering around like a headless chicken. Just as the monster was about to come face-to-face with him, Jiang Lai was startled and fell to the ground with a thud, completely forgetting about the syringe head planned to use to provoke the monster. He knew all too well. If he made even the slightest move, he'd be dead in an instant. Brother Mo, what a coincidence, running into you here. I mean no harm, I just noticed your companion looked strong and handsome, and since you said it likes vegetables, I thought I'd let it try the canned veggies I just found. See, I've already fed it half. As Zuo Cheng'an approached, Jiang Lai had no interest in figuring out how this terrifying monster had been tamed like a house cat, or how it had found his hiding spot. All he cared about was staying alive. If he could survive, he'd be free to enjoy life once the instance ended. To put it nicely, he was flexible. To put it bluntly, he was scared out of his mind. Zuo Cheng'an listened to Jiang Lei's reluctant explanation, a hint of a cold smile flashing in his eyes. He had seen everything. Jiang Lai hadn't mentioned the teamwork between him and his dog, and the long string of text broadcasts. But once a player dies, they can't retrieve items from the system inventory. Players with storage items usually keep those in the system inventory, while food and water tend to go into the storage items themselves. Zhuo had no interest in going to all this trouble just to end up with a pile of crackers. He replied coolly, "Oh, and your proof?" Catching the implication, Jiang Lei's heart skipped a beat, but he kept up the act, placing the half-empty can of vegetables on the floor. "Just this? That's all." Zhuo Qinggan's eyebrows lifted slightly. His attention was now on Jiang Lei's camouflage cloak. When Jiang Lai saw the look in his eyes, his heart sank. He took off the cloak, folded it neatly, and resigned himself to his fate, certain there was no way out this time. In this game, it was all too common for stronger players to use force to take items from the weak. Jiang Lai could only sigh inwardly at his bad luck today. Zhuo Qinggan tapped his foot lightly. The monster responded, lifting the can of vegetables with its tendrils to just within his reach. He handed the can to Motu, who had been waiting impatiently, then turned his attention to the camouflage cloak. The cloak was a deep green, its surface already damaged and with diminished concealment. Its description was simple. Hiding is also an active tactical skill. If the enemy doesn't move, I don't move. While stationary, concealment is greatly enhanced. Strictly speaking, this was the first green quality item Zhuo Qinggan had ever acquired, and he hadn't expected to get it under such circumstances. Jiang Lai held his breath, not daring to make a sound, afraid that if Zhuo Qinggan got even a little upset, he'd order the monster to stomp him flat. Those whip-like tendrils were as thick as a grown man's thigh. Getting hit by one would leave you bedridden for days, if it didn't kill you outright. Smack, smack. Madhu finished off the last bits of food left in the vegetable can, not even sparing the broth. It curled its tongue into a spoon shape and scooped up every last drop. After licking the final traces clean, its strength stat increased again, reaching 14. When Zhuo Qinggan checked Moda's stats, they now read: Follower, Madhu, Constitution 9, Strength 14, Speed 13. Moda's constitution had always lagged behind. It used to be 8, and only went up to 9 after eating a woodworm back in Xiangyang village, still not even breaking into double digits. Madhu licked the corner of its mouth, feeling a strange discomfort it couldn't quite put into words. This thought was transmitted directly to Zhuo Qinggan through the special bond between player and follower. Zhuo Qinggan understood the reason. Moda's strength and constitution now differed by 5 points, the maximum allowed. He remembered when he was allocating points, strength couldn't exceed constitution by more than 5, and apparently the same rule applied to followers in the game. Clearly, they needed to visit the canned meat factory, and the new dog biscuits there were definitely a must-have prize to bring back. With this in mind, Zhuo Qinggan didn't want to waste any more time in this instance, where time moved slower than in the safe zone. Nor did he want to wait for the instance to close by itself the following night. He had to get out ahead of schedule. Jiang Lai, hearing nothing further, thought Zhuo Qinggan had finally bought his story and was just about to breathe a sigh of relief only for Zhuo Qinggan's next words to chill him to the bone. The cloak is nice, but what about your beast-attracting spray? And that injection thing too? Hand them over. Jiang Lei's eyes widened in panic. He didn't care how Zhuo Qinggan had figured everything out, just turned and bolted. Clearly, the other man had known all along and had been toying with him, just to watch him struggle and beg for his life. Vicious. Absolutely cruel. Maybe Zhuo Qinggan had never intended to let him leave alive, and yet, had foolishly handed over the only item that could guarantee his escape. Seeing Jiang Lai make a run for it, Madhu got ready to leap down and give chase, but Zhuo Qinggan stopped him, and Madhu obediently sat back down. We've got ourselves a ride this time, Zhuo Qinggan said, giving the monster beneath him a hard kick. The creature resignedly swung its tendrils, carrying both man and dog as it lumbered after the fleeing player. The monster had only rested for a few hours, and its wounds were far from healed. It was nowhere near as agile as before. Its tendrils trembled with every step, but it struggled to keep itself steady. The demon had given its orders. Even if every leg was broken, it still had to crawl forward. A starved camel is still bigger than a horsey. A wounded monster is still stronger than a player. No matter how weak it was, the stat gap was too great for someone like Jiang Lai, a mediocre player on the first tier, to overcome. The distance between them steadily closed. Suddenly, Jiang Lai pulled out a syringe and injected all the clear liquid inside into his own body. This scene caught not only Zhuo Qinggan off guard, but also left even the most seasoned audience members stunned. With trembling hands, Jiang Lai gripped the syringe and, without hesitation, injected himself with the aphrodisiac. The effects were almost immediate. His muscles tensed, and his breathing grew rapid and uneven. The sacrifice was worth it. As the drug surged through his veins, Jiang Lai felt an unprecedented strength coursing through his body. His speed skyrocketed, and at last, he began to put some distance between himself and the massive creature chasing him. The exit to the elephant house was just ahead, its narrow doorway forming a natural barrier for the monster. With hope finally in sight, Jiang Lai pushed himself to his absolute limits, moving so quickly that his figure seemed to blur in the air. But this burst of speed came at the cost of his coordination. By the time he noticed the vines stretched across the doorway, it was already too late. This was the first vines which Cheng'an had carefully set up, positioned at just the right height to catch Jiang Lei's throat. Hitting it at full speed, the outcome was inevitable. There was a dull thud as Jiang Lai crashed to the ground, a deep mark left across his neck. Still conscious but unable to move, he could only watch as a large black and gray Dogmaduran up, snatched his waist pouch, and even spitefully pawed some dirt onto him, as if getting revenge for having its fur messed up earlier. Meanwhile, the giant creature suddenly became docile, lowering its trunk and forming a step with its body. Although Zhuo Qinggan could have simply jumped down, since the creature insisted on this ritual, he decided to play along. After retrieving the pouch, Zhuo Qinggan couldn't help but marvel at how quickly stealing from thieves paid off. No wonder some guild players loved to gang up on the weak in dungeons. It was much more profitable than grinding for points. Of course, he had his own code. He would only take from those who struck first or willingly handed over their belongings. Examining the pouch closely, Zhuo Qinggan noticed something unusual. It was actually sewn together with needle and thread. Its black color made it hard to distinguish from a distance, but the unique texture became apparent to the touch. The system identified it as Little Blue Hat's waist pouch, a white-quality storage item with a capacity of 1 cubic meter. The description mentioned that Granny Blue Hat had made many pouches for the Little Blue Hats, but players kept stealing them, leaving the Little Blue Hats sad and Granny angry. This reminded Zhuo Qinggan of the familiar Level 2 dungeon Granny Blue Hat Circus and the NPC Little Blue Hats, who were transformed from deceased players. As for Granny Blue Hat's true feelings toward these Little Blue Hats, that was anyone's guess. It's hard to say whether Granny Blue Hat is truly kind to the NPCs. She possesses a pair of tireless, skillful hands, constantly weaving gear for every member of the circus. The most striking of her creations is the signature blue-pointed hat, which shimmers softly under the sunlight. The rest of the clothing varies, some as pure as snow, others as bright as fire, deep green like pine, or as colorful as a field of flowers. Each piece is distinctive, yet all complement the blue hat perfectly. Thanks to this unified look, Granny and her NPCs are affectionately known as Granny Blue Hat and the Little Blue Hats. Beneath their ordinary appearance, these knitted items are full of secrets. Each piece is a high-quality, practical tool, highly sought after by major guilds. The Blue Hats provide mental protection, effectively shielding wearers from psychic attacks in dungeons, making them a must-have for more timid players. The clothes and pants offer warmth, the socks boost movement speed, and even the knitted bags serve as handy storage items. Granny Blue Hat Circus Dungeon is extremely popular as a result. It's not only ranked high and well-documented, but more importantly, players can obtain these precious items from the NPCs. Whenever this dungeon appears in the lobby, it fills up within minutes. Even the most well-connected guilds must post members around the clock if they want a chance at entry. Yet Granny has a chilling side. She is obsessed with the art of grafting. This isn't just swapping heads, it's combining dozens of NPCs into a single entity and forcing them to perform complex acrobatic acts. These grafted NPCs share one body but retain their individual minds. Some can still speak and interact, others rely on glances or gestures, while some have lost all senses and can only move their limbs helplessly. To Granny, this is the pinnacle of artistic achievement. Multiple consciousnesses, some deprived of senses, working together to control a single body and accomplish feats that seem impossible. In addition to these massive graft projects, she often practices with smaller groups, merging 2, 3, or 5 NPCs to create works of various sizes. Despite the many minds housed within, Granny sees them all as perfect artistic creations. As a result, most of the clothes and pants made by the Granny Weaver didn't fit normal human bodies. Some garments had 6 sleeves, others sprouted 8 pant legs, making them look odd and impractical for ordinary people. Although these clothes needed extra alterations before they could be worn, the hats and various bags fortunately came in standard sizes and could be used right away. Zhuo Qinggan was flipping through old newspapers from the safe zone that Tian Wenliang had sent him when one piece of news caught his attention: a report about the Blue Hat Granny. A 4th-tier player had unexpectedly encountered this boss, who was supposed to appear only in Level 2 dungeons, in a Level 5 dungeon in Zone 3. It turned out that the Blue Hat Granny's unique grafting human performance had gained some fame in Ladder City, catching the eye of an influential figure, which led to her being invited from the lower districts to perform in the middle districts. Recalling this information, Zhuo Qinggan opened his waist pouch to check its contents. Although this white-quality equipment only held 1 cubic meter, it could just barely fit the cash register he had hidden if emptied out. He began to take stock of what was inside. The space could change shape at will. Stretching, flattening, or rounding to make it easier to store oddly shaped items. Inside were a rope, drinking water, compressed biscuits, fruit candies, a dagger, and a collector's edition magazine. Zhuo Qinggan didn't find the beast lure mentioned in the chat, guessing that the late Jiang Lai had stored it in the game backpack. He quickly sorted through the items. With the mantle vines, he no longer needed the rope. The magazine could affect his mind, so he tossed it. Water and food could be replaced with ketchup, so he kept only the potentially useful dagger. After reshaping the pouch into a square to fit the cash register, Zuo Cheng'an directed 2 mantle vines. Number 1 was to dig out the cash register, while number 2 was tasked with catching different types of animals to update his quest progress. Although the vines weren't very smart, as long as he told them not to catch the same creature twice, his progress would steadily increase. Watching the mantle vines slither like dragons into the bushes, Zuo Cheng'an pushed up his glasses, turned, and called out, "Shozi, come out." That was the name Head given the mutated baby elephant. But this time, unlike before, Shozi didn't obey. Though it clearly wanted to come out, something seemed to be holding it back, keeping it inside the building. With Q's strength, it could easily break down the walls if it really wanted to. So there had to be another reason it was trapped. Except for the fact that it couldn't get out, there was nothing stopping it from leaving. Zuo Cheng'an remembered the scene mentioned in the livestream chat. During the day, the 3 elephants would wander leisurely in the open area of a certain instance, but at night, they would turn into terrifying player hunters. This proved that the instance didn't restrict the elephant's mobility. Since the monsters could leave, but somehow couldn't, the issue wasn't that they couldn't break through the walls, but rather that the walls themselves were indestructible. He recalled the earlier battle with the 3 monsters. That night they clearly had the strength to flatten the entire elephant house, yet they always fought evasively, even deliberately avoiding damage to the artificial hills and trees inside. The same pattern appeared with other animals. When they entered the players' residences, they only paced in the hallways and occasionally kicked at the doors, falling far short of the destruction one might expect. In fact, it was the panicked players who, by fleeing to the staff dormitories, might have put themselves in even greater danger. However, not every structure was protected. During the day, Zuo Cheng'an had seen animals casually knocking over or bending any railings that blocked their path. It seemed the instance only protected official buildings, including the stalls for intelligent monsters, clearly a consideration of repair costs. With this realization, the solution became obvious. Zuo Cheng'an immediately called back Vine number 1, which hadn't gone far, and pointed at the spherical monster. "Go and drain it a bit, just enough so it can squeeze through this door. Hurry up, I'm short on time." Vine number 1 sprang at its target like it had found a delicacy. The spherical monster tried to retreat into the building, but Zuo Cheng'an's cold stare froze it in place. It seemed to understand. Staying put offered a sliver of hope, but running would only guarantee its demise. Under the dim streetlights, a bizarre scene unfolded. Vine number 1's slender body seemed like a bottomless pit, greedily sucking the life out of the spherical monster. Its body visibly shrank, while the vine only grew a little longer, not any thicker. Faint reddish markings appeared on the vine's surface, like diluted red ink smeared haphazardly in the gloom. At this point, the spherical monsterno, persimmon cake was a more fitting name, now was shriveled and flat, looking exactly like a squashed dried persimmon. Yet, astonishingly, it was still alive. No wonder it was the second in command among the herbivores at the zoo. Combined with the instance's special nighttime buffs, its vitality was even more tenacious than a tardigrade's. Just as the little elephant was about to pass out, it suddenly tasted a hint of sweetness. The unexpected flavor jolted it back to consciousness, only to hear that devilish voice whisper in its ear, "Feeling better? If you are, get up and get to work." Despair washed over the little elephant. Maybe dying outright would have been a relief. Sitting atop the ball creature, Zuo Cheng'an once again sent the now well-fed number 1 Tingman to dig through the cash register, while he and Madu raced at full speed toward the sanatorium. To replenish Bien Duzi's energy, Zuo Cheng'an mixed the remaining ketchup with drinking water Head tossed out from his storage item onto the ground. After shaking it up, he poured the mixture down Bien Duzi's throat. The results were immediate. Bien Duzi's appearance improved noticeably, and its speed even surpassed what it had been inside the pavilion. Although the ball creature was reluctant, the delicious tomato water made it accept the treatment, albeit grudgingly. After finishing the drink, it didn't dare ask the devil for more, but silently memorized the taste, planning to snatch it from other players in the future. However, despite trying to steal from every player who entered the dungeon from then on, it never managed to taste that flavor again. The sanatorium was located in a remote corner of the free-range zone, standing in stark contrast to the dormitories where the players lived. As the sound of a keypad echoed through the air, Zuo Cheng'an successfully unlocked the outermost password door of the sanatorium. Inside, a veterinarian NPC on night duty immediately stood up when she saw the players, gripping a giant syringe nearly as tall as a person. She pointed it at Zuo Cheng'an and shouted sternly, "Off hours. No entry. Violators clang." Before she could finish, Zuo Cheng'an acted swiftly, using Shao Qi to block the needle and closing the distance in a flash to knock the NPC's head into a dented shape. Madu quickly dashed over, picked up the fallen syringe, and then hurried back. Such an obedient dog. Zuo Cheng'an reminded him, "Don't forget the access card in her pocket, either." Although the dog didn't understand what an access card was, Zuo Cheng'an pictured a flat, rectangular object in his mind as he spoke, and Madhu, through his connection with the player, managed to grasp what the card looked like. Still, knowing what it was and actually picking it up with his mouth were two different things. While Madhu struggled with the card on the floor, Zhuochenghan started to examine the syringe's attributes. Sure enough, it was an item. After all, the veterinarian NPC wielding it was no pushover, boasting an average stat of 17, making her an elite monster in this dungeon. She was placed here as the first obstacle players would encounter when sneaking deeper into the sanatorium at night. Zhuochenghan remembered that during the day, this same NPC had greeted him with a smile and offered to show him around when he entered the correct passcode. But at night, she nearly jabbed the needle in his face. Animal use syringe common. Item effects depend on the medicine used. This syringe is a custom product made by the Midnight Zoo for large animals, and it's almost impossible to find compatible creatures outside. Most of the time, it can only be used in makeshift ways. The description notes that intramuscular injections in the rear allow for more concentrated medicines, making the effect stronger. At first glance, this syringe looked similar to the one Yang Yi had, but a look at its attributes revealed it had no special powers basically. It was just an oversized syringe. As long as they had the right materials, any player could craft one. Was this really considered an item? Zhuochenghan had browsed the marketplace before. Among common items, food usually boosted stats. Thrown items like the mini flying stone would return on their own. Zhengren's spatula could spawn live flies during use, and storage items all had some degree of supernatural effect. Yet this syringe had nothing special at all. Could it have some hidden ability? Zhuochenghan opened his skills and saw a string of familiar text, recalling the Changming technology had once seen mentioned in the game's chat. Changming technology and Changming manufacturing differ by just 2 words. One focuses on research and development, while the other handles practical implementation. This is no coincidence. Zhuochenghan's eyes quickly scanned the barrage of comments streaming across the screen. The audience's attention seemed to be elsewhere. Some were discussing how Long Zhou Longmao's team could survive while surrounded by monsters. Others speculated about the fate of the 2 players strung together by horns in the staff dormitory. Even those who noticed the fight here were simply puzzled as to why this once dangerous NPC was killed in a single blow, or expressed curiosity and envy about the oversized syringe. The syringe gave Zhuochenghan pause. In the other world, syringes like this were rare, and the concept of items was something people there envied. What really set him on edge was that this seemingly ordinary, scaled-up syringe was recognized by the game's system as an item and could even be stored in an inventory. What did that imply? Was Changming technology already quietly infiltrating the game world? A sense of urgency welled up in him. He had assumed that, despite their technological edge, those higher-dimensional beings could only watch from the shadows when it came to the game world. Now, it seemed these observers had far more reach than had imagined. How many more imitation items like this might be scattered throughout the various instances? Zhuochenghan's previous curiosity about the level 4 instance, Midnight Zoo, was now replaced with determination had to get to the bottom of this. He took the card, now smeared with ink from the Mo Do's mouth, and used it to unlock the door leading deeper into the sanatorium. Passing through a wide corridor, several steel doors tightly sealed off a confined space, making it feel both like a prison for dangerous beasts and a deadly arena. The area was large enough for a giraffe to recuperate, but if it housed a fully mutated monster, players would find their room to maneuver severely limited. Lucky players might find the monster stuck behind a door, allowing them to complete their task by simply reaching through a crack and touching it. But for someone as unlucky as Zhuochenghan, he'd have to push the door open and face the creature directly. Not that he planned to just touch it and leave, anyway. As Zhuochenghan entered the corridor leading to the inner chamber, the giraffe was still in its corner, licking its wounds. Normally, it should have left the room before nightfall, heading out into the larger area to chase after players for amusement, rather than risk being trapped in the confined space by its own bulk. But the moment it remembered there was an even more terrifying monster among these players, its 6 legs went limp, and a wave of fear washed over it. All it wanted was to shrink back into its shell, unwilling to venture outside again. Even when midnight fell and its power surged, it only managed to slightly ease the dread in its heart. By now, though, its body had grown far too large for the entrance of the rehabilitation center. If it wanted to leave, it would have to wait until dawn, when it could shrink back to the size of a normal giraffe. Besides, it figured there was nothing wrong with taking a break every now and then. As the strongest monster in this dungeon, it had watched its colleagues die off like water flowing past a rock, and after each round ended, it would always see new faces during its wanderings. It rolled over, arranging its 6 legs and 2 long necks into the most comfortable position possible, taking care not to put pressure on the row of fragile, hand-like bones protruding along its spine. Just as it was settling in for a night's rest, a rush of hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway. Its eyelids, just closed, snapped open. It wasn't sure if the bloodshot lines in its eyes were always there, or if they had just formed from all the stress. After a whole day of anxiety, was this nightmare still not over? What were the NPC guards even doing? In its anger, it didn't notice the sharp, rhythmic tapping mixed in with the footsteps. Maybe it was the comfort of being on its own turf, or maybe its newfound strength gave it confidence. But the monster twisted its body, aiming at the secret room's entrance, ready to tear apart whatever player dared disturb its rest. Players give them an inch, and they'll take a mile. As Cheng'an pushed open the door, he was met by two single-eyed deer faces. Although there were two necks, aside from the nose and mouth, the eyes and ears were evenly distributed, one set per head. Right now, both faces still wore a trace of anger, but the moment they saw Cheng'an, rage gave way to shock and suspicion, then to a kind of hopeless resignation, as if they wanted to flee but couldn't, and finally to a sudden flash of flattery, like a rapid-fire display of emotions. Such a range of expressions seemed especially difficult for two heads missing most of their facial features. Zuo Cheng'an's skill was still active, so he immediately saw the monster's information. Its health bar was at 97, in excellent shape, with an average stat of 23, making it the top-tier threat in the dungeon. Twin-spine giraffe. One of the artificial monsters created in the laboratory, a killing machine that would never betray its creators. Its brain was split evenly between the two heads, so despite having two, their thoughts were perfectly synchronized, no bickering over food or water. Click to expand. Though it had two sets of organs, the twin-spine giraffe only had one spinal column. The others had developed abnormally, forming a row of hand-like bones along its back. Strength, 25. Constitution, 19. Speed, 27. High attack and agility. Its low constitution hardly mattered if nothing could touch it. Face the wrath of the twin-spine giraffe. Laboratory. Artificial monster. Zuo Cheng'an had long gotten used to checking everything with his skill first. He knew that in the entire free-range area, only monsters mutated from giraffes came with the artificial monster label in their notes. Not even the second strongest, the elephant, or the third, the rhino, had that. The rest of the animals' notes only briefly described their species and stats. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.